Hawksmoor by Peter Ackroyd. Copyright 1985 by Peter Ackroyd, narrated by Norman Bars.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation. Combining mystery and the occult, this tale begins in 18th century London with an architect who relates the secret crimes he commits under the spell of ancient idols. The story continues with an account of Nick Hawksmoor, a Scotland Yard detective in modern times, who is in charge of the investigation of corpses discovered in London slums. Some strong language, 1986. From the book jacket. In the London of the early 18th century, Nicholas Dyer, architect, is at work building churches. He is living in a period obsessed with scientific progress and with the primacy of reason, but he is an uneasy representative of it. Dyer maintains older and darker allegiances which affect his relationship with such colleagues as Christopher Wren and with the Royal Society, and which also determine the course of his private life and the nature of his churches. Nicholas Hawksmoor is a 20th century man, a senior police officer investigating a series of murders which have occurred on the sites of certain 18th century churches in London. He, like Dyer before him, is racked with doubts and on the verge of mental disintegration. The stench and violence of the 18th century, the horrors of Bedlam, casual murder, all these seem to reach out across 250 years as events from each century seem to echo each other and, in so doing, to change each other. Peter Ackroyd has written an extraordinarily powerful and subtle novel of detection and revelation. In Dyer and Hawksmoor he has created two remarkable characters, and in their two dramatic, mirroring stories he has fashioned as well an unforgettably vivid evocation of two eras. About the author. Born in London in 1949, Peter Ackroyd is a graduate of Cambridge and was a Mellon Fellow at Yale. He has been a literary editor, managing editor and film critic for The Spectator, and is as well a widely published poet and literary critic. His most recent book, T.S. Eliot, has been a critical and popular success both in Britain and America. Mr. Ackroyd is also the author of the novel The Last Testament of Oscar Wilde. Other books by Peter Ackroyd: London Lickpenny, Notes for a New Culture, Country Life, Dressing Up, Ezra Pound and His World, The Great Fire of London. For Giles Gordon. Thus, in 1711, the 9th year of the reign of Queen Anne, an Act of Parliament was passed to erect 7 new parish churches in the cities of London and Westminster, which commission was delivered to Her Majesty's Office of Works in Scotland Yard. And the time came when Nicholas Dyer, architect, began to construct a model of the first church. His colleagues would have employed a skilled joiner to complete such a task, but Dyer preferred to work with his own hands, carving square windows in miniature and cutting steps out of the clean deal. Each element could be removed or taken to pieces so that those of an inquiring temper were able to peer into the model and see the placing of its constituent parts. Dyer took his scale from the plans he had already drawn up, and, as always, he used a small knife with a piece of frayed rope wrapped around its ivory handle. For 3 weeks he laboured over this wooden prototype, and as by stages he fitted the spire upon the tower, we may imagine the church itself rising in Spitalfields. But there were 6 other churches to be built also, and once again the architect took his short brass rule, his pair of compasses, and the thick paper which he used for his drafts. Dyer worked swiftly, with only his assistant, Walter Pine, for company, while on the other side of the great city the masons shouted to each other as they hewed out of rough stone the vision of the architect. This is the vision we still see, and yet now, for a moment, There is only his heavy breathing as he bends over his papers, and the noise of the fire which suddenly flares up and throws deep shadows across the room. Part 1. Chapter 1. And so let us begin, and as the fabric takes its shape in front of you, always keep the structure entirely in mind as you inscribe it. First you must measure out or cast the area in as exact a manner as can be, and then you must draw the plot and make the scale. I have imparted to you the principles of terror and magnificence, for these you must represent in the due placing of parts and ornaments, as well as in the proportion of the several orders. You see, Walter, how I take my pen, and here, on another sheet, calculate the positions and influences of the celestial bodies and the heavenly orbs, so that you are not at a loss on which days to begin or to leave off your labours. The design of the work, together with every several partition and opening, is to be drawn by straight edge and compass. As the work varies in rising, you must show how its lines necessarily bear upon one another, like the web which the spider spins in a closet. But, Walter, do this in black lead and not in ink. I do not trust your pen so far as yet. At this Walter Pine hangs down his head in a sullen manner, as if he was like to have been whipped at the cart's tail, and I could not refrain myself from bursting out in laughter. Walter was apt to be of a morose and sullen cast of mind, and so to cheer him I leaned forward across the table and gave him ink readily. "See," says I, "what I will risk to keep you merry. And now you are not so vexed, please continue. Draw the erect elevation of this structure in face or front, then the same object elevated upon the same draught and centre in all its optical flexures. This you must distinguish from the profile, which is signified by edgings, strokes, and contours without any of the solid finishing. Thus a book begins with a frontispiece, then its dedication, and then its preface or advertisement. And now we come to the heart of our design. The art of shadows you must know well, Walter, and you must be instructed how to cast them with due care. It is only the darkness that can give true form to our work, and true perspective to our fabric, for there is no light without darkness, and no substance without shadow, and I turn this thought over in my mind. What life is there which is not a portmanteau of shadows and chimeras? I build in the day to bring news of the night and of sorrow, I continued, and then I broke off for Walter's sake. No more of this now, I said. It is by the by. But you'll oblige me, Walter, to draw the front pretty exact, this being for the engraver to work from, and work true to my design. That which is to last 1,000 years is not to be precipitated. I had a violent headache, and although there was only a small fire in the closet, I was feeling unnatural hot, and walked out into Scotland Yard. I knew that others employed in the office might stare at me, for I am an object of ridicule to them, and so I hastened my steps to the wood yards next the wharf, where, since the workmen were at their dinner, I might walk silent and unseen. This being the middle of winter and a strong wind blown up, the river was pretty high for this spot, and the water was at times like to start a second deluge, while on the side opposite the fields were quite darkened as if in a mist. And then of a sudden I could hear snatches of song and confused conversation. I whipped about, for in no wise could I ascertain where these sounds came from, until I comforted myself with the thought that it was the wherry from Richmond which even then came into my view. So my perceptions followed one another, and yet all this while my thoughts were running on my 7 churches, and with us in quite another time. Like a voyager, I am confined in my cabin while yet dreaming of my destination. And then, as I stand looking upon the river and the fields, I blot them out with my hand, and see only the lines upon my palm. I walked back to the office, thinking to find Walter engaged upon the general plan and upright, but I saw him lolling upon his stool by the chimney-corner, gazing into the fire, as if he saw strange visions in the coals, and looking as melancholy as a female wretch does upon a Smithfield pile. I trod softly to the table, and saw there one draught half made in ink and black lead. "Well, this is good for nothing, you impudent rogue," said I. "Come here and see." And Walter, in confusion, rose from the fire, rubbing his eyes, and would as like have rubbed out his face if he could. "Look here, Master Pine," I continued. "I do not like the jetting out of the pillars after I instructed you to show pilasters there. And also here the portal is near 3 feet out. Are you so wooden-headed that I must teach you feet and inches?" Walter thrust his hands into his breeches and muttered so that I could not hear him. "And are you in such a brown study," I told him, "that you cannot answer me?" "I was sitting on my stool," says he, "and thinking on a subject." "You will have stools, sir, when I beat them from your arse." Then I went on, "And in your thought, did you bring off any conclusions?" "I was thinking on Sir Christopher, and I was considering our new church of Spitalfields." "And what does a greenhead say of these matters?" "I do not give a fart for Sir Chris," says I secretly to myself. "Master," says Walter, "we have built near a pit, and there are so vast a number of courses that the pews will always be rotten and damp. This is the first matter. The second matter is this, that Sir Chris thoroughly forbids all burials under the church, or even within the churchyard itself, as advancing the rottenness of the structure, and unwholesome and injurious for those who worship there." Then he scratched his face and looked down at his dusty shoes. "This is a weak little thing to take up your contemplations, Walter," I replied. But he gazed up at me, and would not be brought off, so after a pause I continued. "I know Sir Chris is flat against burials, that he is all for light and easiness, and will sink in dismay if ever mortality or darkness shall touch his edifices. It is not reasonable, he will say, it is not natural. But, Walter, I have instructed you in many things, and principally in this. I am not a slave of geometrical beauty. I must build what is most solemn and awful." Then I changed my tack. "From what purse are we building these churches, Walter?" "From the imposition on coals." "And are the coals not the blackest element, which with their smoke hide the sun?" "Certainly they feed the fires of this city," says he. "And where is the light and easiness there? Since we take our revenues from the underworld, what does it signify if we also build upon the dead?" There was a noise in the adjoining chamber. It is 2 rooms struck into one, and thus has more of an echo. A noise like to someone's quick steps, and I broke off my discourse as Sir Chris walked in, accoutred as the boys that run with the Gazette, hat under arm and breathless, and yet, despite his age, not so corpulent neither. Walter rose up in a fright, and spilt the ink upon his draught, which was no great loss. But Sir Chris did not perceive anything of this, and stepped up to me, wheezing like an old goat. "Master Dyer," says he, "the Commission are expecting your report on the new churches. If it be not done already, get it done now, since they are in great haste." "Haste is for fools," I murmured beneath my breath. "And your church in the Spitalfields, is it near complete?" "It needs only the lead on the portico." "Well, make haste to buy it now, since lead is under £9 a ton, but in a fair way to go up by next month." And then Sir Chris stood biting his under lip like an infant without his toy, or a wretch at the foot of the gallows. "And the other churches," he asks after a pause, "are they well advanced?" "I have fixed on their situation," I replied, "and 3 already are being laid." "I must have exact plans of the buildings as they stand at present," says he, "and you must press the joiner to build several models." The models are of my own devising, Sir Christopher." "What you will, Master Dyer, what you will." And he waved at my drafts with inexpressible weariness before he departed, leaving the mustiness of his wig behind him. When I was young and vigorous, and first in his service, I composed some verses on Sir Chris. "The globe's thy study, for thy restless mind in a less limit cannot be confined. Thy portrait I admire, thy very looks show Wren is read in farts as well as books. He that shall scan this face may judge by it, thou hast an head-piece that is thronged with shit." But this was in another time. Now I called out to Walter, who lingered in the paymaster's closet until Sir Chris be gone. "Did I tell you," says I, when he returned to me, "of the story of Nestor?" And Walter shook his head. "Nestor," I continued, "was the inventor of mechanic power, which is now so cried up, and once he designed an edifice of graceful form, but which was so finely contrived that it could bear only its own weight." And Walter nodded sagely at this. "It fell down, Master Pine, with no other pressure than the setting of a wren on top of it." And he lets out a laugh, which stops as short as it was begun, like the bark of a dog. Walter is of a reserved disposition, and speaks little, but this is of no matter, since it is a temper like to my own, and be pleased to take a sketch of his figure as follows. He wears an old coat with odd buttons, and a pair of trousers patched in leather, so that he is all of a pickle. His awkward garb and his odd trim, as they call it in the office, make him an object of humour. Master Dyer's gentleman, they call him. But this is a fitting title, since thus can I mould him as the baker moulds the dough before he pops it in the oven. I have turned him into a proper scholar, and steered him safe among the books which lie in his way. I acquainted him with certain prints of the Egyptian obelisks, and advised him to study them well and copy them. I instructed him in my own scriptures, in Alet Sam's his Britannia Antiqua Illustrata, in Mr. Baxter's book concerning the certainty of the world of spirits, in Mr. Cotton Mather his Relations of the Wonders of the Invisible World, and many other such, for this is fit reading for one who wishes to become a thorough master. The length of my necessary instructions is too great to complete here, but there were 4 things I taught Walter to consider. 1, that it was Cain who built the first city. 2, that there is a true science in the world called Scientia Umbrarum, which, as to the public teaching of it, has been suppressed, but which the proper artificer must comprehend. 3, that architecture aims at eternity, and must contain the eternal powers, not only our altars and sacrifices, but the forms of our temples must be mystical. 4, that the miseries of the present life, and the barbarities of mankind, the fatal disadvantages we are all under, and the hazard we run of being eternally undone, lead the true architect not to harmony or to rational beauty, but to quite another game. Why, do we not believe the very infants to be the heirs of hell, and children of the devil, as soon as they are disclosed to the world? I declare that I build my churches firmly on this dunghill earth, and with a full conception of degenerated nature. I have only room to add, there is a mad drunken catch. Hey-ho, the devil is dead. If that be true, I have been in the wrong suit all my life. But to return to the thread of this history. Sir Chris presses hard at our heels, says I to Walter, and we must make an account to the commission. I will dictate it to you now, and you must fair write it later. And I clear my throat, savouring the blood in my mouth. To the Honourable the Commission for building 7 new churches in the cities of London and Westminster, dated the 13th of January, 1712, from the Office of Works, Scotland Yard. Sirs, in obedience to your orders, I most humbly submit my account, having been instructed by Sir Exeter Wren, Surveyor to Her Majesty's Works, to have such churches quite in my charge. The weather being mighty favourable, there has been great forwardness in carrying on the new church in Spitalfields. The masonry of the west end is now entirely completed, and the portico is to be covered with lead presently. The plastering is pretty forward, and within a month I shall send instructions for the gallery and inside furnishing. The tower is advancing, and has been carried up about 15 foot higher since my last account of it, and my own tumbling thought upon this topic goes as follows. I will have one bell only, since too much ringing disturbs the spirits. Of the other churches, it has been given into my commission to build. The new church at Limehouse is advanced as high as necessary for the season, and it will be for the advantage of that work to stop for the present. This figure shows half the outside of the building. You will enclose it, Walter, will you not? Designed after a plain manner, to be performed most with ashlar. I have added thin pilasters to the walls, which are easily performed in rendering upon brickwork. I have given the ancient form of roof, which the experience of all ages hath found the surest. No other is to be trusted without doubling the thickness of the walls. When the mason has sent me his drafts, I will give you a careful estimate of the charge, and return you again the original designs, for in the hands of the workmen they will soon be so defaced that they will not be able from them to pursue the work to a conclusion. This for the church at Limehouse. The foundation of the Wapping new church is carried up as high as the ground, and ready to receive such sort of fabric as I enclose drafts and plans for. This for the church at Wapping. We desire the Honourable Board will be pleased to direct the covering of these respective fabrics, and that the ground therein to be walled in with brick, in order to hinder the rabble and idle mob from getting in and finding ways to do continual mischief. And then add this, Walter. In obedience to your orders, I have surveyed 4 other parishes mentioned, and sites for churches, and which said parishes and sites are humbly offered as followeth, viz., and here, Walter, make precise the situations of St. Mary Woolnoth, the new churches in Bloomsbury and Greenwich, and the church of Little St. Hugh in Blackstep Lane. That stinking alley close by the Moorfields. Write it down as Blackstep Lane, and then end thus. All which is most humbly submitted by your most humble servant to command, signed Nicholas Dyer, Assistant Surveyor at Her Majesty's Office of Works, Scotland Yard. And when you have made the fair copy, Walter, lock up the ink, you whimsy head. I laid my hand on his neck then, which made him to quake and look asquint at me. No music-house nor dancing for you tonight, says I in jest, and added this thought to myself, no, nor likely to be, if you tread in my footsteps. It was now pretty near 8 of the clock, and a mist so obscured the moon that the yard itself was bathed in red, and I felt unquiet while gazing out at it, and in truth I had so many apprehensions of mind that they would as like have dragged me down to the earth. But I took my kersey coat, which hung upon a pin in the entry, and called out to Walter, "Be swift with that letter, for, as the preacher says, our beings in this world are so uncertain." And he gave his barking laugh. I had no sooner walked into Whitehall than I hurlahed for a coach. It was of the antique kind, with tin sashes, not glass, pinked like the bottom of a colander, that the air might pass through the holes. I placed my eyes against them to see the town as I passed within it, and it was then broken into pieces, with a dog howling here and a child running there. But the lights and rattling were pleasant to me, so that I fancied myself a tyrant of my own land. My churches will endure, I reflected, as I was borne onward, and what the coals build the ashes will not bury. I have lived long enough for others like the dog in the wheel, and it is now the season to begin for myself. I cannot change that thing called time, but I can alter its posture, and, as boys do turn a looking-glass against the sun, so I will dazzle you all. And thus my thoughts rattled on like the coach in which they were carried, and that coach was my poor flesh. The crush of the carriages was so great when we were got up into Fenchurch Street that I was forced to step out at Billiter Lane and mob it on foot along Leadenhall Street. At last I managed to shoot myself through a vacancy between two coaches and crossed the street that went up into Gracechurch Street. I walked into Lime Street, for I knew my path now, and passed through many ways and turnings until I was got into Moorfields. Then, just past the apothecary, whose sign is the Ram, I found the narrow lane, as dark as a burying vault, which stank of stale sprats, piss, and surreverence. And there was the door with the mark upon it, and I knocked softly. It was time to even the account, and then they shall see what fine things I will do. For when I trace back the years I have lived, gathering them up in my memory, I see what a checkered work of nature my life has been. If I were now to inscribe my own history with its unparalleled sufferings and surprising adventures, as the booksellers might indite it, I know that the great part of the world would not believe the passages there related, by reason of the strangeness of them. But I cannot help their unbelief, and if the reader considers them to be but dark conceits, then let him bethink himself that humane life is quite out of the light, and that we are all creatures of darkness. I came crying into the world in the year 1654. My father was a baker of sea biscuit, and was born a citizen of London, his father being one before him, and my mother was of honest parents. I was born in Black Eagle Street in the parish of Stepney, close by Monmouth Street and adjoining Brick Lane, in a wooden house which was tottering to the last degree, and would have been pulled down but for the vast quantity of wooden dwellings on either side. There are those, like me, seized with fever upon that day when they first came into the world, and I have good reason to sweat on each 5th day of December, for my first entrance upon the stage was attended with all the symptoms of death, as if I had been sensible of my future works. My mother gave me birth, or hatched her egg, as they say, all bloody and piss-burnt in the hour before dawn. I could see the grey bars of light rolling towards me, and I could hear the wind which gives signal of the end of night. In the corner of the narrow, mean chamber, my father stood with bowed head, since his dame seemed about to leave this world presently, having endured many painful hours during my birth. The sun rose up before the house. I could see it burning, and the shape of my father crossing and crossing again in front of it, so that he seemed a mere shadow. Truly this was a vale of tears I had come upon, and thus was I like Adam, who, on hearing the voice of God in the garden, wept in a state of primal terror. Had nature designed me to take up only some insignificant and obscure corner of the universe, this would be but a mere prattling relation, but those who see my work will wish to be acquainted with my first appearance in the world. It is a matter of certainty that by a narrow observation of the temper and constitution of the child, we will see in very embryo those qualities which afterwards make it remarkable in all eyes. My mother recovered very soon, and raised me as a sprightly infant who could turn as nimbly as a dry leaf in a whirlwind, and yet even then I was possessed by strange fancies. Although other boys would hunt for butterflies and bumblebees, or whip their tops in the dust, I was full of fears and bugbears. Where now in the Spitalfields my church rises, there would I weep for no reason I could name. But I pass over my infantile years in silence, and go on to that stage where I was put to learn. I attended the charity school in St. Catherine's near the Tower, but all the advance I made under Sarah Wire, John Duckett, Richard Bowley, and a whole catalogue of teachers was only to know the rudiments of my mother tongue. These were merry days, and yet not so innocent neither. Among my schoolfellows I would play a game like Blind Man Buff, with its "You are tied now, and I must turn you about thrice," and it was known to us boys that we might call the devil if we said the Lord's Prayer backwards, but I never did it myself then. There were many other unaccountable notions among us, that a kiss stole a minute off our lives, and that we must spit upon a dead creature and sing, "Go you back from whence you came, and do not choose to ask my name." When the light began to be dusky after school, some bold sparks would creep into the churchyard, and, as they said, catch the shadows of dead men, and these no simple fantasies to me now. But such sport was not for me, and in the most part I kept my own company. My studies were of a more solitary kind, and I laid out my little money for books. One of my schoolfellows, Elias Biscoe, lent me Dr. Faustus, which pleased me, especially when he travelled in the air, seeing all the world. But I was much troubled when the devil came to fetch him, and the consideration of that horrible end did so much to haunt me that I often dreamed of it. All the time I had from school on Thursdays in the afternoon and Saturday I spent in reading on such things. The next I met with was Friar Bacon, and then I read Montelion, Knight of the Oracle, and Ornatus. Borrowing the book of one person, when I had read it myself I lent it to another, who lent me one of their own, so that, although sometimes at school I wanted pens, ink, paper, and other necessaries, I never wanted books. When I was not at my reading, I was often walking about. I had 1,000 threadbare topics to excuse my absence from school, for I had gotten a haunt of rambling, and could not leave it. At first light I would slip on my breeches over my nakedness, wash me and comb me, and then creep out into the air. My church now rises above a populous conjunction of alleys, courts, and passages, places full of poor people. But in those years before the fire, the lanes by Spitalfields were dirty and unfrequented. That part now called Spitalfields Market, or the Flesh Market, was a field of grass with the cows feeding on it. And there where my church is, where 3 roads meet, viz. Mermaid Alley, Tabernacle Alley, and Ball's Alley, was open ground until the plague turned it into a vast mound of corruption. Brick Lane, which is now a long, well-paved street, was a deep, dirty road, frequented by carts fetching bricks that way into Whitechapel from brick kilns in the fields, and had the name on that account. Here I rambled as a boy, and yet also was often walking abroad into that great and monstrous pile of London, and as I felt the city under my feet, I had a habit of rowling phrases around my head, such as "Prophesy now, devouring fire, violent hands," which I would then inscribe in my alphabetical pocket-book, along with any other odd fancies of my own. Thus would I wander, but as like as not I would take myself to a little plot of ground close by Angel Alley and along the New Quay. Here I used to sit against a piece of ancient stone and set my mind thinking on past ages and on futurity. There was before me a stone pedestal on which was fixed an old rusty horizontal dial, with the gnomon broke short off, and it was with an inexpressible peacefulness that I gazed upon this instrument of time. I remember it as well as if it were yesterday, and not already buried beneath the weight of years. And now I consider, have I been living in a dream? But of this I may speak again in another place, and I shall return in the meantime to my history, for which I will, like a state historian, give you the causes as well as the matter of facts. I never had any faculty in telling of a story, and one such as mine will be contemned by others as a mere winter tale, rather than that they should be brought to be afraid of another world and subjected to common terrors which they despised before. For thus, to cut short a long preamble, I have come to the most grievous story of the plague. I am persuaded that most wretches let the world go wag. All is well, Jack has Joan, the man has his mare again, as they say, and they walk as it were above the precipice, with no conception of the vast gulf and frightful abyss of darkness beneath them. But it is quite another case with me. The mind in infancy, like the body in embryo, receives impressions that cannot be removed, and it was as a mere boy that I was placed in the extremity of the human state. Even now, a crowd of thoughts whirl through the thoroughfare of my memory, for it was in that fateful year of the plague that the mildewed curtain of the world was pulled aside, as if it were before a painting, and I saw the true face of the great and dreadful God. It was in my 11th year that my mother attracted the noisome distemper. First she had small knobs of flesh as broad as a little silver penny, which were the tokens of the contagion, and secondly the swellings upon her body. The chirurgeon came to observe the marks of the sickness, and then stood slightly apart. "Well, what must I do? What will be the end of this?" entreats my father of him, and the chirurgeon presses mightily to have her removed to the pest-house, adjoining the moor fields, for, as he said, the symptoms admitted of no hope. But my father would in no wise be persuaded. "Tie her to the bed, then," says the chirurgeon, and he gave my father some bottles filled with cordial waters and with elixir of minerals. "You are all in the same ship," says he, "and must sink or swim together." My mother then called out to me, "Nick, Nick!" but my father would not let me go to her. Soon she stank mightily, and was delirious in her sick dress, and indeed she became an object of loathing to me in her fallen state. There was no help for it but to die in her case, and I cared not how soon that might be. My father wished me to flee into the fields before the house was shut and marked, but my resolution was not for going. Where should I go to, and how could I shift for myself in this fearful world? My father was yet alive, and I might remain safe from the contagion. Considering these matters, even as the thing stank on her bed, I was of a sudden possessed of an extreme cheerfulness of spirits, so that I might have sung a catch around my mother's carcass. You see what a life mine was to be. As I did not want my liberty yet, but it might be for the future, I hid myself when the house was shut up by a constable and "Lord have mercy on us" set close over the cross. A watchman was placed by the door, and though so many houses in Black Eagle Street had been visited that he would scarce have known who dwelled in them, I had no desire to be seen, in case it became urgent to me to make my escape. Then my own father began to sweat mightily, and a strange smell came off him in the way flesh smells when put upon the fire. He laid himself down upon the floor of the chamber where his dame was, but though he called out to me, I would not go to him. From the doorway I stared full in his face, and he stared back at me, and for an instant our thoughts revolved around each other. "You are undone," says I, and with my pulse beating high, I left him. I gathered some provisions of beer, bread, and cheese, and, to avoid my father's sight, I took myself to a little confined closet above the chamber where they both now lay in their extremity. It was like to a garret, with a window all cobwebbed over, and here I waited until they went to their long home. Now in the glass of recollection I can see everything, the shadows moving across the window and across my face, the clock telling the hour until it fell silent like the world itself, the noises of my father beneath me, the little murmurings in the house adjoining. I sweated a little, but had no tokens of the sickness, and, like a man in a dungeon, I had visions of many spacious ways, cool fountains, shady walks, refreshing gardens, and places of recreation. But then my thoughts would switch suddenly, and I would be affrighted by figures of death, who seemed to come in my own shape and cast fearful looks around them. Then I awoke, and all was quiet. No more moans now, thought I. They are dead and cold. Then of a sudden my fears ebbed away, and I felt at peace. Like the cat in the fable, I smiled and smiled. The house was now so silent that the watch, calling and hearing no noise within, summoned the dead cart, and at the sound of his voice I started up from my reveries. There was a hazard in being found with the dead, and then, as it were, imprisoned, and so I looked about me for a means of escape. Although I was 3 stories high, there were great sheds before the window. This was in back of the house, adjoining Monmouth Street, and as quick as lightning I let myself down by means of them to the ground. I had taken no thought for provisions, and had not even straw to lie upon. Now I stood in the dirt and silence, and there were no lights save those which had been placed by the courses for the dead carts. And there, too, as I turned up Black Eagle Street, I saw by the flickering lantern my own parents lying where the watch had placed them, their faces all shiny and begrimed. I was as like to have cried out in fright until I recalled to myself that I was alive, and these dead things could in no manner harm me, and making myself pretty invisible, for indeed there was little to be seen on so dark a night, I waited for the cart to do its dismal traffic. The 2 creatures were placed unto a bundle of carcasses, all ragged and swollen like a nest of worms, and the bellman and 2 links took the cart down Black Eagle Street, past Corbett's Court, and through Brown's Lane. I followed close on their heels, and could hear them making merry with their "Lord have mercy on us, no man will," and their "Woe to thee, my honeys." They were drunken to the highest degree, and were like to have pitched the courses into the doorways, so wayward was their track. But then they came out into the Spitalfields, and as I was running beside them, now in my wonder or delirium, I know not what, of a sudden I saw a vast pit almost at my very feet. I stopped short, stared within it, and then, as I tottered upon the brink, had a sudden desire to cast myself down. But at this moment the cart came to the edge of the pit. It was turned round with much merriment, and the bodies were discharged into the darkness. I could not weep then, but I can build now, and in that place of memory will I fashion a labyrinth where the dead can once more give voice. All that night I wandered in the open fields, sometimes giving vent to my passions in loud singing, and sometimes sunk into the most frightful reflections. For in what a box was I! I was at a great loss what to do, since I had been turned adrift to the wide world. I had not aimed to return to my own house, and indeed it proved impossible to do so. I soon discovered that it had been pulled down with several others by it, so noxious was the air within. Thus I was forced to go abroad and take up my old rambling humour once more, but I was now more cautious than of old. It was said, and I recall my parents saying, that before the pestilence there were seen publicly demons in humane shape, which struck those they met, and those struck were presently seized with the disease. Even those who saw such apparitions, called hollow men, grew much altered. This was the common report, at any rate. I believe now those hollow men to be a recreation of all the exhalations and vapours of humane blood that rose from the city like a general groan. And it is not to be wondered at that the streets were mighty desolate. There were in every place bodies on the ground, from which came such a scent that I ran to catch the wind in my nostrils, and even those who lived were so many walking corpses, breathing death and looking upon one another fearfully. And still alive, and not dead yet, were their constant inquiries of one another. though there were some who walked in such a stupor that they cared not where they were going, and others who made monkey noises into the air. There were children also, whose plaints could move even the dying to pity, and their verse echoes still in the recesses and corners of the town. Hush, 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 we are all tumbled down. Thus was I taught by many signs that humane life was of no certain course. We are governed by one who, like a boy, wags his finger in the inmost part of the spider's web, and breaks it down without a thought. It would tire the reader should I dwell on my various adventures as a street boy, wherefore at present I shall say no more of them. I return in the meantime to my reflections arising from these incidents, and to my considerations on the weakness and folly of humane life. After the plague abated, the mob were happy again with their masquerades, rush-berrying, morris dances, Whitsun ales, fortune-telling, legerdemain, lotteries, midnight revels, and lewd ballads. But I was of a different mould. I had looked about me and penetrated what had occurred, not let it pass like a sick man's dream or a scene without a plot. I saw that the entire world was one vast bill of mortality, and that demons might walk through the streets even as men, on point of death many of them, debauch themselves. I saw the flies on this dunghill earth, and then considered who their lord might be. But now the work of time unravels, and the night is gone, and I am returned to the office where Walter Pine is standing at the side of me, tapping his shoe upon the floor. How long have I sat here in my trance of memory? I have been thinking on the dead, said I in haste, and at that Walter turned his face from me, and seemingly searched after his rule. He does not like to hear me talk of such matters, and so, when he sat himself down, I switched my theme. "It is as dusty here as the top of a slut's cupboard," I cried. "Look at my finger." "It cannot be helped," says he, "for when the dust is cleared away, it returns again directly." I was disposed to be merry with him now. "Is dust immortal, then?" I asked him, "so that we may see it blowing through the centuries?" But as Walter gave no answer, I jested with him further to break his melancholy humour. "What is dust, Master Pine?" And he reflected a little. "It is particles of matter, no doubt." "Then we are all dust indeed, are we not?" And in a feigned voice he murmured, "For dust thou art, and shalt to dust return." Then he made a sour face, but only to laugh the more. I went up to him and placed my hands upon his shoulders, which made him tremble a little. "Hold still," I said. "I have good news." "What news is this?" "I now agree with you," I replied. "I will place the sepulchre a little way off from the Spitalfields church, and for your sake, Walter, not on the advice of Sir Chris, but for your sake only. And I have a secret to impart to you." At this he inclined his head. "We will build it, for the most part, under the ground." "I have dreamed of this," said he. He spoke no more, and kept his back to me as he went about his labours, though pretty soon I heard his low whistle as he bent over his sheets. "We must make haste," I called, taking pen and ink, "for the church must be complete within the year." "And the years turn so fast," adds Walter. "And now he is vanished, and I am gone back to the time of the distemper, when I went abroad among so many walking carcasses sweating poison. At first I seemed to be tossed up and down by spiteful accidents of fortune, and made the May game of chance, until one night I found the thread in my labyrinth of difficulties. It was the last week of July, about 9 in the night, and I was walking by the hatter's shop near the 3-Ton Tavern in Red Cross Street. It was a moonshiny night, but the moon, being got behind the houses, shined only aslant, and sent a little stream of light out of one of the small lanes quite across the street. I paused to give a glance to this light, when out of the lane walked a tall and pretty lean man, dressed in a velvet jacket, a band, and a black cloak. With him stepped out two women with white linen handkerchiefs wrapped around the lower part of their faces, so to protect their nostrils from the scents of the plague. The man had a swift pace, and his companions troubled themselves to keep up to him. And then, to my unutterable astonishment, he pointed at me, in my tattered coat and ragged shoes. "There is the hand as plain as can be," says he. "Do you see it plainly above his head?" He was elevated to a strange degree, and called over to me, "Boy, boy, come here to me, come here to me." And then one of the women with him said, "Do not go near him, for how do you know but he may have the plague?" To which he answered, "Do not be afraid of him." And at that I came close to them. "What art thou?" says he. "I am a poor boy." "Why, have you no surname?" And then, strangely, I bethought myself of my schoolboy reading. "Faustus," says I. "I dare say," he replies, "that the devil cannot catch you." And at that the two women laughed heartily. Then he gave me a coin. "There is 6pence for you," he says, "if you will come with us. For consider these times, little Faustus. It is a great deal of money, and we mean you no hurt." I hugged it as close as a schoolboy does a bird's nest, but I was not easily to be persuaded. Might these not be reeking apparitions, the spirits of the pestilence, or might they not be carriers of the contagion? But then the words of the woman came back into my head, "Do not go near him," and I surmised that these were humane and incorrupted creatures. "I will go with you," says I, "for the space of a little way, if you will give me good reason." And I perceived there was an alteration in the man's countenance as he said, "I will save you from ruin, little Faustus, if you come with me, and that will be a surety." And so I began to walk with them, and we were got quite up into Fenchurch Street when the wind blew mightily, so that the tiles of the very roofs fell down upon the ground. The ways were now so dark that I was as bewildered as a pilgrim in the desert, but at last we came by a narrow lane, which is to say, Black Step Lane. Here I was led through a long, obscure entry, where I groped my way like a subterranean labourer in the caverns of a coal-pit. There was no link nor watchman's lantern, but my companions moved on at a swift pace until the man came to a little wooden door, where he knocked thrice and whispered, "Mirabilis," which was, as I learned, his proper name. On entering this dwelling I looked about me, and saw that it was a mean paper building, the walls old and ruinous, the rooms miserable and strait, with but dim burning candles in them. Here were men and women not less than 30 in number, and not the meanest sort of people neither, but, as we say, in the middling degree of life. They looked on me strangely at first, but Mirabilis led me by the hand, saying, "He had the sign over his head, he is the corn thrashed out of the chaff," and such like phrases. I was now in a state of great perplexity, but seeing that this assembly smiled mightily upon me and embraced me, I became somewhat easier in my thoughts. Mirabilis set me down upon a little stool, then brought me a wooden dish with a grey liquor in it, and bid me drink it off as a cordial. I swallowed it without examination, and then fell into an extreme sweat, so that my heart beat high. Mirabilis then asked me who I desired to see. I said I wanted to see no one so much as my mother before she stank, my confused words showing that the liquor was working within me. Then he took up a looking-glass that was in the room, and, setting it down again, bid me look in it, which I did, and there saw the exact image of my mother in that habit which she used to wear, and working at her needle. This was an astonishment indeed, and my hair would have lifted off my hat if it had been on. I put down the glass, and my very thoughts seemed suspended. I had no power to turn my gaze but to the face of Mirabilis, who was now speaking to the assembly and discoursing of flames, ruins, desolations, the rain like a hot wind, the sun as red as blood, the very dead burnt in their graves. Thus did he prophesy the burning of the city. This company was not like the meters with their "Yea, I do say," and their "Let me entreat," and their "Hear ye this," but, as it seemed to me in my befuddled state, they laughed and jested with one another. Then they anointed their foreheads and hand-wrists with I know not what, and seemed about to depart. I rose up to go, but Mirabilis laid his hand upon my arm. "Do you sit still," says he, "and I'll come to you again." At which I was a little frightened to be left alone, and he perceived it. "Don't be afraid, little Faustus," he continues. "There shall nothing hurt you, nor speak to you, and if you hear any noise, don't you stir, but sit still here." So he took up one of the candles, and they went into another room by a little door, like a closet door, and when he shut the door after him, I perceived a little window of one broad square of glass only, that looked into the room which they were gone into. I wanted to peep, but I durst not stir for my life, and then, fatigued and exhausted by the surprising turns of this night, I fell into a sound sleep. Before I did so, I seemed to hear screeching, much like that of a cat. And thus began my strange destiny. I rested with Mirabilis 7 days, and if any reader should inquire why I did so, I will answer, firstly, I was a mere poor boy and had seen my mother in his glass. Secondly, the teachings of Mirabilis are true ones, as I shall explain further hereafter. Thirdly, the most wonderful thing in the plague year was that his entire assembly had been preserved from contagion by his practices and his prophesyings. Fourth, I was curious about all these matters, and hunger and thirst are not appetites more vehement or more hard. Now what I know, I would be glad to unknow again, but my memory will not let me be untaught. I shall particularize now, like a drunken man. There were occasions when Mirabilis reeled and danced about several times in a circle, fell at last in an ecstasy upon the ground, and lay for a short time as one dead. Meanwhile the assembly took great care that no gnat, fly, or other animal touch him. Then he started up on a sudden, and related to them things concerning their true situation. Sometimes he fell upon the ground, and was whispering there unintelligibly to some thing that was neither seen nor heard. And then he would turn and say, "Give me some drink. Quickly, anything to drink." On several occasions he turned with his face towards the wall, intensely and greedily pouring thereon, and beckoning thereunto, as if he conversed with something. He so sweated through his clothes that it stood like a dew upon them. And then, when he arose from his ecstasy, he desired a pipe of tobacco. And in the hour before dusk he whispered to me that those whom he chose, as I had been chosen, must be washed and consecrated by the sacrifice, and that in our Eucharist the bread must be mingled with the blood of an infant. But these things are not to be committed to paper, but to be delivered by word of mouth, which I may do when at last I see you. I shall say only at this point that I, the builder of churches, am no Puritan, nor Cavalier, nor Reformed, nor Catholic, nor Jew, but of that older faith which sets them dancing in Blackstep Lane. And this is the creed which Mirabilis schooled in me. He who made the world is also author of death, nor can we, but by doing evil, avoid the rage of evil spirits. Out of the imperfections of this Creator are procreated divers evils, as darkness from his fear, shadows from his ignorance, and out of his tears come forth the waters of this world. Adam, after his fall, was never restored to mercy, and all men are damned. Sin is a substance, and not a quality, and it is communicated from parents to children. Men's souls are corporeal, and have their being by propagation or traduction, and life itself is an inveterate mortal contagion. We baptize in the name of the Father unknown, for he is truly an unknown God. Christ was the serpent who deceived Eve, and in the form of a serpent entered the Virgin's womb. He feigned to die and rise again, but it was the devil who truly was crucified. We further teach that the Virgin Mary, after Christ's birth, did marry once, and that Cain was the author of much goodness to mankind. With the Stoics we believe that we sin necessarily or coactively, and with astrologers that all humane events depend upon the stars. And thus we pray, what is sorrow? The nourishment of the world. What is man? An unchangeable evil. What is the body? The web of ignorance, the foundation of all mischief, the bond of corruption, the dark coverture, the living death, the sepulchre carried about with us. What is time? The deliverance of man. These are the ancient teachings, and I will not trouble myself with a multiplicity of commentators upon this place, since it is now in my churches that I will bring them once more into the memory of this and future ages. For when I became acquainted with Mirabilis and his assembly, I was uncovering the true music of time, which, like the rowling of a drum, can be heard from far off by those whose ears are pricked. But to go forward a little, that Satan is the god of this world and fit to be worshipped, I will offer certain proof, and, first, the sovereignty of his worship. The inhabitants of Hispaniola worship goblins. They of Calcutta worship the statues of the devil. Moloch was the god of the Ammonites. The Carthaginians worship their deity under the name of Saturn, and it is the straw man of our Druids. The chief god of the Syrians was Baal-zebub, or Beelzebub, the lord of flies. His other name is Baal-Figor, the gaping or naked lord, and his temple is called the Beth Peor. He is called Baal-Saman among the Phoenicians, by which is meant the sun. Among the Assyrians he is called Adramelech, and also he is called Jesus, the brother of Judas. Even on these British islands Baal-Saman was worshipped after the manner of the Phoenicians, and this tradition was carried on by the Druids, who committed no thing to writing, but their way of delivering the mystery was by the secret Kabbalah. They sacrificed boys, since it was their opinion that humane life, either in desperate sickness or in danger of war, could not be secured unless a virgin boy suffered instead. And this further, demon from daimon, which is used promiscuously with theos as the word for deity, the Persians call the devil Dev, somewhat close to divus or deus. Also, ex sacramenti is expounded in Tertullian as exacramentum, or excrement. And thus we have a verse: Pluto, Jehovah, Satan, Dagon, love, Moloch, the virgin, Thetis, devil, Jove, Pan, Yahweh, Vulcan, he with the awful rod, Jesus, the wondrous straw man, all one God. Walter looks up and says, "Did you hear a person singing?" "I hear no thing but your own noises, Walter, which are no music." "But there was something," said he after a pause, "though no doubt it was a workman." "Work on yourself," I replied, "and use your ears not so much as your eyes. Our time is being all broken into fragments with your whimsies." And at this he goes a little red. Now I hear him scratching a copy of my draft, and as I leave the sphere of memory, I hear the noises of the world in which I am like to drown. A door creaks upon its hinge, a crow calls, a voice is raised, and I am nothing again. For it is a hard toil to withstand those other sounds of time which rise and fall like the beating of a heart, and bear us onward to our grave. But let us drop this matter and look into the beginning and far end of things. These Druids held their yearly sessions in London, close by the place now called Blackstep Lane, and their own sacred mysteries were passed on to certain of the Christians. Joseph of Arimathea, a magician who had embalmed the body of their Christ, was sent into Britain and was much honoured by the Druids. He it was who founded the first church of the Christians in Glastonbury, where St. Patrick, the first abbot, was entombed beneath a stone pyramid. For these Christians got a footing so soon in Britain because of the power of the Druids, who were so eminent, and because of the history of magic. Thus, under where the cathedral church of Bath now stands, there was a temple erected to Moloch, or the straw man. Astarte's temple stood where Paul's is now, and the Britons held it in great veneration, and where the Abbey of Westminster now stands there was erected the temple of Anubis. And in time my own churches will rise to join them, and darkness will call out for more darkness. In this rational and mechanical age there are those who call demons mere bugs or chimeras, and if such people will believe in Mr. Hobbes, the Greshamites, and other such gewgaws, who can help it? They must not be contradicted, and they are resolved not to be persuaded. I address myself to mysteries infinitely more sacred, and in confederacy with the guardian spirits of the earth. I place stone upon stone in Spitalfields, in Limehouse, and in Wapping. So I must take every part in order. I had it in my thought to give you this preface to my church in Spitalfields, for it is a long way which has no destination, and in this instance it leads us to the sepulchre or labyrinth which I will build beside that sovereign church. I have by me the relation of Cott's Hole, or House Underground, as it is called, newly discovered in a piece of ground within 2 miles of Cicester, commonly known by the name of Colton's Field. 2 labourers were digging a gravel pit at the foot of a hill, which they had now sunk 4 yards deep, when they observed the ground on that side next the hill to be loose, and presently discovered an entrance into the belly of the hill, which appearing very strange to them, and rather the work of art than nature, they got a lantern and ventured in. There they entered a most dreadful passage, not above 1 yard in breadth and 4 feet in height, and as hot as a stove. It had a grave-like smell, and was half full of rubbish. There were also here tablets upon the wall, which they no sooner touched to feel their substance, but they crumbled into dust. From thence they saw a passage into a square room, which, when they entered, they saw athwart the room, at the upper end, the skeleton of a boy or small man. In terror the labourers hastily quitted this dark apartment, which they had no sooner done and reached the upper air, when the hill sunk down again. And it came into my mind, on reading this account, that this was the site of the mysteries, as Mirabilis had once related them to me. Here the boy who is to be sacrificed is confined to the chamber beneath the earth, and a large stone rolled across its face. Here he sits in darkness for 7 days and 7 nights, by which time he is presumed to have been led past the gates of death, and then on the 8th day his corse is led out of the cave with much rejoicing. That chamber is known itself as a holy place, which is enshrined to the Lord of Death. Thus, when I spoke to Walter of our new sepulchre, or enclosure, my thoughts were buried far beneath. My own house underground will be dark indeed, and a true labyrinth for those who may be placed there. It will not be so empty as Cott's Hole, neither. There are no gravestones nor vaults there, but it is beside the pit, now quite overlaid and forgotten, where my parents had been discharged, and so many hundred, I should say 1,000 corses also. It is a vast mound of death and nastiness, and my church will take great profit from it. This Mirabilis once described to me, viz., a corn, when it dies and rots in the ground, it springs again and lives. So, said he, when there are many persons dead, only being buried and laid in the earth, there is an assembling of powers. If I put my ear to the ground, I hear them lie promiscuously one with another, and their small voices echo in my church. They are my pillars and my foundation. "Walter," I cried, "leave off your dozing and take up your pen. Time is pressing upon us, and so write to the Commission thus: Sirs, I beg leave to acquaint the board that the churchyard of Spittal Fields, as originally drawn on the survey, will be so very small that burials will grow extremely inconvenient. It were necessary for me to take up the leg of the steeple and the foot of the columns in the body of the church to make more room, but that I have designed a sepulchre removed from the fabric of the church, as Sir Exeter himself desires. I have used the manner of building the sepulchre as it was in the 4th century, in the purest time of Christianity, as you may see from the draft enclosed. And then upon the ground I have formed a white pyramid in the manner of the Glastonbury church, but little, and framed of rough stone without the lime, this also in the manner of the early Christians. All which is humbly submitted, and, Walter, write it quick while the heat is upon us. Thus do I veil my intention with cant, like a cozening rogue, and use this temporary scaffold of words to counterfeit my purpose. As for the chamber itself, it will be solid only in those parts that bear weight, and will be so contrived within side to form a very intricate labyrinth. I have placed cavities in the thickness of the walls, where I will put these signs: Nergal, that is, light of the grave; Ashima, that is, fault; Nibhas, that is, vision; and Tartak, that is, chained. These true beliefs and mysteries are not to be inscribed in easy figures, since the mob, being in ignorance, will tear them down in their fear. But if violence does not happen, and it remains buried from vulgar eyes, this labyrinth will endure 1,000 years. And now hear, as my work rose from the burial ground, how the dead do call out to the living. It is the custom in our nation to have the mason's son lay the highest and last stone on the top of the tower, its lantern. This boy, Thomas, the son of Mr. Hill, was a sprightly spark in his 10th or 11th year, and perfectly well made. His face was fair and varnished over by a blooming, and the hair of his head was thick and reclined far below his shoulders. He was in great good humour on the morning of his ascent, and saw it as a merry enterprise, climbing out upon the wooden scaffold and nimbly advancing his steps to the tower. The labourers and the mason, his father, looked up at him and called out, "How do you, Tom?" and "One step further," and such-like observations, while I stood silent by my small pyramid just lately made. But there was a sudden gust of wind, and the boy, now close to the lantern, seemed to lose heart as the clouds scudded above his head. He gazed steadily at me for an instant, and I cried, "Go on, go on!" And at this moment, just as he was coming up to the spiry turret, the timbers of the scaffold, being insecurely placed or rotten, cracked asunder, and the boy missed his footing and fell from the tower. He did not cry out, but his face seemed to carry an expression of surprise. Curved lines are more beautiful than straight, I thought to myself, as he fell away from the main fabric, and was like to have dropped ripe at my own feet. The mason, his father, calling for help, rushed in the direction of the pyramid, where now Thomas lay, and the workmen followed, amazed. But he had expired at once. There was a contusion in his head which I could not forbear from noticing as I bent over the body. The blood ran out of his mouth as out of a bowl, and came pouring upon the ground. All those around stood stiff like a figure, motionless and speechless, and I could hardly refrain from smiling at the sight. But I hid myself with a woeful countenance, and advanced up to the father, who was ready to sink down with grief. Indeed, the death of his son worked hard upon his bowels, and dragged him by degrees after him to the grave. A little crowd of people was looking on, with their "What is the matter?" and "Is he quite dead?" and "Poor creature!" but I waved them away. Then I held fast to Mr. Hill, and stayed silent to help compose him. "He has fled out of his prison," said I at last, but he looked on me strangely, and I stopped myself. The mason was now quite stupid with sorrow. He was always a sullen and dogged fellow, but in his grief he set upon God and heaven at a very foul rate, which pleased me mightily. I kept my silence, but this reflection was rowling about my mind as I gazed at the little corse. He is pretty in death because he did not fear it. Then the father made to unbuckle his son's shoes, for I know not what purpose, but I led him away and spoke to him gently. At any rate, I said, give him leave to be buried where he fell, and according to custom, to which in his agony he assented. Then he began to spew soundly. And so all this was given to my purpose. There is a certain ridiculous maxim that the Church loves not blood, but this is nothing to the case, for the Eucharist must be mingled with blood. Thus had I found the sacrifice desired in the Spitalfields, and not at my own hands. I had killed 2 birds, as they say, and as I coached it from Whitechapel I rejoiced exceedingly. I am in the pit, but I have gone so deep that I can see the brightness of the stars at noon. Chapter 2. At noon they were approaching the church in Spitalfields. Their guide had stopped in front of its steps and was calling out, "Come on, come on!" Then she turned to face them, her left eyelid fluttering nervously as she spoke. "You have to use your imagination on a building like this. Do you see the decay? It should be lovely and clean, like the top." She pointed vaguely at the steeple, before bending down to brush some dirt or dust off the edge of her white raincoat. "What was that falling there?" one of the group asked, shielding his eyes with his right hand so that he might look more clearly at the sky around the church tower. But his voice was lost in the traffic noise, which had only momentarily subsided, the roar of the lorries as they were driven out of the market in front of the church, and the sound of the drills blasting into the surface of the commercial road a little further off, shook the whole area so that it seemed to quiver beneath their feet. The guide rubbed her fingers with a paper handkerchief before beckoning the group onwards. They hurried from the vicinity of the noise into the apparent chaos of streets and alleys beside the church, hardly noticing the people who stared at them incuriously. Then they stumbled into each other on the narrow pavement as their guide came suddenly to a halt, and in the relative quiet of this place adopted a more intimate tone. "Are there any Germans here?" And she went on without pausing for a reply. It was the great German poet Heine who said that London defies the imagination and breaks the heart. She looked down at her notes, and a murmur of voices could be heard from the houses closest to them. And yet there are other poets who have said of London that it contains something grand and everlasting. She glanced at her watch, and now the group could hear the other sounds of the street. The murmured voices were mixed with words from radio or television, and at the same time various kinds of music seemed to fill the street before ascending into the air above the roofs and chimneys. One song in particular could be heard coming from several shops and homes. It soared above the others before it, too, disappeared over the city. "If we take our stand here and look south," and she turned her back on them, "we will see where the great plague spread." Some children nearby were calling out to each other, so she raised her voice. "It's difficult to imagine, I suppose, but the disease carried off more than 7,000 people in this neighbourhood alone, as well as 116 sextons and grave-diggers." She had remembered her lines, and knew that it was at this point they would laugh. "And down there," she continued, cutting them off, "were the first houses." They peered in the direction to which she was pointing, and at first could see only the outline of a large office building, the cloudy surface of its mirror glass reflecting the tower of Spitalfields Church. The road was wet from a recent shower of rain, and it reflected the light which at midday radiated from the neon shop signs and from the interiors of offices and homes. The buildings themselves were variously coloured, in grey, light blue, orange, and dark green, and there were slogans or drawings daubed upon some of them. She could hear a train in the distance. "And where we are standing now would have been open fields where the dead and the dying came." And as they looked at the site of the plague fields, they saw only the images on the advertising hoardings which surrounded them. A modern city photographed at night with the words, "Have another before you go," glowing in the dark sky above it, an historical scene in washed-out sepia so that it resembled an illustration from an old volume of prints, and the enlarged face of a man smiling, although the building opposite this poster cast a deep shadow which cut off the right side of the face. "It has always been a very poor district," she was saying when a group of 4 children, whose cries and whistles had already been heard, marched between them. They ignored the strangers, and, looking straight ahead, chanted, "What are you looking for in the hole? A stone? What will you do with the stone? Sharpen a knife. What will you do with the knife? Cut off your head." They marched on, and then turned round to stare as the guide took her party forward, her enthusiasm now diminished as she tried to recall more facts about this neighbourhood. And if I can't remember any, she thought, I'll just have to invent them. And the streets around the Spitalfields church were soon filled with the children who had come tumbling and laughing out of school, shouting out nonsense words to each other, until a general cry of "Join in the ring! Join in the ring!" was taken up. And the question became, "Who's it?" until the answer was given, "You're it!" and a small boy was pushed into the centre of the ring, an old sock wound around his eyes, and he was spun 3 times on the spot. He kept very still and counted under his breath as the children danced around him and called out, "Dead man arise! Dead man arise!" Then quickly and unexpectedly he lunged forward with his arms held out in front of him, and the others ran away screaming with excitement and fear. Some of those in flight ran towards the church, but none of them would have dared to enter its grounds. Where now the boy Thomas, half crouched behind the small pyramid which had been erected at the same time as the church itself, was watching them. The late afternoon sun threw his shadow upon the rough, discoloured stone as he traced its hollows and striations with his finger, afraid to look directly at the children, and yet not wanting to miss any of their movements. Thomas could feel the pyramid quiver as the lorries turned roaring into the commercial road, sending clouds of dust into the air as they did so. He had once noticed with astonishment how above an open fire the air itself quivered, and now he always associated that movement with heat. The pyramid was too hot, even if he himself could not feel it. He jumped back from it and started to run towards the church, and as he approached its stone wall the noises of the external world were diminished, as if they were being muffled by the fabric of the building itself. The church changed its shape as he came closer to it. From a distance it was still the grand edifice which rose up among the congery of roads and alleys around Brick Lane and the market. It was the massive bulk which seemed to block off the ends of certain streets. It was the tower and spire which could be seen for more than 2 miles, and those who noticed it would point and say to their companions, "There is Spitalfields, and Whitechapel beside it." But as Thomas approached it now, it ceased to be one large building, and became a number of separate places, some warm, some cold or damp, and some in perpetual shadow. He knew every aspect of its exterior, each decaying buttress and each mossy corner, since it was here that on most days he came to sit. There were times when Thomas would climb the 15 steps and walk into the church itself. He would kneel in front of a small side altar with his hands shielding his eyes as if in prayer, and imagine the building of his own church. He constructed in turn the porch, the nave, the altar, the tower, but then always he lost his way in a fantastic sequence of rooms and stairs and chapels until he was obliged to begin again. These journeys into the interior of the church were rare, however, since he could not be sure that he would remain alone. The sound of footsteps at the back of the church, echoing in the half-light, made him tremble with fear. On one occasion he had been roused from his reverie by voices chanting in unison, "Take thy plague away from me. I am even consumed by the means of thy heavy hand, and I am falling, falling." And he had left the church quickly, not daring to glance at those who had so unexpectedly joined him. Yet outside he was once again alone and at peace. From the south wall of the church he could see an area which, although perhaps designed as a cemetery by the architect, was now merely a patch of ground with some trees, faded grass, and beside them the pyramid. From the east wall there was nothing to be seen except a gravel path which led to the entrance of an old tunnel. The place was now boarded up, and although the large grey stones of its entry suggested that it had been built at an early date, and might even be contemporaneous with the church itself, it had been used as an air raid shelter during the last war, and since that time had, like the church itself, decayed. Stories had accumulated around this house underground, as the local children called it. It was said that the tunnel led to a maze of passages which burrowed miles into the earth, and the children told each other stories about the ghosts and corpses which were still to be found somewhere within it. But Thomas, although he believed such things, always felt himself to be safe when he was crouched against the stone of the church itself, as he was now, after he had run from the pyramid and the sight of the playing children, and it was here that he tried to escape the memory of that day's events. He attended the local school, St. Catherine's. On charcoal-grey mornings he would sit at his desk and savour the sweet classroom smell of chalk and disinfectant, just as he enjoyed the distinctive odour of ink and of his own books. In history class, which was known to the children as the mystery lesson, for example, he liked to write down names or dates and watch the ink flow across the spacious white paper of his exercise book. But when the bell rang he would walk out into the asphalt schoolyard uncertain and alone. Among all the shrieking and shouting he would move surreptitiously from one group to another, or he would pretend to find something of interest by the walls and railings away from the other children. But if he could, he would always listen when they talked. So it was he learned that if you say the Lord's Prayer backwards, you can raise the devil. He learned also that if you see a dead animal, you must spit on it and repeat, "Fever, fever, stay away, don't come inside my bed today." He heard that a kiss takes a minute off your life, and that a black beetle crawling across your shoe means that one of your friends is about to die. All these things he stored up in his memory, for it seemed to him to be knowledge that he must possess in order to be like the others. They had somehow acquired it naturally, but he had to find it and then cherish it. For he was still eager to be with them and even to talk to them, and he did not mind showing that eagerness. On this particular afternoon 5 planes had passed in formation in the sky above the children, and they had pointed to them and chanted, "It's a war! It's a war!" And Thomas, too, joined in the excitement. He experienced no fear, but in the curious sense he felt protected as he jumped up and down, waving at the planes as they disappeared into the distance, and still shouting with the others. But then one boy came up to him and, with a smile, pinioned Thomas's arm behind his back, levering it upwards until he was forced to cry out in pain, and the boy whispered to him exultantly, "Are you going to be burnt or buried? Answer me! Are you going to be burnt or buried?" And eventually Thomas muttered, "Buried," and lowered his head. "Say it louder!" And he screamed out, "Buried!" before his tormentor would release him. The others had been alerted to the scene of Thomas's humiliation, and now began to crowd around him, singing, "Thomas Hill is no good. Chop him up for firewood. When he's dead, boil his head. Make it into gingerbread." He knew that he should not cry, but he stood in the centre of the schoolyard with the tears running down his face, and when they saw the tears, the children shouted, "Dry up and blow away," as his sobs were drowned by the roar of the planes once more flying overhead. Now he was crouched against the wall of the church in such a position that he was effectively hidden from the street. He gazed at the grass and trees which bordered this place, and as a leaf fell from one of the branches and drifted slowly to the ground, the vision of the afternoon's pain and humiliation disappeared. The pigeons made elaborate formations around and in front of Thomas, wings upon wings until their shapes were indistinct, and the rustling also comforted him. He turned his face to the sun, and the clouds made a patchwork of shadows upon his body. He looked up at them, and they seemed to be disappearing inside the church. And then he was climbing towards them, climbing the tower until the clouds hid him, climbing the tower as a voice called out, "Go on! Go on!" A wind started up, carrying the odours which suggest the end of summer, and as Thomas awoke he saw the sunlight leave the grass like an eye suddenly closed. He stood up, and as he walked away from the church the noises of the world returned. It was colder now, and when he entered the street he began running, slightly clumsily, as if he were aware of his own body as he ran. And there were some who glanced at him and thought, "Poor boy," as he hurried towards his home in Eagle Street, which is off Brick Lane. He was not the only visitor to the church that day. Two boys were standing at a place where three roads meet, Mermaid Alley, Tabernacle Close, and Balls Street, saying nothing but digging with their fingers into the mortar of an old wall which was already crumbling. One of them looked at the side of the church, rising up at the end of Tabernacle Close, and then punched his companion on the shoulder. "Do you want to go down the old tunnel?" "Do you? Do you? Do you? Do you?" And they continued this ritual incantation until they were beside the locked gates of the churchyard, from where they could see the entrance of the tunnel, boarded up with planks which were already rotten and half covered with foliage which was spreading over the curved roof. The two boys squeezed through the railings of the gates, and then, hanging on to each other, walked towards the abandoned tunnel which had been the source and inspiration for so many local stories. They knelt down at the entrance and knocked upon the planks as if they were banging on someone's front door. Both of them then began pulling at the wood, gingerly at first, but soon with more eagerness and ferocity. One piece came free, and then another, until there was space enough to enter. They sat down upon the ground and gazed at each other. "Are you going first? Are you? Are you? Are you?" Until one of them said, "You're bigger, you go first." This was unanswerable. They spat on their hands and touched their thumbs together before the older boy lowered himself through the entry they had made, and the other followed. They stood up in the dark portal and clutched each other in the manner of those who are in danger of falling. The first boy then tentatively began going down the steps, reaching out for his companion's hand as he did so, and as they descended the sound of their rapid breathing was quite audible in a place which was otherwise silent. When they reached the bottom, they paused until their eyes became accustomed to the darkness. A tunnel seemed to appear in front of them, although it was of incalculable length, and there were words or drawings on the stones above their heads. The older boy moved a little way into the passage, flattening his right palm against the side, although the wall itself was damp and cold, and after 6 or 7 steps he came to a room on the right. They peered in, hesitating while the deeper darkness swirled around them, and slowly there emerged in one corner the outline of a bundle of rags. The older boy started to make his way into this small room, when he thought he saw the rags heave and move. Something might have been turning in its sleep, and he screamed, stepping backward in his fright and knocking the smaller boy to the ground. Was there now a noise coming from within the room, or was it an echo of his scream? But both of them had already scrambled back to the stairs, and were escaping through the aperture they had made. They fell out of the tunnel, and then stood up in the shadow of the church, looking in each other's faces for signs of the fear which both of them felt, before running down the gravel path towards the gates and the streets beyond. "I fell over," the younger one said, when they were once more part of their own world. "I hurt my knee. Look." He sat down by the side of the road, and was sick in the gutter. "You can put some iodine on that," his friend told him, before turning away in the expectation that the other would follow, and the darkness grew like a tree. Thomas was now lying on his bed, and at the time when the two boys were escaping from the tunnel, he was making shadows against the wall with his hands. "Here is the church," he whispered to himself, "and here is the steeple. Open the doors, and where are the people?" Then he tired of this game and turned the page of his book. He and his mother lived in the upper 2 stories of the old house in Eagle Street. Beneath them was a dressmaking establishment owned by an Indian family. His father, a baker, had died 6 years before. Thomas remembered a man sitting at the kitchen table, taking up a knife to carve some meat, and then falling sideways with a smile upon his face, and his mother with a hand over her mouth. Now he heard the front door opening, and then his mother climbing the stairs. "Thomas," she called. "Are you in, Tommy?" There was a slight quaver in her voice the second time, as if the fact that he did not reply at once meant that in some way he had been harmed. The death of her husband had rendered her timorous. The ground was now made of the thinnest glass through which she could see the abysses beneath her, and she had communicated this fearfulness to her son, who always preferred to remain in his small attic room. During these long summer evenings he would lie on his bed and read, sometimes concealing himself beneath a light cotton sheet which lent the pages an even and gentle glow. As his mother was climbing the stairs, he was reading an historical romance for children entitled Dr. Faustus and Queen Elizabeth. He had just finished the chapter where the Virgin Queen had sent for the doctor after she had been informed of his magical powers, for she had been told by a wise man that, if she could unriddle the mystery of Stonehenge, she would bear a child. And so Faustus had sailed to England, only just escaping death as a dark whirlwind threatened to overwhelm his frail bark. And now they were walking together towards the great stones. "Faith," exclaimed the Queen with a rueful smile, "I wish I knew their dark mysteries." "Forsooth, do not disturb yourself, your Majesty," Faustus replied in an imposing manner. "I verily do believe that I can unriddle them." "Well, deuce take you if you cannot," she replied haughtily. And Thomas had read on quickly, hoping to reach the passage where the devil takes Faustus into the air and shows him the kingdoms of the world. He had another book beside him entitled Some English Martyrs. He had found it lying discarded at the back of the church, and the first of the stories he had read was of little St. Hugh, that he was a child of 10 years, the son of a widow. One Coppin, a heathen, enticed him to a ritual house underground, where he was tortured and scourged and finally strangled. Then his body was left there unknown for 7 days and 7 nights. Immediately Hugh's body was recovered from the pit. A blind woman was restored to sight by touching it and invoking the martyr. Other miracles followed. Thomas often gazed at the pictures of the martyrs in this book, with their flesh being carved out by laughing men. Their bodies were always thin and yellow, but their bowels were very red, and underneath each illustration there was a phrase in Gothic lettering, "Prophesy now, violent hands, devouring fire," and so on. His mother had stopped calling his name and was now climbing the second set of stairs to his room. For some reason he did not wish her to see him lying sprawled upon the bed, and so he jumped off it and sat on a chair beside the window. "How's my Tommy?" she said, hurrying towards him and then kissing him on the forehead. He flinched, turning his face away from her, and then pretended to watch something in the street outside in order to account for this gesture. "What are you thinking about, Tommy?" "Nothing." And then, after a pause, she added, "It's so cold in this room, isn't it?" But he hardly noticed the cold, and after she had gone downstairs in order to prepare the evening meal, he sat very still in his chair and let the shadows pass across his face. He could hear faint voices from the adjoining houses, and then the chiming of a clock and he heard also the rattle of plates and cups in other kitchens as his mother called for him to come down. He descended slowly, counting out the stairs so loudly that he might have been hurling abuse. He was shouting out different words as he entered the kitchen, but then stopped abruptly when he saw that his mother was engaged in her unequal battle against the world, a world which on this evening adopted the dimensions of the wooden chairs which fell down at her feet, the gas rings of the oven which refused to light, and the kettle that burned her fingers. Although growing within this little space, there was also, as he knew, his mother's fury at the house and neighbourhood in which she felt herself to be trapped. She had just dropped a packet of butter upon the floor and was running her fingers along the table as she stared at it, when she caught sight of her son standing in the doorway. "It's all right," she explained. "Mummy's just tired." Thomas bent down to pick up the butter and looked at her shoes and ankles as he did so. "Look at the dust in here," she was saying. "Just look at it." The sudden anger in her voice disturbed him, but as he stood up from the floor, he asked her in a dispassionate voice, "Where does dust come from?" "Oh, I don't know, Tommy. From the ground, probably." And as she said this, she looked round with increased distaste at the narrow kitchen, before realizing that her son was gazing at her and biting his lip in distress. "I don't know where it comes from, but I do know where it's going to," and she blew the dust from the table into the air, and both of them laughed before turning their attention to their food. They might have been in competition, for they ate ferociously and did not even glance at each other as quickly and silently they finished their meal. And then Thomas took the empty plates and carried them in silence to the sink, where he began running water over them. His mother gave a little burp, which he did not try to conceal, before asking him what he had done today. "Nothing." "You must have done something, Tommy. What happened at school?" "I told you I'd done nothing." He never chose to mention the church, since he preferred his mother to believe that he disliked the area as much as she did. At that moment the single bell chimed 7 o'clock. "It's that church again, isn't it?" He kept his back to her and did not reply. "I told you time and again." He let the water flow over his fingers. "I don't like you going there, what with that tunnel and all. It could cave in, and then where would you be?" For her, the church represented all that was dark and immutably dirty about the area, and she resented the fascination which it obviously held for her son. "Are you listening to me, young man?" And then, turning round to look at her, he said, "I think there's something inside that pyramid. It felt hot today. I'll make you feel hot if you go near it again." But she regretted the severity of her tone when she saw her son's anxious face. "It's not good for you to spend so much time on your own, Tommy." She lit a cigarette and blew the smoke towards the ceiling. "I wish she was more friendly with the other boys." He wanted to leave her now and go back to his room, but her dejected expression kept him back. "I had friends at your age, Tommy." "I know. I saw the pictures." He remembered the photograph of his mother as a young girl, her arm around a friend. Both of them had been dressed in white, and it seemed to Thomas to be a painting of a time infinitely remote, a time before he had been thought of. "Well, then," and a note of anxiety entered her voice again, "isn't there someone you want to play with?" "I don't know. I'll have to think about it." He examined the table, trying to puzzle out the secret of dust. "You think too much, Tommy. It's not good for you." Then she smiled at him. "Do you want to play a game?" She put out her cigarette with a quick movement and took him in her lap, rocking him backward and forward as she chanted a song which Thomas also knew by heart. "How many miles to Babylon? 80 miles and 10. Can I get there by candlelight? Yes, and back again." And she rocked him faster and faster until he felt dizzy and begged her to stop. He was sure that she would pull his arms out of their sockets, or that he would crash to the floor and be killed. But just as the game had reached its height, she let him down gently and, with a sudden and unexpected sigh, rose up to switch on the electric light. And all at once Thomas saw how dark it had become outside. "I think I'll go up now." She was looking out of the window at the empty street below. "Good night," she murmured. "Sleep tight." And then she turned round and embraced her son so tightly that he had to struggle to get free, while outside, as the amber street lights were illuminated, the local children were playing at catching each other's shadows. Thomas could not sleep that night, and he was filled with a growing sense of panic as the solitary bell of the Spitalfields church chimed the half-hour and the hour. Once again he contemplated the events in the schoolyard, and in the darkness he imagined other scenes of suffering and humiliation. How the same boys might lie in wait for him, how, when he passed, they would fall upon him and kick him, how he would not resist until he lay dead at their feet. He whispered their names: John Biscoe, Peter Duckett, Philip Wire, as if they were deities to be propitiated. Then he climbed from his bed and leaned out of the open window. From here he could see the silhouette of the church roof, and above it 7 or 8 stars. In his mind's eye he tried to draw a line between each star to see what complete figure it might make. But as he did so he felt a pressure on his cheek, as if an insect were crawling across it. He glanced down into Monmouth Street, beyond the shed where the coals were kept, and saw what seemed to be a figure in a dark coat looking up at him. It was winter now, and in the late days of October the children of Spitalfields made figures out of old clothes or newspapers and prepared them for the burning. But Thomas spent these evenings in his room, where he was constructing out of plywood and cardboard a model of a house. He used a small penknife to cut windows in its sides, and with his wooden ruler he laid out the plan of the rooms. Indeed, so great was his enthusiasm that the little building already resembled a labyrinth. And as he walked to the churchyard in the early afternoon, he was considering whether it was necessary to construct a basement. Would the model be complete without it, or would it not? He came to the south wall and sat down in the dust, settling against the corner of the buttress in order to reflect upon these matters, until he became aware of movement in front of him. He looked up in alarm and pressed himself closer against the great church, when he noticed a man and woman walking beneath the trees, which shook in the rising wind. They stopped. The man drank from a bottle before they both settled down upon the earth and lay beside each other. Thomas glared with contempt as they kissed, but when the man put his hand upon her skirt, he grew more watchful. He got up slowly from beside the buttress in order to lie on the ground closer to them, and by the time he had done so the man had taken the woman's breast from her fawn jacket and begun to feel it. Thomas caught his breath and started rocking himself on the ground in the same rhythm as the man's hand, which now worked up and down. He felt a large stone digging in his stomach as he lay sprawled upon the earth, but he was hardly aware of the discomfort as the man put his mouth to the woman's breast and kept it there. Thomas's throat was dry, and he swallowed several times to try and control his rising excitement. It seemed as if his limbs were growing, like those of a giant, and he was sure that at any moment something would burst from him. He might be sick, or he might cry out, and in his alarm he rose to his feet. The man saw his shape against the stone, and grabbing the bottle which was lying by the woman's side, hurled it at Thomas, who looked wildly around as it swung in an arc towards him. Then he ran to the back wall of the church, passing the entrance to the abandoned tunnel before he collided with a man who must have been standing there. Without looking up, the boy ran on. Pleading tiredness, he went to bed early that night, and as he lay in his dark room, he could hear the sounds of rockets and flares issuing from the neighbouring streets. He believed that he did not miss such things, but he lay face downward on his bed and put the pillow over his head so that he could not hear them. And once more he watched as the man and woman walked beneath the trees, and as they kissed, and now he was taking her breast into his mouth. He rocked upon his narrow bed, his body growing and growing, and he spread out his hands in horror as the ache turned into a stream which he entered, and which at the same time left him like blood coming from a wound. When eventually he came to rest, he stared dully at the wall. He did not want to move in case the blood poured from him and soaked the bed, and so he lay quite still in the darkness, wondering if he was about to die. Just then a rocket rose and exploded in the sky outside his window, and in its instantaneous white light the plywood model cast an intense shadow on the floor. He started up from his bed in alarm, and then stared down at himself. When he walked through the streets of Spitalfields on the following morning, the people whom he passed seemed to glance at him in curiosity or amazement, and he was sure that what he had done or felt had left some mark upon him. It would have been natural for him now to visit the church and sit beneath its walls, but he could not go back to the spot where he had seen the authors of his woes. He passed its entry 2 or 3 times, but then hurried back to Eagle Street with gathering excitement, and his mouth became dry when he entered his own room in order to fling himself down upon the bed. He lay quietly for a moment listening to his heart beating, and then started tossing up and down with a fierce rhythm. And then later he went downstairs to stoke up the fire, as his mother had asked him. He turned it around with his poker so that the new coals tumbled into the centre, and as they stirred and shifted in the heat, Thomas peered at them and imagined there the passages and caverns of hell, where those who burn are the same colour as the flame. Here was the church of Spitalfields glowing red-hot, and then in his exhaustion he fell asleep. It was his mother's voice which roused him, and in the first few seconds after waking he felt lost. A succession of bright days did not lift Thomas's spirits. The brightness disturbed him, and instinctively he sought the shadows which the winter sunlight casts. He felt at peace only in the hour before dawn, when the darkness seemed to give way slowly to a mist, and it was at this hour that he would wake and sit by his window. He had also taken to wandering. Sometimes he walked through the streets of London, repeating words or phrases under his breath, and he had found an old square by the Thames in which a sundial had been erected. At week-ends or in the early evenings he would sit here, contemplating the change which had come over his life, and in his extremity thinking of the past and of the future. Then one cold morning he woke and heard the screeching of a cat, although it might have been a human cry. He rose from his bed slowly and went to the window, but he could see nothing. He dressed quickly, combed his hair, and then walked quietly past his mother's bedroom. It was Saturday, and she had what she called a lie-in. There was a time when he would have crawled into her bed, and, as she slept, watched the dust stirring in the shafts of sunlight which entered her room, but now he crept down the stairs. He opened the door and crossed the threshold. As he went out into Eagle Street, the sound of his shoes on the frosted pavement echoed against the houses. Then he passed Monmouth Street and walked beside the church. He could see someone walking in front of him, and although it was not unusual in an area such as this for people to rise and go to their work early, Thomas slowed his pace so that he would not come too close. But as they both turned into Commercial Road, the figure ahead, who was wearing some kind of dark top-coat or overcoat, seemed to slow down also, although he gave no sign that he was aware of the 10-year-old boy behind him. Thomas stopped suddenly and pretended to look into the window of a record shop, although the bright posters and the glossy photographs shining in the neon light now seemed to him as strange as any objects brought up by a diver from the floor of the ocean. He kept himself unnaturally still as he stared at this display, but when, after a minute, he turned and walked on, the other seemed as close as before. Thomas went forward slowly, measuring pace by pace. He might have been engaged in that game where the feet must not touch the cracks in the pavement. or else, children say, you will break your mother's back, except that he never moved his eyes from the black coat of the figure in front of him. The sun was rising above the houses of Spitalfields, a dull red circle like a reptile's eye, and although the man seemed still to be walking forward, he was at the same time coming nearer. Thomas could see quite clearly his white hair, which curled over the collar of his black coat, and then the head turned slowly, and now the face smiles. Thomas cried aloud and ran diagonally across the street, away from what he had just seen. He was running back in the direction from which he had come, towards the church again, and as he ran he could hear the sound of footsteps chasing him, although, in truth, it might have been the echo of his own running steps. He turned the corner of Commercial Road, and then, not looking back, he ran down Tabernacle Close, at the end of which were the gates of the churchyard. He knew that he would be able to squeeze his body through the railings in a way that no adult could. As yet the figure in Commercial Road might not have turned the corner, and he might get into the church itself unobserved. As he pushed his way through the gates, he saw the entrance to the tunnel, and saw also that the planks which had been removed from its front had not yet been replaced. It was to this he ran, as to a place of refuge. He bent down, awkward and breathless, and scrambled through the damp entry. Once more he thought he heard movement behind him, and in his panic he sprang forward before his eyes had become accustomed to the darkness. He did not know that there were stairs in front of him, and he fell, twisting his leg beneath him as he tumbled down. The light from the opening of the tunnel, which he half glimpsed as he lay sprawled at the bottom of the steps, then disappeared. It was the odour of the passage which woke him, since it had crept into his mouth and formed a pool there. He was still lying where he had fallen, one leg tucked beneath his body. The floor of the passage was cold, and he could feel that coldness ascending into him. He seemed to have entered a world of profound silence, but as he raised his head to listen more acutely, straining every sense so that he might better understand his position, he could hear faint murmurs of wind or low voices, which might have come from the streets outside, or even from the tunnel itself. He tried to rise, but fell back upon the ground when the pain returned to his leg. He dared not touch it, but stared at it helplessly before leaning back against the damp wall and closing his eyes. Without thought he repeated some words which a boy had once chalked on the blackboard between lessons. "A lump of coal is better than nothing. Nothing is better than God. Therefore a lump of coal is better than God." And then he traced his own name with his finger on the cracked and broken floor. He had heard the children's stories about the house underground, but at this moment he felt no particular fear. He had been living in the dark world of his own anxieties, and no infliction of reality could seem more terrible than that. Now, in the dim, attenuated light, he saw the outlines of the passage ahead of him, and some letters inscribed on the curved roof above him. He turned his head, although it hurt him to do so, but the entrance through which he had come seemed to have disappeared, and he was no longer sure exactly where he was. He tried to move forward. He had heard many times from the adults as well as the children of the neighbourhood that there was one tunnel in this labyrinth which led straight into the church, and it was in this direction that he must surely try to go. He crawled back into the centre of the passage and raised himself on his arms, using his elbows for grip. He pulled his body after them, while all the time he kept his head up so that he might see what was in front of him. He was moving forward slowly when he thought he heard a sound, a scraping sound, at the end of the passage from which he had just come. He turned his head in terror, but there seemed to be nothing there. Thomas now felt hot despite the coldness of the air. He could sense the sweat running down his forehead and along the side of his nose, and he licked it off with his tongue as it swelled in drops upon his upper lip. The pain in his leg seemed to fluctuate with the beating of his heart, so he counted the sequence out loud, and then, at the sound of his own voice, he began to cry. He was crawling past small rooms or chambers just outside the range of his ordinary vision, and yet he tried to move softly so as not to disturb those who might dwell in this place. In his agony he forgot that he was still going forward, although his mouth was open and he was gulping for air. Then a change came over him. The pain in his leg disappeared, and he could feel the sweat drying upon his face. He stopped, shifting himself so that he was once more propped against the cold wall, and then in a clear, calm voice he began to sing a verse which he had learned many years before. "Build it up with bricks and mortar, bricks and mortar, bricks and mortar, build it up with bricks and mortar, my fair lady. Bricks and mortar will not stay, will not stay, will not stay, bricks and mortar will not stay, my fair lady." He sang this 3 times, and his voice echoed down the passages and rooms before fading away in the recesses of stone. He looked at his hands, which had become filthy from his exertions, and he spat on them before trying to wipe them clean on his trousers. Then, when he had forgotten about his hands, he examined the passage with great care, looking all around him with that interested expression children assume when they think that they are being watched. He ran his hand along the wall at each side of him, and just above his head, feeling the cracks and patches which had formed there. He clenched his fist and knocked upon the wall, which gave back a muffled sound, as if it might contain hollow spaces within itself. Then Thomas gave a great sigh, bowed his head, and fell asleep. He was walking out of the passage. Now he was through the upper door, and ahead of him was a white tower. Now he was standing upon the tower, and was poised to dive into the lake. But he was afraid, and his fear became a person. "Why have you come here?" she said. He turned his back upon her, and, as he looked down at the dust upon his shoes, cried, "I am a child of the earth." And then he was falling. When her son had not returned by tea-time, Mrs. Hill grew worried. She went up to his room several times, and on each occasion its emptiness disturbed her more. She picked up a book which had been left on a chair, and noticed how carefully her son had inscribed his name on the title page. Then she peered down at the model which he had been constructing, her face immediately above the miniature labyrinth. At last she left the room again, closing the door quietly behind her. She went downstairs slowly and sat in front of the fire, rocking herself to and fro as she imagined all of the harm he might have suffered. She could see him enticed into a car by a stranger. She could see him knocked down by a lorry in the road. She could see him falling into the Thames and being carried away by the tide. It was her instinctive belief, however, that if she dwelled upon such scenes in sufficient detail, she could prevent them from occurring. Anxiety was, for her, a form of prayer, and then she spoke his name aloud, as if she were able to conjure him into existence. But when she heard the bell of Spitalfields Church strike 7, she took her coat and prepared herself to walk to the police station. The nightmare she had always feared had now descended on her. She came out into the street, carelessly dropping her coat at the threshold, but then she turned suddenly and went into the shop beneath her flat. "Tommy's missing. Have you seen him?" she asked the slight, rather nervous Indian girl who was standing behind the counter. "The little boy, my son?" And the girl shook her head, her eyes wide at the sight of this distraught Englishwoman who had never entered the shop before. "No boy here," she said. "I'm very sorry." Then Mrs. Hill ran into Eagle Street, and the first person she passed was a neighbour. "Tommy's gone missing!" she shouted. "My Tommy's gone!" She moved on quickly, the woman following her in sympathy and also in curiosity. "Mrs. Hill's son has gone," she called out in turn to a young girl who was standing in a doorway. "Vanished!" And the girl, taking a quick look behind her into the house, went out to her as other women joined the procession following Mrs. Hill down Brick Lane. "It's this place," she called out to them. "I've always hated this place." She was half fainting now, and 2 of her neighbours caught up with her and helped her to walk. She turned round once only to look wildly at the tower of the church, but it was already quite dark as the small group of women approached the police station. When Thomas woke, he could no longer move forward. His leg was fixed beneath him and seemed now to have stiffened his entire body, for the slightest motion caused him pain. He stared at the wall ahead of him and noticed that the darkness was deeper where the stone had crumbled, and that the passage now smelt of damp cardboard, like the model which he had been building with the hands which now were so cold and white. He did not want to talk out loud, because his mother had always told him that it was the first sign of madness, but he wanted to make sure that he was still alive. With great pain and deliberation, he took out of his left-hand pocket a piece of chewing gum, now rolled into a dry ball, and a bus ticket. He read out the words upon it: London Transport 21549. This ticket is available from stage number indicated above and must be shown on demand, not transferable. And he knew that if the numbers on the ticket added up to 21, he would be lucky all month, but he did not seem able to count them at the moment. "My name is Thomas Hill," he said, "and I live at 6 Eagle Lane, Spitalfields." And he put his head upon his knees and wept. He was in his house again, and his father was leading him downstairs. "Have you got your ticket?" he was whispering to his son. "You need your ticket. You have a long way to go." "I thought you were dead, Dad." "No one is really dead," his father was saying, when Thomas woke, to find that the pain in his leg had gone, and that he no longer felt like crying. The piece of hard gum was still clenched in his hand, but when he placed it in his mouth, the juices of his stomach made him retch. "Don't mind the smell of the sick," his father was saying. "Get into bed now. You're up very late." The passage was brightly lit, and along its sides there were people lying or sitting. They were singing something in unison, although Thomas could only hear the last words which became the refrain. "If all things were eternal, and nothing their end bringing, if this should be, then how could we here make an end of singing?" They were smiling at him, and he walked towards them, arms outstretched so that they might keep him warm. But he was falling from the tower as someone cried, "Go on, go on!" And then the shadow came, and when he looked up, he saw the face above him. Chapter 3. The face above me then became a voice. "It is a dark morning, master, and after a fine moonshiny night it is terrible rainy." And I woke thinking, "Oh God, what will become of me?" "Open the curtains at the bed's feet, Nat," said I, smelling my stinking breath upon the sheets, "and give me air. Then light a candle quickly. I dreamed of a dark place last night." "And shall I shut the door, master, if I open the window?" He takes off my cap and lays me back upon the bed's head, all the while talking. "There is a little mouse warming itself within the fender," says he. "Now I have fed it some milk." This boy would feel sorry even for the stones I break. "Damn it, Nat, kill it," I told him, and he was stopped short in his puling discourse. "I am of your opinion," says he, after a pause. "Nat Elliot is my servant, a poor bewildered boy whom I keep out of pity. He has had the smallpox, which left him meek, and now he is afraid of every child and dog that looks at him. He blushes in company, or grows pale and out of countenance if anyone should notice him. So this, for me, who must live in a corner, is a proper creature. When he first came to me, he was afflicted with such a prodigious stammering that he was seldom able to pronounce one single word or syllable without great agitation and strange motions in the face, mouth, and tongue. But I used my art and stroked his face and cured him. Now, when he sits alone with me, he cannot give off gabbering. So, on this morning, when I am all over sensible of pain, he shaved my head, and since he had me at a stand, talked a mishmash of extravagances. "You did not eat anything last night, master," says he. "I know it from your breath that you have not. My mouse has eaten more than you." And then, remembering my words upon the mouse, he paused. "And have you," he goes on, "forgot what your mother taught you? Beef at noon, eggs at night, smile at the moon, for the body is right." "And I will give you another verse," says I. "I've ate eel pie, mother, make my bed soon, for I'm sick at heart and shall die before noon." Nat muses a while on this merry song, and then continues in his rushing fashion. "We must all eat, master, and when you were locked in your chamber last night, I know not why, and I do not ask, I had 2 pennyworth of beef and 1 pennyworth of pudding at the boiling cook's over the street yonder. That was the money I had laid by, so, you see, I am not such a child neither, and when the cook pressed me to taste another dish, I pushed him off with some words. 'Don't you come with that upon me,' I told him. 'Nat,' I said, 'leave off your idle twittle-twattle. You are maggoty-headed.' 'You're in the right,' he replies. 'You are in the right.' And he withdraws from me a little with downcast looks. I have not been out of my bed these 2 weeks, since I was seized on the street with such a fit of the gout that I could neither stand nor go. With the help of a chairman, I returned to my lodgings, and have lain since in my own sweat, like a drab. Thus I have a ganglio-form swelling below my left knee, which will soon become an encysted tumour, as usual in such cases. Also I have a black spot on the joint of the great toe of my left foot. The spot is as broad as a sixpence, and black as a hat. I know there is no remedy, for it is the way my humour is inclined. A rich state of blood, loaded with salts, sulphurs, and spirituous particles, must at length kindle up a certain fiery phosphorus, which nature exterminates in a fit of the gout. But it is like the gnawing of a dog and an actual flame at the same time, and a man cannot without horror think upon this fire got into his veins and preying upon his carcass. I called last week for a certain Rogers, an apothecary at the corner of Chancery Lane and Fleet Street, but when he walked into my chamber I saw he was a monkey, for if the language was learned, he who spoke it was ignorant. "Prepare for your master," says he solemnly to Nat. 4 oyster shells red-hot in cider." And Nat gazed at him in perplexity, as if he had been asked to tell the stars through the holes in his hat. "Then," says the monkey doctor, sitting at my bedside, "we must put blisters of cantharides upon the neck and feet." And Nat scratched himself like a weary man. "Raw vapours are imbibed," he continues, "through the pores, and assimilate some humour to themselves, so we must throw morbific matter upon the extremities, and this to relieve the whole by punishing a part." And I smiled as Nat sat down in a tremble. After I took his physic, I made water freely, and had a good stool every day. Both were fetid, the water full of clouds and very high-smelling. The monkey also instructed me to eat sprouts, broccoli, spinach, parsley, turnips, parsnips, celery, lettuce, cucumbers, and the like. This being done, I felt relief for 3 days, but I was only crawling out of the shambles for a while, and on the 4th day I could not rise from my bed because of my affliction. So now I lie by day and toss or rave by night, since the rattling and perpetual hum of the town deny me rest. Just as madness and frenzy are the vapours which rise from the lower faculties, so the chaos of the streets reaches up even to the very closet here, and I am whirled about by cries of "Knives to grind!" and "Here are your mouse-traps!" I was last night about to enter the shadow of rest, when a watchman, half-drunken, thumps at the door with his "Past 3 o'clock" and his "Rainy wet morning." and when at length I slipped into sleep, I had no sooner forgot my present distemper than I was plunged into a worse. I dreamed myself to be lying in a small place underground, like unto a grave, and my body was all broken while others sung. And there was a face that did so terrify me that I had like to have expired in my dream. Well, I will say no more. Since I am too ill to move out of door, I have written to Walter Pine, enclosing my instructions for the churches which are to be dispatched with haste, viz. Sir Chris will be with you next week by Tuesday or Wednesday, so pray get all our accounts in good order, and see that Sir Chris finds no confusion through the whole affair. You must also, Walter, copy over the great plan of our second church in Limehouse, and deliver it presently to the Commission. Do this on the scale of 10 feet in 1 inch, and put it in ink so far as you are certain of it, and write thus at the foot of the draft: the depth from east to west, or from A to C, is 113.5 feet. The length from north to south, or from E to F, is 154 feet. Let me hear from you, Walter, when you have done this, and I shall wait for your answer with impatience. And pray mind that the plumber performs his gutters well. And so farewell for now. The rest I omit, for many a bitter pill can be swallowed under a golden cover. I make no mention that in each of my churches I put a sign, so that he who sees the fabric may see also the shadow of the reality of which it is the pattern or figure. Thus, in the church of Limehouse, the 19 pillars in the aisles will represent the names of Baal Berith. The 7 pillars of the chapel will signify the chapters of his covenant. All those who wish to know more of this may take up Clavis Salomonis, Niceron's Thaumaturgus Opticus, where he speaks of line and distance, Cornelius Agrippa his De Occultia Philosophia, and Giordano Bruno his De Magia, and De Vinculis in Genere, where he speaks of hieroglyphs and the raising of the devils. You see there, Nat, for he has come slinking into my chamber as I write to Walter, you see the great iron chest by the window with 3 locks to it? Take this key and open it. What is in there, master? Says he. That must be locked up and bolted. His eyes revolved around the room, and I shoot out a laugh like a pudding in a bag. If you could but imagine the various postures his causeless fears place him in, you would be a great sharer with me in that laughter. It is only the paper to wrap up this letter, I told him, and you must go with it now to my office, and make haste. It is close by, you rogue, and I will expect you back again presently. My lodgings are in the house of Mrs. Best, a tailor's widow, in Bear Lane off Leicester Fields. It is an old decayed house, much like its owner, and for 10 shillings a week I have the 2 upper stories, a closet, a dining-room, and a bedchamber. Nat has his bed below, for I wish no one to be near me when I sleep. The mistress of the house is a clownish woman, a relict daubed thicker with paint than her skeleton is with flesh, so that she appears very much like a mausoleum. All her business is with scissors and toothpicks, tweezers, essences, pomatum, paints, pastes, and washes. She has so many patches upon her face that she may soon be pressed to death like the inhabitants of Newgate. On the first day of my present sickness, she was brought into my chamber by Nat, who knew not what to do for me. "Ah, Mr. Dyer," says she, "I see you suffer mightily from the gout, as it was with my husband of dear remembrance. You do not know the perpetual watchings, the numberless toils, the frequent risings in the night which Mr. Best brought me to." Then she busied herself about my bedside, and gave me, as she said, her best advice. "What lies in me," she whispered, "will be at your service." She rose to go, but turned like a dry leaf in a wind before reaching the door. "I could not forbear taking notice," she said, "that you are enamoured of the old books, And does this mean that you have the poets for recreation?" I lay back in pain, which she took for assent. "May I," she continued in a very familiar manner, "show you the product of my idle hours?" And with that she went down to her parlour and brought up with her again several epitaphs and elegies of her own composing. "Do you wish to hear Nat Elliot?" she asked my boy, feigning to be coy with me, and as he gaped up at her she spoke thus: "O blessed letters that combine in one all ages past, and make one live with all! Make us confer with those who now are gone, and the dead living unto council call." "There is a want of sense in that line," she mutters before continuing quickly. "By you the unborn shall have communion of what we feel and what does us befall." "Do you like?" said she, fetching a deep sigh as Nat wept like a tapster without good liquor. "You say true," he murmured. "You say true," and the relict gave a little satisfied grin. I was like to have hurled back at her, "'Twas not the muse but her strong beer that stung, her mouth being stopped, the words came through the bung." But I held my peace. I am not yet an ancient tenant, and cannot be merry with her in my fashion. "It is good fortune," Nat said, after she had departed, "to have such company. For what do we know that the poets may not teach us? And this mistress can spout well in rhyme. And why is it," he went on, "that rhyme touches my memory?" "Let it touch nothing," I told him, "or you will be a poor boy indeed." But Nat had already gone off in a dream. "Where were you, master," he asks, "before I was born and thought of?" "I was here and there," I answered, gazing out of the window. "But where were you in this city?" "I have had so many dwellings, Nat, that I know these streets as well as a strolling beggar. I was born in this nest of death and contagion, and now, as they say, I have learned to feather it. When first I was with Sir Chris, I found lodgings in Phoenix Street off Hog Lane, close by St. Giles and Tottenham Fields, and then in later times I was lodged at the corner of Queen Street and Thames Street, next to the Blue Posts in Cheapside." "It is still there," said Nat, starting up from his seat. "I have passed it." "In the time before the fire, Nat, most of the buildings in London were made of timber and plaster, and stones were so cheap that a man might have a cartload of them for 6pence or 7pence. But now, like the Egyptians, we are all for stone." And Nat broke in, "I am for stone." "The common sort of people gawp at the prodigious rate of building, and exclaim to each other, 'London is now another city,' or 'That house was not there yesterday,' or 'The situation of the streets is quite changed.' I contemn them when they say such things," Nat adds. "But this capital city of the world of affliction is still the capital of darkness, or the dungeon of man's desires. Still in the centre are no proper streets nor houses, but a wilderness of dirty rotten sheds, always tumbling or taking fire, with winding crooked passages, lakes of mire, and rills of stinking mud, as befits the smoky grove of Moloch." "I have heard of that, gentleman," says Nat, all of a quiver. "It is true that in what we call the out part there are numberless ranges of new buildings. In my old Black Eagle Street, Nat, tenements have been raised, and where my mother and father stared without understanding at their destroyer, 'Death!' he cried, 'new-built chambers swarm with life. But what a chaos and confusion is there! Mere fields of grass give way to crooked passages, and quiet lanes to smoking factors, and these new houses, commonly built by the London workmen, are often burning and frequently tumbling down.' 'I saw one,' says he, 'I saw one tumbling.' Thus London grows more monstrous, straggling, and out of all shape. In this hive of noise and ignorance, Nat, we are tied to the world as to a sensible carcass, and as we cross the stinking body we call out, 'What news?' or 'What's o'clock?' and thus do I pass my days a stranger to mankind. I'll not be a stander-by, but you will not see me pass among them in the world." "You will disquiet yourself, master," says Nat, coming towards me. "And what a world is it, of tricking and bartering, buying and selling, borrowing and lending, paying and receiving. When I walk among the piss and Sir Reverence of the streets, I hear, 'Money makes the old wife trot, money makes the mare to go.' And Nat adds, 'What words won't do, gold will.' What is their God but shining dirt? And to sing its devotions come the Westminster Hall whores, the Charing Cross whores, the Whitehall whores, the Channel Row whores, the Strand whores, the Fleet Street whores, the Temple Bar whores, and they are followed in the same catch by the ribbon weavers, the silver lace makers, the upholsterers, the cabinet makers, watermen, carmen, porters, plasterers, lightmen, footmen, shopkeepers, journeymen." And my voice grew faint through the curtain of my pain. Thus did I speak to Nat on the first day of my sickness, and thinking now on those workmen that I mentioned, I see them as they pass by me in the thoroughfare of my memory. Richard Vining, Jonathan Penny, Geoffrey Strode, Walter Merrick, John Duke, Thomas Stile, Joe Cragg. I speak these names into the air, and the tears run down my face, for I know not what reason. And now my thoughts are all suspended, and like a pilgrim moving into the glare of the sun, I am lost in the wastes of time. I was in the middle of this earnest business when Nat comes in, returned from delivering my letter to Walter, with his, "Will you drink a dish of tea with your bread and butter, or will you have a glass of ale?" He put me in such confusion that I would have dismissed him with a kick in the arse, and yet the particles of memory gather around me, and I am myself again. And so I may return from this digression to the narrative of my true history. I ought, in method, to have informed the reader a few pages ago of my life as a street boy after my strange converse with Mirabilis, and so I shall go back a little here to where I left off. "I will save you from ruin, little Faustus," he had said to me, and I have already imparted to you my reasons for staying with his assembly in Black Step Lane. For being a boy penniless and friendless, as I then was, the key to his door burned a hole in my breeches, as they say, until I employed it. For although my rambling mood was not yet extinguished, it was still my pleasure to study with Mirabilis when I so desired it. He did not press me to stay, nor did he so much as hint at it, and when the assembly arrived at dusk, I hastened into the streets and made myself a child of hazard. There was a band of little vagabonds who met by moonlight in the moorfields, and for a time I wandered with them. Most of them had been left as orphans in the plague, and out of the sight of constable or watch would call out to passers-by, "Lord bless you, give us a penny, or bestow a halfpenny on us." I still hear their voices in my head when I walk abroad in a crowd, and sometimes I am seized with trembling to think I may still be one of them. For I was then much like a glass-bottle house boy, dealing always in the street dirt. I slept in the days before winter in bulkheads and shop doors where I was known. I could not sleep in the house of Mirabilis, where the noises affrighted me, and in the winter, when the plague had abated and the streets were lighted again, I got into ash-holes, and was the very figure of a beggar boy, despicable and miserable to the last degree. Those in their snug bed-chambers may call the fears of night mere bugbears, but their minds have not pierced into the horror of the world which others who are adrift upon it know. So those who looked upon me in those past evil days shook their heads and cried, "Poor boy, or 'tis a pity," but they offered me no help and let me go. I did not make a noise then, but I laid up all these things in my heart, so that I was as well read in men as in books. "Truly," said Mirabilis, gazing at my rags, You are shipwrecked upon the Isle of Man, but do not be downcast. Read these books, study them well, and learn from me, and these Christian gentlemen who turn their faces from you will then be dust under your feet. When they are consumed in flame, the lords of the earth will do you no harm. And thus was I comforted, even though my portion did seem to be presently one of confinement and a jail. In this manner I lived from the months August until December, when, the plague almost ceased, my aunt, the sister of my mother, returned from the town of Watford, where she had travelled to escape the distemper. She began to make inquiries about me in the neighbourhood of Spitalfields, and, since I was now in the way of strolling abroad in the streets where I had played as a child, she soon became acquainted with my sad condition, and thereupon I was had into her house in Coleman Street. I was now near 14-year-old, and she was at a loss what to do with me, for, though she carried fair weather in her countenance, she was a perfect bundle of contradictions, and would no sooner hit upon a course than tack herself round and choose another. "Nick," says she to me, "fetch me that book, and yet let it alone too. But let me see it, however, and yet 'tis no great matter either." Her head was just like a squirrel's cage, and her mind was the squirrel that whirled it round. That I should be bound apprentice was her first consideration, but she wearied herself over the question whether it be to a bookseller, or toyman, or coachmaker. I kept my peace in this, understanding from Mirabilis that my fate was already determined, but my silence only kept this whirligig a-spinning. And then again, says she, "We might go back to the country, though perhaps it is not wise if there is no good company there, and yet I am all for quietness." Her reflections were soon at a stand, however, for I was only with my aunt for 2 months, when London was put into the oven and the fire burnt it. It would tire the reader should I dwell on the lamentable judgment, or God's terrible voice, as they called it, but I have laid by in memory how, when the sun looked red like blood as it peeped through the smoke, the people cried aloud to heaven, raked in the dung of their rotten hearts, and voiced abroad their inward filthiness. As the houses tumbled upon the streets with a great roaring noise, they cried out, "We are undone, we are great sinners," and the like. And yet as soon as the danger was past, they came back with their "Hey-ho, the devil is dead, eat, drink, and go merry to bed." Thus the sick confess to their contagion only when they are like to die of it, even though they carry their death with them everywhere. I saw one gentlewoman who was burned into a very emblem of mortality. Her face, legs, and feet were quite consumed to ashes. The trunk of her body was much burnt, but her heart, her filthy heart, was hanging like a coal in the midst of it. My aunt was in the last stages of uncertainty. "We shall certainly be burnt," says she, but she could not determine to remove herself and her goods to the open fields. She ran into the street, and then came back again. "It is a hot wind, Nick," she cries. "Does it blow this way? I think it does," she continues, without waiting for my answer, "but perhaps in a little while it might abate. The noise is frightful, and yet do I hear it lessen? Hang out your clothes," I told her, "and the wind will dry them," for I had no fear of the flames. They were not for me, as Mirabilis had prophesied, and the fire came to a stop at the lower end of Coleman Street, at which my aunt rejoiced exceedingly, and complimented herself upon her resolution. Little of the city remained save part of Bread and Bishopgate Street, all Leadenhall Street, and some of the adjacent lanes about Aldgate and Cretchet Friars. With the old houses of timber gone, new foundations could be laid, and it was for this reason that I soon came to stand upon my own legs. For I conceived a great fancy to become a mason, which occurred to me in the following fashion. I returned after the fire to the house of Mirabilis in Blackstep Lane, which had been saved from the flames, and, meeting there my good master, asked his counsel now that the city had been laid waste. "You will build," he replied, "and turn this paper-work house," by which he meant the meeting-place, "into a monument. Let stone be your god, and you will find God in the stone." Then he picked up his dark coat, and in the dusk of the evening departed away, whither I never saw him afterwards. But to make short this part of my discourse, my aunt, having no objection, and the trade much in need of fresh hands after the fire, I was put out as a mason's apprentice to one Richard Creed. He was recommended as a master capable of instructing me, and indeed he was a sober and honest man. My aunt could in no wise advance any money for me, and therefore it was agreed that I should be taken as an apprentice without money, on condition that I should serve for a while in his house in Ave Mary Lane, near Ludgate Street, and by St. Paul's Church, my master promising to teach me the art and mysteries of his trade, the which promise was fulfilled. And so 14 years of my life were run when I took my present course, and yet such is the power of memory that I am to this day troubled, and my dreams filled with concern, oftentimes imagining that I am still bound to my said master, and that my time will never be out. And it is true yet of time, though in quite another sense. Mr. Creed was a pretty learned man, and for the 2 years which I served in his house as a factotum, so much as apprentice, he very readily allowed me to use the library and his private closet. Here I read Vitruvius, his De Architectura, but newly translated, and I was moved exceedingly when I saw in its 9th book the pyramid of stone with the little cell at its top, and this inscription at the bottom of the page: "O pygmy man, how transient compared to stone!" And in Master Friat, his Parallel of Architecture, in a translation of Mr. Evelyn, I saw the engraving of a very ancient sepulchre, with pyramids beyond, buried in a wild and uncultivated place. That figure so impressed itself upon my mind that I have been in a manner walking towards it all my life. Then I peered into Wendell Dieterlin, his Architectura, and there were unveiled to me the several orders of the Tuscan, which is now mine own. I was then moved by its strangeness and awfulness. The obscured shapes, the shadows, and the massy openings so enchanted my spirit that, when looking on them, I imagined myself to be locked in some dark and enclosed space. The heaviness of stone did so oppress me that I was close to extinction, and I fancied that I could see in the engraver's lines the sides of demons, crumbled walls, and half-humane creatures rising from the dust. There was something that waited for me there, already in ruins. Thus did I learn of architecture, and, apprised that workmen could advance to the degree of architect in these times, I coveted that office for myself, to become the structorum princeps, as Mr. Evelyn has it, the ingenious artificer who must be learned in astrology and arithmetic, music no less than geometry, philosophy as well as optics, history no less than law, was my set purpose. But you cannot build out of books unless it be castles in the air, and I decided to step into the world for further information. I listened to the discourse of the workmen in my master's yard, next St. Paul's, on which he was then employed, and held them in conversation concerning matters of practice. I also sought occasions to visit the brick burnings in Whitechapel, and here I learned of the earth which lies beneath London. These and like matters I laid up in my head, for there was no knowing to what use they might come. My master, as I said, was set to work upon St. Paul's after the fire, but the first time that ever I saw Sir Chris Wren was in my 17th year, when I was working in the yard. Sir Chris walked in, and, though even then he was a person of the last importance, being both Surveyor-General and principal architect for rebuilding the whole city, I did not know his face. He had come into the yard to inquire after the new stone which had been promised, but my master being absent for a moment, Sir Chris talked in a familiar manner to the clerk who accompanied him. He pointed to some stone, saying, "This is not in good condition, it is mere rag. Do you see how the demand has debased the materials?" "That is a softer stone," says I, "and is about to be placed in shelter. But it is no rag, for, look, There are no flint beds nor clay holes near the face. Then he gave me one of his sharp looks. "Where is the Reigate stone?" he asks, for it was this which he had ordered. "I do not know why you wish for Reigate," I replied, thinking him a simple citizen, "for though you may be able to cut through it like wood, it takes in water. Good stone ought to defend itself by gathering a crust. The better stone," I went on, "is out of Oxfordshire, down the river from the quarries about Burford. But if you will wait for my master—" "No need of a master with such an apprentice," says Sir Chris, smiling at his clerk. Then, turning to me quickly, he asked, "Can you name stones?" and glanced at my hands to see what rough usage they had had in this trade. Willingly I expressed to him what I had already learned by rote. "Freestone," says I, "and also brick, rag, flint, marcasite, pibble, slate, tile, whetstone, touchstone, pumice, emery, alabaster." "Hold!" he exclaimed. "There is more method in you than in Vitruvius." "I take my method," I replied, "from Master Dieterling." "I don't remember the book was translated into English that you mentioned," says he, taking a step backward. "No," I answered, a little abashed, "but I have looked upon the pictures." At this time my master was come back into the yard, and Sir Chris, whom I still did not know, said easily to him, "Well, Dick Creed, here is a boy who will teach you some new tricks," and my master assured him that I was but a simple prentice. "Well," says Sir Chris again, "Master Palladio was a stonemason, and he was called Lapicida long before he was ever known as Architetto." And then he turned to me and tweaked me by the chin. "And what of roofs, young Architetto?" "As to roofs," I replied, "good oak is certainly the best, and next to oak, good yellow deal." Sir Chris laughed, and then paced around the yard before coming to rest with us again. "Can he read and write, Dick?" he asks, pointing at me, and my master says, "Like a scholar. So nature and art combine in one," he cries, and his clerk smiled, for it was an illusion. In a word, Sir Chris was much taken with me, and earnestly entreated my master that I should be released into his charge. To this my master readily agreed, as a token of his respect for Sir Chris, and no doubt with the expectation of being repaid in some other coin. And thus it was that I became Sir Chris his gentleman, and after that his clerk, until in later time I became clerk of the works, and now, as I am, assistant surveyor. And yet it was no easy road, for at once I was whirled into a multitude of business. "Read and approve these calculations for me," Sir Chris would say, and when he knew I was master of one art, he would lead me to another. By degrees I was so advanced in my employment that many of the dispatches concerned my business, viz., "Mr. Surveyor is also desired to send Mr. Dyer to visit the quarries in Kent, and bring an account of the rate of materials. Mr. Dyer also to inquire into the prices of brick, wainscot, timber, and other materials. Mr. Dyer to prepare a draft of the hospital in perspective by direction of Mr. Surveyor. Mr. Dyer to put the work of the sewers immediately in hand. Mr. Dyer to hasten the finishing of the plate of the ground plan." You may see from this catalogue that I engraved drafts for new intended buildings, and copied designs on paper, which tasks I performed with the utmost diffidence, since I had not been trained up in that direction. But when I left them with trembling hands upon his writing-table, in expectation of hard words, he merely glanced at them, and then wrote, "I do approve of this design, Chris Wren, Knight." He used to do his own exact measure at the beginning, but he was at last overcome by the multitude and weight of his own thoughts. I saw how he cooled little by little, and grew weary. Sometimes he became drunken after dusk, and sat in a stupor until I led him home. And when he had overwhelmed himself with other work, so that he could do no more in the office, I devised my own plans for the city edifices on which he was engaged, I toiled for every line till I sweated, and then when I asked him how he liked it, he said very well as far as he looked, but that he was so full of business that he had but little time to spare. But then he repented of his briskness, and guided me forward until I became a proper master. It was in these early years that Sir Chris, his endeavours, were all for St. Paul's, but lately reduced to ruins. There was scarce a course of stones laid over which he did not walk during the great construction, and I would follow him with a bundle of plans tucked beneath my arm. "See here, Nick," he would say, "unless we take care, these compass arches will not press uniformly." He would bite his under lip at this, but then, when anything pleased him well, he would cry, and clap me upon the shoulder. He would always climb to the uppermost heights of the scaffolding, and when I held myself back, for it is a dreadful thing to look down precipices, he would beckon me onward and laugh. Then, quite fresh still, he would descend to the ground and jump down into the foundations, to emerge bespattered all over with dust like a postilion. He was always agreeable with the workmen, and minded me to note their business for my own instruction, and so I watched the carpenters setting up scaffolds or making sheds and fences, the sawyers cutting timber, the labourers clearing away stones and rubbish, or wheeling up bags of lime to the mortar heaps, the masons sawing off stones or working and setting them, the plumbers laying pipes. Very soon I was constantly attending the work without Sir Chris. I alone was giving directions to the men, measuring all the masons' work. My old master, Mr. Creed, used to welcome me with a sally, keeping account of what stores were delivered to the storekeeper, taking care that the carpenters and labourers who worked by the day were employed as directed, and kept to their business. For it was very usual to see 10 men in a corner very busy about 2 men's work, taking much care that every one should have due proportion of the labour. One wonderful piece of difficulty for which the whole number had to perform was to drag along a stone of about 300 weight in a carriage in order to be hoisted upon the mouldings of the cupola. And yet I dared not speak harshly to them, for if you find never so just a fault with an English workman, he will reply, "Sir, I do not come hither to be taught my trade. I have served an apprenticeship and have wrought before now with gentlemen who have been satisfied with my work." And then, unless you soothed him, he would cast down his tools in a pother. I would instruct Sir Chris in what had passed, still glowing with rage and indignation, and he would say, "Poh, poh, all will be well, all will be well." And all manner of things shall be well, for now my gout is abated, and I am returned to the office where Walter is saying, "Why do you sigh?" I did not sigh, I told him. But then this thought presents itself to me. Do I make noises that I do not hear, and do I sigh when I look back on the years that have passed and which are so much like a dream? For when I was first with Sir Chris, I could not but wonder at the strange alteration in my life. From being a mere itinerant mendicant of a boy, it had all fallen out as Mirabilis had prophesied, and I doubted not but that he had in some way determined it. So I did not leave off my visitings to Blackstep Lane, though without Mirabilis the assembly were in a very poor state, and it fell to me to decipher his books, which I did willingly enough, now that I was come, as I supposed, to man's estate. In the meantime I said nothing of these matters to Sir Chris, who would have reviled me at a hard rate, and treated me as a mere Merry Andrew. He liked to destroy ancient things. Sad and wretched stuff, he called it, and he used to say that men are weary of the relics of antiquity. He spoke in their stead of sensible knowledge, of the experimental learning, and of real truths, but I took these for nothing but fopperies. "This is our time," said he, "and we must lay its foundations with our own hands." But when he used such words, I was seized with this reflection, and how do we conclude what time is our own? As it turned out, Sir Chris, his own persuasions were hurled against him, when it came to his notice that he was building St. Paul's Church upon an ancient ruin. For when we opened the ground next to the site of the north portico, some stones were found which, on further inspection, after digging down sufficiently and removing what earth lay in the way, appeared to be the walls and pavement of a temple. Close by was found a little altar, on hearing of which Sir Chris laughed and whispered to me, "Let us make a pilgrimage to the pit." On our arrival he heaved himself into the foundations, and there, rummaging among a great many old stones, he found an earthen lamp. "A very mean work," says he, and throws it back among the rubbish. Then the next morning the image of a god was dug out of the ground, being girt about with a serpent, and bearing a wand in his hand, the head and feet being broken off. "It brings to mind," Sir Chris told me, "an observation which Erasmus made, that on the day of St. Paul's conversion it was the custom in London to bring in procession to the church a wooden staff in which was cunningly wrought a snake or a serpent. What think you of that, Nick, since you always have your head stuck in old books?" And I said nothing, for who can speak of the mazes of the serpent to those who are not lost in them? But that some may see and understand an object, others merely neglecting it, you have an instance in Mr. John Barber, who would not stir from his bed at the Black Boy in Paternoster Row. He thought all the superficies of this terrestrial globe was made of thin and transparent glass, and that underneath there lay a multitude of serpents. He died laughing at the ignorance and folly of those who could not see the true foundations of the world. Thus I also dismiss the narrow conceptions of this generation of writers who speak with Sir Chris of a new restoration of learning, and who prattle something too idly on the new philosophy of experiment and demonstration. These are but poor particles of dust which will not bury the serpents. And so, while others were mouthing such fantastical and perishable trash, I kept to my study of the ancient architects, for the greatness of the ancients is infinitely superior to the moderns. It was my good fortune that in Sir Chris, his library, there was a great jumble of books which he had taken up and then tossed aside, so it was here that I examined Camden's Remains, and Lyell, his Saxon Monuments, Nicholas Cosin's De Symbolica Aegyptiorum Sapientia, and the Universal Kirche, his Oedipus Egyptiacus, in which he concludes that the obelisks are the tables of esoteric knowledge. And as I write this, Walter Pine takes an exact account from my direction of my historical pillar beside Limehouse Church. You may hear his pen scratch. In Kirche also I discovered plans of the pyramids, which gave demonstration of how the shadow is thrown by the obelisk across the desert land. And now Walter drops ink across his paper. Thus the subjects of my thought were the miraculous Memphitic pyramids, which the Egyptians erected to the memory of their gods, who were kings also. The summities of these artificial mountains were so high that from them, as from some august and terrible throne, they seemed to the people to be reigning after their death. "This plan is ruined from the stain," says Walter, but I make no answer to him. Thus, in Sir Chris, his library, I reflected upon these stupendous works, vast and of a manner colossal, and of the curious signs cut upon their stone. I gazed upon the shadows of fallen columns until my spirit itself became a very ruin, and so, as I proceeded further in my books, it was a surety that I studied part of myself. And Walter leaves the office now, muttering to himself, and walking to the river in order to clear his beating mind, and as I watch him I see myself once more in my youthful days when Sir Chris found me in his library. "Those who hasten to be wise, Nick," said he, looking in on me, "have sometimes lost their own wits. Get thee to a privy," I whispered to myself as he went away chuckling. One remarkable passage concerning our relations I was like to have forgot, which was our discourse in the shadow of Stonehenge. Sir Chris, who, as I said, confused antique with antic, was not inclined to make so hard a journey, it being more than 85 miles from London, but I persuaded him otherwise with an account of the stones. Some, by report, were of a lightish blue, with a glister as if mineral were amongst them, and some of them again were of a greyish colour and were speckled with dark green. He had a fancy to set such stones in the fabric of St. Paul's, since the quarries of Hasselborough and Chilmark were close to the border of the Salisbury plain, and the great quarry at Avebury not many miles distant. I put it into his head that we might discover more of the same curious stones there. I am no great traveller, having never been above 3 miles from London before, but I could not be appeased until I had seen this bowing place, this high place of worship. Master Sams believes it to be Phoenician. Master Camden thinks it belongs to the idol Marcolis, and Mr. Jones judges the structure to be a Roman work consecrated to Coelus. But I got its imagery by heart, as they say. The true God is to be venerated in obscure and fearful places, with horror in their approaches, and thus did our ancestors worship the daemon in the form of great stones. On the day of our journey I waited on Sir Chris at his house by the office. "Coming, coming," he calls out to me from above the stairhead. "I'm only seeking my ruffles," and I hear his quick steps echo through the bedchamber. Presently he is down like the wind, out the door, and into Whitehall, settling his wig as he goes. Then we coached it to the Standard in Cornhill, where the stage for the London to Land's End road waited. "What company have we for the coach?" he asks of a servant of the inn. "Two only, and both gentlemen," he replies. "I am pleased at this," Sir Chris says to us both, but he was not so pleased neither. When he rode in a London coach, one arm would be out of the coach on one side and the other on the other, but he was sore pressed for so much room on this journey. He took the place fronting to the coach-box and clapped his cloak-bag beneath his legs. "Well," says he, smiling civilly upon the company, "I hope no one will smoke tobacco, since my clerk here grows melancholy upon its vapours." And I dared not deny it, for who knows but it may be true. We passed along Cornhill, Cheapside, St. Paul's Churchyard, where Sir Chris leaned out of the coach, looking piercingly, Ludgate Hill, Fleet Street, the Strand, Haymarket, Piccadilly, where Sir Chris took out his linen and blew a piece of jelly from his nose into it, and then past the suburbs through Knightsbridge, Kensington, Hammersmith, Turnham Green, and Hounslow. The coachman was driving at full career, as is too usual with them, but Sir Chris says to me, with a look of inexpressible satisfaction, "You must acquire, Nick, the right knack of humouring the coach's motion." And then he smiled upon our fellow travellers again. At this point, crossing Baker Bridge with the powder mills on the right and the sword mills on the left, we were jolted almost to death by a number of large holes. "Don't spill us," Sir Chris calls up, and then he gets out his pocket-book for his own calculations, at which he continued until he slept. Thus on through Staines and across the Thames by means of a wooden bridge to Egham, and after an easy descent by the New England Inn on the left, we crossed over Bagshot Heath and came to Bew Wood and Bagshot. Sir Chris had now woken from his doze and was engaged in familiar conversation with one of the companions of our journey. He had taken off his wig and played with it on his lap as he talked, plucking at it as if it were a goose. He loved to act the schoolmaster with those unskilled in his arts, and since he did not so much as notice me as he continued with his discourse, I was able to fall into a sleep until he woke me with his, "Nick, Nick, we are come to a halt, we are come to a halt." We had arrived at Blackwater, a small place where we took air by an inn, and having need to shit, I used the house of office. Here it was agreed that we would stick for the night. Sir Chris was all for going on, but he saw that the journey had brought on me a small fever, since I sweat when I am away from home, Time is pressing," says he, "but nature presses on you more." He laughed then, and was inexpressibly merry after with the travellers at supper. When we climbed up to our chamber at last, I very weary, he scanned the "Observations and Rules for Guests" affixed to the wall. "Remember ye," says he, intoning the words as if they were mere foolishness, "that ye are in this world as in an inn, to tarry for a short space, and then to be gone hence. At night when you come to your inn, thank God for your preservation. Next morning pray for a good journey. We must be on our knees then, Nick," he goes on, "but I fear more from the lice in these beds than from the roads." "Then you must pray to the god of lice," I replied, and hurried down to the yard to vomit up my meal. On the next day we passed through Hartley Row, eventually descending to Basingstoke, and it was when we had reached Church Oakley that Sir Chris desired to set up a magnetical experiment in the coach. The other travellers being willing to observe his art, they tucked their shoes up beneath them to give him more room upon the floor. He took out the spherical compass from his cloak bag and produced like a conjurer a piece of plain board. The magnet was half immersed in the board till it was like a globe with the poles in the horizon, and he was about to bring on his steel filings, the others looking on transfixed, when of a sudden there was a terrific quake. Going fast over a bridge close to Whitchurch, the driver had turned short, and two of the horses were over the bridge. Only the wheel horse, hanging dead, was able to keep the coach from going over, as I lay tumbled on the floor with my fellows. Sir Chris, trying his agility to get out of the window, was like to have jumped into the river as I watched, but instead he dropped into the dust. I thought it to be a terrible fall, but he stood up with a good grace and looked puzzled at the ground. Then he seemed to have a need to make water, and unbuttoned his breeches in sight of us. One by one we escaped through the same window, and then were forced to sit in the cold till a team of horses could be sent from Whitchurch to pull the coach away from the bridge. That night we stopped at a wretched inn, where we were smirked at by the hostess. "You could not have prayed last night," said I, "as the observations recommended." "No," he replied, "and I have lost my compass as a penance for it." The latter part of our journey from the entrance of Wiltshire into Salisbury was very rough and abounded with jolts, the holes we were obliged to go through being very many, and some of them deep. And so it was with much relief that we left the coach at Salisbury and hired 2 horses for the road across the Avon to the Plain and Stonehenge. When we came to the edge of this sacred place, we tethered our horses to the posts provided, and then, with the sun direct above us, walked over the short grass, which, continually cropped by the flocks of sheep, seemed to spring us forward to the great stones. I stood back a little as Sir Chris walked on, and I considered the edifice with steadiness. There was nothing here to break the angles of sight, and as I gazed, I opened my mouth to cry out, but my cry was silent. I was struck by an ecstatic reverie in which all the surface of this place seemed to me stone, and the sky itself stone, and I became stone as I joined the earth which flew on like a stone through the firmament. And thus I stood until the caw of a crow roused me, and yet even the call of the black bird was an occasion for terror, since it was not of this time. I know not how long a period I had traversed in my mind, but Sir Chris was still within my sight when my eyes were cleared of mist. He was walking steadily towards the massy structure, and I rushed violently to catch him, for I greatly wished to enter the circle before him. I stopped him with a cry, and then ran on. "When crows caw more than ordinary," said I, when I came up to him, all out of breath, "we may expect rain." "Pish!" he replied. He stopped to tie his shoe, so then I flew ahead of him, and first reached the circle, which was the place of sacrifice, and I bowed down. "Master Jones says it is erected on the cubit measure," says Sir Chris, coming after me and taking out his pocket-book. "And do you see, Nick, its beautiful proportions?" "It is a huge and monstrous work," I answered, standing straight, "and it has been called the architecture of the devil." But he paid no heed to me. "They must have used tall trees for levers," he continued, squinting up at the stones, "or they discovered the art of ordering engines for the raising of weights." "Some said Merlin was the father," I replied, "and raised these stones by the hidden mysteries of magic." Sir Chris laughed at this, and sat upon the stone in the inner circle. "There is an old rhyme, Nick," says he, "which goes thus: This fame says Merlin to perfection brought, but fame said more than ever Merlin wrought." And he leaned forward with a smile. "You are sitting on the altar stone," I said, and he jumped up quickly like one bitten. "Do you see," I continued, "how it is of a harder stone and designed to resist fire?" "I see no scorch marks," he replied. But then he wandered among the other stones as I recalled another merry verse. "Will you wake him? No, not I, for if I do, he's sure to cry." When we were not close about each other, I could talk freely again, "For these are all places of sacrifice," I called out, "and these stones are the image of God raised in terror." And Sir Chris replied in a loud voice, "The mind of man is naturally subject to apprehensions." Upon this I told him that Peter de la Valle, in his late travels to the Indies, writes that at Ahmedabad there is a famous temple wherein there is no other image but a little column of stone named Mahadu, which in their language signifies the great God, and that there are such structures in Africa, being temples dedicated to Moloch. Even the Egyptian name obelisk, I said, means consecrated stone. And he answered, "Ah, Master Dyer, as the prophets say, the old men shall dream dreams, and the young men shall see visions, and you are young still." The sky was getting wonderful dark, with a strong wind which swirled around the edifice. "Do you see," I said, "how the architraves are so strangely set upon the heads of the upright stones that they seem to hang in the air?" But the wind took my words away from him as he crouched with his rule and crayon. "Geometry," he called out, "is the key to this majesty. If the proportions are right, I calculate that the inner part is an hexagonal figure raised upon the basis of 4 equilateral triangles." I went up to him, saying, "Some believe they are men metamorphosized into stone." But he paid no heed to me, and stood with his head flung back as he continued, "And you see, Nick, there is an exactment of placing them in regard to the heavens, for they are so arranged as to estimate the positions of the planets and the fixed stars, from which I believe they had magnetical compass boxes." Then the rain fell in great drops, and we sheltered beneath the lintel of one great stone as it turned from grey to blue and green with the moisture. And when I leaned my back against that stone, I felt in the fabric the labour and agony of those who erected it, the power of him who enthralled them, and the marks of eternity which had been placed there. I could hear the cries and voices of those long since gone, but I shut my ears to them, and, to keep away frenzy, stared at the moss which grew over the stone. "Consider this," I told Sir Chris. "The Memphitic Pyramid has stood about 3,200 years, which is not as long as this edifice. But it was 20 years in building, with 360,000 men continually working upon it. How many laboured here, and for how long?" And then I went on after a pause. "The base of the pyramid is the exact size and shape of Lincoln's Inn Fields, and I have sometimes in my mind's eye a pyramid rising above the stinking streets of London." The sky had cleared as I spoke. The clouds rolled away, and as the sun struck the ground I looked towards Sir Chris. But he seemed altered in feature. He had heard nothing of my matter, but sat leaning his head back upon the stone, pale as a cloth and disconsolate to a strange degree. "I lay no stress upon the thing called a dream," he said, "but I just now had a vision of my son dead." It was evening now, and as the sloping rays of the sun shone on the ground beyond the stones, we could easily distinguish the sepulchral tumuli which lie in great numbers around there, and this phrase occurred to me as I looked upon them: the banks where wild thyme blows. At the sight of the shadows which Stonehenge now cast upon the short grass, Sir Chris cleared up his countenance. "Well, you see, Nick," says he, "how these shadows on a known elevation to show the equal hours of the day. It is easy to frame the pillars that every day at such a time the shadows will seem to return," he continued, "and I am glad to say that logarithms is a wholly British art." And out pops his pocket-book again as we made our path towards our horses, which were quietly munching upon the grass. I shall subjoin as a corollary to the foregoing remarks that Sir Chris, his son, died of a convulsive fit in a foreign land, the which news we did not receive until several months after the events here related. And now these scenes return to me again, and though here in my office I am gone backward through time, and can see the countenance of Sir Chris as once it was in the shadow of Stonehenge, truly time is a vast den full of horror, round about which a serpent winds, and in the winding bites itself by the tail. Now is the hour, every part of an hour, every moment, which in its end does begin again, and never ceases to end, a beginning continuing, always ending. "I have that sentence now," says Walter, turning to face me. I glanced up, rubbing my eyes. "Then read it back to me, you... But he interrupts with his recitation. "The great tower at the west end of the church at Limehouse is advancing, though the masons have been in want of Portland stone, which has somewhat hindered its progress." "That is finely put," said I, smiling at him. "But go 1 inch further with this. There is nothing else in hand save the clearing of the earth and rubbish from under the vaults. Your honourable servant, Nicholas Dyer." "That is all?" "That is all." To explain this matter, and to wind up time so that I am returned to my present state, beside my church at Limehouse there had anciently been a great fen or morass, which had been a burying-place of Saxon times, with graves lined with chalk stones, and beneath them earlier tombs. Here my workmen have found urns and ivory pins once fastened to wooden shrouds, and beside them ashes and skulls. This was indeed a massive necropolis, but it has power still within it, for the ancient dead emit a certain material virtue that will come to inhere in the fabric of this new edifice. By day, my house of lime will catch and entangle all those who come near to it. By night, it will be one vast mound of shadow and mistiness, the effect of many ages before history. And yet I had hot and present work on hand, for I was in want of the sacrifice to consecrate this place. The observations of Mirabilis upon the rites, which I explained further back, are pertinent to this matter, but this only by the way. I have built my church in Hangman's Acre by Ropemaker's Field and Virgin Yard, near which ground lay a congregation of rogues or vagabonds who lived by the common sewer which runs into the Thames. This settlement of sturdy beggars or strolling men, whose clothes smell as rankly as Newgate or Tyburn, as their countenances speak of decay and sickness, was a source of contentment to me, for these counterfeit Egyptians, as they are called, are instances of vengeance and ill fortune, the church being their theatre where they may become objects for our meditation. It is common in speaking to them to give them the title of honest men, for they are indeed the children of the gods, and their catch goes thus: "Hang sorrow and cast away care, for the devil is bound to find us." They are so hardened in this sort of misery that they seek no other life. From beggaring they proceed to theft, and from theft to the gallows. They know all the arts of their dismal trade, and tune their voices to that pitch which will raise compassion with their "God bless you, master," and "May heaven reward you, master." "Do you have a halfpenny, a farthing, and broken crust?" they cry. to bestow upon him that is ready to perish? When I was a street boy and slept in holes and corners, I became acquainted with the miserable shifts of this life. In our great city there are whole fraternities of them living together, for even these forlorn wretches subsist with a sort of order and government among themselves. They are indeed as perfect a corporation as any company in England. One scours one street, as I observed at the time, and another, none interloping on the province, or walk, as they call it, that does not belong to them. They are a society in miniature, and will nurse up a brood of beggars from generation to generation, even until the world's end. And thus their place is by my church. They are the pattern of humane life, for others are but one step away from their condition, and they acknowledge that the beginning and end of all flesh is but torment and shadow. They are in the pit also, where they see the true face of God, which is like unto their own. I had gone to Limehouse in the afternoon to survey for myself the southwestern corner of the foundations, which was afflicted by too much dampness. I was musing upon this matter, taking a path towards the river, when I came close against the settlement of beggars, which consisted of as many ragged regiments as ever I saw mustered together. I walked a little way from them to get the stink from my nostrils, when I encountered by the side of a muddy ditch a sad and meagre fellow who kept his head upon his breast. When I stood beside him, my shadow stretching across his face, he looked up at me and muttered as if by rote, "Good, your worship, cast an eye of pity upon a poor decayed tradesman." He was reduced to the utmost extremity, wearing nothing but old shreds and patches, like a stall in rag fair. "What was your trade?" I asked him. "I was a printer in Bristol, master." "And you fell into debts and were forced to break?" "Alas," said he, "the disease that afflicts me is far different from what you conceive of it, and is such as you cannot see. My state is one of fearful guiltiness from which I can never break." I was much taken with his words, for he had come like a bird into my Limehouse, and I sat myself down beside him. "For a halfpenny," he continued, "I might read you the book of my life." And I assented. He was a little man, and had a high, quavering way of talk. His eyes could not look at me, and stared everywhere but in my face, and as I sat with my hand beneath my chin, he narrated his history in short, plain words, as if he had been reduced to the state of a mere child through his miseries, and this thought came to me as he spoke: need the sacrifice be a child, and not one who has become a child? This was his wandering life as he related it to me. He had set up in trade in Bristol, but pretty soon he became attached to brandy and strong water, and let his affairs slide. He remained continually at the tavern, where he was either drunk or engaged in a quarrel, and left all his business to his wife, who could not drive the trade. Thus he became insolvent, and his creditors, hearing of this, pressed upon him at so hard a rate that he was in great fear of being taken by the sergeant to the King's Bench. Though he knew of no warrant to apprehend him, nevertheless it was put into his mind to flee, so great are the bugbears that our own guiltiness creates, which of course he took, leaving his wife and children, who, bound to his estate, were summarily brought into the hazard. "And have you seen them since that time?" I asked him. "No," he replied, "I see them only in my mind's eye, and thus they haunt me." He was a poor wretch indeed, and a perfect figure of that necessity which puts a man to venture upon all manner of dangerous actions, suggests strange imaginations and desperate resolutions, the product of which is only disorder, confusion, shame, and ruin. As the great rise by degrees of greatness to the pitch of glory, so the miserable sink to the depth of their misery by a continued series of disasters. Yet it cannot be denied but most men owe not only their learning to their plenty, but likewise their virtue and their honesty. For how many thousands are there in the world in great reputation for their sober and just dealings with mankind, who, if they were put to their shifts, would soon lose their reputations and turn rogues and scoundrels. And yet we punish poverty as if it were a crime, and honour wealth as if it were a virtue. And so goes on the circle of things. Poverty begets sin, and sin begets punishment. As the rhyme has it, when once the tottering house begins to shrink, upon it comes all the weight by strange instinct. Thus it was with this sick monkey before me, waiting to be tied to the tree. I turned my face upon him after this recital of his woes, and whispered, "How are you called?"
"I'm called Ned."
"Well, go on, my Ned."
"And so, master, I became this poor dunghill you see before you."
"And why did you come here?"
"I am here I know not how, unless there be some lodestone in that new church yonder. In Bath I was brought to the brink of eternity. In Salisbury I was consumed to a mere skeleton. In Guildford I was given up for a dead man. Now I am here in Limehouse, and before this in the unlucky Isle of Dogs."
"And how are you?"
"I am mighty weary and sore in my feet, and could wish the earth might swallow me, master."
"And where will you go, if it be not under the earth?"
"Where can I go? If I leave here, I must come back."
"Why do you look so fearfully on me, Ned?"
"I have a swimming in the head, master. Last night I dreamed of riding and eating cream."
"You are very much a child."
"I have become so. Well, it is too late to be sorry."
"Do you mean there is no hope?"
"No, not any hope. No, I have no means of continuing."
"And will you make an end of it?"
"What end do I have but the gallows?"
"Well, if I were in your case, I would prefer self-murder to a hanging." At this he passionately flew out and said, "How can you?" But I put my finger to his cheek to still its motion, and his storm soon blew over. He was mine, and as I spoke my eyes were brisk and sparkling. "Better that you choose your own occasion, and not be the top whipped by ill fortune."
"Well, master, I understand you, and I know what you would have me do."
"I speak nothing, but let you speak."
"And I know nothing but what I suppose you would have me know, and yet I cannot do it."
"You cannot fear death for the pain of it, since you have endured more pain in life than you shall find in death."
"But then, what of the world to come, master?"
"You are past believing in the old wives' tales of divines and sermonizers, Ned. Your body is all of you, and when that's done, there's an end of it."
"And it is the end I have been seeking for this poor life. I am no thing now. I am undone."
The night was coming on, being within half an hour of sunset, and the light began to be dusky as I gave Ned my knife. "It grows cold," said he. "You will not be here so long," I replied, "that it will freeze you." We walked together towards the church, the workmen now being gone to their homes, and when Ned fell a-crying, I bid him keep on. He was so poor a bundle of humanity that his steps were but small and tottering, but at last I brought him to the brink of the foundations. Then, with his eyes wide and his arms across, one hand clasping the knife, he gazed upwards at my half-completed work as the rays of the sun lengthened and the stone grew dull. Then his gaze was fixed for a considerable time upon the ground, for he durst not stir from this life. He was as like to fall into a melancholy fit, but I had more mercury in my temper, and I guided his knife till he fell. I let slip, and ay me, as I crouched to see him in the darkness beneath the church. Then I rose from my knees in a dung sweat and burst out laughing, for indeed there would be no great miss of him. Yet I walked away at once, lest my case should be discovered to the watchman, and I hurried across Ropemaker's Field to the river-side. But as I did so, I was forced to pass the congregation of beggars who were sat beside small fires to fry their scraps of rottenness. They were ill-looking vermin, and even by their flickering lights I could see their unkempt hair, swarthy countenances, and long rusty beards swaddled up in rags. Some heads were covered with thrum caps, and others thrust into the tops of old stockings, so that, with their clothes of divers colours, they looked like nothing so much as ancient Britons. I wrapped my coat around me and hurried on, my nostrils filled with the scent of their reeking dunghills and puddles of piss. Some of them seemed elevated strangely, and danced about a pitiful fire in one corner of the field. They stomped and roared like those being whipped at Bridewell, but that their lashes came from strong liquor and forgetfulness. And as the wind gusted from the river, I heard snatches of their song, viz., "A wheel that turns, a wheel that turned ever, a wheel that turns and will leave turning never." I must have stood listening in a strange posture, for this band of rogues caught sight of me, and let out a loud bawling and calling to one another, and then a confused hurry of thought and dizziness came upon me, like a man often meets in a dream. I ran towards them with outstretched arms and cried, "Do you remember me? I will never, never leave thee. I will never, never leave thee." Chapter 4. And as the cry faded away, the noise of the traffic returned with increased clarity. The group of vagrants were standing in a corner of some derelict ground, where unwanted objects from the city had over the years been deposited. Broken bottles and unrecognizable pieces of metal were strewn over a wide area. Crabgrass and different varieties of tall ragweed partially obscured the shapes of abandoned or burnt-out cars, while rotting mattresses sank into the soil. A hoarding had been erected by the riverside. It was of a dark red colour, but from here the images were indistinct, and only the words, "Have another before you go," were still visible. Now, in the early summer, this forgotten area had the sweet, rank, dizzying odour of decay. The vagrants had started a fire, piling up the old rags and newspapers which they found lying beside them, and were now dancing around it, or rather they stumbled backwards and forwards with their fire as the wavering centre. They shouted out words in the air, but they were too deeply imbued in alcohol or meths to know either the time or the place in which they found themselves. A light rain fell across their faces as they stared upward from the turning earth. Some distance away from them, in a corner of the ground closest to the Thames, a solitary tramp was staring at the figure in the dark coat who was now walking away. "Do you remember me?" the tramp cried out. "You're the one, aren't you? I've seen you. I've watched you." The figure paused for a moment before hurrying on. Then the tramp's attention shifted, and forgetting all about the man, who had even now reached the river and stood with his back towards the city, he bent over once more and continued digging with his hands into the damp earth. Behind him the outline of the Limehouse church could be seen against the darkening sky. He gazed up at the building, with its massive but now crumbling and discoloured stone, and rubbed his neck with the palm of his right hand. "It's getting cold," he said. "I'm off. I've had enough of this. I'm cold." It was about half an hour before sunset, and although the other vagrants would stay by the fire until they dropped exhausted on the ground and slept where they fell, he started making his way to a derelict house, early Georgian in appearance, which stood at the corner of Narrow Street and Ropemaker's Field. This was an area in which there were many such dwellings, with their windows boarded up and their doors fastened with planks, but this particular place had been used for many years, and as such it was recognized and permitted by the police. The theory was that the employment of this one house prevented the vagrants from trying to enter the church or its crypt as a resting place, but in truth none of them would have ventured into St. Anne's. The tramp had reached Narrow Street when he paused, recalling with sudden ferocity the back of the man who had walked away from him towards the river, although he could not remember when precisely this event had occurred. He turned around quickly, and then, seeing nothing, with a slow step he walked into the house. The rain was being blown in as he entered the hallway, and he paused to look down at his cracked and gaping shoes. Then he examined the moisture on his hands before rubbing them against the wall. He peered into the ground-floor rooms to see if there were any faces he recognized as trouble. There were some who picked quarrels with anyone who came near them, and others who screamed or called out in the night. There had even been occasions when, in a place such as this, where tramps sheltered, one would get up in the middle of the night, kill another, and then go back to sleep again. 3 of them were already settled in the house. In the far corner of the largest room, a man and woman were lying against an old mattress. Both of them seemed old, except that time moves fast for vagrants, and they age quickly. In the middle of the room, a young man was frying something in a battered saucepan, holding it gingerly above the fire which he had lit on the cracked stone floor. "This is something, Ned," he said to the tramp who now entered the room. "This is really something, Neddo." Ned glanced into the saucepan and saw food of an olive colour sizzling in its own fat. The smell made him feel uneasy. "I'm off," he shouted at the young man, although they were only a few inches apart. "It's terrible rainy, Ned." "I'm not happy here. I'm off." But instead of going outside, he walked into the next room, which was used as a latrine. He pissed in a corner and then came back, glaring at the young man who was still bent over his fire. The old couple paid no attention to either of them. The woman had a dark brown bottle in one hand and waved it around as she continued with what seemed to be an interrupted conversation. "Dust! Just look at the dust," she was saying. "And you know where it comes from, don't you? Yes, you know." She turned her head sideways and glanced at her companion, who was bowed down with his head between his knees. Then she started singing in a low voice. "Shadows of the evening steal across the sky." But her words became confused, and she repeated sky or night several times before relapsing into silence. She stared out of the window's broken panes. "Now, look at those clouds there. I'm sure there's a face in there looking at me." She handed the bottle to her companion, who held it for a minute without bringing it to his lips. Then she grabbed it from him. "Thanks for the drink," he said, abashed. "Are you happy there?" "I have been happy, but I'm not happy now." And he lay down with his back to her. Ned had also settled himself into a corner, sighing as he did so. He put his hand into the right-hand pocket of his capacious coat, which he wore even in the heat of summer, and took out an envelope. He opened it and stared at the photograph which was inside. He cannot remember now if he had found it, or if it had always been his, and it was so creased that the image upon it was almost unrecognizable. It appeared, however, to be a picture of a child taken in front of a stone wall, with some trees set back on the right hand. The child had his arms straight down by his sides, with the palms outward, and his head was tilted slightly to the left. The expression upon his face was unclear, but Ned had come to the conclusion that this was a photograph of himself as a small boy. The bell of Limehouse Church rang as each of them in this house drifted into sleep, suddenly once more like children who, exhausted by the day's adventures, fall asleep quickly and carelessly. A solitary visitor watching them as they slept might wonder how it was that they had arrived at such a state, and might speculate about each stage of their journey towards it. When did he first start muttering to himself, and not realize that he was doing so? When did she first begin to shy away from others and seek the shadows? When did all of them come to understand that whatever hopes they might have had were foolish, and that life was something only to be endured? Those who wander are always objects of suspicion, and sometimes even of fear. The 4 people gathered in this house by the church had passed into a place, one might almost say a time, from which there was no return. The young man who had been bent over the fire had spent his life in a number of institutions, an orphanage, a juvenile home, and most recently a prison. The old woman, still clutching the brown bottle, was an alcoholic who had abandoned her husband and 2 children many years before. The old man had taken to wandering after the death of his wife in a fire which he believed at the time he might have prevented. And what of Ned, who was now muttering in his sleep? He had once worked as a printer in Bristol for a small firm which specialized in producing various forms of stationery. He enjoyed his work, but his temperament was a diffident one, and he found it difficult to speak to his colleagues. When in the course of the day he had to talk to them, he often stared at his hands or looked down at the floor as he did so. This had also been his position as a child. He had been brought up by elderly parents who seemed so distant from him that he rarely confided in them, and they would stare at him helplessly when he lay sobbing upon his bed. In the schoolyard he had not joined in the games of others, but had held himself back as if fearing injury. So he had been called a retiring boy. Now his workmates pitied him, although they tried not to show it, and it was generally arranged that he was given jobs which allowed him to work alone. The smell of ink and the steady rhythm of the press then induced in him a kind of peace. It was the peace he felt when he arrived early, at a time when he might be the only one to see the morning light as it filtered through the works, or to hear the sound of his footsteps echoing through the old stone building. At such moments he was forgetful of himself, and thus of others, until he heard their voices raised in argument or in greeting, and he would shrink into himself again. At other times he would stand slightly to one side and try to laugh at their jokes, but when they talked about sex he became uneasy and fell silent, for it seemed to him to be a fearful thing. He still remembered how the girls in the schoolyard used to chant, kiss me, if you can, I will put you in my pan. Kiss me, as you said, I will fry you till you're dead." And when he thought of sex, it was as of a process which could tear him limb from limb. He knew from his childhood reading that if he ran into the forest, there would be a creature lying in wait for him. Generally, after work, he left quickly and returned through the streets of Bristol to his room with its narrow bed and cracked mirror. It was cluttered with his parents' furniture, which to him now smelled of dust and death, and was quite without interest except for a variety of objects which gleamed on the mantelpiece. He was a collector, and at weekends he would search paths or fields for old coins and artifacts. The objects he discovered were not valuable, but he was drawn to their status as forgotten and discarded things. He had recently found, for example, an old spherical compass which he had placed at the centre of his collection. He stared at it in the evening, imagining those who in another time had used it to find their way. Thus he lived until his 24th year, when, on one evening in March, he agreed to go with his workmates to the local pub. He had not been able to concentrate on his work all that day. For some reason he had been experiencing a peculiar but unfocused excitement. His throat was dry, his stomach tightened into cramps, and when he spoke he confused his words. When he arrived in the saloon bar he wanted to drink some beer quickly, very quickly, and for a moment he had an image of his own body as a flame. "What'll you have? What'll you have?" he called out to the others, who looked at him astonished. But he was filled with good fellowship, and as he waited for his order he saw a discarded glass with some whisky still in it. Surreptitiously he drank it down before turning to his friends with a broad grin. The more he drank that evening, the more he talked. He took everything that was said with a terrible seriousness, and interrupted other conversations continually. "Let me explain," he was saying. "Try and see it my way for once." Certain thoughts and phrases which had occurred to him in the past, but which he had kept to himself, now acquired real significance, and he shouted them out in astonishment, even as he faintly sensed the incredulity and horror which he would later feel at his own behaviour. But this did not matter if at last he was about to create a vivid impression upon the others, and that need became all the more desperate when he was no longer able to distinguish their faces, and they had become moons which encircled him, and he left his own body in order to howl at them from a distance. "I shouldn't be here.
He was saying, "I shouldn't be telling you this. I stole money. I stole it from the firm. You know, when she puts the wages in the packets. I stole a lot, and they never found out. Never. You know I was in prison for stealing once." He looked around as if he were being hunted. "It's terrible there in a cell. I shouldn't be here. I'm a professional thief." He took hold of a glass, but it slipped out of his grasp and shattered as it hit the floor. Then he got up from his stool and swung blindly towards the door. It was early morning when he woke up, fully clothed, on his bed, and found himself staring at the ceiling with his arms rigid by his sides. At first he felt quite serene, since he was being borne aloft by the grey light approaching him in neat squares from the window. But then the memory of the previous evening struck him, and staring wildly around, he sprung up from the bed. He gnawed at his right hand as he tried to recall each event in order, but he saw only an image of himself as blood-red, his face contorted with rage, his body veering from side to side, and his voice magnified as if all the time he had been sitting alone in a darkened room. He concentrated on that darkness, and was able to glimpse the faces of the others, but they were stamped with horror or detestation. And then he remembered what he had said about theft and about prison. He got up and looked into the mirror, noticing for the first time that he had 2 large hairs growing between his eyebrows. Then he was sick in the small basin. Who was it that had spoken last night? He was walking around in circles, the smell of the old furniture suddenly very distinct. There was a newspaper in his hand, and he started reading it, paying particular attention to the headlines which seemed to be floating towards him, so that now a band of black print encircled his forehead. He was curled upon the bed, hugging his knees, when the next horror came upon him. Those who heard him last night would now have to report his theft, and his employer would call the police. He saw how the policeman took the telephone call at the station, how his name and address were spoken out loud, how he looked down at the floor as they led him away, how he was in the dock, forced to answer questions about himself, and now he was in a cell and had lost control of his own body. He was staring out of the window at the passing clouds when it occurred to him that he should write to his employer, explaining his drunkenness and confessing that he invented the story of theft. But who would believe him? It was always said that in drink there was truth, and perhaps it was true that he was a convicted thief. He began to sing. "One fine day in the middle of the night, 2 dead men got up to fight." And then he knew what was meant by madness. The terror began now. He heard a noise in the street outside his window, but when he stood up he turned his face to the wall. Everything in his life seemed to have led him towards this morning, and he had been foolish not to see the pattern taking shape ahead of him. He went to his wardrobe and inspected his clothes with interest, as if they belonged to some other person. And it was while he was sitting in his faded armchair, trying to remember how his mother had bent forward to caress him, that he realized he was late for work. But of course he could not go there again. In fact, his colleagues had realized that night how drunk he had become, and paid little or no attention to his conversation. His remarks about theft and prison were thought to be an example of a strange sense of humor, which he had never revealed to them before. At some hour his clock sounded its alarm, and he stared at it in horror. "My God!" he said aloud. "My God! My God!" And so the first day passed. On the second day he opened his window and looked about with curiosity. He realized that he had never properly noticed his street before, and he wanted to discover exactly what it was like. But it was like nothing, and he saw faces staring up at him. He shut the window quietly, waiting for his panic to subside. That night he talked in his sleep, finding the words for his bewilderment which he would never hear. And the second day passed. On the third day he found a letter which had been pushed under his door. He made a point of not looking at it, but then, in exasperation, he placed it under the mattress of his bed. It occurred to him now to draw the curtains as well, so that no one should suspect he was indoors.
Then he heard scuffling noises outside his room, and he shrank back in terror. A large dog or some other animal was trying to get in. But the noises stopped. On the fourth day he woke up realizing that he had been forgotten. He was free of the whole world, and the relief dazed him. He dressed quickly and went out into the street, pausing only to glance up at his own window before entering a pub where an old tramp with matted hair watched him intently. In his distress he picked up a paper and saw that he was reading an account of a robbery. He stood up quickly, overturning the small table at which he had been sitting, and walked out. Then he returned to his small room and addressed the furniture, which smelled now like his parents'. And the fourth day passed. That night he peered into the darkness, but could see nothing, and it seemed to him that his room, with all its familiar objects, had at last disappeared. The darkness had no beginning and no end. This is like death, he thought just before falling asleep, but the disease affecting me is one I cannot see. His terror became his companion. When it seemed to diminish or grow easier to bear, he forced himself to remember the details of what he had said and done, so that his fears returned, redoubled. His previous life, which had been without fear, he now dismissed as an illusion, since he had come to believe that only in fear could the truth be found. When he woke from sleep without anxiety, he asked himself, "What is wrong? What is missing?" And then his door opened slowly, and a child put its head around and gazed at him. "There are wheels," Ned thought, "wheels within wheels." The curtains were now always closed, for the sun horrified him. He was reminded of a film he had seen some time before, and how the brightness of the noonday light had struck the water where a man in danger of drowning was struggling for his life. He now sometimes dressed in the middle of the night, and took off his clothes in the late afternoon. He was no longer aware that he put on oddly matched shoes, or that he wore a jacket without a shirt beneath it. One morning he left his room early, and, to avoid being seen by the police, who he believed to be watching him, went out by the back entrance of the building. He found a shop several streets away, where he bought a small wristwatch, but on his return he became confused and lost his way. He arrived at his own street only by accident, and as he entered his room he said out loud, "Time flies when you're having fun." But everything seemed quite different to him now. By approaching his room from another direction, Ned at last realized that it had an independent existence, and that it no longer belonged to him. He put the wristwatch carefully on the mantelpiece, and took up the spherical compass. Then he opened the door and stepped over the threshold. As soon as he had left the room and walked into the air, he knew that he would never return, and for the first time his fears lifted. It was a spring morning, and when he walked into Sevendale Park he felt the breeze bringing back memories of a much earlier life, and he was at peace. He sat beneath a tree and looked up at its leaves in amazement. Where once he might have gazed at them and sensed there only the confusion of his own thoughts, now each leaf was so clear and distinct that he could see the lightly coloured veins which carried moisture and life. And he looked down at his own hand, which seemed translucent beside the bright grass. His head no longer ached, and as he lay upon the earth he could feel its warmth beneath him. The afternoon woke him with a shout. 2 children were playing a little way off, and they seemed to be calling out to him. He stood up, eagerly trying to catch their words, which had ended with something like, "All fall down," but when he walked towards them they ran away laughing and shouting, "Sam, Sam, the dirty man, washed his face in a frying pan." He felt hot suddenly, and then realized that he had put on his dark overcoat before leaving. Just as he was about to remove it, he saw that he was wearing a pajama jacket beneath it. He walked awkwardly to a wooden bench and sat there for the rest of the afternoon, as those who passed by cast nervous glances at him. Then at dusk he rose up and began walking away from the streets he had known as a child, following the curve of the long road which he knew would take him into the open fields. And this was how his life as a vagrant began. And how does it feel to go down into the water with your eyes wide open and your mouth gaping, so that you can see and taste every inch of the descent? At first he went hungry because he did not know how to beg, and when food was given to him he could not eat it. But as he moved towards London, he was taught the phrases of supplication he might use. In Keynsham he slept by the roadside until he learned that he must always look for the night's shelter before it became dark. In Bath he began to notice discarded cigarette ends and the other human refuse which he placed in the capacious pockets of his overcoat. By the time he had reached Salisbury, he had been instructed in the arts of other vagrants, and in his shreds and patches had at last come to resemble them as he crept across the short grass to Stonehenge. It was just after dawn, and a weak sun patted him on the head as he approached the stones. 2 cars were parked nearby, so Ned was cautious. He knew that the indifference which he encountered in cities could turn to anger or hostility in the open country. In fact, he thought he could hear the voices of 2 men. They were shouting and may have been engaged in an argument of some kind. But when he came closer to the monument, he could see no one. In relief, he scuffed his muddy shoes in the dew, and as he looked back he could see the trail he had left gleaming in the early light. Then he turned his head a second time, and the trail had faded. A crow called somewhere above him, and so frail was he now that a gust of wind blew him towards the circle. When he looked up, he saw that he was already beneath the stones, and they seemed about to fall upon his head. He bent over, covering his eyes, and there were voices swirling around him, among them his own father saying, "I had a vision of my son dead." He fell against a stone, and in his dream he was climbing the steps of a pyramid, from the summit of which he could see the smoking city until he was woken by the rain falling on his face. A slug had crawled over him as he lay upon the ground, leaving a silver thread across his coat. He rose to his feet, clutching at the damp stone as he did so, and then continued his journey under a dark sky. His body had become a companion which seemed always about to leave him. It had its own pains which moved him to pity, and its own particular movements which he tried hard to follow. He had learned from it how to keep his eyes down on the road, so that he could see no one, and how important it was never to look back, although there were times when memories of an earlier life filled him with grief, and he lay face down upon the grass until the sweet rank odour of the earth brought him to his senses. But slowly he forgot where it was he had come from, and what it was he was escaping. In Hartley Row he could find nowhere to sleep, and as he crossed a bridge to escape from the lights of the town, a car swerved to avoid him. He fell backwards against an iron handrail, and would have toppled into the river if he had not somehow found his balance. When the dust had cleared, he unbuttoned his trousers and, laughing, pissed by the roadside. The adventure exhilarated him, and he took the spherical compass out of his pocket, and, in an impulsive gesture, threw it in a wide arc away from him. But he had gone only a few yards along the same road when he retraced his steps to find it. At Church Oakley he contracted a slight fever, and as he lay sweating in an old barn, he could feel the lice swimming in the unaccustomed heat of his own body. At Blackwater he tried to enter a pub, but he was refused admission with shouts and curses. A young girl brought out some bread and cheese, but he was so weak that he vomited up the food in the yard. At Egham he was standing on a wooden bridge, staring down at the water, when he heard a voice behind him. "A travelling man, I see. I like to see a travelling man." Ned looked up, alarmed, and there, standing beside him, was an elderly man carrying a small suitcase. "We are all travellers," he was saying, "and God is our guide." He had his arms outstretched, palms outward, and as he smiled, Ned could see the slight protuberance of his false teeth. "So don't despair, never despair," and he looked wistfully down at the water. "Don't do it, my friend." He knelt down on the road and opened his suitcase, handing Ned a pamphlet which he stuffed into his pocket to use later as the material for a fire. "You will reach your destination, for God loves you." and he stood up with a grimace. For your sake he might let the sun turn back in its course, and let time itself travel backwards. He looked down at his trousers, and then brushed the dust off them. If he cared to, that is. Then, as Ned still said nothing, he looked towards the town. "Any chance of lodgings there, is there?" He walked on without waiting for a reply, as Ned, too, travelled forward through Bagshot and Baker Bridge until he reached the suburbs of the city. And after a few days he arrived in London, by way of the unlucky Isle of Dogs. He had heard that there was a hostel in Spitalfields, and although he was not clear in which direction he should travel, somehow he guided himself towards it. He had, after all, the old spherical compass still in his pocket, and so he found himself walking down Commercial Road, and perhaps he was also muttering to himself there, since a young boy ran away from him in obvious fright. His legs were stiff and his feet aching. He might have hoped that the earth would swallow him, but the sight of the church ahead of him drew him forward, since he had come to understand during his wanderings that churches offered protection for men and women like himself. And yet as soon as he reached the steps of the church and had sat down upon them, he was once more seized with apathy and with an aversion for any action or decision. With his head down, he gazed at the stone beneath his feet as the solitary bell tolled above him. Anyone who came upon him unawares might think he had been metamorphosized into stone, so still he seemed. But then he heard a rustling somewhere to his left, and looking up, he saw a man and woman lying with each other beneath some trees. A dog had once tried to mount him when he was walking through a field. He had hit it several times with a large stone until eventually it had run away, bloody and yelping. And now he was once again filled with the same rage as he screamed out incomprehensible words to the couple, who, on seeing him, sat up and stared without rising to their feet. A plane passed overhead, and at once his fury disappeared. He would have resumed his silent contemplation of the cracks and hollows in the stone beneath his feet if someone, alerted by the sudden screaming, had not been walking towards him from the street. The setting sun was in Ned's face, and he could not see clearly, but he assumed it was a policeman and prepared himself for the customary dialogue. The figure approached him slowly, not altering his pace, and now stood at the bottom of the steps looking up at him, and his shadow covered Ned as he asked his name. "My name is Ned." "Then tell me, Ned, where do you come from?" "I come from Bristol." "Bristol, is that so?" "So it seems," Ned said. "It seems you're a poor man now." "Now I am, but then I was in trade." "And so how did you come to be here?" the man asked him, reaching out to touch Ned's right cheek with his finger. "I don't know how I came to be here, to tell you the truth." "But do you know how you are?" "I'm weary, sir, very weary." "So where are you going to now, Ned?" He had forgotten that he had come to find the hostel. "I don't know," he answered. "Anywhere. One place is as good as another when you're roaming. I might go, and then again I might come back." "You're like a child, I see." "I might have become one, sir, but I'm nothing really." "That's sad, Ned. All that I can say is that's sad." "It's sad, to say the least." And Ned looked up at the darkening sky. "It's time, isn't it?" "It's certainly time," Ned said. "Time, I mean, for you to be on your way again. This is not the place for you." Ned remained silent for a moment. "And where shall I go to?" "There are other churches," he replied. "This one is not for you. Go towards the river." Ned watched the man, who pointed southward, and then walked slowly away. He got up suddenly cold, but as soon as he moved away from the church his weariness left him, and he went back in the direction from which he had come, along Commercial Road, across Whitechapel High Street, and then down towards the Thames and Limehouse, all the time rubbing the spherical compass in his pocket. This was an area haunted by other vagrants, most of them suspicious and solitary, and as he passed them he looked for those signs of degradation which tramps always recognize in each other. He wanted to see how much further he would have to fall now that he, too, had entered the great city. He stopped at Wapping by the corner of Swedenborg Court, and saw a church rise up beside the river. Was this the place which the figure had pointed to, saying, "There are other churches"? The experiences of the evening had left him wounded and alert, so that now he looked fearfully around. He could hear the sigh of the river upon the mud-flats and the confused murmur of the city behind him. He gazed up at the human faces in the clouds, then he looked down upon the ground and saw the small whirlwinds of dust raised by the breeze which came from the Thames, and brought with it also the sound of human voices. All of these things turned around him forever, and it seemed to Ned that it was no longer he who was watching and hearing them. It was someone other. He found that he was walking by the back of the Wapping church towards a park which adjoined it. Here also protection might be gained, and as he hurried past the blackened stones he caught sight of a small brick building in a far corner of the park. The place was now clearly abandoned, although, as Ned approached it, he could see the letters M.S.E.M.O.F. engraved above the portal. The others had no doubt been obliterated by time. He peered in cautiously, and when he was sure that no other tramp was using it as a shelter, he passed the threshold and sat down against the wall. At once he began to eat some bread and cheese which he had taken from his pocket, looking around ferociously as he did so. Then he began to examine the rubbish which had been left here. Most of it was familiar enough, but in one corner he found a discarded book with a white cover. He put out his hand to touch it, and for a moment drew back, since the cover seemed to be protected by a sticky wax. Then he picked it up and noticed that over the course of time the pages had curled and clung together, although when he shook them a photograph fell upon the ground. He gazed at it for a while, making out the features of a child, and then placed it in his pocket before he began painstakingly to separate the pages, smoothing each one down with his hand before he tried to read it. He concentrated on the words and symbols which were written here, but the print was now so smudged and overlaid that much of the book was quite unintelligible. He saw a triangle and a sign for the sun, but the letters beneath them were unfamiliar. Then Ned looked out, gazing at the church, thinking of nothing. There was a woman in the doorway, her clothes as patched and torn as Ned's own. She was patting her hair with the palm of her right hand and saying, "Do you want it? Come and get it if you want it." She was peering at him, and since he had said nothing in reply, she knelt down on the floor by the entrance. "I don't want it," he said, rubbing his eyes. "I don't want anything." "All you men want it. I've had experience of all types of men." And she laughed, throwing her head back so that Ned could see the wrinkles around her neck. "I don't want it," he repeated in a louder voice. "I've had them all." And she looked around the abandoned building. "Most of them in here. It's nice in here, isn't it? Snug." Ned started twisting a lock of his hair between two fingers so that it became as hard and as taut as wire. "Let's have a look at it," she said, craning her head towards him, and he flattened himself against the wall. "Look at what?" "You know what I mean. Every man's got one. Wee Willie Winky." "I've got nothing. I've got nothing for you." And he clutched the book he had been reading. She crawled towards him and put her hands down on the damp soil as if she were about to dig for something. Ned rose slowly to his feet, his back still against the wall, and he did not take his eyes from her face. "Come on," she whispered. "Give it to me." And then she made a lunge for his trousers. In panic, Ned put out his foot to stop her, but she grabbed it and tried to bring him down to the ground. "You're a powerful man," she said, "but I've got you." And then, with all his strength, he crashed the book down upon her head. This seemed to surprise her, for she let go of him and looked upwards as if the object had fallen from the skies. Then, very carefully and with a measure of dignity, she rose to her feet and stood by the entrance of the shelter, glaring at him. "What kind of man are you, anyway?" And she wiped her mouth with her arm. "Look at you, you pathetic object. They don't give you money out of charity, they give it you out of fear." And he looked at her wide-eyed. "Do you think they cared about you, you daft bugger? They just don't want you coming after them. They don't want to see you in the mirror when they look at their fat faces." "I don't know about that," he said. "They think you're mad, talking to yourself and all. It wouldn't take them long to go mad if they had you around. Oh, no, it wouldn't." And then she mimicked a high, quavering voice. "Pity me, oh, pity me. Can you spare me something for a cup of tea?" He looked down at himself as she went on. "Don't hurt me. I've suffered enough. I'm ugly. I'm smelly. Pity me." And then she gazed at him in triumph. She was about to say something else when she noticed the crumbs of the bread and cheese which Ned had been eating, and lifting up her skirts, she kicked her legs in the air as she sang, "When I was a little girl I lived by myself, and all the bread and cheese I got I laid upon the shelf." For a moment she too might have pitied him, but then she laughed, dusted down her skirt, and left without another word. Ned, still fighting for breath after the struggle, saw that he had ripped the binding of his book, and that the pages were now being carried by the wind across the park and towards the church. It was some evenings later when Ned, preparing his meal in the red brick shelter, heard a confused murmur of voices outside. At once he grew alarmed and crouched in a corner, but after a few moments he realized that the shouts and calls were not directed against him, but were coming from the far side of the little park. He peered out of the entrance and saw a group of children jumping and shrieking in a circle. 2 or 3 of them had sticks, which they were throwing at something in the middle, as their cries echoed against the walls of the church. Then Ned saw that they were surrounding a cat, which was hurling itself in fear against one child and then another, in order to break free, only to be caught and hauled back into the centre of the circle. It had scratched and bitten some of them, but the sight of their own blood seemed only to have provoked more frenzy in the children, who in their joy and fury were now smashing their sticks against the lean body of the animal. Their look of rage was terrible to Ned. He remembered it from his own childhood, which at this moment descended upon him again. And he knew that if they became aware he was watching them, their rage would soon be turned against him. It was not unusual for gangs of children to set upon a tramp and beat him senseless, shouting, "Bogey man," as they kicked or spat at him. He left the shelter and hurried down the small path which led into Wapping Wall, not daring to look back in case he should draw the children's glances upon him. He walked beside the river up to Limehouse, and the damp wind unsettled him. When he reached Shoulder of Mutton Alley, he could see an abandoned warehouse ahead of him, but in his haste to reach it he fell and gashed his leg against a piece of metal which had been left on the waste ground through which he now trod. He was tired, and yet when eventually he lay down inside the warehouse, he could not sleep. He looked down at himself, and suddenly, disgusted at what he saw, said out aloud, "You've dug your own grave, and now you must lie in it." He closed his eyes, and leaning his head against the rotten wood, he had a sudden vision of the world, cold, heavy, unendurable, like the awkward mass of his own body, as at last he slept. And the years have passed before he wakes now, after a night in the same warehouse beside the Thames, although during the night he had returned to Bristol and watched himself as a child. The years have passed, and he has remained in the city, so that now he has become tired and grey, and when he roamed through its streets he was bent forward as if searching the dust for lost objects. He knew the city's forgotten areas and the shadows which they cast, the cellars of ruined buildings, the small patches of grass or rough ground which are to be found between 2 large thoroughfares, the alleys in which Ned sought silence, and even the building sites where he might for one night creep into the foundations out of the rain and wind. Sometimes dogs would follow him. They liked his smell, which was of lost or forgotten things, and when he slept in a corner they licked his face or burrowed their noses into his ragged clothes. He no longer beat them off as once he had, but accepted their presence as natural, for the dog's city was very like his own. He was close to it always, following its smells, sometimes pressing his face against its buildings to feel their warmth, sometimes angrily chipping or cutting into its brick and stone surfaces. There were some places and streets where he did not venture, since he had learnt that others had claims there greater than his own, not the gangs of meths drinkers who lived in no place and no time, nor the growing number of the young who moved on restlessly across the face of the city, but vagrants like himself, who, despite the name which the world has given them, had ceased to wander and now associated themselves with one territory or province rather than another. All of them led solitary lives, hardly moving from their own warren of streets and buildings. It is not known whether they chose the area, or whether the area itself had called them and taken them in, but they had become the guardian spirits, as it were, of each place. Ned now knew some of their names. Watercress Joe, who haunted the streets by St. Mary Woolnoth; Black Sam, who lived and slept beside the commercial road between Whitechapel and Limehouse; Harry the Goblin, who was seen only by Spitalfields and Artillery Lane; Mad Frank, who walked continually through the streets of Bloomsbury; Italian Audrey, who was always to be found in the dockside area of Wapping. It was she who had visited Ned in his shelter many years before; and Alligator, who never moved from Greenwich. But, like Ned, they inhabited a world which only they could see. He sometimes sat on the same spot for hours at a time, until its contours and shadows were more real to him than the people who passed by. He knew the places where the unhappy came, and there was one street corner at a meeting of 3 roads where he had seen the figure of despair many times, the man with his feet and arms splayed out in front of him, the woman embracing his neck and weeping. He knew the places which had always been used for sex, and afterwards he could smell it on the stones, and he knew the places which death visited, for the stones carried that mark also. Those who passed in front of him scarcely noticed that he was there, although some might murmur to each other, "Poor man," or "Such a pity," before hurrying forward. And yet there was once a time, as he walked by the side of London Wall, when a man appeared in front of him and smiled. "Is it still hard for you?" he asked Ned.
"Hard? Now, there you're asking."
"Yes, I am asking. Is it still bad?"
"Well, I'll tell you, it's not so bad."
"Not so bad?"
"I've known worse, after all this time."
"What time was it, Ned, that we met before?" And the man moved closer to him so that Ned could see the dark weave of his coat, for he would not look into his face.
"What time is it now, sir?"
Now you're asking." The man laughed, and Ned looked down at the cracks in the pavement.
"Well," he said to this half-recognized stranger, "I'll just be on my way now."
"Don't be long, Ned, don't be long." And Ned walked away without looking back, and without remembering. As he had grown older in the city, his condition had become worse. Fatigue and listlessness now held him, as slowly all his expectations were lowered like a bird which falls silent when a cloth is placed over its cage. One night he had stood in front of an electrical showroom and had watched the same flickering images upon a row of television sets. The program, perhaps designed for children, showed some cartoon animals scampering across fields, gardens, and ravines. From their terrified expressions it was clear to Ned that they were trying to escape from something, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw a wolf blowing the chimney off a small house. Ned pressed his face against the glass front and mouthed the words as the wolf spoke them.
"I'll huff, and I'll puff, and I'll blow your house down."
All night these images swirled around his head, growing larger and more vivid until the sleeping figure was engulfed in them, and he woke the next morning bewildered at his own rage. He wandered through the streets crying, "Get lost! Just bugger off! Get lost!" But his voice was often drowned in the roar of the traffic. A few days later he began to scrutinize each person who passed him, in case there was one who might know or remember him, or who might even now come to his aid, and when he saw a young woman looking idly into the window of a watch repairer's, he glimpsed in her face all the warmth and pity which might once have protected him. He followed her as she walked down Leadenhall Street and up Cornhill, Poultry, and Cheapside towards St. Paul's. He would have called out to her, but as she turned the corner of Ave Maria Lane, she joined a crowd watching the demolition of some old houses. The ground shook under Ned's feet as he came after her, and instinctively he looked up at the gutted interiors of the houses. Their sinks and fireplaces were visible from the street as a great iron ball was swung against an exterior wall. The crowd cheered, and the air was filled with a fine debris which left a sour taste in Ned's mouth. In that instant he lost sight of her. He hurried forward towards St. Paul's, calling out for her as the dust belched out of the old houses behind him. It was after this that he entered what was known as the strange time. Exhaustion and malnutrition had weakened him to such an extent that even the taste of his own saliva made him retch. Cold and dampness entered his body so that he shook with a fever which would not abate. He was talking to himself now for most of the day. "Yes," he would say, "time is getting on, time is certainly getting on." And he would rise up from the ground, look around, and then sit down again. He had a curiously weaving and tentative walk, taking several steps backward and then pausing before moving forward again. "We don't want any rubbish round here," one policeman had said to him as he stood quite still in the middle of the yard, and Ned had waited, eager to hear more of this, before being pushed violently into the thoroughfare. Where now he heard words which fascinated him, for they seemed to be repeated in a certain pattern. On one day, for example, fire was a word which he heard frequently, and then on the next it was glass. He had a recurring vision in which he saw his own shape watching him from a distance, and then when sometimes he sat bewildered and alone, he glimpsed shadows and vague images of others who moved and talked strangely. "Like a book," he had said. And sometimes also it seemed as if these shadows recognized or knew Ned, for they would walk around and cast their eyes upon him as they did so, and he called out to them, "Pity me, do you have a farthing or a broken crust?" When he got up from the wooden floor, he was thirsty, and his throat was sore, as if he had cried out the same word over and over again. "And why should they pity me?" he thought as he walked away from the river. It was a cold grey morning, and Ned could smell the scent of burning rags or rubbish which came from the Tower Hamlets estate on his right side. He walked into the commercial road, and, raising his arm above his head so that it cast a slight shadow across his face, he could see Black Sam lying in the doorway of a betting shop. A heavy blanket was draped over his body, concealing his face and chest, but he had no shoes, and his naked feet protruded into the street. Ned walked across to him and sat down by his side. There was a half-empty bottle near him, and he reached over to take it. "Don't touch that," Black Sam muttered beneath his blanket. "Don't fucking do it." Then he removed the blanket, and they looked at each other without animosity. Ned's throat was still sore, and he could taste the blood in his mouth as he spoke. "Can you smell that burning, Sam? Something's burning somewhere." "It's the sun." "What about that sun?" And Sam reached for the bottle. "Now," Ned said, "now there's something." "It's a cold and dark morning without the sun, Ned. That's the truth of it." "It'll come," he murmured. "It'll come." A column of smoke rose up in front of them, and Ned glanced at it in alarm. "I'm not going to run," he said. "I've done nothing." Black Sam was whispering something to himself, and Ned leaned over eagerly to hear it. "It keeps on turning," he was saying. "It keeps on turning." Ned noticed a small stream of piss issuing from beneath the blanket and running across the pavement into the gutter. But then he raised his head just in time to see the cloud cover vanish from the earth, although the pillar of acrid smoke lent the sun a blood-red colour. "I don't know how long I'll be here," he said to Sam. "I'll go now, and then I'll come back." And he rose to his feet, steadied himself, and began walking to that patch of derelict land by the river where the vagrants danced around their fires. The bell of Limehouse Church was ringing when Ned woke up in the old house. The others, the old couple and the young man, were asleep, for it was still night, and so he rose cautiously. He left the room without thought, opened the door, and crossed the threshold into the street known as Rope-Maker Field. It was a clear, calm night, and as he looked up at the bright stars, he gave a deep sigh. He started walking towards the church itself, but weakness and lack of food now so wearied him that he was able to take only small and tottering steps. Then he stopped before the church, crossed his arms over his chest, and contemplated the futility of his life. He had come to the flight of steps which led down to the door of the crypt, and as he sensed the coldness which rose from them like a vapour, he heard a whisper which might have been, "I or me?" And then the shadow fell. Chapter 5. The shadow falls naturally here, since the clouds, though they be nothing but a mist flying high in the air, cast their shade upon the surface of the water. Learn how to do this in stone, and look you, Walter, I added, how the body of the water moves. All things flow even when they seem to stand still, as in the hands of clocks and the shadows of sundials. But Walter kept his hands in his breeches and squinted at the ground. The office was still within our sight, even as we stood by the Thames, and he looked uneasily towards it. I asked him the matter. "Do not trouble yourself," he replied. "I will know what is the matter," I told him. "Nothing is the matter. What should be the matter?" "You trouble me now, indeed, Walter Pine." "It is nothing," said he. "It is a trifle. It is not worth talking of." And I replied, "Do not put me off with such stuff as that." It was sad work to get the truth out of him, and he was as like to have held his tongue if I had not stood very high upon it and prevailed with him to answer. "They talk of you in the office," he said, and I grew pale, "and they tell me that you stuff my head with mildewed fancies and confused rules," and the sweat formed on my brow, "and they say that the ruins of antiquity lie too heavily upon you." I looked out over the river. "And they say that I must follow another master if I am to rise." I drew blood from my mouth, but stood quite still. My mind became like a blank, a paper unwritten. "And who are these who tell you so?" I asked at last, not looking at him. "They are those who profess themselves to have nothing but friendly intent towards me." And then I turned my eyes upon him and spoke. "You are a fool to believe any man your friend. You must trust no man, nor believe any one but such as you know will sin against their own interest to lie or betray you. I know this to be so, Walter." He withdrew from me a little at that, but then I laughed out loud at him. "These good friends are mere flies," I said, "who will feed on excrement or a honey-pot equally. I would rather my life was hid in obscurity than that my actions should be known to them, for the smaller their value of me, the more I am at liberty." But here I checked myself. Should I once begin to speak freely, I should blurt out all, and so hang myself. All this while Walter was gazing out at a wherry in which there was a common man laughing and making antic postures like an ape. "A merry fellow?" said I, to break Walter's mood. "No, not so merry," he answered. We walked back towards the office, and as we spoke with each other the wind blew our words in our faces, and once more I asked him, "Who are these who speak to you of me?" "They are known to you, sir." "They are known to me as villains," I replied, but I did not press Walter further on this matter. And yet I am not blind to those who work against me. Mr. Lee, the comptroller's clerk, as heavy and dull as an old usurer. Mr. Hayes, measuring surveyor, as changing and uneasy as a widow without a fortune, and one who emits his unquietness like a contagion. Mr. Colthouse, master carpenter, a silly, empty, morose fellow, who has as much conceit and as little reason for it as any man that I know. Mr. Newcombe, paymaster, who has but a low genius, and yet some of his remarks would make a body laugh at his folly. Mr. Vanbrugh, artificer, whose productions are but sad and undigested things like a sick man's dreams. These are all gingerbread fellows, mere tattlers, and I would as soon eat a dish of soup in a common ordinary as smile wildly in their company. But since I keep my time out of their dispose, therefore they contemn me. And Walter is saying, it is a foolish frenzy to care for praise. And the best things have the fewer admirers, I replied, because there are more dunces than able men. Consider the work of Mr. Vanbrugh, which is much cried up. When he tried to build the little church of Ripon, the cornices were so small that they could not weather the work or throw off the rain. Then the weight of this life fell upon me, and I could scarce speak. I went presently out of Scotland Yard into Whitehall. I walked to the chandlery, and then, to still my beating mind, I entered into the churchyard beside the abbey. I take delight in stalking along by myself on that dumb, silent ground, for if it be true that time is a wound, then it is one that the dead may heal. And when I rest my head upon the graves, I hear them speaking each to each. The grass above us, they say, is of a blue colour, but why do we still see it, and why are we not plucked out of the earth? I hear them whispering, the long dead, in Cripplegate, in Farringdon, in Cordwainer Street, and in Crutched Friars. They are packed close together like stones in the mortar, and I hear them speak of the city that holds them fast. And yet still I burn at Walter's recent words, as this thought comes to me. Why do the living still haunt me when I am among the dead? In rage at myself, I walked from the churchyard and went up into Charing Cross. I passed the Mews Yard, through Dirty Lane, and then walked down Castle Street towards my lodging. When I entered, Nat Elliot was cleaning some plates in the kitchen. "Lord, sir," says he, "are you back so soon?" And up he jumps from his stool to take off my boots. "There was a caller," he goes on, making a pease porridge of his words, "who desired me to acquaint you of his being here, and that he desired, if it might not be troublesome, that he might be admitted to you." Did he speak so plainly? But Nat paid no heed to my jest, and continued, "My master is not within, I told him, and is I know not where. He was very much of an ordinary man, and when he inquired your business, I said, I will not be pumped. I said, you mistake your fellow in me. He had mittens on his hands, and a fur cap on his head, master." So, I said, as I walked up to my chamber. We will see, we will see." Nat followed me, and taking up my cap, stands in front of me. "Do you know that this morning I went to buy a new one?" says he, for my cap was now frayed. "So when I stand looking outside the hat maker's by Golden Square, the tradesman's boy comes out to me, master, and says, well, he says, 'Do you see anything you like? For you look as if your pockets had but holes.' 'What's that to you?' says I. 'I have money to pay for anything I like, and I shan't be huffed at for looking. Do you know that saying, all that glisters is not gold?' And then I added again to him, 'No more, Nat,' I said, 'though you would slobber your fingers if you held your tongue.' And he looked down upon the ground. 'I'm sorry to have given you so much trouble,' he replied. Then he went away, but he crept back later when I called him, and read me to sleep. All was revealed on the next day, when I was by chance walking through Covent Garden. As I turned out of the piazza, on the right hand coming out of James Street, I was jogged in the elbow, and, looking at my neighbour, saw that it was one of my assembly from Blackstep Lane. I knew him as Joseph, a common man in cloth coat and speckled breeches. "I called for you," he whispered, "but your boy denied me." "I was not in the house. But why did you come for me there?" And I gave him a furious look. "You have not heard the news?" "What news?" I asked, shuddering. He was a man of uncouth and halting speech, but I pieced together his story as follows, viz., 2 days before, some report of our activities was spread abroad, and thereupon a riot was raised among the streets by our meeting-house, the people becoming very clamorous against it. There were 6 within the house, and, on hearing a confused noise approaching them, they first bolted the fore door, and then padlocked the back door, which was glazed, and began to fasten the shutters belonging to it. The mob then threw stones at the windows, and among them flint stones of such a size and weight as were enough to have killed any person they hit, which was their purpose. They likewise stopped those passing through Black Step Lane, robbed them of their hats, tore off their wigs, and buffeted them on suspicion that they were enthusiastics, their canting term. Joseph was one of these, and escaped scarcely with his life. The mob had now crowded into both lanes running each side of the house. A disease comes out in pus and runs so. And they forced the doors. There was no help for those inside but to give themselves up to the mercy of the mob, who showed none, but barbarously mangled them, hacking and hewing them, until there was no life left in their bodies. The house itself was quite destroyed. I was so confounded at this discourse that I could not answer a word, but put my hand across my face. "Be easy in your mind, sir," Joseph continued, "for your part is not discovered, and the dead cannot speak. The remainder of us are not known." This softened me a little, and I took him to the Red Gates, an ale-house near to the 7 Dials, where we sat from 6 till within 10:15, discoursing on these events, till by degrees I became quite calm. "It is an ill wind," etc., and in this extremity I was moved to fashion a new design which would bring all back into order and so protect me. For I had previously been at a loss how to conduct my own hot business without being discovered soon enough, since it had occurred to me that the labourers at Spitalfields and Limehouse might have suspicions against me. Now I pressed the man Joseph into my service, for, as I said to him, our work could not be hindered by the rages of the mob. Just as it was within my commission to raise more churches, so it was my fixed intention to build the sovereign temple on Black Step Lane. "And what of the sacrifices we must perform?" said he, smiling upon the company in the tavern. "You must do that for me," I answered. And then I added, "Pliny the eldest has an observation that nullum frequentius votum, no wish more frequent among men than the wish for death. And then, shall a man see God and live? And then, you may find all you need among the pickpocket boys in the moorfields." "Why then," says he, "here's a health to my arse," and he raised his pot. "This is agreed," I replied. When I left him it was a very dark night, and yet I stepped towards the Haymarket to entertain myself, there mixing with a crowd about 2 ballad singers who sang a mad catch in the glare of their lanterns. "For that he was some fiend from hell who stole, having for pride been burnt there to a coal, I could not tell where this foul thing should be, a succubus it did appear to me." And then they seemed to turn their faces to me, though they were quite blind, and I walked on into the night. It was my set purpose to rid myself of the workmen who were even then employed about my church in Wapping. They were wooden-headed fellows, but, as I suspected, they looked on me strangely and whispered behind my back. And so I wrote thus to the Commission: "Of the new church of Wapping, Stepney, called St. George's in the east, the foundations have been begun without that due consideration which is requisite, so that unless I take them up again, I am out of all hope that this design will succeed. I have no prejudice against the workmen, but that they are ignorant fellows. I have admonished them to the utmost of my power to perform the works according to the agreements, but notwithstanding, I have observed the mortar not altogether so well beat, and a vast quantity of Spanish has been mixed with the bricks, although the workmen pretend that there is no more than what is allowed by the commissioners. I therefore pray you to give me liberty to bring in my own workmen to build the said church at Wapping. I have examined and inquired into their abilities, and conceived that they are fit for the places desired, and have set their charge as before at 2 shillings per diem, all of which is humbly submitted, Nick Dyer. After this I awaited the issue, which was not long in coming favourable to me. The workmen were dismissed, and while the foundations were empty, Joseph did his work. The blood was spilled in its due time, and became, as it were, the wave on which my bark rose. Yet first it was necessary to conceal the course, and, with the reason that the foundations were so ill laid that I must needs take them up again without any delay, I worked with Joseph in this manner. I dug a hole of about 2 feet wide, in which I placed a little deal box containing 9 pounds of powder, and no more. A cane was fixed to the box with a quick match, as gunners call it, and reached from the box to the ground above. Along the ground was laid a train of powder, and after the hole was carefully closed up again with stones and mortar, I then lit the powder and watched the effect of the blow. This little quantity of powder lifted up the rubbish which had formed the foundations, and this it seemed to do somewhat leisurely, lifting visibly the whole weight about 9 inches, which, suddenly jumping down, made a great heap of ruins in that place where now the course lay quite buried. He had been a little pretty boy, about as tall as my knee, and but lately turned upon the streets to beg. These were my words to him: "Boys and girls, come out to play, the moon doth shine as bright as day." And these were his last words to me: "Dan, never do so no more. Pity I cannot, for I am not so weak, but it is not to be believed that he who holds the knife or the rope is without his own torment." My ink is very bad. It is thick at the bottom, but thin and waterish at the top, so that I must write according as I dip my pen. These memories become mere shortened phrases, dark at their beginning, but growing faint towards their end, and each separated so, one from another, that I am not all of a piece. Here, laying beside me, is my convex mirror, which I use for the art of perspective, and in my despair I look upon myself, but when I take it up I see that my right hand seems bigger than my head, and that my eyes are but glassy orbs. There are objects swimming at the circumference of the glass, and here I glimpse distended a clothes chest beneath the window, with the blue damask curtains blowing above it, a mahogany bureau beside the wall, and there the corner of my bed with its blankets and bolster. There is my elbow chair, its reflection curved beneath my own as I hold the mirror, and next to it my sideboard table with a brass tea-kettle, lamp, and stand. As my visual rays receive from the convex superficies a curved light, these real things become the surface of a dream. My eyes meet my eyes, but they are not my eyes, and I see my mouth opening as if to make a screaming sound. Now it has grown dark, and the mirror shows only the dusky light as it is reflected on the left side of my face. But the voice of Nat is raised in the kitchen below me, and coming back to myself, I place a candle in my lantern. And in this small circle of light I set down all exactly as it occurred. I must write of extreme things in the dismal night, for it was by Ratcliffe Dock that I built in trust to the dark powers, and above the filthy passages of Wapping, with its lanes and alleys of small tenements, my third church rises. Here all corruption and infection has its centre. In Rope Walk lived Mary Crumpton, the bloody midwife, who had 6 skeletons of children of several ages in her cellar. These skeletons are now to be seen at the Ben Jonson's Head near St. Bride's Church. The watch found 2 other children, also destroyed, lying in a hand-basket in the cellar, and looking like the carcasses of cats or dogs, their flesh eat with vermin. And this one Mary Crumpton averred that she had been moved and seduced by the devil, who appeared to her in humane form as she passed by Old Graville Lane. It was next to this place in Crab Court where Abraham Thornton carried out his murders and tortures. On the murder of the 2 young boys, he said upon oath that the devil put him upon it when an apparition came to him. The Black Boy Tavern in Red Maid Lane is also very unfortunate for homicides, and has seldom been tenanted. An old woman who last lodged there sat musing by her fire, and happened by accident to look behind her, and saw a dead corpse, to her thinking, lie extended upon the floor. It was just as a body should be, excepting that the foot of one leg was fixed on the ground, as it is in a bed when one lies with one knee up, as I lie now. She looked at it a long while, but on a sudden this melancholy spectacle vanished. It is held by common report that this was the apparition of a man murdered, but it is my belief that it was an ancient murderer returning to the spot of his old glory. Here in Angel Rents, next the Ratcliffe Highway, was Mr. Barrick barbarously killed, his throat being cut, the right side of his head opened, and his skull broke. I suppose it was done with a hammer or some such weapon. A tub woman that carries ale and beer to the private houses thereabouts heard the victim and his destroyer call out, and when I walk among these passages I hear such voices still. "How can you strike a sick man? You are a dead man. Oh, Christ, do not do it. Damn you! Are you not dead yet?" Echo by the river. The murderer was afterwards hanged in chains near the place of his crime. Thus it is called Redcliffe or Ratcliffe, the hanging dock opposite my church, where the bodies of the damned are washed by the water until they fall to bits from the effects of time. Many cry out, "Jesus, Maria, Jesus, Maria," as they go to their deaths, but there was one boy who killed his whole family in Bet Street, and was taken in chains to the dock to be hanged. When he saw the gibbet he laughed at first, but then he raved and cried for damnation. The mob could hardly forbear tearing him to pieces, and yet they knew that if they trod upon the same stones where malefactors are done to death, they would suffer a brief agony also. Destruction is like a snowball rolled down a hill, for its bulk increases by its own swiftness, and thus disorder spreads. When the woman named Maggot was hanged in chains by here, 100 were crushed to death in the tumult that came to stare upon her. And so, when the Cartesians and the new philosophers speak of their experiments, saying that they are serviceable to the quiet and peace of man's life, it is a great lie. There has been no quiet, and there will be no peace. The streets they walk in are ones in which children die daily or are hanged for stealing sixpence. They wish to lay a solid groundwork, or so they call it, for their vast pile of experiments, but the ground is filled with corses, rotten and rotting others. Be informed also that this good and savoury parish is the home of hectors, trepanners, biters, who all go under the general appellation of rooks. Here are all the jilts, cracks, prostitutes, night walkers, whores, linen lifters, who are like so many jakes, privies, houses of office, ordures, excrements, easements, and piles of surreverance. The whores of Ratcliffe Highway smell of tarpaulin and stinking cod, from their continual traffic with seamen's breeches. There are other such wretched objects about these ruined lanes, all of them lamentable instances of vengeance, and it is not strange, as some think, how they will haunt the same districts, and will not leave off their crimes until they are apprehended, for these streets are their theatre. Theft, whoredom, and homicide peep out of the very windows of their souls. Lying, perjury, fraud, impudence, and misery are stamped upon their very countenances, as now they walk within the shadow of my church. And in this world of corruption I had as like forgot the house for buggeronis next to the highway, where grave gentlemen dress in women's clothes, then patch and paint their faces. They assume the language as well as the shape of women, viz., "For God's sake, ladies, what do you mean to use a tender woman as I am with such barbarity? The cord is wound around its neck, and its body suspended by ropes. I come to make you a civil visit, and here you have prepared cords and cruel bands to bind me. The rods are laid upon its pale back. I beg of you to use me kindly, for you will find me a woman like yourselves. and it comes off with a great sigh, nature discharged. This puts me in mind of a story. There is an inn on the road between Whitechapel and Limehouse, where on one gusty evening a gentleman rode up and asked for lodgings. He took his supper with some other travellers, and astonished the company as much by the powers of his conversation as by the elegance of his manner. He was an orator, a poet, a painter, a musician, a lawyer, a divine, and the magic of his discourse kept the drowsy company awake long after their usual hour. At length, however, wearied nature could be charmed no more, but on observing the fatigue of the society, the stranger discovered manifest signs of uneasiness. He therefore gave new force to his spirits, but the departure of his guests could not be long delayed, and he was eventually conducted to his chamber. The remains of the company retired also, but they had scarce closed their eyes when the house was alarmed by the most terrible shrieks that were ever known. Frightened at what they heard, several of them rang their bells, and when the servants came, they declared that the horrid sounds proceeded from the stranger's chamber. Some of the gentlemen immediately arose to inquire into the extraordinary disturbance, and while they were dressing themselves for the purpose, deeper groans of despair and shriller shrieks of agony again astonished and terrified them. After knocking some time at the stranger's door, he answered them as one woken from sleep, declared he heard no noise, and desired he might not again be disturbed. Upon this, they returned to their chambers, and had scarce begun to communicate their sentiments to each other, when their converse was interrupted by a renewal of yells, screams, and shrieks, which once more they traced to the stranger's chamber, the door of which they instantly burst open, and found him upon his knees on his bed, in the act of scourging himself with the most unrelenting severity, his body streaming with blood. On their seizing his hand to stop the strokes, he begged them in the most ringing tone of voice that as an act of mercy they would retire, for the disturbance was now over. In the morning some of them went to his chamber, but he was not there, and on examining the bed they found it to be one gore of blood. Upon further inquiry, the servant said that the gentleman had come to the stable booted and spurred, desired his horse to be immediately saddled, and then rode at full speed towards London. The reader may wonder how I, who make no mention of my being there, should be able to relate this as of my own knowledge, but if he pleases to have patience, he will have entire satisfaction in that point. The night is now so cold that I must put my coat upon the bed to warm me, and I meditate upon what follows as if it were a dream. For was it not a dream to see Sir Chris, his hands steeped in blood up to the wrist bones, and then scratching his head until his wig was tainted with it? It was his filthy curiosity to pour in humane courses, and so to besmear himself that he might trace each nerve and all the private kingdom of veins and arteries. I remark on it in this place, after the history of the gentleman traveller, so that you may anatomize the mind of him who looks into that blood and corruption, and not only of him who whips it from himself and spills it upon a bed. Sir Chris was well known to those impanelled as coroners to be a man who understood the anatomical administration of the humane body by means of his geometrical and mechanical speculations, and one who showed such keen inclination to cut the fresh courses that he could be called upon in the ministration of their office. So it was that one day, when I was working with him, on the making of sewers at the west end of a church, a packet arrived with a messenger who desired an answer instantly. The letter saying that the corpse of a woman was even then lying in the gatehouse at Southwark Reach, having been taken from the river, and that if Sir Chris should bring his instruments, they would be much obliged to him. "Well, well," says he, "another body. I had been hoping for one." And then he asks the messenger what was the fatal stroke. "She drowned herself in the Thames, sir, or so it seems." "Good, good," Sir Chris goes on, hardly hearing this news. "But we have little time to prepare ourselves. Have you the stomach for it, Nick?" "It is not my stomach," I replied, and he laughed out loud, while the messenger looked on bemused. "Come then," says he, "we will cross the river and see about this affair. And so we walked straight to the wharf at Whitehall, where we hired an oarsman to take us over. And even though the rivermen set up their usual cacophony of Billingsgate abuse, Sir Chris was lost in the anticipation of his work. "Anatomy," says he, as the oaths fly about him, "is a noble art." "You shit-and-skulled son of a turd that has spit your brains in my face, who was begot in buggery, born in a house of office, delivered at the fundament." Just as, Nick, the body itself is a perfect piece of work from the hand of the omniscient architect. "You brandy-faced, bawdy son of a brimstone whore." Sir Chris listens for a moment to the riverman and then speaks once more. "Do you know that I have shown the geometric mechanics of rowing?" "Piss up my arse, buggeroni." "To be a vectis on a moving or sedent fulcrum. Every time you conjobble with your mother, may she beget a belly full of crab lice." And then he smiles upon our oarsman, saying, "He is a good gentleman." And the oarsman, on hearing this, shouts out to us, "Well, sirs, can you riddle me a riddle?" "Oh, yes," says Sir Chris. "Is it a rhyme?" And then the man sings, riddle, my ree, and tell me what my riddle shall be. Long, white, and slender, tickles maids where they are tender, lies where hair grows, and hath long slit under the nose." "Why," cries Sir Chris, "this is a bodkin." And the oarsman, looking sourly upon him, says, "You're right, sir." And Sir Chris, lying back and smiling, trails his finger in the water until we reach the other side. We coached it at once to the gatehouse, being only about a mile from where we landed, and thereupon the coroner took us into a small chamber where the naked body of the woman was to be seen. Sir Chris rapidly surveyed the corse. "She must have been a fine woman when she was dressed," he muttered, as he started work upon her with his surgeon's tools. "The Romans held it unlawful to look on the entrails," says he, as he cuts into the skin, "but now anatomy is a free and general practice. You see here, Nick," showing me the inside of the corse as he spoke, "you see the valve at the entrance of the gut colon, and here the milky veins and the lymphatic vessels." He looked up, his hands dangling and bloody, and I heard a roaring in my ears. "So we have discovered the art of transfusion of the blood from one living animal to another. It is of use," he continued, "in pleurisy, cancers, leprosies, ulcers, smallpox, dotage, and all such distempers." "There was a lady," I said, when Sir Chris had paused, "who, seeing hogs and other creatures cut up and their bowels taken out, tormented herself with the thought that she also carried about with her in her own body such stinking filth, as she called it, enclosed, upon which she conceived a sudden abhorrence, and hated her own body, so that she did not know what course to take to free herself from uncleanness." "Mere frenzy," Sir Chris replied. "See here, the body is still fresh, and what is this corruption you mention but the union and dissolution of little bodies or particles? Have you no sense, Nick?" I kept my peace, but I thought to myself, the merest rake hell has a finer philosophy. The coroner now returned into the room, having gone out for air, and asked Sir Chris his judgment on this poor girl, as he put it. "It was not self-murder," he replied, "and I am induced to believe that she was knocked down with a blow on her left ear from the large settlement of blood there," and he pointed to the head with his little hammer. "After she was felled to the ground by the blow, it is probable, with the gripe of a strong hand, that she was throttled, and this to be understood from the stagnation on both sides of her neck under her ears, and from the settlement of blood on her breast," he went on. "I am inclined to believe that the person who throttled her rested his arm on her breast to gripe the stronger. She is not long dead," he continued, "for although she was found floating upon the Thames, I find no water in the stomach, intestines, abdomens, lungs, or cavity of the thorax. She did not drown herself for shame, neither, since her uterus is perfectly free and empty." I surveyed the woman's face, flinching as my own body had felt the blow she endured, and then I saw what she had seen. "Well, madam," says her murderer, "I was walking here as I generally do. Will you not walk with me a little?" And I saw the first blow and suffered the first agony of her pain. He has taken a white cloth from his breeches, looks at it, then throws it upon the ground, and his hand goes around my throat. "You need not be afraid," he whispers, "you will be sure to get what you want." And now I feel the torrents of my own blood surging in my head. "And so ends your first anatomy lesson," says Sir Chris to me, "and be pleased to wait now till I have washed myself." Sir Chris was always strolling abroad to seek out fresh wonders, so filling his head that it had become a pure cabinet of curiosities. On one day he comes in after our work is complete. "Shall we see the 16-foot worm brought from a young gentleman, and now lying in a bottle at the house of Mr. Moore?" he asks. "Or shall we visit the demoniac new clapped up in Bedlam?" I advised him that the worm was smaller than the prodigy reported, having myself gone to observe it 2 days before, and since there is nothing finer in an idle hour than to make merry among the lunatics, I agreed to take that course and walk with him that way. We were admitted through the iron gate of Bedlam, and, having given sixpence, turned in through another barricado into the gallery of the men's apartments, where there was such a rattling of chains and drumming of doors that it made a body's head ache. The noise and roaring, the swearing and clamour, the stench and nastiness, and all the crowd of afflicted things to be seen there, joined together to make the place seem a very emblem of hell and a kind of entrance into it. We walked through with linen pressed against our nostrils, and Sir Chris gave his bright glances all around at this assembly of deranged creatures. Some of the mad who peeped through their wickets were indeed known to him, for he had set them down in his pocket-book before, and when one maggoty-brained fellow called out, "Masters! Masters!" Sir Chris murmured to me, "Do not turn back, but go on a little and see the conclusion of his cries." For there were others who, on hearing him, went back to hear what he had to say, and when they came close to his wicket, he provided them all with a plentiful bowl of piss, which he cast very successfully amongst them, singing out, "I never give victuals, but I give drink, and you're welcome, gentlemen." "He is a merry fellow," said Sir Chris with a laugh. Then, as we passed down this passage, we were knocked against certain women of the town, who gave us eye language, since there were many corners and closets in Bedlam where they would stop and wait for custom. Indeed, it was known as a sure market for lechers and loiterers, for though they came in single, they went out by pairs. "This is a showing-room for whores," I said. "But what better place for lust," Sir Chris replied, "than among those whose wits have fled?" The singing and ranting now grew so loud that Sir Chris said no more to me, but motioned me towards the gate which led into the gallery of the women's apartments. Here we discovered some more unhappy objects, viz., a woman who stood with her back against the wall, crying, "Come, John! Come, John! Come, John!" I believe that to be her son, who is dead, Sir Chris told me, while another was tearing her straw in piecemeal, swearing and blaspheming, and biting her grate. There was yet another talking very merrily at her peeping-hole, but when we came near her, she was saying, "Bread was good with cheese, and cheese was good with bread, and bread and cheese were good together." Sir Chris bent down to listen to her, and said, quite so," before the stink sent us away from her cell. We went back into the men's apartments, where there were others raving of ships that may fly and silvered creatures upon the moon. Their stories seem to have neither head nor tail to them, Sir Chris told me, but there is a grammar in them if I could but puzzle it out. "This is a mad age," I replied, "and there are many fitter for Bedlam than these here confined to a chain or a dark room." A sad reflection, Nick. And what little purpose have we to glory in our reason, I continued, when the brain may so suddenly be disordered? Well, that may be, said he hurriedly. But where is our new demoniac? And he walked up to a jailer who he knew by sight, and begins to converse with him. Then he wags his fingers at me to come forward. The man is locked away from the spectators, he told me when I came up to him. But we are at liberty to see him if we so please. This placed me in some fear and confusion, and I must have turned pale or seemed uneasy, for Sir Chris clapped me on the shoulder, saying, "He cannot hurt you, Nick. He is in chains. Come, we will visit the man for a minute only." And so the jailer led us up a back staircase to the private chambers of Bedlam, where those who are not fit for entertainment are placed in confinement. "The creature is in here," the jailer told us in a sombre voice. "And be comfortable, gentlemen. He is nicely tied." When we went forward and our eyes grew accustomed to the thin light, we saw the man lying upon the ground. "In his fits," said the jailer, rolling his eyes. "He has been blown about the room, or borne up suddenly from his chair, and would as like have flown away, but the holders of him hung at his arms and legs." At this Sir Chris smiled, but did not show it to the jailer. "And then," he continued, "he was lain down as if dead upon the floor, as he is now, sirs, and then, without the natural help of arms or legs, has broken into such wild curves and bounces as cannot be described." Sir Chris looked at the lunatic, but said nothing, and then he went on, "There were amazing hideous sounds to be heard coming from him, sometimes as of swine or water-mills, or of a bear, and they mix up into a peal of noises, and then—" Have done," murmured the creature from the ground in a low voice which affrighted me. "You see that his lips did not move?" exclaimed the jailer. "Have done," I said, and the demoniac rose from the floor. Sir Chris and I stepped back a pace, at which the man laughed out loud. Then he paid no more heed to us. There were rushes strewed on the floor to keep his bones from being broken, and he took them up and handled them as if they had been a pack of cards, every way acting the gamester to the life. Then he ordered the rushes as if they had been dice, then as if he had been playing at bowl, with the various postures of the bowler. Sir Chris looked on silently, and at last took out his pocket-book, at which point the demoniac spat a ball of phlegm at him. Then he began to speak. "The other day I looked for your worship's nativity, which lies in the quadrature of a magnet, in the sextile of the twins that always go in the shade. Guard yourself from the horse-flies." And he added, "Thus have I puzzled all thy scholarship." At this I laughed, and the madman turned to me, crying, "What more death still, Nick? Nick? Nick, you are my own." At this I was terribly astounded, for he could in no wise have known my name. And in his madness he called out to me again, "Hark ye, you boy, I'll tell you somewhat. One Hawksmoor will this day terribly shake you." Then his tongue rolled inwards, all in a lump, and his eyeballs turned backwards, nothing but the white of them being seen, and the jailer made signs for us to leave. "Who is this Hawksmoor?" Sir Chris asked me, as we left the madhouse and entered the fields. "No one," I answered. "No man I know." Then, leaving him, I went quick into a tavern, and swallowed pot after pot of ale, till I became drunken. I kept my own list of wonders as much as did Sir Chris, though he would have been more afraid of the truth of my stories than the ape is of the whip. Thus he was like to ridicule in my hearing the discourse concerning Mr. Greatrack, the Irish stoker. Pains strangely flew before his hands, dimness was cleared, and deafness cured by his touch, running sores were dried up, obstructions and stoppings removed, and cancerous knots in the breast dissolved. And then there was the narrative of the child Mary Duncan, who, when she pointed with her finger at neck, head, hand, wrists, arms, and toes, there did bloody thorns appear. I kept among these memorials the story of the woman in Islington who was delivered of a child with the head of a cat, for while she was big she was frightened exceedingly by one which had got into her bed, and when the Duke of Alva ordered 300 citizens to be put to death together at Antwerp, a lady who saw the sight was presently afterwards delivered of a child without a head. So lives the power of imagination even in this rational age. There has also been in the news the history of Mr. John Mompesson of Tedworth, who has related the moving of chairs by spirits invisible, the plucking of hair and night-cloths, the great heat, the singing in the chimney, the scratching and the panting. For those who wish the sight of such ghosts and apparitions, I say this: it is of no long duration, continuing for the most part only as you keep your eyes steady, as I have done. The timorous see merely by glances, therefore, their eyes always trembling at the first sight of the object, but the most assured will fix their look. There is this also: those who see the demon must draw down their eyes with their fingers after. This mundus tenebrosus, this shadowy world of mankind, is sunk into night. There is not a field without its spirits, nor a city without its demons, and the lunatics speak prophecies while the wise men fall into the pit. We are all in the dark, one with another, and as the ink stains the paper on which it is spilt and slowly spreads to blot out the characters, so the contagion of darkness and malefaction grows apace until all becomes unrecognizable. Thus it was with the witches who were tried by swimming not long before, since once the prosecution had commenced, no stop could be put to the raving women who came forward. The number of afflicted and accused began to increase, and upon examination more confessed themselves guilty of crimes than were suspected of. And so it went, till the evil revealed was so great that it threatened to bring all into confusion. And yet in the way of that philosophy much cried up in London and elsewhere, there are those like Sir Chris who speak only of what is rational and what is demonstrated, of propriety and plainness. Religion not mysterious is their motto, but if they would wish the Godhead to be reasonable, why was it that when Adam heard that voice in the garden, he was afraid unto death? The mysteries must become easy and familiar, it is said, and it has now reached such a pitch that there are those who wish to bring their mathematical calculations into morality, viz., the quantity of public good produced by any agent is a compound ratio of his benevolence and abilities, and such like excrement. They build edifices which they call systems, by laying their foundations in the air, and when they think they are come to solid ground, the building disappears, and the architects tumble down from the clouds. Men that are fixed upon matter, experiment, secondary causes, and the like, have forgot there is such a thing in the world which they cannot see, nor touch, nor measure. It is the precipice into which they will surely fall. There are those who say further that these are mere dreams and no true relations, but I say back to them, look upon my churches in the Spitalfields, in Limehouse, and now in the parish of Wapping, Stepney, and do you not wonder why they lead you into a darker world which on reflection you know to be your own? Every patch of ground by them has its hypochondriac distemper and disorder. Every stone of them bears the marks of scorching by which you may follow the true path of God. Now these men of reason assert that such signs are but the stuff of deep melancholists or cozening rogues. But even in the Bible, that book of the dead, there are innumerable instances. Evil angels were sent among the Egyptians. Psalm 78, verse 49. God asked Satan whence he came. Job 1, verse 7. And Satan raised the great wind. 5, verse 19. Devils entered the swine. Luke 8, verse 33. And the unclean devil entered the man. Luke 5, verse 35. and of the demoniac, no man could bind him, Mark 5, and divers other passages. The witch of Endor, that Pythoness whom Saul consulted, 1 Samuel 28, and who brought forth Samuel. An old man cometh up, and he is covered with a mantle. And then, as the witch in Josephus, verse 13, saith, I saw gods ascending out of the earth. But some good gentleman of the present age might ask me, where is your proof? And I answer, regard my churches and the way their shadows fall upon the ground. Look up at them also, and see if you are not brought into confusion. And I say further, if everything for which the learned are not able to give satisfactory account shall be condemned as false and impossible, then the world itself will seem a mere romance. Let this suffice also. The existence of spirits cannot be found by mathematic demonstrations, but we must rely upon humane reports, unless we will make void and annihilate the histories of all past things. But those who dare not say, there is no God, content themselves by saying that demons are but bugs and chimeras. I dispute not with such persons. When a man is of short sight, he will be so in the midst of prodigies or miracles, and will mistake the candle of his reason for the noonday sun. He will see nothing but extension, divisibility, solidity, mobility. He forgets his frail mortality, and goes groping in the dark.
And, oh God, it is dark still. Certainly you slept very sound, says Nat, and I have already done all my little jobs, and the floor is so clean, master, there is no place to spit, and all the while I was by my leathern bucket, you were murmuring words in your sleep.
Nat, I said, Nat, I thought I had just lit a candle and laid me down for an instant.
No, master, it is already 7.
And the night has passed?
It has gone like an arrow, though it is but an ill morning, and the postmaster's boy, who I contemn, has given us this. And Nat puts down a little packet which had inscribed upon it, To Mr. Dyer, left at the post-house in Leicester Fields. He stands next to me and peers at it, but a strange trembling seized me. Go on your way, Master Elliot, I said, and bring me some beef and eggs. When he left the room, I opened the packet, and there found a small paper sent by a hand unknown to me, which was written in large plain letters thus, I have seen your work in God's name. I am here this fortnight, and you shall hear from me as soon as I come into Whitehill. I am, with all my art, your friend, and the best friend in the world if I get my service for all is due and my mouth quiet. As I read this message, which seemed to threaten me, my bowels moved, and I ran from my bed to the stool-pan. I sat there and looked about fearfully, as if the very walls menaced me, and I was near shitting away my life. Then I heard Nat come up the stairs, and I called out to him, I am at stool. Leave the beef by the door, which he quickly did, and walked down again to the kitchen. This letter was not so cunningly writ that I could not puzzle out its meaning. By some foul chance my company at Blackstep Lane had been discovered, and with it my own earnest business beside the churches. I was now fixed indeed, and in an instant become once more the child crouched in an ash-pit, in too much agony of mind to cry out against the world. I rose from my pot and laid myself down upon the bed, as like to call for a shroud as for a pair of breeches. I knew all the acts were against me. In the 39 of Elizabeth IV, it was enacted that all persons using any subtile craft, or telling destinies or fortunes, should be taken and deemed rogues, vagabonds, sturdy beggars, and shall be stripped naked from the middle upwards, and whipped till his or her body be bloody. But that was as nothing. I could be indicted on the statute Primo Jacobi, cap 12, that to feed, employ, or reward any evil spirits is a felony, that I did thus quondam malum spiritum negotiare.
It was further enacted that any person or persons using witchcraft, sorcery, and all their aiders, abettors, and counsellors, being convicted and attainted of the same offences, shall suffer pain of death as a felon without benefit of clergy. This did stick in my mind, as they say, and as I lie upon this bed I rise up and enter the stone room of Newgate, and I am stapled fast down to the floor. Now I am removed to the bar of the court of the King's Bench, and Sir Chris is come to bear witness against me. Now I am dragged to the cart, and I laugh at the mob around me, and now my hands are being tied, and the cap is draped over my face, and as I am dying I am pulled by the legs. Thus my fear crept through the passages of my senses. It presented itself in figures. It adhered to sounds, introduced odours, and infused itself in savours. And I said softly to myself, "Oh, no, my sentence is just." But then my sanguine humour came up again, and I bit my hand till the blood came from it. "I know my own strength," says I, "for it has been tried, and if I foresee storms, it is fit I should prevent them. Why should I shrink before an ignorant and covetous rogue? When I find who wrote this, I will utterly destroy him." And then this became the thread of my thoughts, which led me through a labyrinth of fear. "This insipid letter," says I, "is ill writ by design, to lead me out of the right way of my suspicions. Thus the fellow writes Whitehill, Whitehill, when the merest squab knows it is Whitehall, Whitehall. And who are those that watch me or speak against me but only those in the office? And who would know of my designs but only those who steal into my closet or question Walter Pine about my work? And who has set Walter against me, and, as it may be, followed me? And yes, indeed, there is one who haunts Walter and gives him brave words, one Yorick Hayes, the measuring surveyor, and one who, if I were removed from the office, flatters himself that he would leap up into my place. It may be he who writes. I shall watch him and track him and crack him like a crab-louse. The thought of how I might get him out of the way filled me with a delight which ran in my blood and set me walking about my chamber. And as I walked, I conceived a bait of my own to catch this sprat, this homunculus. And I wrote back thus: "I understand not your meaning by your writing. Explain yourself in your next, and let me know." I did not sign my name, but put upon the cover, "Mr. Hayes." Then I placed the letter in the waistband of my drawers and called out for Nat, who came running into me. "You have not touched your beef," says he, "and you have drank nothing neither. I say to Mrs. Best that I know not what to do with you, and you are like the little shrinking man of the fable who—" "Enough, Nat." "You're in the right," says he, and yawns. And then I went on, "Nat, if you see any mean-faced, covetous, idle fellows lingering in this quarter, and any such who cause you uneasiness, watch them and tell me." He looked at me surprised, and said nothing further, but yawned again. Then, with a little whistling under my breath, I dressed myself. Here was a bold one indeed, but as I walked to the office my fears returned. Each passer-by who looked on me struck me with a fresh terror. I was a perfect mystery to myself, and was affected by so many various passions that I scarce knew which way I travelled. I entered Scotland Yard like a guilty thing, and, wheeling about to see that I was unobserved, I left my letter to Mr. Hayes in the passage where the rogue was assured of discovering it. Then, once again in my own closet and among my own plans and papers, I took heart and pressed forward with the negotiations concerning my work. Quickly I wrote to the Commission thus: "The church of Wapping Stepney moves forward. The walls are now coming up to a height of 15 or 16 feet everywhere. The mason has had a good quantity of Portland stone, although he has not made that advance with the work as might be expected. The frost has pretty much affected some of the brickwork that was done about the beginning of November, Some must be taken out and new laid. But I am content. I am also enclosing sketches of a very spacious and curious piece of painting to be placed at the west end of the church, being the figure of Time with wings displayed. Under the feet of Time lieth the portrait of a skeleton about 8 foot in length, under which is glory in the form of an equilateral triangle within a spacious circle. This being a most proper emblem for a Christian church, and one that hath been employed since the early days of Christianity. Your humble servant, Nick Dyer. This is the only picture which will be unveiled to the commissioners, and my own work remains concealed, for in the third of my churches must also be represented a huge dark man with red eyes, holding a sword, and clad in a white garment, a man holding a golden sphere and dressed in red, a man with a hood of dark linen over his head, and with his hands raised. When my old Mirabilis first acquainted me with such stuff, I told him they brought into my memory the stories I had heard in my childhood. "And why should they not?" said he, "since it is in childhood that our sorrows begin." And how could I now forget the course within the foundations? There was a noise in the passage, and I took myself to my doorway as if by chance. It was the man Hayes entering, as I had thought, but I dared not glance at the letter I had left as a snare for him. We bowed to each other civilly enough, and then I turned as if I had forgot something. But I paused at my door, and, moving my head a little, I saw out of the corner of my eye the clown Hayes pick up the letter, open it, read it swiftly, and throw it down without so much as looking at me. "You are a dead man," I thought to myself, "so to taunt me." And then the serpent speaks. "Mr. Dyer," says he, "I have examined the ground by Wapping Church." "Did you look upon the dust, as the preacher tells us?" And he smiled for a moment at my jest before continuing, "It will be very chargeable and difficult to make a sewer there, Mr. Dyer." "But it must be done, Mr. Hayes. There is no other place." "Then I must wait till the foundations of all the pillars are laid," he goes on. "So pray do me the favour to tell me when this is done." "Have you viewed the design?" I asked, showing my teeth to him in a grin. "Yes, it is in my box." "I would be glad to have it again in my possession, Mr. Hayes, since I have no copy." He saw then that he could not shake me. He made to enter his own chamber, and, with his back towards me, spoke, as it seemed, into the air. "This is the third church, is it not, Mr. Dyer?" "Let alone, puppy, let alone," was my thought as I measured him up for his shroud. "Yes," I said, "yes, it is the third." Part 2. Chapter 6. "Is it the third?" "Yes, the third. The boy at Spitalfields, the tramp at Limehouse, and now another boy, the third." "And this was at Wapping?" "Yes." Hawksmoor looked out of his window at the streets below, from which no noise reached him. Then his eyes grew larger as he looked at the window itself, and noticed the patina of dust thrown up by the city. Then he altered his gaze once more, and concentrated upon his own image as it was reflected in the window, or rather the outline of his face, like an hallucination above the offices and homes of London. His head ached, and he closed his eyes at last, pressing his fingers lightly against his temples before asking, "And why do they think there's a connection?" The young man behind him was about to sit on a small office chair, but he stood up again, awkwardly, brushing his sleeve against an indoor plant which quivered in a stream of air from the ventilation system. "The connection is, sir, that they were all strangled, all in the same area, and all churches." "Well, this is a mystery, isn't it? Do you like mysteries, Walter?" "It's a mystery they're trying to solve." And Hawksmoor was impatient to see it for himself. The strip lighting in the corridors emitted a vague hum which pleased him, but when he looked up he could see its exposed cables covered in dust. Part of the corridor was in darkness, and so they waited in darkness for a little while before the doors of the lift opened for them. and as he and his assistant drove away from New Scotland Yard, he gestured at the streets outside and murmured, "It's a jungle out there, Walter." And Walter laughed, since he knew Hawksmoor's habit of parodying the remarks made by their colleagues. A song was passing through Hawksmoor's head, one for sorrow, two for joy, but what was the third for? The oddly shaped tower of St. George's in the east, which seemed to have burst through the roof rather than simply to rise from it, was visible as they parked by the river, and as they walked across Ratcliffe Highway towards the church, Hawksmoor bit the inside of his mouth and drew blood. Once again, as with every such inquiry, he was faced with the possibility of failure. The church and its precincts were already cordoned off, and a small crowd had gathered in front of the white tape, a crowd composed largely of local people who had come out of curiosity to stare at the scene of the child's death. And there were murmurs of, "Here he is," and "Who's he?" as Hawksmoor passed quickly through them and ducked under the tape before walking around the side of the church to a small park behind. An inspector and some young constables from the local CID were crouched over, looking at the ground beside a partly ruined building which had the words MSEMOF still visible above its entrance. The inspector was dictating observations into a tape recorder, but as soon as he saw Hawksmoor striding towards him, he switched it off and stood up, grimacing at a pain in his back. Hawksmoor chose not to see it and came very close. "I am Detective Chief Superintendent Hawksmoor, and this is my assistant, Detective Sergeant Payne. Your divisional superintendent has been in touch with you about my involvement?" "Yes, he's been in touch, sir." Hawksmoor, satisfied that everything had been explained, turned round to look at the rear wall of the church and wondered how long it had taken to erect. A group of children were peering through the railings of the park, their faces pale beside the dark iron. "Some queer found him late last night," the inspector was saying, and then he added, since Hawksmoor did not reply, "Some queer might have done it." "I need a time." "About 4 in the morning, sir." "And there is an identification?" "The father," and the inspector glanced over at two figures, a man sitting down upon a bench beneath an oak tree, with a woman constable standing and looking down at him, one hand upon his shoulder. A siren could be heard somewhere in the distance. Hawksmoor took out a pair of spectacles from his top pocket and examined the man. He knew the face of shock, and this one seemed no different, although now the father looked up and caught his gaze. Hawksmoor held his breath until the man looked down upon the ground, and then he turned suddenly to the inspector. "Where is the body?" "The body? The body's gone, sir." Hawksmoor examined the man's uniform. "Perhaps you have been told, Inspector, that you must never move the body until the investigating officer has arrived." "But the father came, sir." "Never move the body." And then he added, "Where's it gone?" "It's gone for examination. It's gone to the pathologist." And so the atmosphere of the murder was already destroyed. He walked over to the father, who started to get up from the bench until Hawksmoor waved him down. "No, no," he said, "don't move. Stay where you are." The father smiled apologetically, but his face was so red from grief that it seemed raw and unformed. Hawksmoor imagined himself peeling off the layers of skin and flesh until there was nothing left but the gaping holes of mouth and eyes. "He was such a friendly boy," the father was telling him. "He was always so friendly." Hawksmoor bowed his head. "I was asked to bring something of his," the father was saying. "Is it for the dogs? I couldn't take any of his clothes. I just couldn't, you know. But I brought you this." And he held a children's book in front of him. Hawksmoor wanted to touch its bright cover, but already the father was leafing through it and sighing. "He used to read this book over and over, so many times." Hawksmoor watched his hand turning the pages, and then by chance saw an engraving of an old man with a stick, while beside him a child scraped a fiddle. Even as he stared at it, he remembered other such illustrations from his own books. A picture of a graveyard with a hare reading from one of the tombs, of a cat sitting beside a pile of stones. There had been verses beneath them which seemed to go on forever, line being added to line in succession, but he could not now recall the words. He took the book from the father's hands and gave it to the policewoman before asking him gently, "When did you last see your son?"
"Do you mean what time?"
"Yes, can you remember the time?" And the man frowned with the effort, as if nothing really existed before the fact of this death. He might have been sitting there for ever in the shadow of St. George's in the east. "It must have been about 6 yesterday evening. Yes, it was, because the clock struck." "And did he say—"
"Dan. He was Dan."
"And did Dan say where he was going?"
"He said he was going out. He just opened the door and went out. That was the last time."
Hawksmoor rose and said, "We're doing all we can. We'll keep you informed." And the father stood up beside him in order to shake his hand in an almost formal gesture. Walter had been watching all this from the middle of the park, and now he cleared his throat as Hawksmoor came up to him, saying, "Well, we might as well go and see it." The body of the child was already in place in the examination room when they arrived. Labels had been tied around its left ankle and around both of its wrists. The head had been placed in a wooden block, with the nape of the neck resting in the curvature. The pathologist had just finished washing his hands and glanced up at the two men with a smile. Hawksmoor made a point of smiling also, but none of them glanced at the naked corpse which lay only 2 feet away. "You don't waste any time," the pathologist said as he took a tape recorder out of his pocket. "Time is not on our side." The pathologist, not hearing this, bent over the body and spoke softly into the tape recorder. "I am now examining the external surface of the body. The face has become engorged and discoloured blue, the eyes are bulged, and showers of tiny petechiae in the eyelids and conjunctivae indicate asphyxia. The tongue is protruding through the teeth. A small amount of blood has trickled from burst vessels in the ears, but not in the nose. There is evidence of the emptying of the bladder and back passage. No evidence of sexual assault. I am looking now for fingertip or nail impressions on each side of the neck at around voice-box level." And then, after a sudden pause, he continued, "None of these. Several scratches on the neck, which could have been made by the victim trying to prise off the attacker's hands. From the injuries, I would say that he was strangled as he lay on the ground, with his murderer either kneeling or sitting astride him. The lividity here has formed well. Minor bruises under the scalp and over the spine suggest that he had been pressed on his back during the strangling. There is no impression of a ligature, and there are no bite marks. There are some teeth pressure marks on the reverse of the lips." And as he talked, Hawksmoor gazed at the feet of the corpse, trying to imagine them in the act of running, but the pathologist now switched off his tape, and Hawksmoor relaxed. The mortuary assistant came forward and cut both of the boy's hands off at the wrist, taking them to a separate bench for examination. The pathologist then made a single incision from the throat to the pubic region, cutting in a slight curve to avoid the umbilicus. Then he stripped the tissue away from the ribs. The tongue, aorta, esophagus, heart, and lungs were removed in a single operation and placed on a dissecting table beside the gutted corpse. The stomach contents were put in a glass jar. Once again the pathologist switched on his recorder as Hawksmoor suppressed a yawn. "There is bruising behind the voice-box and a fracture of the hyoid bone, which suggests that the killer had considerable strength." At this last phrase his voice rose a little, and he glanced at Hawksmoor. "So I would say definitely asphyxia by strangulation." The pathologist's hands, which he now held over the corpse, were red and dripping. He was about to scratch his head, but stopped in mid-gesture. His assistant was now carefully examining the nails on each finger of the severed hands. Hawksmoor, watching all this, felt a rapid tick in his left eye, and turned away so that no one might see it. "I need to know when," he said. "In this case, when is more important than how. Do you have a timetable?" For although images of this murder now surrounded him, and the parts of the body had become emblems of pursuit, violence, and flight, they were as broken and indistinct as the sounds of a quarrel in a locked room. Only the phases of time could be known clearly, the quickening and deepening of respiration at the first shock of the hands around the throat, livid congestion and laboured respiration as the grip tightens and consciousness becomes confused, infrequent respiration, twitchings, loss of consciousness, terminal vomiting, and death. Hawksmoor liked to measure these discrete phases, which he considered as an architect might consider the plan of a building. 3 to 4 minutes for unconsciousness, 4 to 5 minutes for death. "And so, do you have a timetable?" was his question. "A timetable is going to be difficult." "And how difficult is difficult?" "You know that temperature rises sharply during asphyxiation?" Hawksmoor nodded and put his hands in his pockets. "And you know that heat loss is variable?" "And so?" "I don't know about the time. Even if I allow for a rise of temperature of 6 degrees at death, and even if the rate of cooling was only 2 degrees an hour, his present body heat would mean that he was killed only 6 hours ago." Hawksmoor felt the tick returning as he listened to this intently, and he rubbed his eye. "And yet the extent of the lividity is such that the bruises were made at least 24 hours ago. Normally they can take 2 or 3 days to come out like this." Hawksmoor said nothing, but stared in the man's face. "You say the timing is crucial, Superintendent, but I have to say that in this case I don't understand the timing at all." The pathologist at last looked down at his bloody hands and went towards a metal sink to wash them. "And there's another thing," he called out over the sound of running water. "There are no impressions, no prints. A strangler's fingers pressed into the neck will leave a curved nail impression, but there are only bruises here." "I see." And Hawksmoor watched Walter suddenly leave the room. "I will have to do more tests, Superintendent, but I'm almost sure that there are no prints." "Could the murderer have chilled his hands?" "That's possible, certainly. Or they might just have been very cold." "And if there was a struggle, I suppose the boy might have clutched the fingers to loosen them and then disturbed the prints?" Although this sounded like a question, the pathologist did not answer it, and for the first time Hawksmoor stared down at the opened corpse. He knew it was not yet completely cold, and in that moment he felt its heat blasting his face, and as the air crumpled like silk around him, it was his own body upon the table. Walter was sitting with his head bowed forward over his knees when Hawksmoor eventually joined him in the corridor. He put his hand on the young man's shoulder. "Well, Walter, what do you make of that timing?" Walter looked up at him in alarm, and Hawksmoor averted his eyes for a moment. "It's impossible, sir." "Nothing is impossible. The impossible does not exist. All we need is a new death, and then we can proceed from the beginning until we reach our end." "And what end is that, sir?" "If I knew the end, I could begin, couldn't I? I can't have one without the other." And he smiled at Walter's evident perplexity. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Just give me time. All I need is time." "I'm not worried, sir." "Good. And since you're so happy, you can go and see the father. Tell him what we found out, but don't tell him too much." And Walter sighed. "Thank you very much. I appreciate the gesture, sir." Hawksmoor remembered another phrase which his colleagues used. "Life is full of grief, Walter, life is full of grief." He walked back to St. George's in the east, which in his mind he had now reduced to a number of surfaces against which the murderer might have leaned in sorrow, desperation, or even perhaps joy. For this reason it was worth examining the blackened stones in detail, although he realized that the marks upon them had been deposited by many generations of men and women. It was now a matter of received knowledge in the police force that no human being could rest or move in any area without leaving some trace of his or her identity. But if the walls of the Wapping church were to be analyzed by emission spectroscopy, how many partial or residual spectra might be detected? And he had an image of a mob screaming to be set free as he guided his steps towards the tower which rose above the houses cluttered around Red Maiden Lane, Crab Court, and Rope Walk. To the right of it he heard a confused murmur of voices, and to the left of it he heard the sounds from the river, until at last in front of him he could see, even in the light of the early afternoon, the diffused whiteness of the arc lights which had been erected around the scene of the small boy's murder. Only 2 detective constables remained on the site, and their task was to guard it from the sightseers who had come to gaze upon this place, and who would otherwise have collected pieces of stone or wood as souvenirs of this death. Hawksmoor stood watching the scene for a few minutes, until he was roused by the bell striking the hour. He glanced up at the church, which by some trick of perspective seemed about to fall on him, and then he wandered away from its grounds and walked towards the Thames. The gloom of the secluded wharves and muddy banks had always attracted him, and when he came to Wapping Reach he stared down at the shadows of the clouds moving quickly over the surface of the water. But when he removed his glasses and again looked down, it seemed to him that the river itself was perpetually turning and spinning. It was going in no certain direction, and Hawksmoor felt for a moment that he might fall into its darkness. 2 men passed on a small boat. One of them was laughing or grimacing, and seemed to be pointing at Hawksmoor, but his voice did not carry over the water. Hawksmoor watched this dumb show pass until it turned the bend towards Tower Bridge and vanished as suddenly as it had arrived. It had started to rain, and he began walking along the river bank away from Wapping and towards Limehouse. He turned left down Butcher Row, for he could see now the tower of St. Anne's, Limehouse, ahead of him, and he entered that area of abandoned houses and derelict land which still divides the city from the river. Then he stopped suddenly in confusion. The dampness had released a close, rank smell from the lush vegetation which spread over the stones and sprang up between wires, and he could see a vagrant squatting on the ground with his face turned up to catch the rain. So he turned away from this wasteland and crossed into Shoulder of Mutton Alley, and there was silence by the time he came to the front of St. Anne's. Hawksmoor could have produced a survey of the area between the 2 churches of Wapping and Limehouse, and given at the same time a precise account of the crimes which each quarter harboured. This had been the district of the CID to which he had been attached for some years before he was assigned to the murder squad, and he had come to know it well. He knew where the thieves lived, where the prostitutes gathered, and where the vagrants came. He grew to understand that most criminals tend to remain in the same districts, continuing with their activities until they were arrested, and he sometimes speculated that these same areas had been used with similar intent for centuries past. Even murderers, who rapidly became Hawksmoor's speciality, rarely moved from the same spot, but killed again and again until they were discovered. And sometimes he speculated also that they were drawn to those places where murders had occurred before. In his own time in this district, there had been a house in Red Maiden Lane in which 3 separate murders had been perpetrated over a period of 8 years, and the building itself gave such an impression to those who entered it that it had stayed unoccupied since the last killing. In Swedenborg Gardens, Robert Haynes had murdered his wife and child, and it was Hawksmoor who was called when the remains were found beneath the floorboards. In Commercial Road there had been the ritual slaying of one Catherine Hayes, and then only last year a certain Thomas Berry had been stabbed and then mutilated in the alley beside St. George's in the east. It had been in this district, as Hawksmoor knew, that the Marr murders of 1812 had occurred, the perpetrator being a certain John Williams, who, according to De Quincey, whose account Hawksmoor avidly read, asserted his own supremacy above all the children of Cain. He killed 4 in a house by Ratcliffe Highway, a man, wife, servant, and child, by shattering their skulls with a mallet and then gratuitously cutting their throats as they lay dying. Then 12 days later, and in the same quarter, he repeated his acts upon another family. He was transformed, again according to De Quincey, into a mighty murderer, and until his execution he remained an object of awe and mystery to those who lived in the shadow of the Wapping church. The mob tried to dismember his body when eventually it was brought in a cart to the place of burial, at the conflux of 4 roads in front of the church, where he was interred, and a stake driven through his heart. And as far as Hawksmoor knew, he lay there still. It was the spot where he had this morning seen the crowd pressing against the cordon set up by the police, and it did not take any knowledge of the even more celebrated Whitechapel murders, all of them conducted in the streets and alleys around Christchurch Spitalfields, to understand, as Hawksmoor did, that certain streets or patches of ground provoked a malevolence which generally seemed to be quite without motive. And he knew also how many murders go undetected, and how many murderers remain unknown. And yet in the crimes which he had investigated there was always so strong a sense of fatality that it seemed to Hawksmoor that both murderer and victim were inclined towards their own destruction. It was his job only to hurry the murderer along the course which he had already laid for himself, to become, as it were, his assistant. It was this fatality also which gave such resonance to the last words of those about to die, and, as Hawksmoor walked on from Limehouse to Spitalfields, he passed rooms and corners where such words had often been spoken. "There's something wrong in my kitchen." "Next time you see me, you will know me." "I want to finish a letter." "You will be happy soon." He was now crossing Whitechapel High Street, passing that spot where the last man had been hanged in chains. The murderer's words on this occasion had been, as Hawksmoor knew, "There is no God. I do not believe there is any, and if there is, I hold him in defiance." Now he could see the church of Spitalfields ahead of him. He never neglected the opportunity of studying the pattern of murder and the instincts of the murderer in all their various forms. In the 18th century, for example, it was quite usual for the noses of the victims to be bitten off during the act of strangling, but that custom, as far as Hawksmoor was aware, had completely disappeared. And it was important for him also to master his subject so thoroughly that he knew the seasons and the rules of death. Stabbings and strangulations were popular in the late 18th century, for example, slashed throats and clubbings in the early 19th, poison and mutilation in the latter part of the last century. This was one reason why the recent cases of strangling, culminating in the 3rd corpse at Wapping, seemed to him to be quite unusual, to be taking place at the wrong time. He did not speak of such things to his colleagues, however, who would not have understood him. He walked into the police station off Brick Lane, where an incident room had been established after the body of Thomas Hill had been found in the abandoned tunnel some 9 months before. 2 or 3 constables looked up incuriously as he came in, and he made no effort to introduce himself to them. The telephones rang occasionally, and one man, smoking furiously, was bent over a typewriter. Hawksmoor watched him for a moment and then sat quietly in the far corner of the room. The open files, the plastic cups lying on the floor, the pieces of official paper pinned casually to a cork board, the discarded newspapers, the telephones ringing again, all of this disorder confused and wearied him. "Well, if you feel up to it," one young man was saying, "you could do that. This is true, this is true." And then his companion answered, "But it was raining." Hawksmoor watched them standing together, and wondered if there was any connection between the 2 remarks. He considered the matter carefully as the men moved a few inches backward and forward as they talked, and concluded that there was none. He listened again, and he heard the phrases, "I fell asleep," "I dreamed," and "I woke up," and he repeated to himself the words "asleep," "dreamed," and "woke," to see if their shape or sound accounted for their position in the sequence which the two men were unfolding. And he saw no reason for them, and he saw no reason for the words he himself used, which came out of him like vomit, which carried him forward without rhyme or meaning. And the lives of these others gripped him by the throat and kept him huddled on his seat. Then an older man in uniform came up to him, saying, "We were expecting you, sir." Hawksmoor suppressed the instinct to rise from his chair in alarm. "That's right. That's why I'm here. Yes, I heard you'd been called in, sir." Hawksmoor had noticed before how the older police officers seemed to lose their ability to react, as if they could no longer deal with the reality which they encountered every day, and he decided to test this man a little. "The operation," he asked, "is it going according to the book?" "Yes, to the book. It's coming along nicely, sir." "But perhaps there is no book in this case, Inspector." "Well, this is true, sir. This is true." "I'm glad you know what is true." Hawksmoor scratched his cheek as he spoke. He was playing a part. He knew this, and believed it to be his strength. Others did not realize that their parts had been written for them, their movements already marked out like chalk lines upon a stage, their clothes and gestures decided in advance. But he knew such things, and thought it better to have chosen. The uniformed officer seemed not to have heard his last remark, and looked blankly at him, and so Hawksmoor went on. "I'm worried about the time." "The time? You mean the time now?" "No, the time then, the time of the murder. I have no time." "That is a question, sir. I'm aware of that." He took out a cigarette and put it between his lips, letting it hang there without lighting it. "Yes," he said, "that is a question." "And every question has an answer, Inspector. Is that true?" "Yes, I suppose you're right there, sir. You're very right there." Hawksmoor watched him closely. He wanted him to break down and confess his ignorance, or cry out in bewilderment at the deaths he had seen. Anything, so that he might relieve Hawksmoor of his own feelings. But the inspector had now wandered to another desk, starting a desultory conversation with a young constable who shifted from one foot to another as he spoke. Hawksmoor rose and walked out of the room. A police car drove him through the grey evening until he got out at the corner of Grape Street, near the Seven Dials. He rented a small flat here in an old house beside the Red Gates, a pub which he now passed while lost in his own thoughts, and as he mounted the stairs he considered the steps in the tower of the Wapping Church. He had almost reached his own door when he heard a voice beneath him calling out, "Cooey, Cooey, it's only me, Mr. Hawksmoor. Have you got a minute?" He paused and looked down at his neighbour as she stood in the open doorway, the light from her small hall casting her shadow upon the landing. "Is it you, Mr. Hawksmoor? I'm that blind without my glasses." And he saw her looking at him greedily. "There's been a gentleman calling for you." She fingered the edge of her cardigan, which barely concealed the outline of her plump breasts. "I don't know how he got through that front door. Don't you think it's shocking, Mr. Hawksmoor?" "That's right, Mrs. West. That's quite all right." He gripped the dusty banister with his right hand. "Did he say what he wanted?" "I didn't think it was my place to inquire, Mr. Hawksmoor. I said I'm only Mr. Hawksmoor's neighbour. I'm not his housekeeper, and, knowing him, he wouldn't thank me if I was." Hawksmoor wondered how well she did know him, and as she laughed, he watched the dark mound of her tongue. And as she laughed, she stared at him also. She saw a tall man wearing a dark coat, despite the summer heat, slightly balding, but with a moustache darker than was usual in a man of his age. Then he said, "Would you be back?" I said I couldn't tell, you don't keep such regular hours. And then he said neither did he. Hawksmoor climbed the last stairs. "I'll see to it, Mrs. West. Thank you." She took a step out onto the landing in order to watch him before he climbed out of sight. "That's all right. I'm always here. I'm not going anywhere, not with my legs, Mr. Hawksmoor." He opened his door just enough for him to slide through, so that even if she had craned her neck she would not be able to see the interior of his flat. "Thank you," he called out before closing the door. "Good night, thank you." He entered the main room and stood by the window, looking out at the building opposite. He could see shapes there, but then he realized that they were reflections of the house in which he now stood, and he did not know if he was looking out or looking in. The smell of cooking ascended from Mrs. West's kitchen, and as he thought of her bent over her plate, he could hear vague sounds of shouting and laughter from the red gates. And for a moment everything was real. This was how life had always been. He turned round with a start, thinking he had seen a sudden movement in a corner of the room. There was a convex mirror propped there. It was of the type generally used in shops to deter thieves, and he lifted it up to see if anything had crawled behind it, but there was nothing. He carried the mirror into the centre of the room, and the dust from its edges came off on his fingers. Then he held it up against the light of the window, and although he tried to gaze calmly at the reflection, his calmness was broken by the sight of his face staring distended out of the frame with the world itself curved around it. And he could see the same person he had always been, the character which does not age, but which remains cautious and watchful, and which stares out with the same intensity. He tried to smile at himself, but the smile would not last, so he remained still until his face became an object like the others swimming in the circle of his gaze. An armchair, a grey carpet, a lamp upon a dark wooden table, a transistor radio placed upon its side, and the bare white walls around all of these things. He put down the mirror. Then he raised his arms above his head and clenched his palms, for it was time to make his visit. He was about to leave the flat as quietly as he had arrived, but then, on a sudden instinct, he slammed the door, and as he went out into the early evening he enjoyed the sound which the heels of his shoes made on the pavement. As he walked down St. Giles Street, he could see two street musicians ahead of him, one of whom was singing a melancholy pop song while the other begged for money. Hawksmoor recognized the refrain, although he could not remember where he had heard it. "I will climb up, even if I come tumbling down, tumbling down." And when the singer gazed at him, he felt uneasy. He could find no coins in his pocket, and stared helplessly as the other gambolled around him with open palms. It was only when he had gone a few yards further that he realized that the singer had been blind. It had grown cold by the time he reached the home where his father was kept. He believed that he was late, but as he hastened down the gravel drive, he felt the old agony return at the sound of plates rattling within the building and the bark of a dog somewhere in the yard behind the large brick house. "He's waiting for you," the nurse said with a smile which lasted only as long as she looked at him. "He's missed you, he really has." They walked together down a corridor where the smell of old age lingered and then gusted suddenly as a door slammed in the distance. Some of those who passed Hawksmoor glared at him, while others came up to him, all the time talking and then fingering his jacket. Perhaps they thought they knew him well, and were continuing with a conversation which had only recently been broken off. One old woman stood in a nightdress, her back against the wall, and repeated, "Come, John, come, John, come, John," into the air in front of her, until she was taken gently by the arm and led away, still muttering. This was a quiet place, although Hawksmoor knew that it was only the drugs which kept most of them from screaming. "Oh, it's you," his father murmured when Hawksmoor approached him. Then he stared down at his hands, groping at them as if they belonged to someone else. And Hawksmoor thought, "This is how I will see you always, bent down and looking at your own body." "I've just come to see how you are, Dad," he said loudly. "Well, please yourself. You've always pleased yourself." "And how are you keeping?" "I keep myself to myself." And he glared at his son. "I'm all right." And there was another pause before he added, "There's life in the old dog yet." Are you eating well?"
"I couldn't tell you about that. How do I know?"
He sat very still on the edge of his narrow bed when a nurse passed with a trolley. "You look healthy enough."
"Oh, yes. Well, I haven't got worms."
And then suddenly his hands trembled uncontrollably.
"Nick," he said, "Nick, is there still more to come? What happened to that letter? Did they find you out?"
Hawksmoor looked at him astonished. "What letter, Dad? Is this a letter you wrote?" He had a sudden image of the mail being burnt in the basement of this place.
"No, not me. Walter wrote it. You know the one."
And then the old man gazed out of the window. His hands had stopped trembling, but he made shapes in the air with them, all the time murmuring under his breath. Hawksmoor leaned forward to hear, and as he came closer to his father he smelt once again his flesh and his sweat. And he could still remember the days many years before, when, after his mother's death, he could smell the drink on his father's breath as he lay sodden and snoring in his armchair. Once Hawksmoor had opened the door of the toilet, and he was sitting in front of him with his shriveled cock in his hand.
"Don't you knock," he said, "before coming in?"
And after that Hawksmoor always felt ill when he ate the food his father prepared. But there came a time when his disgust seemed to cleanse him, and he grew to enjoy the silence of the house and the purity of his hatred. And slowly, too, he learned to hold himself back from all others. He despised their laughter and their talk about sex, and yet he was still fascinated by such things, like the popular songs which unnerved him, but which sometimes so overwhelmed him that he eventually woke from them as from a trance. On his 13th birthday he had seen a film in which the central character was a painter who, unable to sell his work, grew cold and hungry as he went from one unsuccessful interview to the next. Eventually he had become a vagrant, sleeping in the streets of the city where once he had walked in hope. Hawksmoor left the cinema in a mood of profound, terrified apprehension, and from that time he was filled with a sense of time passing and with the fear that he might be left discarded on its banks. The fear had not left him, although now he could no longer remember from where it came. He looked back on his earlier life without curiosity, since it seemed to lack intrinsic interest, and when he looked forward he saw the same steady attainment of goals without any joy in their attainment. For him the state of happiness was simply the state of not suffering, and if he cared for anything, it was for oblivion. He was leaning forward to listen to his father, but he heard only the words, "Here comes a candle," before the old man looked up at him and, with a smile like that of a child, spat in his face. Hawksmoor recoiled and looked at him in horror before wiping his cheek with the sleeve of his raincoat. "I'm late," he shouted. "I'm going." And there was a general wailing and commotion in the ward as he departed. Mrs. West heard the ringing and looked down into Grape Street. "Is it you again? Is he not back yet? He's come and he's gone. He's always rushing around." She was bored with her own company on this summer evening. "You can come up and wait for a minute," she said more quietly now. "He may not be long." "I'll just come up for a minute, then. I can't stay," and Walter Payne ascended the stairs. Mrs. West was waiting for him at her door, having hastily replaced her cardigan over her blouse, which even so gaped open at one or two points. "You just missed him. Didn't you hear him slam that door? It's shocking." She was discomposed enough to lean against Walter as she bent down over a teapot and a plate of biscuits. "What do you fancy? Go on, have a brandy snap. Be a devil." And then she added, as Walter sat down with a sigh, "I suppose it's important, is it?" "I work with him," she interrupted. "Oh, him! Don't ask me anything about him. I can't give you any information there. My hands are tied." And her hands came out before her, one placed on top of the other, as if they were bound together at the wrist. Walter looked down in alarm, while at the same time Mrs. West noticed the brown spots on her wrinkled and faded skin. "I can't fathom him," she said almost to herself, before glancing curiously at the plate of brandy snaps and then grabbing another one. Walter would have liked to pursue this subject, but she carried on talking as she ate. "But these old houses, you see, you never know what you're hearing. Sometimes I wonder what it was like before my time, but you never know." And her voice trailed off just before she stuffed another biscuit into her mouth. "And I didn't catch your name." "It's Walter." "Well then, Walter, tell me a bit more about yourself." "Well, like I told you, I work with him upstairs." And both of them now looked up at the ceiling as if Hawksmoor might even then have his ear to the floor. "Previously I was with computers." Mrs. West settled herself comfortably in her chair. "Now that's a subject I don't understand. Like my thermostat. It's simple. You feed in the information and out comes the answer." Walter never tired of this subject, although his eagerness seemed to exhaust Mrs. West. "You know, you could put the whole of London in the charge of one computer and the crime would go right down. The computer would know where it was going to happen." "Well, that's news to me, Walter. And how does this computer know what to do?" "It's got a memory bank." "A memory bank? Now that's the first time I've heard about anything like that." She shifted in her seat. "What kind of memory?" "The memory of everything." "And what does this memory do?" "It makes the world a safer place." "Pull the other one," she said as she lifted her skirt slightly and kicked her leg in the air. Her curiosity now sated, she moved over to the television and switched it on, and in companionable silence they both settled down to watch the cartoons which had appeared on the screen. Mrs. West shrieked with laughter at the antics of a wolf and the little creatures it was pursuing. Even Walter found himself amused by the inhabitants of this harmless world. But when the cartoon was over she gazed out of the window. Walter rose to leave. "It doesn't look as if he's coming back, does it?" Mrs. West shook her head. "No, he's out again for the night, if I know him," and Walter wondered what she meant. "You can come again," she said as he left the flat. Then she went to her window and watched him as he walked away, her hands drumming against her sides. And it was not long after that Hawksmoor returned. When he opened the door of his flat, the full weariness of the evening hit him. He longed for sleep, since there was something screaming within him which needed to be laid to rest. The lights of Grape Street were reflected in his dark room, and he had only just entered it when he shrank back in alarm. Something was sitting or crouching in the corner. He turned on the light quickly, and saw that it was only a jacket he must have flung there. "My second skin" was the phrase which occurred to him, and he repeated it softly to himself as he prepared for sleep. Then he dreamed as others do, although he had learned how to forget his dreams. The next morning he was sitting in his office, his back to the light, when Walter came in whistling. "Don't you knock," he asked, "before you walk in?" Walter paused until he saw that he was smiling. "I called at your flat last night, sir, to tell you the news." For some reason Hawksmoor blushed, but since he said nothing, Walter continued, although more hesitantly than before. "It's as we expected, sir." He laid some papers down on Hawksmoor's desk. "The only blood and tissue groups were from the victim, nothing at all off the other one, the assailant." "And did the other one leave no prints or marks?" "As I said, nothing at all." "Doesn't that strike you as odd?" "It's unusual, sir." "Good thinking, Walter." Hawksmoor put on his glasses and pretended to examine the papers which Walter had brought to him. "I want you to type out a report for me," he said at last, "and I want you to address it to the Assistant Commissioner. Put in all the usual details, date and time of discovery, list of responsible officers, you know what I mean." He leaned back and took off his glasses. And now, Walter, I will give you the facts as I understand them. And these were the facts, as far as anybody understood them at this time. On the evening of November the 17th in the previous year, the body of a boy, later to be identified as Thomas Hill, who had been missing from his home in Eagle Street for 7 days, was discovered in one of the passages of the abandoned tunnel by Christchurch, Spitalfields. He had been strangled, apparently by hand, since there were no ligature marks around the neck, and several ribs were broken, which, with internal bruising, suggested that he had fallen from a height of at least 30 feet. Despite the most exhaustive examination, however, no trace of his murderer had yet been found. Certainly no print marks, and no particles of the killer's clothes were discovered anywhere in the vicinity. A thorough search of the grounds and of the tunnel had revealed nothing but a bus ticket and some pages torn from one of the many religious pamphlets on sale in the church itself. No significance could be attached to any of these items. House-to-house inquiries had been equally unsuccessful, and although certain suspects had been closely questioned, no real evidence of guilt was forthcoming. Then, on May the 30th of this year, a vagrant known as Ned, but whose real name was Edward Robinson, was found by the door of the crypt beneath St. Anne's Limehouse. It was assumed at first that in a drunken stupor he had fallen down the steep flight of steps which lead to the crypt. But forensic examination revealed that he had been strangled. Again, no trace of the murderer was found upon the tramp or in the surrounding grounds. The only possible clue to the killer's identity was a photograph, very badly creased and damaged, but apparently that of a small child, which had been found in a pocket of the vagrant's overcoat. There was no reason to connect this killing with the murder of Thomas Hill 6 months previously, and in fact it might have been safe to assume that Edward Robinson had been a victim of one of the innumerable and often violent quarrels which break out between those inhabitants of the area known to the police as transients. Exhaustive questioning, however, had revealed no evidence of a fight or quarrel. The absence of prints or saliva upon the dead man had once more baffled the forensic scientist, and it was he who eventually surmised that there was a comparability factor between the two cases. And then, on August the 12th of this year, the body of a small boy, Dan D., was discovered in the ground behind St. George's in the East, Wapping. It transpired that the victim had left his house in Old Gravel Lane around 6 the previous evening in order to join his friends in a game of football beside the Tower Hamlets estate. When he had not returned by 11, his anxious parents contacted the police, but it was not until the following morning that a constable had found the child's corpse lying beside an abandoned shelter in the grounds of the church. He had been strangled, apparently by manual means, but again no prints were found on the neck or body. House-to-house inquiries, a thorough search of the grounds, and exhaustive forensic tests had revealed nothing, an unhappy fact which Hawksmoor now added to the end of his report. He could not help smiling as he recounted the details of these murders, and by the time he had finished he felt quite calm. "So you see, Walter," he said, in a lower tone now, "we live in the shadow of great events." And then he added, "If only we knew what they were." "He must be a madman, sir, mustn't he?" Hawksmoor looked down at his hands, placed flat upon the desk. "Don't assume that." "But I can assume he's dirt." "But the dirt needs the cleaner, and the cleaner needs the dirt." He drummed the fingers of his right hand on the desk. "And tell me, Walter, tell me what else you think." "You mean, what do I think is the story?" "We have to assume there is a story, otherwise we won't find him, will we?" His hand was still once more. "It's difficult to know where to begin, sir." "Yes, the beginning is the tricky part, but perhaps there is no beginning. Perhaps we can't look that far back." He got up from his desk and went over to the window, from where he could see a thin pillar of smoke rising into the clouds. "I never know where anything comes from, Walter." "Comes from, sir?" Where you come from, where I come from, where all this comes from?" And he gestured at the offices and homes beneath him. He was about to say something else, but he stopped, embarrassed, and in any case he was coming to the limits of his understanding. He was not sure if all the movements and changes in the world were part of some coherent development, like the weaving of a quilt which remains one fabric despite its variegated pattern, or was it a more delicate operation than this, like the enlarging surface of a balloon, in the sense that, although each part increased at the same rate of growth as every other part, the entire object grew more fragile as it expanded? And if one element was suddenly to vanish, would the others disappear also, imploding upon each other helplessly, as if time itself were unravelling amid a confusion of sights, calls, shrieks, and phrases of music which grew smaller and smaller? He thought of a train disappearing into the distance, until eventually only the smoke and the smell of its engine remained. He turned from the window and smiled at Walter. "I'm sorry, I'm just tired." There was a noise in the corridor outside, and abruptly he walked back to his desk. "I want new men brought in," he said. "Add that to the report. The others are getting nowhere, and I don't like their methods." He could see once again the chaos in the incident room and the detective with the cigarette hanging from his mouth. "And next time, Walter, next time, tell them nothing is to be moved, nothing at all." Walter rose to go, but Hawksmoor put up his hand to detain him. "Murderers don't disappear. Murders aren't unsolvable. Imagine the chaos if that happened. Who would feel the need to restrain himself then?" And for a moment Hawksmoor saw his job as that of rubbing away the grease and detritus which obscured the real picture of the world, in the way that a blackened church must be cleaned before the true texture of its stone can be seen. Walter was impatient to be gone. "And so what do we do next?" "We do nothing. Think of it like a story. Even if the beginning has not been understood, we have to go on reading it, just to see what happens next." "So it seems that we've lost him, sir." "I don't mind losing him for the moment. He'll do it again. They always do it again, trust me on that." "But we have to stop him before then, don't we?" "All in good time, Walter, all in good time." Walter glanced at him curiously, and he hesitated. "Of course I want to stop him, but I may not have to find him. He may find me." And then he paused. "What time is it now?" Chapter 7. "What o'clock is it, dear Mr. Dyer? I have let my watch run down." "It is almost 6 o'clock," I replied, as I took off my dark kersey coat and placed it upon a pin by the doorway. Mrs. Best gasps at this, and looking down on me from the stairhead as I entered the street door, puts a hand up to her breast, and this thought ran around in my head for a moment: "You damned confounded Pocky Haw." "The time goes so swiftly," says she. "I wish I were able to recover it a little, and that, Mr. Dyer, in more ways than one." "Time cannot be restored, Mrs. Best, unless it be in the imagination." "Ah, the poets, Mr. Dyer." Then she looks on me again and says sighingly, "I would have no need for the memory of things past, if that which were present were more agreeable." She put her hand upon the rail as she spoke, and then cried out, "More dust, and I cleaned here only yesterday." It was my desire to make myself pleasing to her at this point, for in the wide world who was there to trust besides? "Are you sick?" I asked her. I know not how," she replies, as she comes down the stairs to me, "but I sicken for want of company. I must entertain myself with my little dog and cat. I'm a poor widow, as you see, Mr. Dyer, and in this ancient house there are so many noises to disturb me." Then she laughed, giving me a little push, and I smelt the liquor upon her breath. "Well, Mrs. Best, they say these old houses have as many ghostly tenants as a mausoleum, so you will not starve from want of chit-chat." "It is not words but deeds I require," she replied, "and you know, Mr. Dyer, I do not have a bit of nun's flesh about me." At this I stepped back from her, and was at a loss what to say. But even then Nat Elliot came from my closet, and I called up to him, "Nat, you rogue, come down to the kitchen and employ yourself about my supper." And Mrs. Best said to him also, "Tell Mr. Dyer about the gentleman, Nat." "Which gentleman?" I asked. "He left no name. Is that not right, Nat?" "And no message neither," added Nat. And this image was drawn in my mind. Mr. Hayes, the maggot-headed rogue and no-good surveyor and writer of letters that threaten me, had come to the door of my lodgings when he knows that I am not within, so that he might disturb me and confound me and perplex me. I have watched him these last 7 days since I left my own note to him, and I believe that he follows me where he may. Mrs. Best was talking above my thoughts, and I could hear her latest noises like the tolling of a bell. "Nothing," says she, "is to be heard of but disputes about elections. Do I say right, Mr. Dyer?" "You are right," adds Nat furiously. "I saw Mrs. Wanley in the street. She has the house by the corner. I know that house," cries Nat, "and her conversation was a little surprising to me, for this politicking is a fever even the women seem to catch." "What can be done about it?" asks Nat, confounded at the news. "Well," she continued, laughing at Nat, who had sat himself down upon the bottom stair, "a little opera may drive away that sickness. Am I not right again, Mr. Dyer?" And then she sang out, "Though the years sail away on a wherry, be merry, my friends, be merry, and though time may spill from the cup, drink it up, my friends, drink it up." "I will eat now," says I, putting on a cheerful air to fit her catch, "for if I go to bed hungry I will rise in the night." "Oh," says she, "be sure to wear your nightgown, and I will be obliged to you." Nat enters the kitchen, and I climb the stairs of eternity to my chamber, expecting a moment when one small thrust shall plunge me into the pit. Mr. Hayes, what do you know, and what can I do? I am so far from finding an end to my work as never to be able to hope for any end. When I entered my closet, I went to stool at once, and the vast outpouring caused me torment. And then, on the next day, another stroke fell upon me. I knew how to guard my thoughts in the office, and even with Walter Payne I was more private than before, though I knew not how this affected him. The villain Hayes still watched me, and on this morning he happened to be examining some drafts in my chamber as I worked there with Walter. "Do I understand this right," says he, "that in the new church of St. Mary Walnut you wish the wooden cornice to be continued round, the ceiling plain without panels, and the steps in the cupola to be of Portland stone?" "That is how I fashioned it, Mr. Hayes." "And there is to be no pinnacle?" "There is no necessity for a pinnacle. Those expressed in the first designs were much too slender." "Well, well," says he, "you are the architect." And then he goes on, "Does Sir Chris know of this, and of the long delay?" "I gave him a report on the pinnacle long before this," I replied, keeping down my bile. "And as for the delay, Sir Chris knows that the death of the masons stopped our work. He knows also," I continued, "that I will complete my church within the time granted to me, even though the original building was in so bad a condition." To give this fact another turn, the death of his son Thomas, by falling from the tower of the Spitalfields church, worked strangely upon the mason, Mr. Hill. He died suddenly in his chamber, for when taken with an apoplectical fit he fell upon his hearth where the coals lay lighted, and his back and side were so grievously burnt that there was no hope for him. "Well, Mr. Dyer," says the serpent Hayes once more, "it is all within your hands to make or to mar," and with this he left my chamber, smiling upon Walter. The smile enraged me, and I could no more restrain myself. "It is the work of Providence," I said to Walter, "that most men are not able to foretell their own fate, for there was one in this room who must surely die." "We must all die," murmured Walter, looking strangely upon me. "Yes," I replied, "but it is hard to say who is sick and who is well." I left the office at 6, and when the rogue Hayes parted from me in the passage, I returned his bow, but coldly. It was a misty evening, but it was not so obscure that the little hawk's-eyed creature could not follow me, so I walked with all speed up Whitehall and turned into the Strand, and for all this space I could hear the sound of heels following me. I looked back once, but the villain hid himself from me. "Well, well," says I to myself, "I will lead you a dance, for one day you must learn how to lead apes in hell." I quickened my pace towards the 7 Dials, and did not trouble to turn my head, for I knew that he would not wish to lose me. But yet, when I came to St. Giles, I crossed over with all speed, and the run of the coaches must have kept him on the other side. Then I hastened through Grape Court, and turned into the red gates at the half-paved entry there. Here I let the mist lead me as I stood by the door. I walked in bravely enough, but when I saw the letter by the counter, I was close to sinking down upon the floor. It was addressed to Mr. Dyer, to be left for him at the red gates by Grape Court, with care. But who could prophesy where I was to be, and who could calculate upon my arrival on this day? I opened the letter with trembling hands, and read what could not be endured. "This is to let you know that you shall be spoken about, so betid you flee the office by Monday next, or you may expect the worse as sure as ever you was born." This filled me with horrible apprehensions, and I staggered to a corner where I might groan over them. The tap-boy asked me what I wished, but I made no answer until he came by me and touched me on the arm, at which I shivered terribly. "Do you call, sir?" said he, laughing, and I demanded a pint of strong ale, and as I drank these were my reflections. I knew this Hayes, this dog, by the excrement he sent to me. I could smell him out, for he left his ordure everywhere, and it was not so strange neither that he had placed his letter here, for had he not hounded me hither? Then I rejoiced, for though he might conceive himself to be the pursuer, in truth it was I who followed him. We were fixed in the same centre, and though moving contrary ways at first, we were sure to encounter somewhere or other upon the circumference. Thus he could no more escape me than a convicted thief escapes the gallows. If the wind be in the right corner, he will have flam for flam. And then I considered this. The villain gives me hints and whispers, but how much has he truly learned of my work? Has he knowledge of Mirabilis or of the man Joseph? There was no question but that he could not know of the sacrifices, for the blood was spilled in darkness and secrecy, but it was a topic unsettled with me if he had ever followed me to Blackstep Lane before it was ransacked by the idle mob. The noise and the vapours of the alehouse now began to affect me, and my thoughts were soon so confused and all in a heap that under the weight of them my poor mind sank back. For I thought I heard a door closing and the sound of steps crossing the threshold, and there seemed to come the voice of a woman calling. "Is it you again?" Like an echo came the reply. "Is he not yet back?" There was then such a roaring in my ears that I woke as if from a trance, and looked about me in astonishment. But I checked myself, and so said I, "Do you waste your time by becoming a mirror for outward things? Your work is too pressing for you to sit by an ale-house stove, so be gone and contemplate Mr. Hayes his fate in your chamber." The tavern was quiet now, and the customers sat nodding against each other like the stinking snuff of a candle when it is just going out in an overheated socket. Who is that worshipful lump of clay, that thing which lolls by the stove in an elbow-chair? That thing is me, and as I rise I reel but keep my step. Thus I wandered across St. Giles, and then beyond, but I was not so drunken that I did not keep my wits from being scattered. When I reached my lodgings, I took a sweat and went to bed, very hot and my pulse high. I did not sleep so well after. but had some confused doses. I woke next day with a light head that allowed strange fancies in. I would as like have stayed all day in my gown and be denied to everybody, but then a fresh idea gave me the resolution to get up with a good heart. I dressed myself and took my best periwig from its little box before Nat came in to rouse me. "Well, sir," I said to him when he entered, and he made an awkward stop when he heard me address him thus. "I have just had a thought I will not exchange for 50 guineas. He was urgent with me to discover it, but I would not, and soon enough his wandering mind was set upon another course. "Mrs. Best," says he, "sent message last night if you would play a little quadrille, but you had not returned, and I could not answer for you. I waited and waited till I grew quite tired, and then it was about the middle of the night when I heard a noise." "Peace, Nat," I replied. "You will disturb me this morning with your chatter, for I have another fish to fry." And then I hugged myself closely. It was with great exultation that I walked into the office, and having greeted Walter, who was staring out of the window as pale as if he had seen his own spectre, I entered the closet of Mr. Hayes. I saw him thinking, "Oh God, here he comes, here he comes." But I approached him with all the civility imaginable, and asked him if he might grant me a favour. He gave me a bow, and entreated me to proceed, saying that he would give me as much favour as he could. Then I discoursed with him thus, that the mason, before his own fatality, and in grief at his son's death, had not paid much heed to the outwalls of St. Mary Woolnoth facing Lombard Street, and that these walls were in consequence wanting not less than 7 or 8 foot in height. When they were completed, then the scaffolding might after that be entirely struck and taken away. No more delay, and, I added, since you have worked in strict partnership with the mason, I would be very much obliged if you would inspect his work and see what is necessary to finish it. The villain told me that if it lay in his power, he would give me satisfaction in this regard, for he too had been sensible of the delay. Then I thanked him again, and he thanked me for coming so modestly to him, and thus I drew him by smiles into perdition. "Are you still affected by the vertigo?" I asked. "I have a little trouble," he replied, to my great delight. He was as good as a dead man, a jack-pudding to be eaten, and as I returned to my own closet, I made my guts to shake with laughter like a trodden quagmire. Walter was perplexed by my sudden mirth, and asked me how it was, and I replied, "It was very well." "Here is something to increase your laughter," says he presently. "There is a letter here from the vicar of Mary Woolnoth." "From Pridden?" "The same. He trusts that you will inform him when you have fixed a time for removing the heathen rubbish, or so he puts it in his canonical speech." "The man is a fool," I said, "to talk of rubbish. I would sooner put him in the cart when I hear the clapper of the rubbish men." For in truth the Parson Pridden is a piece of hypocritical holiness, who wears an old-fashioned coat and has his stockings hanging about his legs, and yet his face is red and plump, and his eyes sparkling. He speaks of God from his pulpit, but knows no more of it than the mayfly knows of the water above which it buzzes, or the mob know of the sun when they feel its heat upon their sweaty faces. No churchman has so well observed the act of uniformity, for in King Charles II's time, who was more eager than him for putting the penal laws in execution? In King James's, who a greater stickler for abolishing them? In King William's, who more violent for sending home the Dutch Blue Guards in the English service? And now in Queen Anne's, who more complaisant to our Dutch allies? Walter has left my closet to make water, but on coming in again he says, "And will you remove that poor stuff, as Pridden calls it?" To go back a little. The church of St. Mary Woolnoth, having been grievously damaged in the fatal year 1666, and its sides, roof, and part of the ends damnified by the fire, it was admitted within the authority of the Commission as a fit church for restoring. It was mostly built of stone, square, and boulder, yet what was destroyed as the front to Lombard Street I have re-erected in freestone. But first it had been necessary for me to inspect and secure the foundations, and it was while the workmen were digging by the side of the church that they found several human bones in the gravel. They kept on in their digging in order to uncover the bodies that were buried there, but as they were thus employed, part of an ancient chapel fell in upon them. To cut the matter short, they had found here a primitive church, with a semicircular presbyterium or chancel, which came near to the form of a cross, and the foundations were not of rubbish, but of Kentish rubble stone, artfully worked and consolidated with exceeding hard mortar in the Roman manner. Inscriptions were then uncovered to Deo Mogonti Cad and Deo Muno Cad. They pleased me exceedingly when I viewed them, for the tradition reported by Mr. Camden is that the god Magon, or idol of the sun, made good this quarter of the city. Parson Pridden, who watched my labours from the safety of his house next the church, hastened into the street when I arrived to inspect the ruins. Then he peered uneasily into the pit where the chapel had been found, saying, "Pray, sir, by your leave, I will look upon this idle stuff." I advised him to wear a jack-cap of leather to keep him from the hurt of falling brick or timber, and at this he takes a step away. "What a happy occasion it was," says he, "when the Supreme Being brought peace and tranquillity to our minds and saved us from such idolatry." But he stopped short in his canting discourse when a workman carried to me another stone on which, after I had scraped off the incrustation, I found the inscription D.U.J. "What is that?" asked the parson. "Is it some new absurdity?" "It is not the particular name of a god," I replied, "but in the British tongue D.U. means dark, and it may be that here was a patch where nocturnal sacrifices were once performed." At this he drew himself up a little, saying, "I cannot assent to spiritual raptures. All this darkness is past, Mr. Dyer, and it has been revealed to us that we have a rational God." We walked a little way from the pit, for the dust was falling upon our clothes, and I held my peace. Then he goes on, "What is this D.U. but the language of infants, Mr. Dyer?" I told him that I agreed with him upon that, but he had already struck into his theme as if he were mounting the pulpit as he spoke. "What is this D.U., when we see how God guides the whole of his creation in the wonted course of cause and effect, which we may prove, Mr. Dyer, by considering the unaffected simplicity of nature?" And at this point the venerable Pridden raised his arm around him, though I could see only the courts and alleys of Cheapside. "I grant you," he said hastily, "that the streets are but a poor prologue to my theme, but look you heavenwards," and he raised his voice as he looked up at the sky, "and you will be filled with a pleasing astonishment if you could see with the aid of a telescope so many worlds hanging above one another, moving peacefully and quietly round their axles, and yet showing such an amazing pomp and solemnity. If we consult our reason as well as our interest, Mr. Dyer, we will pity the poor heathens and regret their coming hither." "But in the walls of Pardon churchyard before the fire," I replied, "to the north of St. Paul's." "I did not know it. In that churchyard was artificially and richly painted the dance of macabre, or dance of death. Is that not like this D.U.?" "It was most unadvisedly done, sir," replied the good parson, "and once dwelt upon, it will provoke melancholy. Besides, all our ceremonies can be as well explained by plain reason." "But what of miracles?" "Ah, miracles," he said, taking my arm as we walked towards Grace Church Street. "Miracles are but divine experiments." "But was not Christ risen from the dead?" "This is the very truth, Mr. Dyer, but I will insinuate to you another truth which will explain how all these controversies may be decided. It is known that Christ was buried 3 days and 3 nights, is it not? I replied very willingly that it was. And yet the Scriptures say, he went on, that he was buried on Friday night and rose again before day on Sunday. That is so. And so, Mr. Dyer, how do you propose to unriddle this enigma? It is a puzzle indeed, sir. Then he gave a little laugh and continued, Well, we are in need only of an astronomer, for a day and 2 nights in the hemisphere of Judea is in the contrary hemisphere 2 days and a night. That makes up the sum employed in the Scriptures. For as you know, he went on merrily, Christ suffered for the whole world. He gave me a look of infinite wisdom as we walked forward, but then he stopped of a sudden and raised one finger to his ear. Listen, says he. I hear the faith spouting from the lips of children, yea, from the mouths of babes. And as we turned the corner into Clement's Lane, 3 or 4 children came towards us, singing, When I did come to the old church stile, there did I rest for a little while. When I did come to the old churchyard, there the bells so loud I heard. When I did come to the old church door, there I stopped me to rest a little more. This rhyme carried so many things into my memory that I was like to break into weeping, but I kept my countenance and smiled upon them. Parson Pridden had at this instant seen a little girl who was like to a board in embryo. In his merry humour he stroked her upon the head and told her to be good and to mind her book, whereupon the creature very barbarously took hold of that nameless part of him and almost squeezed and crushed those vitals to death before running off with the others. "Mother, mother!" Pridden calls out, and I could not forbear from laughing out loud, at which he looked sideways at me. But after a little while he had recovered himself, and said in a more grave style, "I must eat now. Monday is a day of game, and I cannot be without my meat. I must eat." So he returned at once to his house, where I willingly accompanied him, having other business to do about the church, and no sooner had we passed through the entry than he was calling into the kitchen for a couple of geese roasted by 1 of the clock at the farthest. Then, when the cry of, "Sir, dinner's upon the table," came, he was up from his chair in a moment, and soon besieging his goose with heaps of cabbage, carrots, and turnips. After he had digested his meat and given 2 great belches, he grew more composed, and expressed to me in an utterly fatigued fashion that the little child would be a theme for his next sermon, for even in her infancy had she not demonstrated that we are but imperfect and confused copies of the universal pattern? "A woman is a deep ditch," said he, "her house inclines to death, and her paths unto the devil. That girl will go upon the town pretty soon," I added. "Well, sir, that is the fate of these females bred up in the streets. It is the mob way of usage, for no doubt in imagination they have already committed many hot rapes upon her. I have never been married myself," says he, going off into a trance. And then he recalled his topic. "It is a fact, sir," he went on, while taking another glass of French wine, "that the mob is now everywhere in tumult, with such hideous yelling and howling that I can scarce hear myself speak in my own house. Do you notice how I have put double iron bars to the windows?" And he waved a little goose-bone at them. "For they have been attacking dwellings in the neighbourhood, and the watch do nothing but scratch their asses." The wine was heating my own blood as I replied, "Who then can talk of the good of mankind and the public benefit when there is nothing but rage and folly on the streets?" Here the parson belched again. "Men are not rational creatures," I continued. "They are sunk into flesh, blinded by passion, besotted by folly, and hardened by vice. Will you take some pudding, Mr. Dyer? They are like insects who, having their birth in excrement, from thence borrow their colour and their smell." Parson Pridden was blowing upon his dish of broth as I spoke. "Yes, it is a filthy crowd," says he, "and so we must thank God for civil government, For although the grave will equal all men, and it may be that niceties of birth and quality will not be observed hereafter, it is necessary for the order and economy of the universe that there should be differences of breeding and dignity. Will you send me that toothpick case by you?" And I put down my knife to speak. "The mob will bait cripples as well as bears, and they will turn a wild bull loose upon the streets for sport. When the hangman leaves the wretch kicking in the air at Tyburn, the women and children fight to pull him down by the legs. Then they take a piece of his clothes, kiss it, and spit upon it. Ah, these are sad times. Will you pass me that toothpick case, Mr. Dyer?" "And yet we must be merry," I went on, changing my mood, "for they are the glass of our age in which we may all see ourselves. Well, Mr. Dyer, everything is in motion, and we may all be changed by and by." He was like to have discoursed next on the quiddities of time, but since I was straitened in that commodity, I presently took my leave of him as he reached for the toothpick case. "And now Walter hands me the letter from Pridden. I can scarce read it," I said, "since I broke my spectacles when I dropped them on the ground by St. Mary Woolnoth. But you may do this business for me, Walter, by writing to the good parson that he need not fear the contagion of these heathen altars. Tell him that we are building as fine a piece of Christianity as he is like to see in London." Walter took up his pen and waited, for he knew there was more to come. "And did you inform the mason's assistant," I added, "that my tablet must be made of hard stone and set rough upon the stroke?" "It is all done," said he with a sigh. "And when the tablet is finished, Walter, make it plain that no one is to come near it. I wish to have care of it, and be my own carver. It will be my inscription." Walter turned to the window in order to hide his face from me, though I knew what thoughts were swarming through his head. He fears that he will become an object of scorn and suspicion for conducting my orders and seeming too close with me. "Why be so dismal?" I asked him. I'm not dismal." "I see it even in your posture, Walter. But there is no need for this gloominess." Then I added, "They do not sing my praise now, but they will never, never forget my work." At this point he turned round of a sudden. "Oh, I quite forgot," says he. "Sir Christopher sent word that he must see your ground plats and your uprights without delay. He visits the commission tomorrow, and must be thoroughly familiar with them." "Who tells you this?" "Master Hayes informed me," he replied, reddening a little. "And where may Sir Christopher be?" "He has gone to Crane Court to read a lecture there. Shall I inform Mr. Hayes to have the plans taken there?" Then he stopped short when he saw my visage. "Or shall I carry them myself?" "No," I replied. "I will go with them in a moment, since I have other business with Sir Chris." But I could not refrain from adding, "Mr. Hayes is not to be spoken of, and have I not told you to trust nobody except yourself?" So it was in some discomposure of mind that I coached it to Crane Court, where the Greshamites, or Fellows of the Royal Society, or virtuosi, or mountebanks, or dogs, dissect the mites in cheese and discourse upon atoms. They are such quacks as you would desire to piss upon, and I would rather stay in my closet than endure one of their assemblies, where they tittle-tattle on their observations and thoughts, their guesses and opinions, their probabilities and conceptions, their generations and corruptions, their increasings and lessenings, their instruments and quantities. And yet it was of necessity that I waited on Sir Chris. If I showed him the drafts, he would approve them instantly, but if I neglected to make them known to him, he would at some later time examine them with great intensity and discover all manner of seeming faults. "Is Sir Christopher Wren within?" I asked of a mean-faced porter when I arrived at the door. "He is with gentlemen of the highest importance," says he, "and you can on no account be admitted to him." And then he added with a haughty look, "Some foreigners are present." "I have papers of the highest importance," I replied, and with a severe countenance, from biting my lip, I brushed by him. There was a great number of people in the hall, some of whom were known to me by sight, and I walked to the stair-head so that they might not take notice of me. "For look," they would say, "here is Master Dyer, a mean architect, and no fit man for our discourse." I could hear Sir Chris, his voice, and it put me in so sudden a fear that I could not go near him, but walked up into the repository and library, which is 3 rooms struck into one. I sat here upon a stool, and, to calm myself, surveyed the books around me. A discourse on the air register leaned against Hypothesis on Earthquakes, which was near to toppling upon A Discourse on Fire and Flames, and I could have laughed out loud at these reasoners engaged in their wise disputes. I took down from its shelf Dr. Burnett's New System of the World, and saw that some skilful philosopher had written upon the frontispiece, "In Confutation of Moses." You could as easily set a mousetrap maker against an engineer. The repository smelt of damp and coal dust, but when I rose quickly to take a sudden cramp from my right leg, I knocked my head against some living thing above me. I might have screamed out, but glancing up in terror, I saw it was a strange bird, petrified and suspended upon a wire. "You have found one of our rarities," a voice in a corner said to me, and squinting into the gloom, I saw an odd-shaped and melancholy-visaged old man pointing to the bird upon the wire. "It is a white-fronted goose from Egypt," says he, "and now believed quite lost from the world. And yet," he adds, coming towards me, "you know the poet's words, 'Nothing is lost when once it is designed, it is eternal work when perfect of its kind.'" "Quite eternal," says he, stroking the bird's drooping wing with his finger. Quite eternal. Though," he added quickly, "it is also of great use for our aerial mechanics." I touched the wing of the bird also, for I could think of nothing to say. "You see around you," he goes on, "the relics of many of nature's kingdoms. In this bottle you may view a serpent found in the entrails of a living man, and there, in that box yonder, insects which breed in man's teeth and flesh. In the wooden chest beside it you will see all manner of mosses and mushrooms, and in there on that shelf certain vegetable bodies petrified. There in that corner," he continues, wheeling around, "is a monkey from the Indies, which is as tall as a man, and in this cabinet here some marine gems from the islands of Barbados. The mysteries of nature will soon be mysteries no more." And he snuffled a little as he spoke. "But I forget myself," he adds. "Have you seen the abortive, put up in pickle, which is but newly come? No? Then you must view this homunculus," at which point he leads me by the arm to a glass jar set upon a table in which the thing was suspended. "We dissect tomorrow," says he, "all being well. I am interested for myself in its mathematical ratios." And then I thought, this embryo has no eyes, and yet it seems to look upon me. But I spoke out loud to cover my confusion. "What are these instruments, sir?" "You see here, sir," he replied, "the tools of our profession. Here is a hygroscope, which is a practical invention to show the moisture or the dryness of the air." And at this he gives a little cough. Then, as he entered the main part of his discourse on selenoscopes, Muscovy glasses, philosophical scales, circumferenters, hydrostatical balances, and the rest, my mind wandered into the following reflections. Such vain scrutinies and fruitless labours are theirs, for they fondly believe that they can search out the beginnings and depths of things. But nature will not be so discovered. It is better to essay to unwind the labyrinthine thread than hope to puzzle out the pattern of the world. "And you are acquainted with the science of optics?" he asks, putting his face close up to mine. "Do I see visions, sir?" This answer pulled him up short, and he made no reply, for those who are not engaged in what is called practical or useful learning are now dismissed as mere verbalists and students of umbratic things. But if usefulness be their rule, I do not know that a baker or a skilful horse leech may not contest with them. "I do indeed have some observations of my own," I now replied, as he was about to take his leave of me, "which in due course I shall publish." "Oh, sir," says he, pricking up his ears, "and what may these be?" "They will be my observations," I told him, "on toasting cheese by a candle without burning fingers." And the old man looked at me astonished as I left the repository and stepped quietly down the stairs. Sir Chris had not yet begun his discourse to the assembly, but as I entered the back of the room he was showing an experiment with the air-pump. A sprightly black cat was placed in the glass chamber, and in a few moments, upon Sir Chris exhausting the air, it fell into convulsions, and would have expired but that the air was again admitted. He did not bow to the assembly, who gave him great applause at this, but brought some pieces of paper from his pocket, as the cat meanwhile ran screeching through my legs and out of the door. The company buzzed like flies above ordure, but when it had settled itself again, Sir Chris thus began. "Mr. Bacon, Mr. Boyle, and Mr. Locke moved the first springs of this illustrious society, which is called the Royal Society. They are reason enough why we should be gathered here, for it is by their example that we have learned that the experimental philosophy is an instrument for mankind's domination of darkness and superstition." And I cry out inwardly as he speaks, "But look behind you!" "And that through the sciences of mechanics, optics, hydrostatics, pneumatics, as well as chemistry, anatomy, and the mathematical arts, we have begun to understand the works of nature, but not your own corruption. This has not been the work of one enlightened generation only. In the air the more accurate history of winds and meteors has been achieved by the Lord Bacon, Descartes, Mr. Boyle, and others. In the earth, new lands by Columbus, Magellan, and the rest of the discoverers, and the whole subterranean world has been described by the universally learned Kircher." Listen to a few sighs from hell. "The history of plants has been much improved by Bauhainus and Gerard, beside the late account of English vegetables published by Dr. Merritt, another excellent virtuoso of this society, another giddy son of a whore. Natural history has found a rich heap of materials in the particulars of the venae lacteae, the vasa lymphatica, the several new passages and glandules, the origination of the nerves and the circulation of the blood. He that is filthy, let him be filthy still. We proceed by rational experiment and the observation of cause and effect. The ancients pierced merely in the bark and outside of matter, but the only things that can stick into the mind of man are built upon impregnable foundations of geometry and arithmetic. The rest is indigested heaps and labyrinths. This is a plain lie. Thus there are many secret truths which the ancients have passed over for us to uncover. We have seen the spots of the sun and its conversion about its own axis. We have seen the lateral guardians of Saturn and Jupiter, the various phases of Mars, the horns of Venus and Mercury. And does not your heart stop at the immensity of the void that surrounds them? And at last, gentlemen, astronomy has taken to herself another assistant, magnetics, so that true science has at last discovered the secrets of the attracted sea and the magnetical direction of the earth. Oh, the horror of waves and the night! Terrors only confound weaker minds, but such bugbears were produced by speculation, and chiefly prevailed in time past, when the old way of learning flourished. How can you speak of time past who does not understand the meaning of time? Men began to be frighted from their cradles, which fright continued to their graves. But from that period in which the real philosophy appeared, there has scarce been any whisper remaining of such horrors, and yet for most men existence is still no better than a curse, and every man is unshaken by those tales at which his ancestors trembled. The course of things goes quietly along in its own true channel of cause and effect. For this we are beholden to experiments, for although the new science has not yet completed the discovery of the true world, it has already vanquished those wild inhabitants of false worlds. And this brings me to the second great work of this Royal Society. The company shift hither and thither on their chairs. They long to be gone, and their bollocks are itching for whores, which is to judge and resolve upon matters of fact, whether camphire comes from trees, do horns take root and grow, can wood be turned to stone, do pebbles grow in water, what is the nature of petrifying springs, and such like questions do concern us. These are mere winter tales for schoolboys. We take an exact view of the repetition of the whole course of the experiment, observe all the chances and regularities of proceeding, and thus maintain a critical and reiterated scrutiny of those things which are the plain objects of our eyes. Ay, Nicholas Dyer will give them things to look upon. This is a learned and inquisitive age, gentlemen, a prying and laborious age, an age of industry. It will be as a beacon for the generations to come, who will examine our works and say, "It was then that the world began anew." I thank you. As always, Sir Chris remained as still as a statue as they clapped him, but he received with every possible mark of friendliness those who came to him after the company had departed their several ways. I held myself in readiness at the back of the room, but he seemed to pay no mind to me while I stood there. Then, much trembling, I approached him with the draughts ready in my hand. "Ah, Nick," says he, "Nick, I cannot be concerned with these now, but come this way and see something for your amusement." I was at a loss for words, having gone to much trouble to transport the upright plans, but I followed him in company with a very few others into a further room. "This is a curious piece of art," says he, as we entered, "which I did not make mention of in my discourse," and he pointed to a landscape which hung before a curtain. "It is moved by clockwork, as you shall see," he continues, "and thus is it called the moving picture." Then he clapped his hands, and we watched. Indeed, it looked as an ordinary picture, but then the ships moved and sailed upon the sea till out of sight. A coach came out of the town, the motion of the horses and wheels being very distinct, and a gentleman in the coach seemed to salute the company. I stood up and said in a loud voice to Sir Chris, "I have seen this before, but I do not know in what place." And in front of the astonished eyes of the company I left the room, walking out into Crane Court, where I breathed but uneasily. Then I went directly to my lodgings and fell into a profound sleep. It was Nat who woke me at the close of day. "As please you, sir," says he, putting his head around the door, "there is a gentleman below who wishes to speak with you." I jumped up from my bed with the thought that this was the serpent Hayes, come to my house to force me to confess all. I desired him to walk up, in as loud a voice as I dared, while I swiftly dried the sweat from my brow with a piece of linen cloth. Yet I came to my senses pretty fast, for I knew that step upon the stairs very well. It was not so fast now, but still full of purpose, and in comes Sir Chris, bowing. "I came to see how you do, Nick," he says, "since you left us so suddenly." And he gave me a cautious look before smiling at me. "I feared you was sick," he continued. or grew faint from want of air, since the college sometimes stinks of spirit and chemic operations?" I stood uneasily in front of him. "I was not sick, sir, but I had other business, and so went on my way." "I was vexed with myself for not studying your drafts of St. Mary Woolnoth," Sir Chris went on, smiling and speaking softly, as if indeed I were a sick man. "Are they with you now, by any chance?" "I have them here," I replied, and took from my bureau the uprights and the ground plats. "Is this new drawing paper?" he asked, as he snatched them from me. "It has a coarser surface." "It is my customary paper," I answered, but he paid no heed. He scrutinized the drafts, but quickly. "The little turret marked A is a noble piece of work," says he, "and I presume the cornices are of stucco." "Yes, that is my purpose." "Good, good. And the steps? I see no steps." "They are not marked, but there are 8. They have a 14-inch tread and a 5-inch rise." "That is good. That is resolved upon. Your drafts are well made, Nick, and this work will stand trial in a hurricano, I have no doubt." And then he goes on after a pause. "Certainly we would have had an old and rotten church if it had not been for the fire." He had time on his hands, as they say, and now he settled himself into my elbow-chair. "I have long been of the opinion," says he, "that the fire was a vast blessing, and the plague likewise. It gave us occasion to understand the secrets of nature, which otherwise might have overwhelmed us." I busied myself with the right order of the drafts, and said nothing. "With what firmness of mind," Sir Chris went on, "did the people see their city devoured, and I can still remember how, after the plague and the fire, the cheerfulness soon returned to them. Forgetfulness is the great mystery of time." "I remember," I said, as I took a chair opposite to him, "how the mob applauded the flames. I remember how they sang and danced by the courses during the contagion. That was not cheerfulness, but frenzy, and I remember also the rage and the dying. These were the accidents of fortune, Nick, from which we have learned so much in this generation. It was said, sir, that the plague and the fire were no accidents, but substance, that they were the signs of the beast within." And Sir Chris laughed at this, at which point Nat put his face in. "Do you call, sirs? Would you care for a dish of tea or some wine?" Some tea, cried Sir Chris, "for the fire gives me a terrible thirst. But no," he continued, when Nat had left the room, "you cannot assign the causes of plague or fire to sin. It was the negligence of men that provoked those disasters, and for negligence there is a cure. Only terror is the hindrance." "Terror," I said softly, "is the lodestone of our art." But he was too busied about his own thoughts to hear me. "We can learn, Nick, to control fire. Since it is the dissolution of heated sulphureous bodies, we need satiated air, and then it will be quite extinguished. But this is for futurity. As for the contagion, I made a diary at that time of wind, weather, and other conditions of the air, such as heat, cold, and weight. All these together give a true account of epidemical diseases." "You may tell that," I answered, "to those dying of the distemper. They will be greatly comforted." Then Nat came in with the tea, as I continued. "There were those, sir, who were made fearful by the 2 great comets which appeared in the end of 1664 and in the beginning of 1665. "I remember them," says he, taking the dish of tea without a word to my boy. "What of it?" "And it was said that they gave off a great hollow sound which signified disasters to come." "This is mere schoolboy prattle, Nick. We can already prophesy the place of comets among the fixed stars. We need only line, distance, motion, and inclination to the ecliptic." I was pleased to think my face was in shadow as I continued. "But what of those who say 1666 contained the number of the beast, and so boded some ominous and direful matter. "It is one of the greatest curses visited upon mankind," he told me, "that they shall fear where no fear is. This astrological and superstitious humour disarms men's hearts, it breaks their courage, it makes them help to bring such calamities on themselves." Then he stopped short and looked at me, but my measure was not yet filled up, so I begged him to go on, and he continued, "First, they fancy that such ill accidents must come to pass, and so they render themselves fit subjects to be wrought upon. It is a disgrace to the reason and honour of mankind that every fantastical humourist can presume to interpret the skies," here he grew hot and put down his dish, "and to expound the time and seasons and fates of empires, assigning the causes of plagues and fires to the sins of men or the judgments of God. This weakens the constancy of humane actions and affects men with fears, doubts, irresolutions, and terrors." "I was afraid of your moving picture," I said without thought, "and that was why I left." "It was only clockwork, Nick." "But what of the vast machine of the world in which men move by rote, but in which nothing is free from danger?" "Nature yields to the froward and the bold." "It does not yield, it devours. You cannot master or manage nature." "But, Nick, our age can at least take up the rubbish and lay the foundations. That is why we must study the principles of nature, for they are our best draught." "No, sir. You must study the humours and natures of men. They are corrupt, and therefore your best guides to understand corruption. The things of the earth must be understood by the sentient faculties, not by the understanding." There was a silence between us now until Sir Chris says, "Is your boy in the kitchen? I'm mighty hungry." "He can go to the boiling cooks," I replied, "and choose us some meat." "That is the answer, Nick, to all of our problems." He shifted in his seat, and I smelt a fart as I called Nat to us and gave him his charge, and Nat bows low to Sir Chris, saying, "And what kind of meat can I get you, sir? May it be beef, mutton, veal, pork, or lamb?" "Mutton, and I will be obliged." "And will you have it fat or lean?" "Fat." "Much done or little done?" "Much done." "Very good, sir. And will you have a little salt and mustard upon the side with your roll, to make a proper feast?" "Begone, Nat," I murmured, "before this gentleman anatomizes you." And with a look of horror Nat rushed out of the room. "He is a poor boy," I said, "and you must excuse him." "He once had the smallpox, did he not, Nick?" "That is so." Sir Chris leaned back, satisfied. "I could tell it by his face. There is a residue of a stammer there, if I heard him aright." "He was once confounded by it, but I cured him." "By what means, sir?" "By magic art, sir." "You must discourse on that topic," says he, laughing, "at the society, if you can be persuaded to stay long enough." After a little while Nat brought in the meats, and was as like to have stood in a corner and watched us eating, if I had not waved him away. "To go back a bit," continued Sir Chris, after he had finished his portion, "of all nations we were most used to order our affairs by omens and predictions, until we reach this enlightened age, for it is now the fittest season for experiments to arise, to teach us the new science which springs from observation and demonstration and reason and method, to shake off the shadows and to scatter the mists which fill the minds of men with vain consternation." And then he gave his eloquence a stop. It had started to rain so fast that I got up from my chair to close the shutters, which made my chamber exceeding dark. But I saw no need for a candle as I composed myself and gave Sir Chris this reply. "You say that it is time to shake off the mist, but mankind walks in a mist. That reason which you cry up as the glory of this age is a Proteus and chameleon that changes its shape almost in every man. There is no folly that may not have 1,000 reasons produced to advance it into the class of wisdom. Reason itself is a mist." At this point Sir Chris held up his hand, palm forward, but I continued. "These philosophers or experimenters who are so bold as to trust in their reason or their invention or their discoveries are like cats that try to hide their excrement in the coals, for in the dust of their elaboratories they conceal the true state of nature. I may give you an instance. They cannot conceive how the fetus is formed in the womb, so that the fancy of the mother can wound the embryo, and yet it is so. These are but fables, Nick." Sir Chris then called for a light, and at once Nat brought in a candle to place it in the lantern. But in his haste he dropped the taper, and the room was filled with smoke. "I do not rely upon such stories," Sir Chris went on, "but upon my own observation, to test if such and such be true. I put my faith in experience." "You speak of experience," I replied, "and hold it to be consistent with reason?" At this he nods sagely. "But may it not be that experience is inconsistent with reason? The gulf in which truth lies is bottomless, and it will wash over whatever is thrown into it." He shakes his head as the candle falters and then flares up. "This is but a windy conceit of knowledge, Nick, a maze of words in which you will lose yourself." As he spoke, Nat was crouched upon the floor, gazing at us wide-eyed. "I know this is an age of systems," said I at last, "but there is no system to be made of those truths which we learn by faith and terror. You may make your plans to explain the effects of the lodestone, the ebbing and the flowing of the sea, or the motion of the planets, but you cannot lead to any cause that satisfies the truths of those who have looked into the abyss or seen sacred visions, or of those," I added falteringly, "who say that demons stir up raptures and ecstasies in men." I watched the shadow of Nat upon the wall, and saw how he trembled. "There are no spirits," says Sir Chris softly, rising and going to my window to view the street beneath. I looked at him searchingly, but his face was hidden from me. "But what of that demoniac," I cried, "locked up in Bedlam, who spoke so truly to me, and who said—" And here I was about to blurt out all, so I checked myself. Then the room suddenly fell quiet as the rain stopped. "But indeed," I continued, recovering myself, "I am only a builder of churches." Sir Chris now gave a glance down at Nat bent in the corner, and I saw them observing each other in the gloom before he spoke. "Ah, Nick, what dark or melancholy passions can overshadow the man whose senses are always so full of so many various productions as yours are?" "You need not humour me," I said, rising and then sitting down again. "You live too solitary, Nick." "I am no more solitary in my closet than you are in your laboratory. My strange and extravagant passions, as you call them, are no different from the hypotheses you build in the air when you describe that imaginary world of atoms and particles which is all of your own making. Your world and your universe are but philosophical romances. How can you call me frenzied?" "Your mind has a distemper," he replied, "which I may cure. I am aware of the composition of the blood, and so I can better understand the difference between frenzies and inspirations." Then I saw the shadow of Nat, his head slowly turned to me. "Yes," I said, "yes. And what of your microscopical glasses? For what do we see with their aid but frightful shapes and figures? When the breath is condensed on a glass, does not the microscope show us snakes and dragons within it? There is no mathematical beauty or geometrical order here, nothing but mortality and contagion on this ordure earth." Sir Christopher walked over to face me before placing his hands upon my shoulders. "This is a mere rabble of words, Nick, which you must place in order for your own good health. There is no truth so abstruse nor so far elevated that man's reason may not reach it. What you understand you may control. Keep hold of this truth, Nick, and all will be well." I was quieter now, and when reason bids us good night, sir, what then? Why should you ask me such a question? I grew angry with him once more. "Your zeal," I said, "is more for experiments than for the truth. Thus you will turn experiments into a truth of your own devising." "This does not signify twopence, Nick. But," I went on, looking at Nat again, "while you pursue your rational philosophy, the general practice of the world shows that we are in a state of rapine, like people on a full career on the ice, all slide directly into the same hole they saw their companions sink into just before them." And I heard Nat laugh at this. "That does not justify the folly of it," Sir Chris replied. "There is a hell, sir. There are gods and demons and prodigies. Your reason is but a toy, your fortitude downright madness against such terrors." He looked at me steadily enough for one who has been destroyed. "You have many unseasonable passions," says he, "and I could wish you a better mien. But the years we have been acquainted cannot be obliterated by the expression of your melancholy temperament." "I admit," I replied softly, "I am of a melancholic humour, but it has been aggravated by many hardships of which you know nothing." "I know now, Nick." Just after this the clock struck 10, and he went to the window to see if the rain had entirely ceased. He stared out at the moon above the houses. "I have stayed late enough," says he, after a moment. "It has been a dreadfully stormy day, has it not? But now it has cleared for a fine night." Then he shook me by the hand in a most familiar manner as Nat rose from the corner and showed him to the stairs. I sat upon my bed and looked down at the floor. When I heard the door being closed behind Sir Christopher, I called out, "Nat, Nat!" and as he came running back into my chamber, I lowered my voice and whispered to him, "Nat, I have said too much, Nat. I have said all." He came up close to me and put his head upon my shoulder. "It is no matter," says he, "for he is a good gentleman and will never harm you." And yet as he spoke I repeated to myself, "What must I do? What must I do?" But then I bethought myself of Vitruvius, his phrase, "O pygmy man, how transient compared to stone," and remembered that this sad humour of mine would soon be changed, as each humour makes way for another, and cannot even be recollected once it has passed. When my name is no more than dust, and my passions which now heat this small room are cooled for ever, when even this age itself is for succeeding generations nothing but a dream, my churches will live on, darker and more solid than the approaching night. And Nat was saying to me, "Your story of the poor creatures sliding through the ice made me to laugh, master, and it put me in mind of a song I learnt, I know not how, when I was a little child, and I will sing it now to cheer you if I can." And at that he suddenly placed himself before the window and began, "3 children sliding thereabout upon some ice too thin, that so at last it did fall out, that they did all fall in. Ye parents, all that children have, and ye that have none yet, preserve your children from the grave, teach them at home to sit." "I do not recall how it ends, master," says Nat, at a loss. But then, as he stood before me at last, I wept. To go on with my story. My sorrow being parted from me, and no harm coming from Sir Chris, as it turned out, I was perfectly easy of manner with the serpent Hayes until the time had come for my purpose. And then, at about 6 o'clock in the evening, 3 weeks after the events just related, I approached him in his closet, and in the politest possible manner asked if he might take a glass with me. He said that he had much business to complete, but when I gave him to understand that the church of St. Mary Woolnoth needed his attention, he readily assented. Now, thought I, go you like a bear to the stake. I took the villain first to Hippolyto's in Bridge Street, near the Theatre Royal, where we cracked the first bottle of French claret. Hayes was of a greedy and covetous disposition, and grew thirsty as he drank the wine I paid for. Then we walked on to the Cock and Pie in Drury Lane, where a second and third bottle succeeded on the table. Then we took a turn to the Devil Tavern, opposite Catherine Street, and all the while I watched his glass attentively. Then we coached it to Black Mary's Hole by St. Paul churchyard, for he was now too drunken to walk. This was such a place that the walls were adorned with many unsavoury finger-dabs, and marks sketched by unskilful hands with candle-flame and charcoal. The floor was broken like an old stable, the windows were mended with brown paper, and the corners were full of dust and cobwebs. Over the mantel on a little shelf were half a dozen long bottles of Rosa Solis, with an advertisement for the speedy cure of a violent gonorrhea. There was a handful of fire in a rusty grate, and a large earthen chamber pot in the chimney corner. The mixture of scents that met us when we first entered were those of tobacco, piss, dirty shirts, and uncleanly carcasses, but Hayes was so drunken that he did not so much as regard it. "I like it here," says he, entering through the door with a staggering gait, "and yet I do not remember choosing it." I led him to a table, and, when the boy approached us, called for brandy. "Tell me," says Hayes, "how liquor makes men see things double. For see this here," and he picked up a pipe, "this is double to me now. What mystery is this?" "You must wear the plant called fuga daemonum," I told him, "to prevent the seeing of visions." "What?" says he, squinting at me, and then he goes on. "But there are many, many different things in this world, are there not, master? For whereas I might say, I would eat more cheese if I had it, a northern man would speak it thus," and here he opened his mouth to one side like a fish, "I should eat more cheese gin I had it," and a western man thus, and here he lowered his head down into his neck, "should eat more cheese than had it." His eyes were brisk and sparkling. More brandy, I thought to myself, before the spirit sinks utterly. "But there must be rules, Mr. Dyer," he was saying. "Do you agree with me there? There must be rules, sir." Then he sank back in his chair, and his eyes lost their brightness. "I've had letters," said I, to make trial of him in his infirmity. "I have had letters too, but these ones threaten me," I replied. "They threaten you?" And he gave me a blank look. The rogue is cunning even in his cups, was my thought. Now he had fixed his wig to the chair, and reached but to spew. While still I smiled upon him. Then he looked around himself as if suddenly waking, and, seeing some sots pissing against the wall, he went to join them. But he was not able to walk, only to reel. So he took out his gear and pissed under the table where we sat. I poured his glass. No more," says he, "no more. I have a pain in my stomach." He got up again, and, staring straight ahead, went towards the door. I walked with him and asked him which way he was travelling. "To my lodgings," he replied. "I suppose you go along Lombard Street?" He assented to this, and I said, "Then I will help you." The night was far advanced, and the clock struck 11 as we entered the street. I wanted no coachman to see us, so I took him by the arm and led him through alleys to the church. He had so got his load, as they say, that he came along with me quite willingly, and was even ready to sing out loud as we crossed the dark and empty lanes. "Do you know this one, do you?" he asks. "Wood and clay will wash away, wash away, wash away. Wood and clay will wash away." I have forgot the rest, he adds, as he links his arm in mine. Then, on reaching Lombard Street, he looked up at me. "Where are we going, Nick?" "We're going home," says I, and pointed out to him the church of St. Mary Woolnoth with the scaffolding upon it. "This is no home, Nick. At least not for a live man." He makes to laugh out loud, but I put my hand over his mouth. "Quiet," I said. "The watchman may hear us." To which he replied, "There is no watchman. The watchman has gone from this sight. Why, did you not know this when you wrote expressly?" And then he goes on, "Let me climb up the scaffolding. Let me climb up and see the moon." "No, no," I replied softly. "Let us visit the new work." And so we crept, both of us laughing, to the place where the pipes were being laid. He bent over to look at this work, though he could see but little, and then I stroked him and put my hands around his neck. "I owe you a pass," I whispered, "and now you shall have it." He made no cry, and yet it is possible that I myself uttered one. I do not know. I read once of an Englishman in Paris who rose in his sleep, unlocked the door, took his sword, and went down towards the river Seine, where, having met with a boy, he killed him and returned still asleep to his bed. So it was with me, for when I came to myself, Hayes was lying beneath the pipes, and wooden planks had been put over his corse. Then I trembled at what I had done, and looked up at the new stone of the church to stare away my fear. Thus I remained under the shadow of the walls for a good while, until I grew sensible of the cold, and then I walked with swift pace back into Lombard Street. I was just got into Gracechurch Street when I passed a constable who asked me if I needed a link on so dark a night. I told him that I knew my way very well and needed no light nor watchman, while all the while I was as like to have made a stool-pan of my breeches. "Your servant, sir," says he at last, "and a safe night to you." I looked fearfully behind me until he had gone into Great Eastcheap, and then, being acquainted with these streets, I put a good distance between us. At Cripplegate I whipped into a coach and made him drive away as if the devil were behind me, but it was not until I sank back in the vehicle that I found I still had the dead man's linen kerchief grasped in my hand. I dropped it out of the flap of the coach, which opens just behind the coachman. In this manner I travelled as far as Drury Lane, where I took myself next into an alehouse, but what with the running and the dreadful apprehensions, I was almost as wet with sweat as if I had been plunged into the Thames. I leaned against the rotten wall of the tavern, but as soon as I had recovered my breath I was seized with an unusual merriment. I called for strong water and made myself drunken as soon as may be. I knew not what time it was when a mask came to my table and brightened upon me at a strange rate. "Captain," says he, "my dearest Captain, will you take a turn with me?" And then she fluttered me in the face with her fan and languished upon me, taking my own glass to her lips. "You have no shame in doing this?" I asked her as she settled down beside me. "Never fear, my captain. Those things like shame are mere bugbears for children," she replied. "I drive my trade like an honest woman, and I am as sound as a eunuch, which is the main point. Kiss me, captain, and I will show you. But do you not fear God?" She moved back a little from me. "Phew," says she, "I hate all that stuff." Then I took her wrist and whispered to her, "Have you any rods?" She gave me eye contact and smiled then. "You are a flogging cully, I see, captain. Well, well, I am an old partner in that game." So, after some more merry discourse, the harlot took me with her to the Dog Tavern, where she kept her room. "Come in," says she, after I mounted the stairs behind her, and was a little fatigued. "Come in and be at your ease while I clean myself." And then in my sight she washed her boobies and sweetened her armpits. With her clothes off, she smelt as frowsily as an old goat, but I turned my face to the wall and did not so much as move a finger as she went to work on me. "You are new to this game," says she, for I see that the body is still fresh. Chapter 8. The skin was being stripped from Hawksmoor's back, and he was trapped shuddering in this dream until he screamed, and the scream became a telephone ringing beside him. He froze in a jackknife position, then he picked up the receiver and heard the message, "Boy found dumped by church, body still fresh. Car coming." And for a moment he did not know in what house or what place or what year he had woken, but he tasted the foulness of his mouth as he stumbled from the bed. Now, in the warm car, he considered the duties he would have to perform. As he passed St. George's, Bloomsbury, he speculated about the photographs he would require, both to mark the position of the body, with the individual folds and creases of its clothing, and to record any materials clutched in the hands or fluids trickling from the mouth. As he travelled down High Holborn and across Holborn Viaduct, past the statue of Sir Christopher Wren, the police radio emitted 3 bursts of unintelligible sound, which seemed for a moment to illuminate his driver's face. As the car moved along Newgate Street, he considered the scale of the projection and detailed drawings he would need, but as he stared at the back of his driver, small phrases from the dream returned to him, and he shifted uneasily in his seat. As he was driven down Angel Street, the glass of an office block glowed just before the morning sun was obscured by a cloud, and he could see other buildings reflected in its surface, and as he entered St. Martin's-le-Grand, he remembered certain words, but not the tune which accompanied them. "Set a man to watch all night, watch all night, watch all night." And now, as the car moved into Cheapside and then Poultry, its siren echoing through the streets of the city, Hawksmoor was able to concentrate upon the objects for which he would soon be searching: fibres, hair, ash, burnt paper, and perhaps even a weapon, although he knew that no weapon would in fact be found. On an occasion such as this he liked to consider himself as a scientist, or even as a scholar, since it was from close observation and rational deduction that he came to a proper understanding of each case. He prided himself on his acquaintance with chemistry, anatomy, and even mathematics, since it was these disciplines which helped him to resolve situations at which others trembled. For he knew that even during extreme events the laws of cause and effect still operated. He could fathom the mind of a murderer, for example, from a close study of the footprints which he left behind, not, it would seem, by any act of sympathy, but rather from the principles of reason and of method. Given that the normal male tread is 28 inches, Hawksmoor had calculated that a hurried step was some 36 inches, and a running gait some 40 inches. On these objective grounds he was able to deduce panic, flight, horror, or shame, and by understanding them he could control them. All of these matters occupied his attention as he drove towards St. Mary Woolnoth, so that he might conceal from himself his rising excitement at the thought of viewing the body and for the first time entering the crime. But when he came to the corner of Lombard Street and King William Street, he saw at once that a policeman was holding up a white sheet while a photographer was preparing his camera. "Don't!" he shouted as he quickly left the car. "Don't do anything yet. Just move out of the light," and he gestured them away from the steps of St. Mary Woolnoth. He did not glance at the body, however, but stopped on the pavement in front of the iron gates and looked up at the church. He saw a curved window with pieces of glass as thick and dark as pebbles, and then, above it, 3 smaller square windows which gleamed in the autumn light. The bricks around them were cracked and discoloured, as if they had been licked by flame, and as Hawksmoor's gaze crept upward, 6 broken pillars were transformed into 2 thick towers which seemed to him like the prongs of a fork which impaled the church to the earth. Only now did he look at the corpse of the dead boy which lay along the 4th of 8 steps, and as he opened the gates and approached it, certain complicated thoughts disturbed his calm. Even though there was a slight dawn rain, He took off his dark coat and placed it on top of some polythene sheets which had already been laid down. The boy looked as if he had opened his eyes wide in mock terror, perhaps trying to frighten some other children during a party game. But at the same time his mouth was gaping open in what might have been a yawn. The eyes were still bright, before the muscles relaxed into the dull and fixed stare of eternal repose, and the gaze of the child disconcerted Hawksmoor. He called for a roll of adhesive tape used in collecting evidence. Bending over the corpse, he placed a piece of the tape against the neck. He could smell the body as he leaned towards it, and through the tape his fingers could touch it. Yet as he felt the neck he was compelled to look away, and he stared up towards a stone tablet on which was inscribed, "Founded in the Saxon age, and last rebuilt by Nicholas Dyer, 1714. The passage of time had partly erased the letters, and in any case Hawksmoor made no effort to understand them. He got up quickly. His sweat might look like rain, he thought, as he handed the adhesive tape to the police officer. "There is nothing on the neck," he told him. Then he climbed up the last 4 steps and entered the silent church. It was in darkness still, and he realized that the windows only reflected the light like a mirror. Glancing behind to make sure that no one could see him, he approached the baptismal font in a corner, cupped his hands in its stale water, and rubbed them over his face. The young officer came up to him as he left the church and murmured, "She found him. She stayed here until she saw copper." He was nodding towards a red-headed woman who was sitting on an old stone just within the gates. Hawksmoor apparently paid no attention to her, and looked up at the side of the church facing King William Street. "What is this scaffolding here for?" "It's for the excavation, sir. They're excavating here." Hawksmoor said nothing. Then he turned back to face the officer. "Have you made a note of the weather conditions?" "It's raining, sir." "I know it's raining, but I want the precise temperature. I want to see how the body cools." He looked up at the sky, and the rain fell down upon him, over his cheeks and across his open eyes as he stared upwards. The area had already been cordoned off at his instructions. Large canvas screens had been placed around the gates and sides of the church to conceal the police operation from the gaze of those people who would inevitably congregate at the spot where a murder had been committed. Now that Hawksmoor was satisfied that he had staked out the right territory, with the body at its centre, he took charge of the operation in all of its aspects. More adhesive tape was used on the trousers, socks, sweater, and shirt of the victim. Soil was taken from his shoes, together with control specimens of the earth close at hand, and the shoes were then placed in a polythene bag. The body was now stripped under the arc lights, so that it acquired a bright pallor, and each item of clothing put in a separate bag which Hawksmoor insisted on labelling himself, and then handing to the exhibits officer. Nail scrapings were taken before the hands were bagged and then sealed with tape. At the same time, the ground was being searched for fibres, footprints, or smears. Anything of even remote interest to the investigating team was given a serial number, registered in a master log, and then deposited in a padded transit box. Throughout these activities, Hawksmoor, still without his overcoat despite the steady light rain, kept up a low whispering. It would have appeared to anyone who knew nothing of police procedure that this man had gone entirely mad and was talking to himself within 2 feet of a corpse, but in fact Hawksmoor was reciting his own observations into a small tape recorder. His last comment was, "Nothing else here," when the pathologist arrived. He was a small, corpulent man who nevertheless conveyed a certain air of stateliness as he slowly climbed the steps of St. Mary Woolnoth. He nodded to Hawksmoor, and then, murmuring, "Yes, I see the body," he knelt down beside the corpse and opened a small brown bag. For a moment he paused, his fingers quivering. "I'm sorry to get you up so early," Hawksmoor was saying, but he had already taken out his knife and with one rapid movement had cut through the abdomen. He now placed a thermometer beside the liver of the dead child, and then leaned back to survey his handiwork. Then, whistling almost imperceptibly, he stood up in order to talk to Hawksmoor. "You hardly need me to tell you, do you, Superintendent?" "I do, sir, thank you very much. Eventually I need you to tell me the time." "Ah, well, time waits for no man." He stepped back and looked at the broken pillars. "It's a fine church, isn't it, Superintendent? They don't build them like that any more." His voice trailed off as his attention was once more drawn to the body. "I don't know who they are, sir." But he was already down on his knees, blinking as the arc lights were suddenly turned off. They were somehow embarrassed in each other's company, and as the pathologist waited to take a second reading of the temperature, Hawksmoor walked behind the canvas screens and across the street to Poultry. From the corner there he could see the front of the church entire. He had passed it before, but he had never looked at it, and now it seemed startlingly incongruous in its setting, despite the fact that other buildings so pressed in upon it that it was almost concealed. He imagined that very few who passed its walls realized that they were the walls of a church, and as a result the building, massive though it was, had managed to disappear from sight. And even for him it was only now, after this death, that it emerged with the clarity and definition which it must have possessed for those who looked upon it when it was first built. Hawksmoor had often noticed how, in the moments when he first came upon a corpse, all the objects around it wavered for an instant and became unreal. The trees which rose above a body hidden in woodland, the movement of the river which had washed a body onto its banks, the cars or hedges in a suburban street where a murderer had left a victim. All of these things seemed at such times to be suddenly drained of meaning like an hallucination. But this church had grown larger and more distinct in the face of death. He walked back to the steps, and the pathologist took him aside for a few moments. Then he called the other officers over to him. "The situation now is this," he explained quietly as the sun rose above the buildings, "that the body can be moved up to the mortuary, where the professor will be carrying out the post-mortem. What we want to know now, of course, is what we have learned here which might be of interest to the professor." He looked across at the corpse as one label was attached to each wrist and ankle. It was placed in a polythene bag which was sealed at both ends, and then, wrapped within an opaque transit sheet, it was carried to a stretcher before being taken to a police van parked at the corner of Lombard Street. Some women cried out in grief or alarm as the stretcher was taken through the small crowd which had assembled, and when a young girl tried to touch the side of the plastic sheet, her arm was knocked roughly away by one of the policemen carrying it. Hawksmoor saw all this and smiled, before turning round to face the red-headed woman who had discovered the body. He watched her now with some interest as she sat by the railings of the old church, and, thinking herself unobserved among all this activity, took out a small pocket mirror from her handbag. She was patting her hair into shape, turning slightly to one side, and then to the other as she did so. Then she stood up, and he noticed that the damp stone had left a large stain on the back of her dress. Hawksmoor was interested in her because he always studied the reactions of those who came across the corpses of the violently slain, although most of them simply ran from the sight as if to protect themselves from the agony and corruption which a murdered body represents. It was his belief that even the finder of that body can become an accomplice in its fate, and by completing the process which leads to its discovery, can also suffer guilt. But this woman had stayed. He walked over to the officer who had been interviewing her. "Did you get what you could out of her?" "I got what I could, but it wasn't much. She doesn't have a clue, sir." "And I don't have a clue. What about time?" "She only recalls time in so much as it was raining, sir." Hawksmoor looked at the woman again. Now that he was closer to her, he noticed a certain slackness around her mouth, and the expression of puzzled intensity as she stared at the twin towers of the church, and he understood why she had not fled, but had stayed watching over the body of the murdered boy until someone else had come. "She doesn't know the time of day, sir," the officer added as Hawksmoor walked towards the woman. He approached her slowly so as not to alarm her. "There now," he said when he came to her. "It was raining when you found him?"
"Raining? It was raining, and it wasn't raining."
She stared into his face, and he flinched. "And what was the time?" he asked her softly.
"Time? There was no time, not like that."
"I see." And then she laughed, as if they had been sharing some enormous joke.
"I see you,"
she said, and gave him a push with her hand. "Did you see him?"
"He had red hair like me."
"Yes, you have nice red hair. I like your hair very much. And did he speak to you?"
"He don't say much, not him. I don't know what he said."
For one instant Hawksmoor wondered if she was talking about the boy. "And what did he do?"
"He seemed to be moving, do you know what I mean? And then he wasn't moving. What do they call this church?"
He had forgotten, and in panic he swung round to look at it. When he turned back, she was peering into her handbag. "Well, Mary," he said, "we'll be meeting again soon, I hope." At this she started crying, and in his embarrassment he walked away from her into Cheapside. Generally he knew by instinct the likely length of an investigation, but on this occasion he did not. As he fought to get his breath, he suddenly saw himself as others must see him, and he was struck by the impossibility of his task. The event of the boy's death was not simple, because it was not unique, and if he traced it backwards, running the time slowly in the opposite direction— but did it have a direction? It became no clearer. The chain of causality might extend as far back as the boy's birth, in a particular place and on a particular date, or even further into the darkness beyond that. And what of the murderer? For what sequence of events had drawn him to wander by this old church? All these events were random and yet connected, part of a pattern so large that it remained inexplicable. He might then have to invent a past from the evidence available, and in that case, would not the future also be an invention? It was as if he were staring at one of those puzzle drawings in which foreground and background create entirely different images. You could not look at such a thing for long. He retraced his steps to the church, where, to his annoyance, he found that Walter had been watching him. The red-headed woman was being led away, and he spoke loudly so that she might hear. "What time do you call this, then?"
"I don't know the time, sir. I was told to collect you."
Walter seemed very pale in the early morning light. "I was told you were going to the incident room." "Thank you for telling me." And as they drove to Spitalfields, Walter turned the radio to the conventional police wavelength, but Hawksmoor leaned forward and shifted the dial. "Too many stories," he said. "Is it the same man, sir?" "It's the same M.O." Hawksmoor emphasized the last two letters, and Walter laughed. "But I don't want to talk about it yet. Give me time." The music of a popular song now came from the radio as Hawksmoor gazed out of the window, and he saw a door closing, a boy dropping a coin in the street, a woman turning her head, a man calling. For a moment he wondered why such things were occurring now. Could it be that the world sprang up around him only as he invented it second by second, and that, like a dream, it faded into the darkness from which it had come as soon as he moved forward? But then he understood that these things were real. They would never cease to occur, and they would always be the same, as familiar and as ever renewed as the tears which he had just seen on the woman's face. Walter was now preoccupied with another subject. "Do you believe in ghosts, sir?" he was saying as Hawksmoor stared gloomily out of the window. "Ghosts?" "Yes, you know, ghosts, spirits." After a pause he continued, "I only ask because of those old churches. They're so, well, old." "There are no ghosts, Walter." He leaned forward to turn off the song on the radio, and then he added with a sigh, "We live in a rational society." Walter glanced at him. "You sound a bit frail, sir, if you don't mind my saying." Hawksmoor was surprised, since he did not realize that he sounded like anything. "I'm just tired," he said. By the time they had reached the incident room at Spitalfields, from where all the inquiries on these murders were still being coordinated, the telephones were ringing constantly, and a number of uniformed and plain-clothes officers were moving about the room, calling and joking to one another. Their presence unnerved Hawksmoor. He wanted nothing to happen until he understood the reasons for its happening, and he knew that he would quickly have to dominate this investigation before it ran out of control. A video unit was being placed in a corner of the room, and Hawksmoor stood in front of it in order to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said very loudly. Their noises ceased, and as they looked towards him, he felt quite calm. "Ladies and gentlemen, you will be working in 3 shifts, with an incident officer in charge of each shift, and there will be a conference each day." He paused for an instant as the lights flickered. "It has often been said that the more unusual the murder, the easier it is to solve. But this is a theory I don't believe. Nothing is easy, nothing is simple, and you should think of your investigations as a complicated experiment. Look at what remains constant, and look at what changes. Ask the right questions, and don't be afraid of wrong answers, and above all, rely on observation and rely on experience. Only legitimate deductions can give any direction to our inquiry." A policewoman was now testing the video equipment which was being installed, and, as Hawksmoor spoke, pictures from the various scenes of the murders, Spitalfields, Limehouse, Wapping, and now Lombard Street, were appearing on the screen behind him, so that momentarily he was in silhouette against the images of the churches. "You see," he was saying, "the propensity for murder exists in almost everyone, and you can tell a great deal about the killer from the kind of death he inflicts. An eager person will kill in a hurried manner. A tentative person will do it more slowly. A doctor will use drugs, a workman a wrench or shovel, and you must ask yourselves in this case, what kind of man murders quickly and with his bare hands? And you must remember, too, the sequence of actions which follows the murder. Most killers are stunned by their action. They sweat, sometimes they become very hungry or thirsty. Many of them lose control of their bowels at the moment of death, just as their victims do. Our murderer has done none of these things. He has left no sweat, no shit, no prints. But one thing remains the same. Murderers will try and recall the sequence of events. They will remember exactly what they did just before and just after." And at this point Hawksmoor always assisted them, since he liked to be entrusted with the secrets of those who had opened the door and crossed the threshold. He spoke gently and even hesitantly to them, so that they knew he was not judging them. He did not want them to falter in their testimony, but to walk slowly towards him. Then he might embrace them in the knowledge they both now shared, and in embracing them dispatch them to their fate. And when, after all the signs of fear and guilt they confessed, he felt envious of them. He envied them the fact that they could leave him joyfully. But they can never remember the actual moment of killing. The murderer always forgets that, and that is why he will always leave a clue. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what we are looking for. Some people say that the crime which cannot be solved has yet to be invented. But who knows? Perhaps this will be the first. Thank you." And he stood very still as the incident officer for that morning arranged the men and women into various teams. A cat, adopted as a mascot, was accidentally kicked during these activities and ran screeching out of the room, brushing against Hawksmoor's right leg as he walked over to Walter, who was now staring at the keys of a computer. Walter sensed him at his shoulder. "I don't know how you managed without them, sir," he said, without turning around. "In the past, I mean." After a noise which was as faint and yet to Hawksmoor as disquieting as a human pulse, certain letters and digits moved across the small screen. Walter now looked up at him in his eagerness. "Do you see how it's all been organized? It's all so simple." "I seem to have heard that somewhere before," Hawksmoor replied as he bent forward to look at the names and addresses of those convicted or suspected of similar crimes, and of those who had used a similar modus operandi, manual strangulation, with the murderer sitting or kneeling on the body of the victim. "But it's much more efficient, sir. Think of all the agony it saves us." He now entered a different command, although his hands barely seemed to move across the keyboard, and yet despite his excitement it seemed to Walter that the computer itself only partly reflected the order and lucidity to which he aspired, that the composition of these little green digits, glowing slightly even in the morning light, barely hinted at the infinite calculability of the world outside. And how bright that world now seemed to him, as a face formed in an identikit composition, flickering upon the screen with green shading in place of shadow so that it resembled a child's drawing. "Ah," Hawksmoor said, "the Green Man did it." And when he grew bored with all this information, he decided that it was time to return to St. Mary Woolnoth and resume the investigation there. It was almost midday when they reached it, and the autumn sun had changed the structure of the church so that once more it seemed quite strange to him. He and Walter were walking around to the side facing King William Street, when for the first time he noticed that there was a gap between the back of the church and the next building, an open patch of ground, part of which was covered with transparent sheeting. Hawksmoor looked down at the exposed soil and then drew back. "I suppose," he said, "these are the excavations?" "It looks like a rubbish tip to me." Walter surveyed the deep furrows, the small pits with planks laid across them, the yellow clay, the pieces of brick and stone apparently thrown haphazardly to the edges of the site. "Yes, but where did it come from? You know, Walter, from dust to dust—" And his voice trailed off when he realized that they were being watched. A woman wearing rubber boots and a bright red sweater was standing in the far corner of the excavations. "Hello, love," Walter shouted to her. "We're police officers. What are you up to?" His voice had no echo as it passed over the freshly dug earth. "Come on down and see," she called back. "But there's nothing here. Nothing's been touched overnight." In confirmation of this, she kicked a piece of plastic sheeting which remained firmly in place. "Come on, I'll show you." Hawksmoor seemed to hesitate, but at this moment a group of children turned the corner into King William Street, and he suddenly descended into the site by means of a metal ladder. Tentatively, he crossed around the edge of the open pits, smelling the dankness of the earth as he did so. It was quieter here beneath the level of the pavement, and he lowered his voice when he reached the archaeologist. "What have you found here?" "Oh, flint blocks, some bits of masonry. That's a foundation trench there, you see." As she talked, she was scraping the skin off the palm of her hand. "But what have you found?" Hawksmoor chose to ignore the question. "And how far down have you reached?" he asked her, peering into a dark pit at his feet. "Well, it's all very complicated, but at this point we've got down to the 6th century. It really is a treasure trove. As far as I'm concerned, we could keep on digging forever." And as Hawksmoor looked down at what he thought was freshly opened earth, he saw his own image staring back up at him from the plastic sheeting. "Do you mean this is the 6th century here?" he asked, pointing at his reflection. "Yes, that's right. But it's not very surprising, you know. There's always been a church here, always. And there's a lot more to find." She was certain of this because she saw time as a rock face which in her dreams she sometimes descended. Hawksmoor knelt down by the side of the pit. As he took a piece of earth and rubbed it between his fingers, he imagined himself tumbling through the centuries to become dust or clay. "Isn't it dangerous," he said at last, "to dig so close to the church?" "Dangerous?" "Well, might it fall?" "On us? No, that won't happen, not now." Walter, who had been examining the wooden supports which held up the church, had joined them. "Not now?" he asked her. "Well, we did find a skeleton recently. Not something you would be interested in, of course." But Walter was interested. "Where did you find it?" "It was there, next to the church, where the pipes are being laid." "They were pretty new, too." Hawksmoor glanced in the direction to which she pointed, and he could see soil which was the colour of rust. He looked away. "And how new is new?" Walter was asking her. 200 or 300 years. But we haven't completed our tests yet. It may have been a workman who was killed when the church was rebuilt." "Well," said Hawksmoor, "it's a theory, and a theory can do no harm." Then he suggested to Walter that they might leave, since time was pressing, and they ascended into the street, where once more they heard the noises of traffic. He looked up at an office building on the other side and saw the people moving around in small lighted rooms. And it was while Walter lingered with the policemen, who were still methodically searching the immediate area of the murder, that Hawksmoor noticed the tramp kneeling by the corner of Pope's Head Alley, opposite the north wall of St. Mary Woolnoth. He seemed at first to be praying to the church, but then Hawksmoor realized that, although the pavement was still damp after the morning rain, he was finishing a sketch in white chalk. He crossed the road slowly and stood by the side of the kneeling man. For a moment he looked with horror at his hair, which was thickly matted into slabs like tobacco. The tramp had drawn the figure of a man who had put a circular object up to his right eye and was peering through it as if it were a spyglass, although it might equally have been a piece of plastic or communion wafer. He paid no attention to Hawksmoor, but then he looked up, and they stared at each other. Hawksmoor was about to say something when Walter called out and beckoned him towards their car. "We ought to go back," he was saying when Hawksmoor came up to him. "They've found something. Someone's confessed." Hawksmoor drew his hand 3 times across his face. "Oh, no," he muttered. "Oh, no, not yet." The young man sat with bowed head in a small waiting-room. As soon as Hawksmoor saw his hand, small with the nails bitten down to the flesh, he knew that this was not the one. "My name is Hawksmoor," he said, "and I am involved with this inquiry. Can you go in?" He opened the door to the interview room. "In you go. Sit down over there. How do you do? Have they treated you well, Mr. Wilson?" There was a muttered reply which Hawksmoor did not care to hear. The man sat down on a small wooden chair and started rocking slightly, as if he were trying to comfort himself. At this point Hawksmoor did not want to go on. He did not want to enter this chamber of tortures and look around within it. "I am going to interview you," he said very quietly, "with regard to the murder of Matthew Hayes, whose body was found at the church of St. Mary Woolnoth at about 5:30 a.m. on Saturday, October the 24th. The boy was last seen alive on Friday, October the 23rd. You have given yourself up. What do you know about his death?" Walter came in with a notebook as the 2 men stared at each other across the table. "What do you want me to say? I've already told them." "Well, tell me. Take your time. We have plenty of time." "It doesn't take any time. I killed him." "Who did you kill?" "The boy. Don't ask me why." And once more he bowed his head. but he looked up at Hawksmoor in the silence which followed, as if pleading with him to make him go on, to make him say more. He was hunched forward, rubbing his hands against his knees, and in that instant Hawksmoor saw the man's thoughts as a swarm of small flies trapped in a bare room, swerving to one side and then another in an effort to break free. "Well, I am asking you why," he said gently. "I have to know why, Brian." He did not register the fact that Hawksmoor knew his name. "What else could I do, if that's the way it is? I can't help it. That's the way it is." Hawksmoor examined him. He saw that his fingers, now clenched, were stained with nicotine. He saw that his clothes were too small. He saw the carotid artery pulsing on the side of his neck, and he restrained an impulse to touch it. Then, without a trace of eagerness, he inquired, "And how do you go about killing when you get the chance?" "I just get hold of them and I do it. They need to be killed." "They need to be killed? That's a bit strong, isn't it?" "I don't see why it is. You should know." And he was about to say something when for the first time he noticed that Walter was standing behind him, and he stopped short. "Go on. Would you like a glass of water, Brian?" With a sudden gesture Hawksmoor motioned Walter out of the room. "Go on, I'm listening. It's just you and me." But the moment had gone. "Well, it's up to you to do something then, isn't it?" The young man concentrated upon a small crack in the floor. "I can't be held responsible once I've told you." "You haven't told me anything I didn't know." "Then you know everything." He was clearly not the murderer whom Hawksmoor was seeking, but it was generally the innocent who confessed. In the course of many inquiries Hawksmoor had come across those who accused themselves of crimes which they had not committed, and who demanded to be taken away before they could do more harm. He was acquainted with such people and recognized them at once, although they were noticeable perhaps only for a slight twitch in the eye or the awkward gait with which they moved through the world. And they inhabited small rooms to which Hawksmoor would sometimes be called, rooms with a bed and a chair, but nothing besides, rooms where they shut the door and began talking out loud, rooms where they sat all evening and waited for the night, rooms where they experienced blind panic and then rage as they stared at their lives. And sometimes, when he saw such people, Hawksmoor thought, "This is what I will become. I will be like them because I deserve to be like them, and only the smallest accident separates me from them now." He noticed a rapid, nervous movement in the young man's cheek, and it reminded him of a coal which dims and then brightens when it is blown upon. "But you haven't told me anything," he heard himself saying. "I want you to tell me what happened." "But how can I confess if you won't believe me?" "But I do believe you. Go on with it. Don't stop now." "I followed him until I was sure I had him alone. It was down by that street, the one in the paper. He knew I was after him, but he didn't say much. He just looked at me. Who said he could live? I wouldn't mind being dead if someone could do it like that. Do you know what I'm saying?" "Yes, I know what you mean. How many have you killed, Brian?" And the man smiled as Walter entered the room with a glass of water. "More than you know, many more. I could do it in my sleep." "But what about the churches? Do you know about those?" "What churches? There are no churches, not in my sleep." Hawksmoor grew angry with him now. "That doesn't make any sense," he said. "That doesn't make any sense at all. Does it make any sense to you?" The man turned towards Walter, his arm outstretched for the glass of water, and as he did so, Hawksmoor noticed some livid welts on his neck where he had been mutilating himself. "You can go now," he told him. "You mean you don't want me to stay here with you? You don't want to lock me up?" "No, Mr. Wilson, that won't be necessary." He could not look into the man's eyes, and so he got up to leave the room. Walter followed him, smiling. "Send him home," Hawksmoor said to the constable outside, "or charge him with wasting police time. Do what you want with him. He's no use to me." He was still angry when he entered the incident room and approached one of the officers. "Have you got anything for me?" "We have some sightings, sir." "Do you mean we have witnesses?" "Well, let's put it this way, sir. Let's not, if you don't mind. I mean, we have statements, which we're checking now. So let me see them now." A sheaf of photocopies was given to him, and Hawksmoor looked over each one rapidly. "It was about midnight when the witness saw a tall man with white hair walking down Lombard Street. At 3 a.m. the witness said she heard an argument, one low voice and one high voice, coming from the direction of the church. One of the men sounded as if he were drunk. Then, about 30 minutes later, he saw a short, plump man walking hurriedly away in the direction of Gracechurch Street. She heard a young boy singing in Cheapside at about 11 p.m. He saw a man of average height, dressed in a dark coat, trying the gates of St. Mary Woolnoth. Then she heard the words, 'We are going home.' The witness did not know the time." None of these apparent sightings interested Hawksmoor, since it was quite usual for members of the public to come forward with such accounts and to describe unreal figures who took on the adventitious shape already suggested by newspaper accounts. There were even occasions when a number of people would report sightings of the same person, as if a group of hallucinations might create their own object, which then seemed to hover for a while in the streets of London. And Hawksmoor knew that if he held a reconstruction of the crime by the church, yet more people would come forward with their own versions of time and event. The actual killing then became blurred and even inconsequential, a flat field against which others painted their own fantasies of murderer and victim. The officer, hesitating slightly now, came up to him. "We've got the usual mail, sir. Do you want to look at that as well?" Hawksmoor nodded, gave back the sheaf of witnesses' statements, and then leaned over the new bundle of papers. There were more confessions and letters from people explaining in great detail what they would like to do with the murderer once he had been caught, some of them coincidentally borrowing effects from the murderer's own repertoire. Hawksmoor was accustomed to such messages, and even enjoyed reading them. There was, after all, some amusement to be derived from the posturing imaginations of others. But there were other, more impersonal letters which still enraged him. One correspondent requested more information, for example, and another proffered advice. Did the police know, he now read, that children often murder other children, and might it not be a good idea for you to interview the poor boys' schoolfellows? Question them severely, since children were such liars. Another correspondent asked if there had been any mutilation of the body, and if so, what form did it take? He put the paper down and stared at the wall in front of him, biting his thumbnail as he did so. When he looked at the desk again, another letter caught his attention. The phrase, "Don't forget," was printed across its top, suggesting that the lined paper had been torn from a standard memorandum pad. 4 crosses had been drawn upon it, 3 of them in a triangular relation to each other, and with the 4th slightly apart, so that the whole device resembled an arrow. The shape was familiar to Hawksmoor, and suddenly it occurred to him that if each cross was the conventional sign for a church, then here in outline was the area of the murders. Spitalfields at the apex of the triangle, St. George's in the east, and St. Anne's at the ends of the base line, and St. Mary Woolnoth to the west. Underneath had been scrawled in pencil, "This is to let you know that I will be spoken about." And there followed another line, so faint that Hawksmoor could hardly read it. "Oh, misery, if they will die." Then he turned the page, and he trembled when he saw the sketch of a man kneeling with a white disk placed against his right eye. This had been the drawing which he had seen issuing from the hand of the tramp beside St. Mary Woolnoth. Beneath it was printed in capitals, "The Universal Architect," and he wondered at this as surreptitiously he placed the letter in his pocket. "So what do you make of it?" was the question he asked Walter as they sat together later in Hawksmoor's office, contemplating the sign of the arrow which now lay on the desk between them. "I don't really make anything of it. If the computer—" "And the tramp?" Walter was puzzled at this. "It could be the same man who did the drawing, and that sign might be a tramp sign, 'No hope here,' or something. Shall I have it analyzed?" "And one of the tramps was killed. We could make a connection there." Hawksmoor saw a pattern forming, but its vagueness angered him. "As far as I can see, sir—" "As far as you can see, Walter. Tell me, what do you see?" He was taken aback at this. "I was simply going to say, sir, that we have to be logical about this." "Oh, yes, by all means, let's be logical. Tell me this logically, then. How did he know about the churches?" "The crosses may not be churches." Hawksmoor paid no attention to this. "I never mentioned the churches, not to anyone outside. Of course they must be churches." This last remark was directed again at Walter, who now shifted uneasily under Hawksmoor's gaze as he tried to think of something more positive to add. "And that tramp was there, wasn't he?" "I know he was there, Walter. That's what worries me." The evening was misty as Hawksmoor left the office, and a circle of roseate light had formed around the almost full moon. He walked up Whitehall and then turned right into the Strand, noticing at that moment how the exhalation of his breath mingled with the mist. Someone behind him was saying, "I've said too much." But when he turned his head, he could see only two children coming towards him through the cold evening, and they were singing, "Then he unto the parson said, Shall I be so when I am dead? Oh yes, the parson said, You will be so when you are dead." But this must have been an illusion, for then he heard, "Penny for the guy! Penny for the guy!" He peered into the pram which the two children were pushing in front of them, and saw a straw effigy with painted face. "What are you going to do with that?" he asked as he dropped 3 small coins into the open hand of one child. "We're going to burn him." "Well, wait, don't do it yet, wait." He walked on, and as he turned up Catherine Street, he thought he heard the sounds of one particular step following him. He turned around quickly with a sigh, but he could see only the crush of evening travellers with their bodies bent forward. Then he walked a little further and heard the same step again, echoing louder in the mist. "I'll lead you a dance," he whispered to himself, and quickened his pace as he turned sharply left into Longacre, crossed among the heavy traffic coming out of St. Martin's Lane, and darted through the small alleys of that vicinity. When he turned once more, he smiled because he could see no one still in pursuit. In fact, Walter had been following him. The behaviour of his superior was beginning to alarm him, not least because he was closely associated with Hawksmoor and would undoubtedly rise or fall with his reputation. There were those in the office who considered Hawksmoor to be old-fashioned, even to be past it. It had been precisely in order to mitigate those opinions that Walter had tried to interest him in computer technology. But the oddity of Hawksmoor's behaviour in recent days, his sudden rages and no less abrupt retreats into silence, his tendency to walk off by himself as if walking away from the case altogether, all this, combined with his apparent inability to make any progress in his investigations of the murders, was a cause of some concern to Walter. It was his belief that Hawksmoor was suffering from personal problems, and that he was probably drinking. Walter was nothing if not enterprising. The only way to satisfy himself about such matters, and eventually to safeguard his own career, was to watch him closely. and Hawksmoor had not, as he believed, eluded his pursuer. He had gone back to his flat in Grape Street, and as he stood in front of the window he remembered part of the song he had just heard. And all the while Walter was gazing up at him, examining with curiosity his pale countenance. Chapter 9. I looked down upon the street as the sun rose above the mean rents opposite, and yet I saw it not, for all my thoughts revolved upon the late destruction of Mr. Hayes and my hot bout with the harlot. A torrent of images threatened to o'erwhelm me, when I was roused from my stupor by someone gazing upon me. I whirled about, but it was only Nat crept into the room. "You have a pale look indeed, master," says he. "Leave me," I whispered. "I am sick, and would be solitary for a while." "There is blood upon your gown, master. Let me—" "Leave me!" And in that instant I bethought myself of the writings I kept, and which could still condemn me in spite of Mr. Hayes' extinction. "Nat, Nat!" I called out as he was about to slink away. "Do you know the little box beneath the bed, Nat?" "I have seen it this day and every day since I entered your service, which was a great time ago, and it has never been moved." "Nat, leave off your ramblings. Take this key and open it. There is a notebook inside it, which I wish you to find. Dig deep within the linen, Nat. You may tell it by the beeswax which covers it, and when you hear the carmen calling for the rubbish, give it to them. But cover it first with stinking stuff, so that they care not to look into it." And all this while Nat was rummaging in the box with, "I see it not," and "It is not in this corner," and "It is missing from this spot," until he stands up solemnly and declares, "It is gone." Gone? It is not here, not there, not anywhere. It is gone. I put my face against the glass, groaning and contemplating this further turn, till, like a louse, I jumped, for though my own back was but patched and peeled, and my box had vomited up its secrets I knew not whither, I could not absent myself from the office on such a day as this. So, with much pain, I put on my clothes and coached it to Scotland Yard. Yet I need not have been in as great a hurry, since Mr. Hayes was not missed at first. He was constantly attending the works and giving directions to the workmen, going from place to place as he thought fit, and, he being a bachelor without family to raise the alarm, those in the office merely asked, "Has Mr. Hayes left word, or a note in his door to let us know where he is to be found?" It was said, "I suppose he has not murdered anybody," and who laughed the loudest but myself? It was after noon when the corse was discovered beneath the pipes new laid by St. Mary Woolnoth, which fact was made known to me in the following manner. Mr. Vanbrugh, a great crier-up of news, blew into my closet like a dry leaf in a hurricano. He pulls off his hat to me and cries, "He is my humble servant," when the rogue is thinking all the while, "Kiss my bollocks." "I hate," says he, "to be a messenger of ill news." Then he settled himself upon the arm of a chair and assumed as solemn an air as any parson on a holy day. "Mr. Hayes, sir, is dead, murdered most foully." "Dead?" "Quite dead. Where is Walter?" I kept my countenance. Mr. Hayes dead? If this is so, I have heard nothing of it, and I rose from my chair in feigned disbelief. "Well, that is strange," he replied, "since it was Walter who discovered the body. Where is Walter? I must speak with him." I sat down at once and answered him, trembling. "I have not seen him, sir, but I have no doubt I will." "I am so much taken by the rogue's adventure, do give me leave to question him myself." "How did Hayes die?" "He died a servant to your church. for some ruffian must have set upon him as he inspected the foundations of St. Mary Woolnoth." "In Lombard Street?" "I believe it is there, Mr. Dyer." He looked on me oddly at this, and indeed I scarce knew what I was saying, as in my thoughts I contemplated the sight of Walter gazing down at the corse of Mr. Hayes. "Did you tell me how he died?" "He was choked to death." "Choked?" "Strangled like a bear on a leash. What age is this," he goes on, "when the churches are not hallowed?" He looked at me then with half a smile, and it came into my mind to jest with edged tools, as they say, knowing that from death springs laughter. "If you have forgot your age," I replied, "consult your glass." At that he gave a very genteel turn to the ribbon of his cravat string. "I see," says he, "that you leave off the grimaces of a feigned sadness, and, to speak plainly, I did not like the man myself." "I liked him well enough," I declared, "and I wished no harm to come to him." Again I tried to rise from my chair, saying, "I must go now to discover the truth in all this." But there came a sudden giddiness into my head. There was a scent of orange-flower water in the room. I saw Vanbrugh, his little mouth wag, but I heard only confused words as I bowed down and stared at the dust upon the floor. When I returned to myself, he was showing his teeth in a smile. "This death has taken away your spirits," says he, "but it cannot be helped. We all must die, although," for he could never resist a quixoticism, "I admit I will never do anything with as little desire in my life." I gave him a glance, and at that he slunk away, or, as the rakes term it, he brushed off, having had the worst of the lay. Just as a rod is the best argument for the back of a rogue, so contempt is the best usage that ought to be shown to a fool. "Your servant, sir," he calls out as he turns into the passage. Yes, he loves me as an ivy does the oak, and will never leave me till he has hugged me to my ruin. When I could no longer hear his step, I hastened to the little desk upon which Walter Fair writes, but there was nothing so much there as a piece of paper to reveal to me where he had been, and where he was now. His repository was locked against it, but I had watched Walter, and knew that he hid his key beneath a board where no nail was. It was removed by me with the utmost ease and quietness, but upon opening the box I saw only a pile of bills and measurements. But then a little paper dropped down to the ground, and when I bent to pick it up I saw plainly that Walter had written upon it, "O misery, them shall die." I puzzled over this for a moment, but there was so much noise and whispering around the office that I could not remain by myself, and, in fear of censure, I walked into the passage to join the throng. Mr. Lee, Mr. Strong, and Mr. Vanbrugh were there engaged in talk, and as I walked toward them, they called out, "Where is Walter? What has become of him? Is he within?" and such-like questions. "I doubt not but that he is being examined," I replied, "and that he will return to us presently." Vanbrugh did not look upon me as I spoke, but waited for me to finish with an indifferent air, and then began to discourse about Mr. Hayes, his sudden death, who he supposed his murderer to be, and other trifles. My thoughts were travelling down a different road. "Is it not just," said I after a while, "that he be buried where he fell?" And to this the pack concurred, as a proper course for one so devoted to the work of the office. Then I walked out into the yard to puzzle once more the meaning of Walter's words, for they strangely afflicted me. And how could it be that Walter had made so sudden a discovery of the course? I wheeled and wheeled about, not knowing whether to go or to stay, and the wind would not let me think, but blew upon my face, bringing the scents of the river. So at last I entered my closet and shut the door, at which time I had a sudden vision of Walter running in fear down Lombard Street. I wrote his words upon a paper. "O misery, them shall die. But I could still find no clue to unravel their sense. Then after a while it came to me to anagrammatize its letters, and thus I spelled out in horror, Dyer has smote me ill, with the initials Y.H. for the name of Yorick Hayes, and I stared astonished at my labours, for how could it be that the villain had foretold his own fate, when he was making merry in his cups only minutes before his extinction? And yet if these were Walter's own words, how might it be that he could communicate with the dead man, unless it be by some instillation of his spirit? And when had he composed this troublesome stuff? All these blind fears whirled about me. "Walter, Walter," I said out loud, "do I not talk madly?" And at this there was a knock upon the door, and I bounded up like a dog afraid of whipping. But it was only the coxcomb Vanbrugh once more making his bow. "Mr. Hayes," says he, "was a great frequenter of plays, and once we have put him in a shift and given him over to the clerk of the parish, we thought to take ourselves to the playhouse in his memory. Do you agree, Mr. Dyer?" I was about to speak out, but the callous of this man's vanity has made him invulnerable, and he takes everything you say in good part. "It is agreed," I replied. But to go on with my theme, the coroner's jury had been summoned and met to make an inquiry how the party, as they called him, came by his death, and such witnesses as could be got besides Walter were examined, but their testimonies appeared very obscure in the apprehension of most people. Some under examination confirmed that they had seen a lofty man in a dark coat waiting about midnight at the end of Pope's Head Alley, while others declared that they had observed a drunken man by the new church, and yet others believed that they had heard violent singing in the dusk of the evening. All these had but a confused sense of time, and it became clear that there was nothing certain. So it is that the world makes its own demons, which then the people see. Meanwhile the villain Hayes was cleaned and shaved and put into his shift, and he was left to lie in his coffin for just one day, with a square piece of flannel over his face and neck to obscure the signs of his death, before he was taken through Cheapside and Poultry to be buried by the east wall of St. Mary Woolnoth. Sir Chris had conceived a great dislike of funerals, and, sighing, he looked upon the walls new-built rather than down into the grave. Mr. Vanbrugh glanced around at the company with a melancholy air, but as we threw sprigs of rosemary upon the coffin, he repeated in a jovial tone the words of the service. "From dust to dust," says he, "from dust to dust." Then he leaned over to whisper at me behind his hand, "I do not see you at your devotions, Mr. Dyer." "I have faith in the true religion," I replied, unthinking. "Well, well," says he, smiling, "Mr. Hayes is now our scholar in these matters." Then we returned down Cheapside in the same order as we came, Walter still being absent, and it was thought suffering from melancholic sickness after being surprised by the discovery of the horrid course. Yet all of us, save Sir Chris, made merry, taking heart from that catch, "and I yet alive." At 5 o'clock of the same day we made our way through New Inn, crossed Russell Court, and steered to the playhouse. Mr. Vanbrugh, after his devotions at the barber's, was all improved by powder, wash-balls, and perfume, so that he was as fragrant as a Bermudo's breeze or any sweet-bag. Here is a self-conceited puppy who was born a boy and will die before he is a man. Coming too soon for the play, we took a turn in the lobby, which is nothing but a rendezvous of all extravagances, or rather the shambles where young and old are exposed to sale. For among the saunterers, with their hands in their pockets, come the ladies from the stews, all of them patched and painted, where beneath they are old and yellow and fit only to turn stomachs. And then, on a sudden glance, I observed the harlot who had encountered me on that fatal night, At once I turned away from her, and busied myself in the reading of advertisements fixed to the pillars. "Well, well," says she, walking up close to me, and talking to some black devil in a mask, "do you see how the captain stared at us and gnashed his teeth, as if he could eat us for looking at him?" "Captain," says she, again coming beside me, "you turn your back upon me as you have done before." And she laughed as I shuddered and burned. "Here now," she goes on, taking my sweating hands in her own, "these are mighty hands which could work much mischief." Before I could speak, the porter moved among the company, saying, "The play begins when it is exactly 6 by your watches. Will you please to go in? Will you please to go in?" "Another day, then, Captain," says she, "or let it be another night." And she took herself off with a smile. After a pause to find my breath, I walked into the pit, where the others were already sat upon the benches. They were not the best seats neither, since the gentlemen in front of us had so powdered their periwigs that they endangered my eyes as soon as they turned round to stare at the company. At first I believed they stared at me for the most part, since I was sadly discomfited after my discourse with the harlot, but my perturbation soon passed when I saw that there was no meaning to their looks, either to themselves or each other. So it was with an easier mien that I settled myself down to watch this assembly with its amorous smirks, its a la mode grins, its antic bows, the world being but a masquerade, yet one in which the characters do not know their parts and must come to the playhouse in order to study them. Let there be no stop to bawdy, so that those in the pit can see themselves, fill the stage with villainy, with swearing and blaspheming and open lewdness. The grossest touches will be most true. And now the curtain was drawn to show a dark room where someone was playing a pack of cards. Above him some dozen clouds were trimmed with black, and there was a new moon, something decayed. And then for a moment I was environed by these painted scenes, and lived among them even as I sat in the pit. Now my lord All-Pride leads dull Common away, and the scene is drawn to show a chamber of tortures, where he says, "Do you like this ribbon?" pointing to a whip, "this cut of the sleeve?" pointing to a knife, "this stocking?" pointing to a hanging rope. And I was a child again, watching the bright world. But the spell broke when, at this juncture, some gallants jumped from the pit onto the stage and behaved as so many merry andrews among the actors, which reduced all to confusion. I laughed with them also, for I like to make merry among the fallen, and there is pleasure to be had in the observation of the deformity of things. Thus, when the play resumed after the disturbance, it was only to excite my ridicule with its painted fictions, wicked hypocrisies, and villainous customs, all depicted with a little pert jingle of words and a rambling kind of mirth to make the insipidness and sterility pass. There was no pleasure in seeing it, and nothing to burden the memory after. Like a voluntary before a lesson, it was absolutely forgotten, nothing to be remembered or repeated. When this masquerade was complete, the prattler Vanbrugh led us on to the Grey Bear Tavern, where the whimsy-headed and the slender-witted and the shallow-brained come to sip their brandy and make their chit-chat on what they have just viewed. "And so, sir," he cried, as we waited for the tapster, "how did you like the play?" "I have forgot it, sir." "So soon?" I asked him what he said, for there was such a mish-mash of conversation around us that I could scarcely understand him. The frequenters of taverns have hearts of curd and souls of milksop, but they have mouths like cannons, which stink of tobacco, and their own foul breath, as they cry, "What news? What's o'clock? Methinks it's cold to-day." Thus is it a hospital for fools. Dramatis Personae. John Vanbrugh, an architect in fashion; Nicholas Dyer, a nothing, a neighbour; Sir Philip Bareface, a courtier; Money Trap, a jobber; Various gentlemen of the town, rakes, bullies, and servants. Vanbrugh, taking up his glass. "I said, sir, forgot so soon?" Dyer sits down. There was nothing that I recall save that the sun was a round, flat, shining disk, and the thunder was a noise from a drum or a pan. Vanbrugh aside. What a child is this! To Dyer. These are only our devices, and are like the paint of our painted age. Dyer. But in meditation the sun is a vast and glorious body, and thunder is the most forcible and terrible phenomenon. It is not to be mocked, for the highest passion is terror. And why was it, too, that this scribbler mocked religion? It is a perilous case. Vanbrugh. Amen to that. I pray the Lord. Ha, 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 ha. But let me tell you plainly, sir, this scribbler was just. Religion is only the quaint legerdemain of strong-pated statesmen who, to overawe the capriciousness of the giddy multitude, did forge the image of some punisher of all humane actions. Dyer aside. A small rational Sir Fopling, this. Vanbrugh. Have I told you this story? When a widow, hearing in a sermon of the crucifixion, came to the priest after, dropped him a curtsy, and asked him how long ago this sad accident happened. When he answered about 1500 or 1600 years ago, she began to be comforted, and said, "Then, by the grace of God, it may not be true," laughing. Dyer, in a low tone. Interest is the god of your world, who may be sacrificed to hypocrisy. Vanbrugh aside. I find he knows me. To Dyer. What was that? Dyer. It was nothing, nothing at all. There is an uneasy silence between them. Vanbrugh. And how do your churches, Mr. Dyer? Dyer in alarm. They do very well, sir. Vanbrugh. You build in Greenwich next? Dyer, wiping sweat from his brow. I build first in Bloomsbury, and then in Greenwich. Vanbrugh. How interesting. He pauses. The play was well received, was it not? Dyer. The audience had so humble an opinion of itself tonight that it thought what pleased the people of fashion ought also to please it. Vanbrugh. And yet there was that to please all. The language was enriched with beautiful conceptions and inimitable similitudes. He stares at Dyer. Are you not of my mind in this, at least? Dyer. No, I am not of your mind, for the dialogue was fitted up with too much facility. Words must be plucked from obscurity and nourished with care, improved with art and corrected with application. Labour and time are the instruments in the perfection of all work. Aside, including churches. Vanbrugh coughs in his glass. Here is a speech that would frighten me into nothing. To the boy. Fill some brandy, sirrah. To Dyer. But the greatest art is to speak agreeably about the smallest things, to spread a general evenness of humour and a natural decency of style. Dyer, looking at him scornfully. So that is why wits swarm like Egypt's frogs. If I were a writer now, I would wish to thicken the water of my discourse so that it was no longer easy or familiar. I would choose a huge, luscious style. Vanbrugh, interrupting. Ah, the music of erudition! It is unimaginable to weaker wits. Dyer, ignoring him. I would employ outlandish phrases and fantastical terms, thus to restore terror, reverence, and desire like wild lightning. Vanbrugh, offended. I do not wish for mere words, I wish for matter. Dyer. And what is matter, according to the Greshamites, but blind atoms? Vanbrugh, laughing. Well, let us drop that matter. They stand again without speaking, only drinking. Vanbrugh, inclining his head. See this man's manner as he walked by me. He has lately been in the powdering tub of affliction, and it has affected his step. He calls out and smiles at the man. Sir Philip! Sir Philip! Aside to Dyer. His sword is tied as high as the waistband of his breeches, do you see, and it has no more motion when he walks than a 2-foot rule stuck into the apron of a carpenter. To Sir Philip Bareface. You have been to court, I hear. What's done? Sir Philip. Extraordinary news, I do assure you. Dyer aside. Only when you are hanged, sirrah. Sir Philip. The events in Silesia have caused great consternation. I never approved of our affairs there after my Lord Peterborough was called away. It is true, my Lord Galway is a brave general and a man of excellent parts. He breaks off to look around cautiously. But what then, if luck is not on his side? He whispers now. Did you read of my lord in the Spectator? Dyer, aside. I have seen Mr. Addison among the buggerantos in Vinegar Yard. Truly, he is a man of parts. Sir Philip, still whispering. I see nothing ahead but endless broils and divisions. But here is Master Moneytrap, who will tell us more news. Pray, sir, addressing him, what intelligence from the city? Moneytrap. There are those frighted at the news from Silesia, but I can tell the secret of that. Stocks may fall, but I say buy. Vanbrugh and Sir Philip in unison. Buy? Moneytrap. Yes, buy, for they fall only by degrees to rise further. Yesterday's South Sea stock was 95 1/4, and Bank was 130. Sir Philip. This is strange news indeed. Chorus of gentlemen and servants. What news is this? What news is this? And then they sing. Bankrupts, elopements, thefts, and lotteries, strange news from Petersburg and Flanders, fast mails from Frankfurt and Saxony bring chit-chat, jobbing, venery, and slanders. Exeunt Sir Philip and Moneytrap in conversation. Vanbrugh and Dyer talk apart. Dyer, having listened attentively to the song. Was I not saying that poetry is now sunk and miserably debased? It is as low a thing now as the music of Italian opera, and not even as sweet as the songs we heard in childhood. For the best authors, like the greatest buildings, are the most ancient. This is but a cold age of the world, filled with a general imperfection. Vanbrugh. No, no, the fables and religions of the ancient world are well-nigh consumed. They have served the poet and the architect long enough, and it is now high time to dismiss them. We must copy the present age, even in our songs. Dyer, aside. His eyes and countenance show a great alteration, for this matter touches him keenly. To Vanbrugh. If we copy the present age, as you put it, we will be like those people who judge only by resemblance, and are therefore most delighted with pictures of their acquaintance. We will be like the Greshamites, who will deal only with that which they know, or see, or touch, and so your playwrights catch the audience as woodcocks and widgeons are caught, by a loud bell and a greasy light. Vanbrugh aside. He has a solemn air, but still he mocks me. To Dyer. Well said, sir. You have brought yourself off cleverly. And so you would lug down old Aristotle, Scaliger, and all their commentators from the high shelf, and let the moths flutter round your gabardine, so that you can furnish prose with episodes, narrations, deliberations, didactics, pathetics, monologues, figures, intervals, and catastrophes. Dyer, aside. Methinks he strives to shine in his talk, the more to insult my own. To Vanbrugh. I will say this only, that there is scarcely any art or faculty wherein we do not come short of the ancients. Vanbrugh, spitting upon the floor. But the bounds of the mind are yet unknown. We form our judgments too much on what has been done, without knowing what might be done. Originals must soar into the region of liberty. Dyer. And then fall down, since they have wings made only of wax. Why prostrate your reason to mere nature? We live off the past. It is in our words and our syllables. It is reverberant in our streets and courts, so that we can scarce walk across the stones without being reminded of those who walked there before us. The ages before our own are like an eclipse which blots out the clocks and watches of our present artificers, and in that darkness the generations jostle one another. It is the dark of time from which we come, and to which we will return. Vanbrugh aside. What is this stuff about time? To Dyer. This is well said, but this age of ours is quite new. The world was never more active or youthful than it is now, and all this imitation of the past is but the death's head of writing as it is of architecture. You cannot learn how to build from the instructions of a Vitruvius, or to manage a good mean from a tomb painting. In the same fashion, that which truly pleases in writing is always the result of a man's own force. It is his proper wealth, and he draws it out of himself as the silkworm spins out of her own bowel. And speaking of bowels, they break off for a minute as Vanbrugh repairs to the Jakes, and Dyer listens to the assembled company, who can now be heard. Rake. Why are women like frogs, sirrah? His companion. Tell me, why are women like frogs? Rake. Because only their lower parts are man's meat. Ha, 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 ha. His companion. And I will tell you another. A plain countryman, being called at an assize in Norfolk to be a witness about a piece of land that was in controversy, the judge asked him, What call you that water which runs on the south side of the close? The fellow answered, My lord, our water comes without calling. Ha, ha, ha. Dyer scowls, and then looks upon two gentlemen in another corner, who are inflamed with liquor, and speaking wildly. First gentleman. You hear this on rep? Second gentleman. Pos, it was his fizz, and the mob saw it. It was in the news, as sure as eggs are eggs. First gent. Ah, but these eggs give me disconsolate dreams, and make me melancholy for days after. Second gent. And do you know why you do not like eggs? First gent. Why do I not like eggs, sirrah? Second gent. Because your father was so often pelted with them. Dyer to himself. There is nothing but corruption within, a hollow-sounding box. Whatsoever I see, whatsoever I hear, all things seem to sound corruption. He turns towards Vanbrugh, who has come back to the table. What was I saying? Vanbrugh. You were extolling the ancients. Dyer. Yes, so I was. The ancients wrote of general passions which are the same, but you wish only for that which is lively or new or surprising. But the ancients knew how nature is a dark room, and that is why their plays will stand when even our playhouses are crumbled into dust. For their tragedy reflects corruption, and men are the same now as they have ever been. The world is still mighty sick. Did you hear during the late plague? Vanbrugh laughing. I had quite forgot that distemper. Dyer. Did you hear of the victim who pursued a young girl, kissed her, and then said, I have given you the plague. Look here. And then he opened his shirt to show her the fatal tokens. There is a horror and loathsomeness there that must affect us all. Vanbrugh aside. But there is a mixture of delight in the disgust it gives you. To Dyer. I see, sir, that you are for strolling in dirty lanes and among the coal-pits, like the Irish among their bogs. Dyer. Yes, for in such places may the truth be found. Vanbrugh. And so the fumes issuing from a Jakes are, for you, incense from an altar, for they also have always been the same. Dyer. Should I peruse the casual scratches and inside daubings made upon the walls, in order to take my inspiration from their novelty? Vanbrugh, growing impatient. There is nothing so pedantic as many quotations, and your reverence for the ancients is an excuse for mere plagiarism. Dyer. This is not so. He gets up from the table, walks awkwardly about, and then resumes his seat. Even the magnificent Virgil has borrowed almost all his works, his eclogues from Theocritus, his Georgics from Hesiod and Aratus, his Aeneid from Homer. Aristotle himself derived many things from Hippocrates, Pliny from Dioscorides, and we are assured that Homer himself built upon some predecessors. You will have variety and novelty, which is nothing but unruly fancy. It is only from imitation. Vanbrugh, laughing. Plagiarism? Dyer, with a grave countenance. Only from imitation that we have order and massiveness. Vanbrugh, sighing. Words, 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 breeding no thing but more wordiness, which represents no thing in nature either, but a mere confused idea of grandeur or terror. Pray, speak that you may be understood, Mr. Dyer. Language was designed for it, they say. Dyer. So you would have me speak plain, when then my words would blast you? Vanbrugh raises his eyebrows at this, and Dyer adopts a lower tone. Reality is not so plain, sir, and will escape you as the mist escapes the squab who puts out a hand to grasp it. Enter Potboy. Boy. Do you call, sirs, do you call? Coffee or brandy, gentlemen? I have a fresh pot a-making. Vanbrugh. Make it brandy, for this is thirsty work. He takes off his wig for a moment to cool himself, and Dyer notices his hair. Dyer, aside. It is strangely black beneath his wig. The clear water has been used to turn it. Vanbrugh, staring at him. And you were saying? Dyer, in confusion, lest he was heard. I have lost my thread. He hesitates. I am troubled by many thoughts. Vanbrugh. Why so? Tell me your affliction. Do you speak of Mr. Hayes? Dyer. That piece of deformity. He checks himself. No, I speak of Walter, who is sick. Vanbrugh. You are condemned. Dyer. Condemned? To what? Speak, quick. Vanbrugh. You are condemned to be always fearful. It is your natural temper. Dyer, hastily. Well, enough of this. Clumsily, to break the silence between them. And I can press my theme still further, for Milton copied Spenser. Vanbrugh. No doubt you were more charmed by Milton's hell than by his paradise. Dyer. And Spenser copied his master Chaucer. The world is a continued allegory and a dark conceit. Vanbrugh. And what is your allegory, sir? Dyer, somewhat drunken now. I build in hieroglyph and in shadow like my ancients. Vanbrugh, interrupting. So you speak of your churches at last. Dyer. No, but yes, I do. For just as in the narration of fables we may see strange shapes and passages which lead to unseen doors, so my churches are the vesture of other active powers. He warms to his theme as the brandy warms him. I wish my buildings to be filled with secrecy, and such hieroglyphs as conceal from the vulgar the mysteries of religion. These occult ways of proceeding were treated of by the abbot Trithemius in his very learned and ingenious discourse De Cryptographia. He breaks off here suddenly and nervously. Vanbrugh. Do not be abashed, Mr. Dyer. Dyer, in a lower tone. But this art, like that of painting upon glass, is but little practised now, and is in great measure lost. Our colours are not so rich. Vanbrugh. But they are rich enough elsewhere. Dyer. How so? Vanbrugh. In the laboratory, or so I am told, they use salts to turn blue into red, and red into green. Dyer. I see you have not understood this discourse. Both men growing uneasy, they turn to look at the company, but the hour is past midnight, and the tavern empty except for the boy cleaning the tables. Vanbrugh. I am tired now. I must find a chair to take me home. He comes forward as Nicholas Dyer sleeps uneasily in his cups, and addresses the audience with a song. What foolish frenzy does this man possess, to cling to ancients and expect success? to bring old customs on the modern stage, when naught but sense and reason please this age. Good night, Mr. Dyer. He makes a low bow to him and exits. Dyer wakes suddenly and stares wildly around. Then he stands up unsteadily and delivers to the audience another song. And yet who was that miserable creature who trusts to sense and copies nature? What warmth can his dull reason still inspire, when in darkness only can be seen the fire? He exits. Boy calling out after him, What now, epilogue? No, and there will be none, for this play is followed by a masquerade. When I returned to my lodgings, much incensed at the high talk of Vanbrugh, I tied an handkerchief about my head, tore a woollen cap in many places, as likewise my coat and stockings, and looked exactly what I designed to represent, a beggar fellow, and one who might merit the world's just scorn. Then I slipped out of my closet at 2 o'clock, when all the household was abed, proposing to make my way through the streets without a lantern. As I passed the bedchamber of Mrs. Best, I heard her call out, Lord, what noise is that? And then a man, so, says I to myself, she has found fresh meat, replied, Perhaps the dog or cat. I was instantly in the entry and came out at the street door without any other disturbance, and as I walked the street the fearful lightness in my head which so afflicted me passed away, and in these beggar robes I was once more fastened by the earth. In that manner all my fears and anxious perplexities left me. At 3 in the morning, with the moon on my left hand, I came to an old house by Tottenham Fields, and here I sank into a corner with my chin upon my breast. Another beggar came, but he did not like my looks and was soon gone. Then I roused myself and walked into the pasture by Montague House, close behind my new church at Bloomsbury. It was a silent night, but that the wind made a low sound like a woman sighing. I laid myself down upon the grass, curled like an embryo, and was recalling days far gone, when I heard a whistling borne to me by the wind. I raised myself upon my knees, crouched ready to spring, and then I saw a young fellow crossing the pasture towards me. He was as like to have walked straight to the Bloomsbury church, in which path I would assist him. I stood upright, and went to him with a smile. "How do you do, my little honey?" says I. "How do you do, my sweetheart?" At that he was much affrighted, and said, "For God's sake, who are you?" "I'm your pretty maid, your merry wren, and will you show me the church yonder, so that we may hug in its shadow?" "I see no church," says he. But these were desperate words, for he was tied like a dead bird to a tree, and it was some time after when I returned to my lodgings, singing old songs in the silent fields. On the 5th day after I did see an advertisement for that pretty young fellow, run away on Friday last from his master, Mr. Walsall, in Queen's Square, a boy about 12 years of age, Thomas Robinson. He had on dark grey clothes, all of a sort, the sleeves of his coat faced with black, a brown peruke, a red mark on one of his hands. Whosoever brings him to Mr. Walsall's aforesaid, or at the Red Gates in Grape Court, shall have £5 reward, and no questions asked. This is well put. Ask no questions, and you shall hear no lies, Mr. Walsall. And I shall tell you this also, without a recompense. Your boy has more marks now. And so I busied myself about the churches of Bloomsbury and Greenwich with a lighter heart, and this in spite of the fact that Walter had not returned to the office, and, it was said, had grown so heavy with hypochondriacal melancholy that he was like to sink into the ground. It was some days following that I made a visit to him in his lodgings in Crooked Lane, on the east side of St. Michael's Lane, where a nasty slut, his landlady, whispered to me as I entered through the door, "He is sick of the fever, and we despair of him, sir." At this she clinched her hands as if there were silver in them. "And
He speaks mighty strange, and he's sometimes crying or roaring like a little boy that has been whipped. What shall we do, sir?"
Then she led me to his mean chamber, which stank of sweat and piss like the hovel of a carman. When Walter saw me, he tried to rise from his bed, but I put my hands upon him. "No, no," I whispered. "Stay, stay, Walter." Then he showed signs of great terror, which perplexed me. "Do you know me?" I asked him.
"Know you? Yes, very well."
"How do you do, then?"
"Very bad, master. I care not much indeed what becomes of me."
Here he stopped and fetched a sigh. I tried to cheer him. "And then, Walter, what then? You cannot sigh for ever, and what will you do with yourself then?"
"I don't know, not I. Hang myself, I think. I don't know anything I can do better."
"Tell me, Walter, what is the matter? Is it such a secret that you dare not tell it? I hope you have not committed murder." But he did not laugh as I had hoped.
"I am not sure," he replied, "and now it is no such great matter neither."
"No great matter? And yet you talk of hanging yourself?" I made a stop here, and taking my eyes from his face, which was wonderfully pale, I saw fastened with pins to the wall divers plans and drafts of my London churches, and this touched my heart, for the poor boy, silent as he might be in the office, showed his devotion here. And now, as he lay sick among my images, he raised his head from the pillow.
"I thought," said he at last, "that you might leave your post and forget me."
"Why so, Walter, when I can never cancel my obligation to you for your labours? You are my right hand."
"No, no, I wish you to leave. I wish to be free from your service."
"You are filled with disturbing thoughts and melancholy vapours, Walter. You must lie now and rest." But then he raised his head a little higher still.
"How far is the pillar at Bloomsbury advanced?" he said. "Let it not stand upon the cold ground, but lift it above the tower. And have you finished the model of Greenwich Church?"
At that he took pen and ink, and wrote down a great many things upon his paper, and made lines with a short brass rule, but I understood nothing of them. "Let them alone," I said. "You are too sick, too sick." Then he glared at me.
"You saw the lines I wrote before?"
"I saw some musty stuff in anagram placed in the box beneath your chair," I replied, "but it was of no account." Walter grew yet more agitated.
"I assure you there was no anagram. I speak of the letters I left for you."
"This is not clear to me, Walter."
"I wished to entice you to leave the office, for I was so much at your mercy there," said he, staring at me wildly. "But I never wished to cause you such agony. I was in a box and could not creep out of it. I wished to be free, but instead I bound myself."
"Those letters were the work of the villain Hayes," I replied, without thinking what I said. "And they were not of your doing?" But then he took from beneath his pillow a sealed letter, conveyed it to me, and as our eyes met, he sank back affrighted.
"I will tell you a mystery," says he. "I followed you, and then I lost you. That night I dreamed I killed Mr. Hayes, and then on the next day I found his corpse. Was there truth in this dream, and what must I do?"
The nasty slut appeared in the room again.
"He is always disturbed so," said she, "since he discovered the body, and his wild talk is filled with you and Mr. Hayes."
"The fever has grown so considerable," I told her, "that you must tie him firmly to the bed. We must make time his cure." Walter lay groaning, and I contemplated his face for the last time before I turned my back on him and went on my own way. This visit had given me news indeed, and as I climbed down the narrow stairs I unsealed the letter which he had left with me. At once I saw it to be one of those which had threatened me, and which I had laid to Mr. Hayes. And so my own assistant had watched me and plotted against me. It was he alone who wished to be rid of me. It was he who laid deep plans for me to be gone, and who knows what else he might now have committed to paper in his delirium. I was uncertain which way the next wind might toss me, and as I walked back to my lodgings I watched as those who travel in suspected places. I spoke nothing of my visit to Walter when I came into the office on the next morning, for I had too private a sense and was too close in my manner of speaking to give them a rod, as they say, to beat me with. But they suspected me of I know not what, and the absence of Walter was cried up as a stroke against me. They whispered against me, so as not to be overheard, but I needed no trumpet-tongued devils to understand all their plots and intrigues. They avoided me as if my breath were contagious, or a plague sore running upon me. And then, 3 days following this, Sir Christopher asked to see me. He did not tell me what the purpose was, and though I imagined myself to be undone, I did not ask questions for fear of giving him suspicion. I went into his chamber trembling, but he did not so much as hint at Walter, but spoke of Mr. Vanbrugh, his projects, in a most familiar manner. I was easy for a while, but then the purpose behind his discourse became most plain when, in the next week, I received a very flaming injury which was so loaded with aggravations that I could scarce get over it. For I read this in the Gazette: His Majesty has been pleased to appoint Sir John Vanbrugh to be Controller of His Majesty's works in England. One remarkable passage I had like to forgot. The new king had made Vanbrugh a knight, but that was as nothing beside this new case. What are we coming to, and what is to be expected when those like this reptile knight are advanced before me? Yet I am held in such despite that I cannot overreach him, and so I must burn. It is the same the world over. Persons that have nothing to recommend them but the marks of pride and a high value for themselves have gained esteem, being supposed to have some merit only for pretending it. The coxcomb struts like a crow in the gutter, while the others laugh at me behind their hands. With the Queen dead, Sir Chris shall lose all favour with those now in power, and what hope for me then? They wish to turn me out and thus destroy me, and there is a known maxim for this purpose: throw dirt, and if it does not stick, throw dirt continually, and some will stick. So I must stay out of their way. Suspicious and jealous men have good eyes, and they will now be fastened on me. Such thoughts were heavy upon me when I enlarged upon my new work to the Commission thus: We desire the Honourable Board to know that the walls of the Bloomsbury Church are complete, and all is prepared for the plasterers. It will be proper that they begin the ceilings and walls during the best of the winter, that the work be thoroughly dry before any frost take it. The church is bounded by Russell Street to the north, Queen Street to the west, and to the south-east Bloomsbury Market. This area being very populous in the months of summer, the fields being close by, what preparations are to be made for outside doors, so that the church may be shut from the rabble? The west tower is advanced about 25 or 28 feet above the roof of the church, and I will place upon that my historical pillar, which will be of square form and built with rough stone. And this I do not add: on the apex of this shaft will be placed the 7-edged star, which is the eye of God. The Emperor Constantine set up a pillar at Rome as big as this, in one stone, and placed the sun on the summit of it. But that parhelion, or false sun, was forced to leave shining. My fabric will last 1,000 years, and the star will not be extinguished. I also humbly offer to the Commissioners the following account of the present state of the Church of Greenwich, viz., the stonework on the south side and part of the east and west end is advanced about 4 feet above the level of last year's work, and the masons have a good quantity of stone wrought to carry on the side next the street. And this I keep concealed. Dr. Flamsteed, the Astronomer Royal, and a man of snivelling, covetous temper, predicts a total eclipse of the sun on the date the 22nd of April, 1715, At that dark time, when the birds flock to the trees and the people carry candles in their houses, will I lay the last stone secretly and make the sacrifice due. Further, I have been ordered by the Honourable Board to prepare and lay before the Commissioners a particular estimate of the charge in building the Church of Little St. Hugh in Blackstep Lane. I have examined the prices proposed, and find them the same with the churches of Limehouse and Wapping. The parts of land shaded with a faint brown are granted already, and the parcels of land in private hands are shaded yellow. The vacant ground in the front is worth £3 per annum, and at 20 years' purchase of £60. The buildings backwards are let at £72 per annum at 6 years' purchase, and worth £432, viz. the tobacconist, the tallow chandler, the pewterers, and the weavers. These are washed with blue, all of which is humbly submitted, N. Dyer. And across these mean dwellings of Blackstep Lane, where as a boy I dwelled for a while, the shadow of my last church will fall. What the mob has torn down I will build again in splendour, and thus will I complete the figure. Spitalfields, Wapping, and Limehouse have made the triangle. Bloomsbury and St. Mary Woolnoth have next created the major pentacle star, and with Greenwich all these will form the sextuple abode of Baal Berith, or the Lord of the Covenant. Then with the Church of Little St. Hugh, the septilateral figure will rise about Blackstep Lane, and in this pattern every straight line is enriched with a point at infinity, and every plane with a line at infinity. Let him that has understanding count the number. The 7 churches are built in conjunction with the 7 planets in the lower orbs of heaven, the 7 circles of the heavens, the 7 stars in Ursa Minor, and the 7 stars in the Pleiades. Little St. Hugh was flung in the pit with the 7 marks upon his hands, feet, sides, and breast, which thus exhibit the 7 demons: Daedalus, Metogyn, Adulec, Dememes, Gadix, Uquisus, and Sol. I have built an everlasting order, which I may run through laughing. No one can catch me now. Chapter 10. And Hawksmoor laughed at this. "You can see things in whatever order you want, Walter, and we'll still catch him. He's cunning, though." Then he pointed at his own head. "He's very cunning." "Time will tell, sir." "Time will not tell. Time never tells." Once more he raised his arm involuntarily, as if in greeting. "So let's start again. Where were the bodies found?" "They were found at St. Alphege, Greenwich, and St. George's, Bloomsbury." Hawksmoor noticed that the sky had cleared quite suddenly, going from grey to blue like an eye which had suddenly opened. "And what was the order again?" "One after another within a few hours." "The report said that it could have been minutes." "Minutes is impossible, sir." "No, we can't deal in minutes." And yet what might happen in a minute when his back was turned? He looked down at the pattern of dust on the carpet, and as he did so he heard the noises within his head like the sounds of a crowd roaring in the distance. When he looked up, Walter was talking again. "What I can— well, I can't. I mean, we have nothing positive of the paperwork." And they both looked at the documents scattered across Hawksmoor's desk. "I can't believe," Walter continued, "I can't believe it." And he picked up the forensic report on the 2 most recent murders. Both victims had been strangled with a ligature which had not been tied. There was no mark of a knot, at least, but had been held tight for at least 15 to 20 seconds at an unusually high level in the neck. The ligature was evidently a folded hard cloth of some kind, set in 4 distinct lines across the front of the neck. The marks extended around the sides, especially the right, but faded at the back, showing that both victims had been strangled from behind on the left. In spite of the closest possible examination of the cuticle, the pathologist was unable to detect any weave or pattern that would reflect the actual structure of the ligature. Exhaustive forensic tests had also failed to identify any prints, marks, or stains which might be connected with the perpetrator of these actions. 2 days before, Hawksmoor had crossed the Thames in a police launch to Greenwich, and as he came up to the dock, he leaned forward over the side and allowed his index finger to trail in the oily water. He walked from the harbour, and, catching sight of a church tower, turned down a small alley which seemed to lead in that direction. Almost at once he found himself surrounded by small shops in which there was very little light. They were of an old design, leaning forward over the pavement, and in his confusion he hurried down another lane, only to stop short when the stone wall of the church apparently blocked off the end. But this was an illusion, since a child then walked across it singing. And at last Hawksmoor emerged into the street, just in time to see the church rising above him. He calmed himself by reading the gold script painted upon a board by the portico. This church was built on the traditional site of the martyrdom of Alphege. It was rebuilt by— His eyes wandered down the elaborate scroll, but such things bored him, and he was distracted by a flight of birds returning to the branches of a single tree, each bird distinct against the winter sky. He walked around the side of the church where a group of police officers waited for him. From the way they stood, self-consciously talking in low voices, Hawksmoor knew that the body was behind them on the grass. He walked over, and in those first moments when he was staring down at it, he wondered how he would look to the strangers who encircled his own corpse, and would the breath have left his body like a mist, or like the air evacuated from a paper bag which a child blows up and then explodes? Then he returned to the others. "What time was he found?" "At 6 o'clock this morning, sir, when it was still dark." "Do we know?" "He might have fallen from the tower, sir, but nobody knows." Hawksmoor looked up at the spire of St. Alphage's, and when he blotted out the sun with his right hand, he noticed the white dome of the observatory, which was half concealed by the dark stone of the church. And he remembered that there was something here which he had heard of many years before, and which he had always wanted to see. Eventually he was able to break free from the others, muttering his excuses, and when he came to the foot of the hill, he began to run, bounding over the short grass until he reached the summit. There was a guard by the iron gate in front of the observatory, and Hawksmoor stopped in front of him, out of breath. "Where," he said, "where is the 0 meridian?" "The meridian?" The old man pointed to the other side of the summit. "It's over there." But when Hawksmoor came to that place, he found nothing. "Where is the meridian?" he asked again, and he was directed a little way down the hill. He looked around and saw only dirt and stones. "It's over there," someone else called out. "No, over there," was the cry from another, and Hawksmoor was bewildered, for no matter how he turned and turned about, he could not see it. Walter had put down the forensic report and was grinning at him. "And so we're stuck," he said, and then he added, "as sure as eggs is eggs." Hawksmoor smoothed the pages of the report, which had been creased by Walter. "Where does that expression come from?" "It doesn't come from anywhere, sir, not as far as I know. I mean, everyone says it." Hawksmoor paused for a moment, wondering what everyone said about him. "What was it you were asking me just now?" Walter no longer tried to conceal his impatience. "I was asking basically, sir, well, where do we go from here?" "We go on. Where else should we go? We can't turn back. No one can turn back." He had heard the annoyance in Walter's voice, and now he tried to console him. "He's at my fingertips. Don't worry. I can reach him. I feel it." And after Walter had left him, he drummed his fingers on the desk as he contemplated new aspects of this problem. At the same time as the body of the child had been found in the grounds of St. Alphage's, Another body had been discovered, propped against the back wall of St. George's, Bloomsbury, where it runs alongside Little Russell Street. Hawksmoor had visited that spot also, and to those officers already working there he had seemed almost indifferent. It was not indifference, however, but agony. The pattern, as Hawksmoor saw it, was growing larger, and as it expanded it seemed about to include him and his unsuccessful investigations. It was dark now, and the light from the buildings beyond his window shone on his face as he gave a great yawn. He left the office quietly, made his way out of the yard, and as he walked through the clear night to St. George's, Bloomsbury, the cold December air turned his breath into clouds of moisture which rose above his head. He paused at the corner of Russell Street and New Oxford Street, as a vagrant, muttering, "Jesus fucking Christ! Jesus fucking Christ!" glared at him, and in alarm he walked quickly up to the church, opening the iron gate which led to the small courtyard beside it. He stood beneath the white tower and looked up at it with that mournful expression which his face always carried in repose. For one moment he thought of climbing up its cracked and broken stone, and then, from its summit, screaming down at the silent city as a child might scream at a chained animal. But his sudden anger was destroyed by a noise quite close to him. He remained still. A wooden door to his right seemed to be moving in the wind, and as he peered at it he saw the sign "Crypt Entrance" written above the portal. The wind continued to blow the door gently backward and forward. To prevent it from opening too suddenly upon him, he hurried towards it and held it closed with his palm. But the wood felt unnaturally warm, and he snatched his hand away. The door opened slightly once more, and Hawksmoor decided to move it towards him with the tips of his fingers, very softly and very slowly, so that it was only gradually he heard a faint but sustained laughter coming from within. When he had opened the door to a sufficient width, he slid through its entrance, holding his breath as he did so, although the odours of wood and old stone were already forming a metallic taste in the back of his throat. The passage of the crypt was warm, and in his anxious state he imagined a host of people pressing around him, not touching him, but close enough to forbid him movement. He walked forward slowly, since his eyes were not yet accustomed to the darkness, but he paused when he thought he heard scuffling noises somewhere in front of him. He did not cry out, but he lowered himself to the ground and put his hands across his face. The faint sounds had diminished, and now he could hear a voice murmuring, "Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, oh yes." Hawksmoor stood up at once, and, poised for flight, he bent his body away from the direction of that voice and its whispered words. Then there was silence, and Hawksmoor knew that his presence had been sensed. He heard the sound of something being struck, and the light at the end of the passage made him jerk back his head in astonishment, for in that instant he saw a young man with his trousers draped around his ankles, holding on to a girl who was leaning against the stone wall. "Fuck off!" the young man screamed. "Fuck off, you old sod!" And Hawksmoor laughed in relief. "I'm sorry," he called out to the couple as the match flickered out and they once more vanished into the darkness. "I'm sorry." When he got out of the passage, he leaned against the wall of the church, fighting for breath. Once more he could hear the sound of laughter, but when he looked around he saw only the rubbish of the city being blown against the church steps. Slowly he walked back to Grape Street, his head bowed against the wind. When he reached the door, he looked up at Mrs. West's window and saw two shadows thrown by the firelight upon the ceiling. "So she has found a man at last," was his thought as he entered the passageway. It was dark here, but at once he saw a small package addressed to him, which seemed to have been tossed over the threshold. It was wrapped in coarse brown paper. He took it in both hands, held it out in front of him, and climbed the stairs to his own flat. Then, still in his overcoat, he sat down in his bare front room and tore open the parcel greedily. There was a small book within it, with a shiny white cover which was slightly sticky to the touch, as if it had recently been coated in wax or resin. As soon as he opened it, he saw the same drawing. The man was kneeling and holding something like a spyglass against his right eye. On other pages there were verses, sketches in the form of a cross, and then on separate sheets certain phrases inscribed in brown ink. The fortitude of the stars, the power in images, the 7 wounds. Towards the end, Hawksmoor read, "O misery, they shall die," and in his horror he dropped the white book upon the floor, where it lay as the darkness of the night changed to the grey of the winter dawn. At which time he was thinking of the man who had drawn the kneeling figure beside St. Mary Woolnoth. The tramp's shape was just above Hawksmoor's own as he stretched wide-eyed upon his bed, as if both of them were stone effigies of the dead lying above each other in an empty church. "I'm still interested in that tramp," he said, as soon as Walter had entered the room. "Which one was that, sir?" "The tramp by the church, the one who made the drawing." He turned away from Walter to hide his eagerness. "Do you still have the letter?" And after a brief search among the files arranged neatly on Hawksmoor's desk, it was found. It seemed so flimsy, just a sheet torn from a memorandum pad with the words "Don't forget" printed at its top, and at that moment Hawksmoor made a simple connection. It was as if he had climbed higher and, seeing much further into the distance, had lost his fear. "Where," he asked, "is the nearest doss-house to that church?" "The nearest one to the city is in the Commercial Road. It's that old building—" "The one between Limehouse and Wapping?" As they drove across London to the Commercial Road, Hawksmoor felt quite calm, and allowed his fingers lightly to touch the letter placed in the inside pocket of his jacket. But as soon as they arrived, he left the car hurriedly and dashed up the steps of a grimy brick building. Walter looked at him running ahead beneath the grey London sky and pitied him. Following Hawksmoor, he opened the wooden doors of the hostel, saw the faded green paint of its interior and the linoleum floors stained with grease or dirt, smelt the mixture of disinfectant and stale food, heard the faint calls and sounds from within the building. And by this time Hawksmoor was knocking on a glass partition, behind which sat an elderly man eating a sandwich. "Excuse me," he was saying, "excuse me," as the man slowly put down his food and, apparently with reluctance, slid back the glass partition and murmured, "Oh, yes." "You work here, I take it?" "What does it look like to you?" Hawksmoor cleared his throat. "I'm a police officer." He handed him the letter. "Do you recognize this piece of paper?" The man pretended to study it. "Yes, I've seen this kind of paper. The staff use it. Don't ask me why." He took out of a drawer a memorandum pad with the same words printed across it. "What can you forget in a place like this?" "And do you recognize the handwriting?" Walter noticed that Hawksmoor had become very still. "Well, it's not mine." "I know it's not yours, but do you recognize it?" "Not as far as I know." And Walter saw Hawksmoor nod, as if this was exactly what he had expected. "Tell me this, then. Have you come across a tramp called the Architect, or anything like that?" He blinked and put his finger in the air. "We have the Preacher, the Flying Dutchman, the Pilgrim, but I don't know of any Architect. He'll be a new one on me." Hawksmoor stared at him. "Do you mind if we have a look around?" "Be my guest." His eyes briefly met those of Hawksmoor. "You'll find just 2 of them there. They're supposed to be sick." Walter followed Hawksmoor down a corridor and into a large room which contained some formica tables and metal chairs. A large television set placed upon a high shelf had been turned on, and the sounds of a children's program chimed as emptily as an ice-cream van in a deserted street. Hawksmoor glanced up at it before walking through into another room, where a number of mattresses, wrapped in plastic, had been arranged in 2 rows. On one of them A tramp lay upon his stomach, while a second man was crouched in a corner smoking. "Hello," Walter called out. "And what do they call you, then?" Neither of the men looked up. "We are police officers. Do you know what I mean?" And then, in the silence, Walter added loudly, "They're not very friendly, sir, are they?" The tramp in the corner turned his head. "I know what you mean. I know full well what you mean." Hawksmoor stepped up to him without coming too close. "Oh, do you? And I suppose you know someone called the architect?" There was a pause. "I don't know anyone by that name. No one at all by that name." He wrapped his arms about his body as he crouched there. "You don't inquire about people. You don't ask questions." It was not clear whether he was addressing these remarks to himself or to Hawksmoor, who was now surveying the dilapidated room. "The architect!" The tramp on the bed had propped himself on one elbow and was calling out to them. "The architect! God bless us all and every one!" Hawksmoor moved up to the end of the bed and stood with his hands clasped as if in prayer. "Do you know him?" "Do I know him? Do I know him? Yes, I know him." "And do you know his name? I mean his real name?" "His name is Legion." When the tramp laughed, it was obvious to Hawksmoor that he was lying on the bed because he was drunk, perhaps still drunk from the night before. "And where can I find him?" "Do you have a little cigarette on you, officer?" "I don't have one now, but I will give you some later. Where did you say I could find him?" "I don't find him. He finds me. Now you see him and now you don't." Everyone remained silent, and as Hawksmoor sat down on the side of this bed, he heard the noise of a plane travelling somewhere overhead. "And when did you see him last?" "I saw him in hell. He was roasting nicely." "No, you weren't in hell, were you? Tell me again." Then the man's mood changed as he curled up on the bed and faced the wall. "I was with him," he said, and the whole sad weight of the drink seemed to hit him so that he could barely speak. Hawksmoor gently touched his filthy overcoat. "You were with him, were you? You look like a man who could deal a powerful blow." "Oh, but fuck it, I'm saying no more." Walter came up to stand beside him as Hawksmoor whispered, "Now, don't be frightened. I'm not going to frighten anybody." There was a sound of weeping in the corridor. "I'm not frightened. I've done nothing." Then he pretended to sleep, or perhaps did sleep. Hawksmoor pointed to the tramp's arm, which lay stretched out, and Walter gave it a jerk so that the man rolled off his bed. "You're wanted," Hawksmoor told him, loudly now, as Walter dragged him to his feet. "I'm not arresting you. I'm asking you nicely to come with me." The tramp stared at him. "There will be something in it for you, you'll see. We're just taking you for a little ride." They dragged him outside, passing the receptionist, who kept on chewing his sandwich as he watched them, and as they came out into the air the tramp stared across at the church of St. Anne's, Limehouse, and then looked up at its tower, which loomed over the three of them in the dark street. Then he closed his eyes, as if he was about to faint. "Help him, Walter," Hawksmoor murmured as they bundled him into the back of their car. But the tramp neither knew nor cared what was happening to him, since there would be other times when he would have no memory of this. And now he was in a small white room, with the same man facing him across a table, while behind a two-way mirror Walter took notes and watched this scene. Hawksmoor: "How are you feeling now?" Tramp: "Feeling? Oh, not so bad. Not so bad, you know. Do you happen to have a fag on you?" Hawksmoor: "Not so bad. That is good news." He takes off his glasses. "Can I talk to you, then?" Tramp: Yes, I hope to talk to you soon. Do you have a fag on you, by any chance?" Pause. Hawksmoor lights a cigarette and hands it to him. Hawksmoor. I'm having a nice time. Are you? Silence. You were telling me about the architect. Am I right in thinking that? Tramp, genuinely puzzled.
Yes, that is possibly true. I think I was, yes.
Hawksmoor. Yes? Tramp, nervously.
Yes, I said that, yes.
Hawksmoor. And so you know him. Am I right to say that you know him? Tramp.
I think I do. You can say that. I think I do.
Hawksmoor. Can you give me his name at all? Tramp.
Oh, I wouldn't know about that. Not his name.
Hawksmoor. But you saw him? Silence. Tramp.
When?
Hawksmoor. I am asking you the very same question. When did you see him? Tramp.
I saw him that night.
Hawksmoor, eagerly. What night? Tramp.
That night.
Silence. Hawksmoor. Well, what time was it? Tramp.
Oh, good God, now you're asking me something.
Hawksmoor, softly. Was it very dark? Tramp.
Pitch black.
Hawksmoor. I'm not going to hurt you. I would like you to remember. Tramp.
Next thing there was police and so forth. I won't say I was genuinely sober. Next thing the police was in.
Hawksmoor. In where? Tramp.
I've seen you before, haven't I?
Hawksmoor. In where? Tramp.
In that church.
Hawksmoor. This is a coincidence, isn't it? Tramp.
I remember nothing more than that. I'm not joking you. Nothing more than that.
He is silent for a moment.
What time are you letting me out?
Pause.
I've had enough of this.
Silence.
I'm that tired.
Hawksmoor, suddenly. What does he look like? Tramp.
Oh, I don't know.
Pause.
All that hair. It's wicked, isn't it? Hair like tobacco. And then he draws the life out of you. I never saw such drawings.
Silence.
Can I go out now?
Silence.
Well, then, I'll go.
He gets up to leave, looks at Hawksmoor, and then walks out of the door as Walter comes in. Hawksmoor, excitedly. It was the same man. Doesn't it seem to you to be the same man? He read the brief jottings which Walter had made in his notebook during the interview, and a small fly, attracted by its brightness under the neon, settled on the left-hand page. Hawksmoor noticed its legs waving like filaments bending in a sudden heat, and the shape of its wings cast a shadow upon the whiteness of the paper. Then, as he turned the page, he killed the insect, and its body, smeared across the ink, became an emblem of this moment when Hawksmoor had a vision of the tramp dancing around a fire, with the smoke clinging to his clothing, and then wrapping him in mist. "It is the same man," he said again. "It must be him." Walter anticipated his thoughts now. "And we must be seen to be taking some action at last." And so they walked to the incident room, from where a carefully worded press statement was released, suggesting that the police were anxious to interview a certain vagrant in connection with the murders, and giving a description of the man in question. And Hawksmoor called out to the various members of the investigating teams, "I want the hostels checked, and the parks, and the derelict houses, even the churches." A young uniformed officer, who had a large birthmark splayed across his cheek, came up to him. "One of the problems, sir, is obviously going to be the fact that there may be a few like him, a few who look like him." Hawksmoor avoided looking at the scarlet brand. "I know that, but that's the way it is." And once again his voice trailed off, for he knew that, just as he would recognize the murderer, so also would the murderer recognize him. It was dusk now as he walked down Brick Lane to Christ Church, Spitalfields, passing Monmouth Street and turning down Eagle Street, where the east wall of the old church rose among the ruined houses. As he walked forward, the street lamps flickered alight, and the shape of the church itself altered in their sudden illumination. Hawksmoor reached the gate through which he could see the abandoned tunnel, now boarded up, and in the neon's reflected light the grass and trees beside the church seemed to glow. He opened the gate, and as he walked down the path he was momentarily startled by a white moth which flew around his shoulders. He lengthened his stride to escape it, but it stayed with him until he had turned the corner of the church and saw the main road and the market in front of him. In the gathering darkness he moved towards the small pyramid, placed his hands upon it as if to warm them, but in that instant he felt a wave of disorder, and with it the sensation that someone was staring fixedly at him. He turned around quickly, but in the sudden movement his glasses fell to the ground. He stepped forward without thinking and broke them. "Now," he said out loud, "now I won't be able to see him." And curiously enough, his feeling was one of relief. Joyfully he turned down Commercial Road towards Whitechapel. There was a fight in a side alley, and one man was kicking another who had already fallen. A blind woman was standing by the side of the road, waiting to be helped across. A young girl was murmuring the words of a popular song. And then he saw on the other side of the street, going in the opposite direction and towards the church, a tall but indistinct figure who seemed to be drawn to the protection of the shop fronts and the dark walls of brick. The man's clothes were torn and old. His hair was matted into a slab like tobacco. Hawksmoor crossed the road rapidly and walked a few yards behind the tramp, but in his nervousness he coughed. The tall figure turned and seemed to smile before quickening his pace. Hawksmoor cried out in alarm, "Wait! Wait for me!" and then ran in pursuit. Both of them were in sight of the church, and the still indistinct figure ran across the grass by its side. Hawksmoor followed, but as he ran past the pyramid he collided with a small boy who had been standing in its shadow, and as the boy looked up at him, Hawksmoor noticed how pale his face seemed. In that instant of inattention the tall figure had run around the corner of the church, and by the time Hawksmoor had turned it, had already disappeared. He ran back to ask the child if he had seen anything of the fleeing man, but the small park was now empty. The grass and trees had ceased to glow, and in the darkness they seemed to be crumbling back into the earth. If he did not act now, the atmosphere of the churchyard would overpower him, and he would be lost. He started walking in the direction of Limehouse, for if there was one place a vagrant might think to hide from a pursuer, it was in the abandoned sites and derelict houses near St. Anne's. He hailed a taxi and took it as far as the Limehouse church. As he stepped out, the cold wind caught him in the face, and for a moment he sought shelter behind an advertisement hoarding on which could be seen a number of computers floating above the city. Eventually he went towards St. Anne's, but then veered to the right and crossed a patch of wasteland beside it. The wind blew even more strongly here, since it came directly from the river, and it brought to him the scattered shouts and calls of the meths drinkers who were a few hundred yards away from him. As he walked forward, he noticed the sparks rising above a fire, and when he came closer he could see the dark shapes which were apparently dancing around it. "They are happy," he thought, "for they do not remember," and then he began running towards them. "You!" he cried. "You! What are you doing, and what do you want here?" But they did not stop their dancing when he came up to them. It seemed that he was being grabbed as if to enter the ring, but with a shout he pulled himself free. Then they became still and gazed at him when he questioned them. "Have any of you seen the one called the architect? He's one of you. Have you seen him?" They were all old ones, dishevelled and weary now that the spell of the dance had passed. They said nothing, but stared into the flames, and one of them began to moan. Hawksmoor noticed that the head of a toy bear had been thrust onto a pole and was lying upon the charred ground. He shouted at them impatiently, "I am a police officer! Put out that fire now!" None of them moved, and so Hawksmoor himself walked into the fire and stamped upon it ferociously until there were only ashes and burned sticks remaining. "Where is he?" he shouted at them again as they began to retreat from him. "Do any of you know where he is?" But still they made no noise, and Hawksmoor, disgusted at himself for behaving in a manner which he had not foreseen, turned away. As he walked back, he called out into the air, "I don't want to see any more fire, do you understand me? No more fire!" He found the road which leads down to the river, and, wrapping his dark coat closely around himself so that he might withstand the wind, he passed an old tramp who was squatting by the roadside, and with his fingers digging into the damp earth. Hawksmoor looked at him closely, but he was not the man he sought. The tramp stared back at him as he passed, and continued staring as he walked into the distance. Hawksmoor heard him shouting out something, but the sounds of the river were closer to him, and he could not distinguish the words. The muddy water raced beneath his feet, and the lights of the city had changed the sky to a transient purple. But he was thinking only of the figure fleeing before him in Spitalfields, and of the pale face of the boy as it had looked up at him in the shadow of the church. And he could not escape these images as the time passed and the disorder spread. The circulation of the suspect's description, followed inevitably by rumour and speculation in the newspapers, had not materially assisted the investigation of the 6 murders. It had, in fact, only inflamed the passions of those for whom the description of the tramp seemed to act as an emblem of all that was most depraved and evil. On the first day of the photo fit being released, there were scores of sightings of the man from all over the country, and the number of such sightings did not greatly diminish until public attention had been diverted elsewhere. More unfortunately, however, a number of tramps were abused or assaulted by gangs who used the excuse of the child murderer to express their resentment at harmless wandering men. One group of small children actually killed one such vagrant. He was sleeping drunkenly on a patch of waste ground, and they set him alight. After these events, it became accepted that Hawksmoor had committed an error of judgment in releasing such sketchy details of the suspect, and Hawksmoor's position was made all the more precarious by the fact that, after exhaustive searches and inquiries, no trace of the man had been discovered. It seemed that he had just disappeared. That is, as some of the officers involved in the case used to say to each other, if he ever existed in the first place. But Hawksmoor knew that he existed, and although he had never mentioned to anyone the night of his pursuit, he knew that the murderer was closer to him than ever. There were even occasions when he believed that he was being followed, and as he lay awake one night, he conceived the fantasy that he too should dress as a tramp in order to surprise him. But even as the idea occurred to him, he rejected it, trembling. He took long walks in the evening in order to avoid such thoughts, but he found that he was treading the same paths as before. There was a time, for example, when he walked into the park behind St. George's in the east, and sat upon a bench close to the abandoned museum. It had been upon this bench that he had spoken to the father of the murdered child, and glimpsed the illustrations in the book which the weeping man had held in front of him. And as he stared at the trees beside the church, he contemplated the calm of a life which itself resembled a park with no people in it. Then he might sit and stare at these trees until he died. But his momentary serenity unnerved him, for it seemed to imply that his life was already over. Each night he came home from his wanderings, and held the white notebook in his hands, first bringing it close to his nose in order to savour the slight odour of wax which still lingered upon its stiff covers. He read again each phrase, and then stared intently at the drawings as if they might yield some clue. But they offered nothing, and one night in his anger he tore the pages from the book and threw them across the floor. When he arose in panic the next morning, he looked down at the scattered sheets and said out loud, "What rage is this? What fury? Of what kind?" Then he took the pages, smoothed them with the palm of his hand, and fixed them with pins to the walls, so that now, if he sat looking down upon Grape Street, the letters and images encircled him, and it was while he sat here, scarcely moving, that he was in hell, and no one knew it. At such times the future became so clear that it was as if he were remembering it in place of the past which he could no longer describe. But there was in any case no future and no past, only the unspeakable misery of his own self. And so, when he sat with Walter in the Red Gates, he could scarcely talk, but look down at his glass as Walter anxiously watched his face. Yet he drank in order to speak freely, for it seemed to him that he had lost his connection to the world, and had become much like one of the cardboard figures in a puppet theatre, shaking a little as the hand which held him trembles. But if he could speak, and the voice came not from someone crouched below, but from himself— "Do you know," he murmured, and Walter craned forward to hear him, "do you know that when murderers kill themselves, they try and make it look like another murder? But do you know how many of them are struck by lightning? A lot, more than you think." He glanced around furtively. "You know what we were told years ago, it must be years ago now, that you could see the image of the murderer imprinted on the victim's eyes? If only I could get that close, you see. And I'll tell you something else. There are some people so frightened of being murdered that they die of their own fear. What about that?" Walter felt his legs trembling with a suppressed desire to run, and he got up quickly to order more drinks. When he returned, Hawksmoor stared at him. "I know it, Walter. I can feel it. Do you know, I can go into a house and feel if a murder has taken place there. I can feel it." And he let out a loud laugh, which for a moment silenced the other conversations in the pub. A broken glass was being swept from the floor, and as Hawksmoor noticed how each of the shattered pieces shone quite differently in the light, Walter seized his opportunity to speak. "Do you think we need a break from this case, sir? A real break?" Hawksmoor was visibly alarmed. "Who told you to say that?" Walter tried to calm him. "No one told me, but it's been 8 months now. You deserve a rest from it." "That's a strange word, deserve, isn't it? Do you know what it means?" "It means to need something, doesn't it?" "No, it means to be worthy of something, and so I'm worthy of rest." Walter noticed how his hand trembled, and Hawksmoor gripped his glass more tightly. "I don't know what to say to that, sir." He gazed at Hawksmoor, not without friendliness. "You'll start to dream about it soon," he put it to him gently. "What makes you think I don't dream about it now?" He had spoken too loudly, and once again there was a sudden silence in the room. Hawksmoor looked down abashed, and this was the occasion for which Walter had waited. "It just seems to me, sir, that we're not getting anywhere." "Is that how it seems to you?" "That's how it seems to everyone, sir." Hawksmoor looked up at him sharply, and in that moment the relationship between the two men was subtly but permanently changed. "We don't have the facts," Walter was saying, "and that's our problem." "You know about facts, do you? All these facts we don't have?" Hawksmoor was very grim. "In your experience, Walter, do any two people see the same thing?" "No, but— And so it's your job to interpret what they have seen, to interpret the facts, am I right?" The conversation puzzled Walter, and he decided to retire from it. "Yes, sir." "And so the facts don't mean much until you have interpreted them?" "That's right." "And where does that interpretation come from?" "It comes from you and me." "And who are we?" Hawksmoor raised his voice. "Don't you think I worry when everything falls apart in my hands? But it's not the facts I worry about, it's me." When he stopped, he passed his hands trembling across his face. "Is it hot in here, or is it just me?" He took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and then, as Walter still said nothing, he added, "I'm going to find him." And then, later, he heard himself saying, "I told you about that notebook, didn't I?" But he managed to stop himself, and, muttering an excuse, went once more to the bar where 3 women turned and laughed when he began speaking to them. Walter watched the sweating, shambling figure as he winked and said, "I'll show you something you won't forget. Do you want to see something?" And they laughed again. "What is it?" one of them asked. "Something you've got for us? Something small, I should think." And they cackled. But they stopped when he took some pictures out of his jacket pocket and held them up to the light in triumph. "Get them out of here!" the same woman cried in disgust. "We don't want any of that filth." Then Hawksmoor himself looked at what he held in his hands and bowed down as if in prayer when Walter came up to him and saw that he was holding photographs of the murder victims. "Put them away now, sir," he murmured. "I'll take you back." Hawksmoor stuffed the photographs into his pocket, yawning, and Walter led him home. The ringing of the telephone startled Hawksmoor as he sat at his desk. It was the Assistant Commissioner who wished to see him at once, but as soon as he rose from his chair, he became quite calm. He remained calm as he ascended in the lift to the 13th floor, and when he entered a large office, the Assistant Commissioner was staring out of the window at the grey rain. "This will be the shape of your damnation," Hawksmoor thought, to look out perpetually and mournfully. But the figure turned round swiftly. "Forgive me, Nick." "Forgive you? Forgive you for what?" There was turmoil in Hawksmoor's face. "Forgive me for summoning you like this." Then he sat down and cleared his throat. "How's the case going, Nick? How close are you to finding him?" The telephone rang, but he ignored it and waited for Hawksmoor to speak. Then he added in the gathering silence, "I'm not sure we're getting anywhere, Nick." "I'm sure we are. In time, sir." Hawksmoor stood with his arms straight down by his sides, almost at attention. "But we're not becoming any wiser. We've got nothing extra, have we?" Hawksmoor averted his eyes from the man's gaze and stared out of the window behind him. "I've got something else for you, Detective Superintendent. Not quite in your usual line, but—" "You mean you're taking me off the case?" "I'm not so much taking you off this case as putting you on another one." Hawksmoor took a step backward. "You're taking me off the case." "You've got things out of perspective, Nick. You laid the foundations, and you did a good job. But now I need someone to build the case up stone by stone." "But the bodies are buried in the foundations," Hawksmoor replied. "Generally speaking, that is." The Assistant Commissioner lowered his voice slightly. "There's been some talk about you recently. They say you've been under a lot of strain." "And who is they?" Whenever he heard that word, he imagined a group of shadows moving from place to place. "Why don't you take some time off, before you begin the new case? Why don't you have a good rest?" And he rose, making a point of looking directly at Hawksmoor, who looked back helplessly. When he returned to his own office, Walter was waiting for him. "How did it go?" "So you knew." "Everyone knew, sir. It was only a matter of time." And Hawksmoor heard a vast sea roaring around him. He saw quite distinctly a small creature waving its arms in panic as the water swirled around him like storm clouds. "I tried to help," Walter began nervously to say. "I don't want to hear it." "But you wouldn't let me. Things had to change, sir." "Everything has changed, Walter." He took the files from his desk. "And I hand everything on to you. It's all yours now." Walter stood up as Hawksmoor gave him the files. They were both on opposite sides of the desk, and their fingertips met accidentally as they leaned towards each other. "Sorry," said Walter, drawing back quickly and apologizing for his touch. "No, it wasn't your fault. It had to happen." Hawksmoor sat very still after Walter had left the room, and during the course of the afternoon he tried to look at himself as if he were a stranger, so that he might be able to predict his next step. Time passes, and as he looks down at his own hands and wonders if he would recognize them if they lay severed upon a table. Time passes, and he listens to the sound of his own breathing in its rise and its fall. Time passes, and he takes a coin from his pocket to observe how it has been worn down in its passage from hand to hand. When he closes his eyes at last, he finds himself slipping forwards, and wakes at the moment of his fall. But still he goes on falling, and the afternoon changes to evening, and the shadows around Hawksmoor change. He left the office at last, and went back to Grape Street. He sat in his room and turned on the television. There was a man playing Patience in a darkened alcove, and Hawksmoor leaned forward eagerly to scan that darkness, looking beyond the actor and examining the chair, the velvet curtain, the vase of dusty flowers. Then, with the television still on, he walked into the next room, lay down upon his bed, and did not wake up when the morning light lay in a band across his face. Chapter 11. The rays of the morning did not rouse me, and when I woke, I scarce knew in what house or place or year I found myself, and though I resolved to walk out my wretchedness, I only reached the corner when I returned exceeding weary. There was a light rain also, which frighted me, for if a cold grows inveterate, you may reckon it the beginning of a mortal distemper. So thus uneasy, I returned to my closet, where I fell to thinking on the shape of my new church, which even then rose above the mire and stink of this city. I went to bed at 8 of the clock, but between 1 and 2, after I had slept but 4 hours, I came to vomiting, whether from my distemper or from the panic fright which comes to me in the night, I am not certain. I drank a spoonful or two of cherry brandy, which put me to sleep until Nat Elliot woke me at 7. But then I fell to vomiting again, and, as all the while my urine was red as blood, I lay sighing upon my bed and saying, "What will become of me? What will become of me?" Then, with much trembling, I writ in my own hand to the reptile knight, "Sir John, pray do me the favour to tell the board that I did intend to be up at the yard to-day to speak of those matters concerning the church of Little St. Hugh in Blackstep Lane, but that, being pretty sick, I would wish to stay a day or two longer to hasten my recovery. Your most humble servant to command, etc." I called for Nat to run with the letter to Whitehall, and he enters all of a hot sweat. "Another man came," says he, "but I denied him to you. I let no one visit you as you ordered me, and when he says, 'Is your master within?' I replied, 'Yes, he is in, but he is just sat down to breakfast and can on no account be roused at this time.' And then sometimes I tell them you are sick, so I vary my tricks with the wind. I am a true barricado to all who come." He was scratching all over like a wherryman as he spoke. "What company do you keep in your clothes, sir?" I cried, "that they must needs bite you?" "They are my friends," he replied, "since they never leave me." "Then why so melancholy at it? Your face is as long as my pencil, and not so useful." "They are my only friends." Then he stopped short, growing uneasy at his own words, and looked down upon the floor. "And that," I said to myself, "is the manner in which I will always remember you, my boy Nat," looking down in perplexity after a sudden pause. But he ceases stirring his foot in the dust, and asks, "What is a hyena, master?" "It is an animal which laughs and imitates humane voices." "Good, good," he said as he rushed out of the door with my letter. "I know well enough why it is that they come to visit me. They wish to see me in my sickness, so that they can triumph over me. Even still they suspect me, and in the office they murmur against me for the late death of Walter. Their suspicions are increased by my solitariness. Yet why should I suffer them to speak to me when I become confused and tongue-tied in their company? But to leave the passions and to go on with the facts. Walter hanged himself on the door of his bedchamber. It was on a Sunday, the week following my visit to him, between 9 and 10 in the morning, and he was not discovered by the sluttish mistress of the house until the evening. He had only his shirt and there he hung until between 7 and 8 at night, when the coroner, being brought to see him, pronounced that he was not compos mentis. I was pretty composed. I told the impanelled jury that in his ravings he had confessed to the murder of Mr. Hayes, but that I did not believe him until this self-murder. Thus once again did I kill 2 birds. I was a good joiner and worked in wood, and then I became a good plasterer and worked with stucco. The death of Yorick Hayes has been laid to Walter, so putting me out of the road of eager inquirers, and Walter has dispatched himself, so saving me the labour. I would willingly have transmitted to him in succession all the secrets of my art, but he watched me, pursued me, threatened me, betrayed me. And if he is quite undone now, why should I feel guiltiness? If a dog should by chance bark at me, should I not tread upon its tail? At about 11 at night, Walter was buried stark naked in the open ground. I would have preferred him to be beneath Little St. Hugh, but it is no great matter. There is a mist in humane affairs, a small thin rain which cannot be perceived in single drops of this man or that man, but which rises around them and obscures them one from another. Yet it takes form in the fabric of my new-built church. When I look up from my bed, as if to gaze at my ceiling, I see its tower and feel the wind blowing about my face. When I touch the hand or arm of another, as it may be Nat, I feel its stone rough upon the stroke. When I am hot in my mind, I enter its aisles, and I am cool again. I am sensible of the malice which this work has drawn upon me, but why should I murmur or repine at these injuries? Let it be interest, folly, or malice they act by. They are their own enemies, and not mine, for, like basilisks desirous to infect a looking-glass, they kill themselves by repercussion of vapours. I have completed my business, and I bid the world go whistle as I see before me the unbroken stone and the pattern of stone. I have finished 6 designs of my last church, fastened with pins on the walls of my closet, so that the images surround me, and I am once more at peace. In the first I have the detail of the ground plot, which is much like a prologue in a story. In the second there is all the plan in a small form, like the disposition of figures in a narrative. The third draft shows the elevation, which is like the symbol or theme of a narrative, and the fourth displays the upright of the front, which is like the main part of the story. In the fifth there are designed the many and irregular doors, stairways, and passages, like so many ambiguous expressions, tropes, dialogues, and metaphorical speeches. In the sixth there is the upright of the portico and the tower, which will strike the mind with magnificence, as in the conclusion of a book. There is also a narrative which is hidden so that none may see it, and in a retired place have I put the effigy of Friar Bacon, who made the brazen head that spake, "Time is." Nor shall I leave this place once it is completed. Hermes Trismegistus built a temple to the sun, and he knew how to conceal himself so that none could see him, though he was still within it. This shall now suffice for a present account, for my own history is a pattern which others may follow in the far side of time, and I hug my arms around myself and laugh, for as if in a vision I see some one from the dark mazes of an unknown futurity, who enters Black Step Lane and discovers what is hidden in silence and secrecy. I will break off now. And now I break. In the space of these last 7 nights I have had wild, frightful dreams, and there is a new smell in my nose like that of burnt rags. I know that some alteration has come upon me, for I seem to hear spirits who speak with a low-sunk voice, as many persons have in colds. Yet they are without any hoarseness, being very clearly discernible, and they say, "What wind blew you hither, Nick? Nick? Do you know us, Nick? Nick?"
And when I cry, "Oh God, yes," they go on. "When are we, Nick, Nick?" And the question becomes a roaring in my ears. I do not fear death for the pain of it, being persuaded that I have endured as great pains in this life as I should find in death, and yet it may also be that I cannot die. You may scorn this, but there have been wonders just as great. I took my first walk about 11 yesterday morning, and there by Hog Lane I met with my own apparition, with habit, wig, and everything, as in a looking-glass. "Do I know you?" I called out, much to the bewilderment of those who passed by, but the thing did not answer me and walked quickly away. I was much surprised, but I was not affrighted. Then on this very morning in my own chamber I saw an image again before me, a species of such a body as my own, but in a strange habit, cut like an under-garment, and the creature had no wig. The back of it was always towards me, and as I turned my head it turned away equally, so that I could not see its face. My nightgown was dark with sweat, as if a shadow had passed over it, and I must have cried out something, for Nat was calling, "Master, master, open the door and let me in." "Have a little patience, and I will let you in immediately," I replied, and keeping my eyes fixed on the image, which did not move, I went across to the door. "You will have Mrs. Best afflicted if you call so loud," says Nat, hurrying into the room. I nodded towards the image. "I have this morning, Nat, vomited up an abortive child." "Oh, well," says he, not knowing what it signified, "shall I bring you water to wash your mouth? Mrs. Best says—" "For God's sake, hold your tongue. Can you not see I have something with me?" And I pointed at the image, which still sat with its back to me, but which now bent forward, and a sigh rose like smoke out of its mouth, like smoke out of a lamp. "I know not, Nat," I said, "but it seems to be real." And Nat heard or saw something, for thereupon he began to look red and was seized with violent tremblings. "Good God!" he cried out, "let me see nothing." And then the cold sweat ran from his face as he stumbled towards the stairway. But I murmured my own words as the image began to fade. I am ready now for my approaching change. I am cut down out of time, and I turn and turn about upon my bed. What says Mr. Andrews, his almanac, for this month, Nat? And he reads to me from News of the Stars. In this month Mars is in Scorpio, master, and if he is not bitten, he will continue direct in motion until the 6th day. From thence he becomes retrograde, which means backwards. Leave off your commentaries, Nat. All the month after, and is in square to Venus the 2nd day. Nat blushes at the mention of Venus, and then goes on. At present, master, the stars do not favour building and London labours under weighty pressures and difficulties not yet accommodated. I must take this to Mrs. Best, who has the lumbago and is still troubled about the loins. Nat, see if there are prognostications of plotting and other scurvy designs. He paws upon the pages and then comes to a stop. Yes, here in the Starry Messenger it is said that there are some spirits at work and danger at home. Then he bends his head again. And look, here in poor Robin's Vox Stellarum there is a rhyme full of meaning. Up he gets with a grave look and begins to recite, holding the page before him. I saw a church tower 12 yards deep. I saw dust made of men's tears that weep. I saw a stone all in a flame of fire. I saw a stairway big as the moon and higher. I saw the sun red even at midnight. I saw the man who saw this dreadful sight. What is the answer, master? I cannot fathom it. There is no answer, Nat, for there is no end to this rhyme. And then I slept,
and now in my long sickness I am lifted above the poor globe of this time-broken world. The rebels have come as far as Lancaster, a fire last night in Tower Hill, a dog howling by moonlight, and now I no longer have fits when I drink my brandy. Hanover's troops are assembling at Warrington. The clouds beneath me, the rebels are cut to pieces at Preston, and I cannot hinder the cold from passing through all the clothes I put on my bed, and my Lord Warrington is killed in this action, as my hand touches the sheets, and their voices echo as I try to hide myself within the rocks in an area forsaken of men, and Nat calls as my fever mounts, and then breaks, and as I sweat the snow falls, and the rebels are come into London as prisoners, and I open my eyes, and now there is frost fair upon the Thames. And on this day my fever abated. I rose from my bed, calling Nat. "Nat, where are you?" But he had gone I knew not whither, and I was alone. I had been woken by the firm resolution to visit my new completed church, so I dressed with all haste, and yet with care. The cold wind had left ice upon the windows, and I wrapped myself up in my double-buttoned coat, though it was spotted with tallow. As I came out into the street, a chairman gave a blow to my knees with his pole, which sent me cursing back into the doorway, and, Lord, the coaches and carts so shook the ground that it was as like a natural tremor or convulsion of the earth. And how many days and nights, thought I, have I laid in my fiery fever? What time is this? There were some prentices rolling along a football in the street beside me, but when I called out to them, "What o'clock is this?" they made no answer, as if I were a man invisible and not to be heard. And yet some labourers seemed to be returning home with planks and ladders, which suggested to me that I had risen at the close of day, but I knew not. I walked by Leicester Fields and heard the mountebank calling, "What do you have? What do you have?" "I have that," thought I, "which your drops will not cure." "Make way there," says some fellow, pushing a wheelbarrow. "Will you have your guts squeezed out?" And I stepped back into a crowd of common women with their ragged handkerchiefs, blue aprons, and their faces, like mine own, descended from some unknown original. I walked down Cranbourne Street, where the cooks stood dripping at their doors, and then into Porter Street, where the nuts and oysters were piled high in shops that ran upon wheels. All this shall pass, and all these things shall fall and crumple into the dust, but my churches shall survive. From there I walked into Hog Lane, where a rag seller laid hold of my arm and asked me, "What do you lack, sir?" I lack the world, for I move like a ghost through it. The noises of the city so confused me and left me so weak that I could barely stand, but coached it quite up into Fenchurch Street, where a cart overturned upon the road forced me to alight. Once more I could hear the cries around me. "Buy my dish of great eels," one called, and to its echo another took up the plaint of, "Any kitchen stuff need you, my maids?" And I murmured these to myself as I trod upon the stones. As I came up into Lime Street, the sky grew dark with the cold, and yet here was an old woman with a child on her back, singing, "Fine writing ink, fine writing ink." And I, too, might have been a child again, so familiarly did it sound. Then there rose that cry which I have heard all my life, "Have you something to mend? Have you something to mend?" And I passed through Leadenhall Street weeping, for I knew I would never more hear it. I walked down St. Mary Axe to London Wall, and my tears fell upon the moss as I bent to touch it. Then through Bishopsgate and down Old Bedlam into Moorfields, and here it seemed to me that I heard the rejoicing of the mad who have no thought of time as I do. Then through Long Alley, where I passed the great music shop, where the crowd at the door were dancing to the latest tune, and one little red-faced blade beat time upon the counter as I went on. and then I turned into that part called the Great Field. Some children in blue jackets and kite-lanterned caps ran past me. "You will be dead before I return," was my thought as I stared into the entry of Blackstep Lane. With an even pace I walked forward, and at last my church was rising above me. Like the noise of thunder, it struck even my own spirit with an air of greatness beyond anything I had seen before. A man in fur cap and grey stockings passed me, and looked back in astonishment, so rapt was I in the sight of the vast stone, and all the cries died away as I mounted the steps and approached the porch of Little St. Hugh. The church was above me now, and though I was plunged into shadow, I did not move, but waited until my eyes had cleared a little. Then I opened the door and crossed the threshold. I walked forward, saying, "From my first years thy horrors have I endured with a troubled mind," and I stood in the aisle looking upwards till I could look no more. I had run to the end of my time, and I was at peace. I knelt down in front of the light, and my shadow stretched over the world. Chapter 12. The shadow moved slowly over his face until his mouth and eyes were obscured. Only his forehead still caught the sun's rays, and they illuminated the beads of sweat that had accumulated there before he woke. Even in sleep he knew that he was sick, and he had dreamed that the blood poured from him like coin. He was woken by the sound of an argument in the street below, and as he knelt upright with his hands over his ears, he considered the possibility that he had gone mad. "But how could I be mad yet?" he said, and smiled at the sound of his own voice just before he heard 3 knocks upon the door. He dropped his hands and waited, hardly breathing, and it was only when he heard 3 further knocks that he got up from his bed, walked slowly into the hallway, and called out, "Who's there?" "It's only me, Mr. Hawksmoor." He opened the door on Mrs. West, averting his eyes as he listened to her. "I thought I heard you call, Mr. Hawksmoor. Did you call?" He said nothing, and she took a step forward. "There was a man came for you last night. I was just putting out the bottles, not that I can hardly bend, and he was ringing and ringing, so I said you was out. Was I right? And then I heard you call just now, and I thought, you never know, do you? So I came up." And all the while she examined his face with open curiosity. "I thought there might be a reason, Mr. Hawksmoor." He smiled, still saying nothing, and was about to close the door upon her when he remembered, "Oh, Mrs. West, I'm about to go away." "You need a good rest, do you?" He looked at her with suspicion. "That's right. I deserve a rest. So if anyone comes, will you tell them?" "I'll tell them." Her hands were clenched into fists. Hawksmoor watched her descend the stairs, leaning heavily against the banister as she did so, and only when she had turned out of sight did he close the door. He walked back into the bedroom, and when he looked down at his arms, he saw long furrows where he had scratched himself in his sleep, and in that moment he was consumed by his hatred for those he worked with. They had not wanted him to succeed. They had tricked him, they had betrayed him, and now they had triumphed over him. He could not breathe, and in alarm he crossed over to the window and opened it. It was a cold December day, and as he leaned out, he could feel the heat leaving his body like an exhalation until he became calm again. From this height, the movements of those in the street seemed to him to be marked by a peculiar fatality, as though they were being drawn by a thread which they would never see, and as he stared down at their faces he wondered what a face was, and from what original it had sprung. It was time now to join them. He crept down the hallway, pausing only to put on his coat and shoes before walking slowly down the stairs and into the street. A light rain was falling, and he had just reached the corner when he glanced up at the clouds and suddenly decided to turn back. Then, as he passed the red gates, he noticed his own reflection in the frosted window, beneath a sign for beers and spirits. The reflection turned to stare at him before walking on. Hawksmoor passed his hand across his face, and then called out, "Do I know you?" And several passers-by stopped in astonishment as he ran out into the road, crying, "Do I? Do I?" No answer came, and as he tried to follow the retreating figure, the crowds of the city hampered his progress and closed him in. Eventually he retraced his steps to Grape Street. He was so tired now that he no longer cared who might be watching or waiting for him on his return. He lay down upon his bed with his hand covering his eyes, but the sounds of traffic came through the open window, and he could not sleep. Then his eyes opened. "And that's another thing," he thought. "Why are churches built in that shape?" And he repeated the word, "Churches, churches, 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 churches," until it meant nothing. "Cooey! Cooey!" The voice could have come from somewhere within the room, and on first waking he did not know what he had heard. "Mr. Hawksmoor!" He jumped out of bed, shouting, "What is it? What's happened?" and then crouched beside the bedroom door, putting his weight against it in case Mrs. West should try to enter. "Your front door was open, and I didn't know, did I? I thought you was going away." And then after a pause she asked him, "Are you decent?" She was still just outside his door, and he wanted to pound upon it in his fury. "Just a minute!" he shouted, and he was surprised to find that he was still wearing his coat and shoes. Where had he been as he slept? He opened the door and hurried past her into the bathroom, where he ran cold water from the tap. He was about to splash it over his face, but instead he watched the surface of the rushing water. "I am going away," he called out to her. "Eventually." "Where will you go?" "Oh, I don't know," he muttered. "Where does anyone go?" And he heard her moving about the flat. He came out of the bathroom quietly to find her peering at the pages of the white notebook which he had pinned against the walls of his front room. He noticed that her hair was still lustrous, and was about to stroke it when he realized that she had to move her whole body as she turned from one drawing to the next. "What happened to your neck?" He tried to conceal his disgust. "Oh, that's nothing. That's my arthritis. I'm used to it." She continued to look at the drawings, with the verses and phrases beneath them. "What are you doing here, then? Are these yours?" "Mine? No, they're not mine." He tried to laugh. "They're just a story I'm working on. I don't know the ending as yet." "I like a nice ending." "That's the same as saying you like a nice death." She was puzzled at this, and simply murmured, "Oh, yes," as she turned to go. "But what do you really see in them, Mrs. West?" He blocked her passage to the door. "Do you see anything strange in them?" He was genuinely interested in her reply. "Good God, don't ask me. I see nothing." She seemed disturbed. "Well, don't take it to heart," he said. "I was only asking." At the word heart she trembled, and the weight of the years was released from her momentarily. "What sign are you, Mr. Hawksmoor?" "Sign? I know nothing about signs." "You know signs, star signs. I bet you're a Pisces, like me, secretive. Am I right?" He did not answer her, but looked once again at the drawings. "They say we're going to have a good year when Venus gets into our quarter." He blushed. "I wouldn't know about that now, would I?" She sighed and prepared once more to leave him. "Well, have a nice time, Mr. Hawksmoor." Then she winked at him. "Once you know where you're going, that is." He traced his name in the dust along the window-sill and then erased it. He turned on the radio, but he could hear the voices whispering, "What wind blew you here? What wind blew you here?" As he sat in the middle of the room, sometimes he could see moving shapes just out of the corner of his eye, but they were as indistinct as shadows on water, and when he turned his head to look at them they were gone. And as dusk fell he recited one of the verses inscribed in the white notebook. I saw a door which opened on a fire. I saw a pit which rose up even higher. I saw a child who danced round and round. I saw a house which stood beneath the ground. I saw a man who is not, nor ever could he be. Hold up your hand and look, for you are he. And as Hawksmoor's voice reverberated around the room, some coins fell off the mantelpiece. There were more verses beneath these, but since the poem seemed to go on forever, he lost interest, and he switched on the television set, craning forward eagerly when he saw the image of a man with his back turned towards him. He turned up the contrast, and then the brightness, but the image became no more distinct, and Hawksmoor stared at the screen as time passed. Now a morning service was being transmitted, and he knew that it was a Sunday. The priest was raised above his congregation. "So you may say how complicated and perilous modern life is, and how dark the future seems, and how distant our ancestors. But I will tell you this, my good friends, that each age has found itself to be dark and perilous, and each age has feared for its future, and each age has lost its forefathers, and so they have turned to God, thinking to themselves, if there are shadows, there must also be light. And beyond the years, my friends, there is an eternity which we may see with the help of God's grace. And what is so wonderful is that this eternity intersects with time, just as in this church." Hawksmoor's attention wandered to a fly which was trying to find a way out of the closed window, and when he looked at his television again, the priest had moved on. "When a mother glances at a child with love, the light from her eyes soothes and nourishes the infant. The voices we raise in this church can also be instruments of light, banishing shadow. You must learn to see this light, my friends, and you must move forward towards it, for this light is a reflection of the light of God." Hawksmoor seemed to recognize the interior of the church as an image of the hushed congregation appeared on the screen, and then the exterior of the church was shown as the camera moved downwards from the bell tower to the steps, lingering on the sign beyond the porch, which read, "Christ Church, Spitalfields, erected by Nicholas Dyer, 1713. And the time before had been a dream, for he knew now. He was looking down at the body in front of St. Mary Woolnoth, and once again noticing the sign which read, "Founded in the Saxon age, and last rebuilt by Nicholas Dyer, 1714. There had been such a name upon the board by the Greenwich Church, and he recognized what a symmetry this was. He allowed the knowledge of the pattern to enclose him, as the picture on the television screen began to revolve very quickly, and then to break up into a number of different images. Where before the churches had been for him a source of anxiety and of rage, now he contemplated each one in turn with a beneficent wonder as he saw how mightily they had done their work. The great stones of Christ Church, the blackened walls of St. Anne's, the twin towers of St. George's in the east, the silence of St. Mary Woolnoth, the unbroken facade of St. Alphage's, the white pillar of St. George's, Bloomsbury, all now took on a larger life as Hawksmoor contemplated them, and the crimes which had been committed in their name. And yet he sensed that the pattern was incomplete, and it was for this that he waited almost joyfully. It had grown colder when he left the house the next morning, and the frost obscured the windows of the public library when he took down the encyclopedia and turned to the entry for Dyer, Nicholas, and this is what he read. 1654, circa 1715, English architect, was the most important pupil of Sir Christopher Wren, and a colleague both of Wren and Sir John Vanbrugh in the Office of Works at Scotland Yard. Dyer was born in London in 1654. Although his parentage is obscure, it seems that he was first apprenticed as a mason before becoming Wren's personal clerk. He later held several official posts under Wren, including that of surveyor at St. Paul's. His most important independent work was completed as a result of his becoming the principal architect to the 1711 Commission for New London Churches. His was the only work to be completed for that commission, and Dyer was able to realize 7 of his own designs: Christ Church, Spitalfields, St. George's in the East, Wapping, St. Anne's, Limehouse, St. Alphage's in Greenwich, St. Mary Woolnoth in Lombard Street, St. George's, Bloomsbury, and, finest of all, the Church of Little St. Hugh beside Moorfields. These edifices show most clearly his ability to handle large abstract shapes and his sensitive, almost romantic lines of mass and shadow. But he seems to have had no pupils or disciples in his lifetime, and changes in architectural taste meant that his work has had little influence and few admirers. He died in London in the winter of 1715. It is thought of the gout, although the records of his death and burial have been lost. Hawksmoor stared at the page, trying to imagine the past which these words represented, but he saw nothing in front of him except darkness. The streets were already filled with people when he left the library and returned to Grape Street. Despite the intense cold, he was sweating as he took down the pages from the white notebook, placed them carefully in order, and then with a gesture of impatience stuffed them in his pocket. He tried to concentrate on what he should do next, but his mind wavered and fell away into the shadows of the unseen church of Little St. Hugh. He had come to the end by chance, not knowing that it was the end, and this unanticipated and uncertain climax might yet rob him of his triumph. His will was emptied, replaced by the shape of moving things as he sat in his dark coat and watched the sun rolling across the rooftops. Then he shook his head and stood up with an urgency which suggested that he wished to forestall at least another death. But as soon as he stepped into the street he felt afraid. Someone knocked against him, and he might have turned back at this moment if the bus which travelled between Bloomsbury and Fenchurch Street had not arrived, and if Hawksmoor had not entered it without thought. He sat huddled in his seat, while in front of him an infant lay asleep with its chin upon its breast. And that, Hawksmoor thought, is how you will sleep when you are old. His forehead burned. He pressed it against the window, and gazed at the mist which rose from the mouths of the people as they hurried through the streets of the city. He descended at Fenchurch Street, expecting to glimpse the spire of the church somewhere above him, but here were only the burnished towers of office blocks which gleamed in the winter light. A cellar of hot chestnuts stood on the corner of Gracechurch Street, and for a moment Hawksmoor watched the coals of his brazier as they brightened and then dimmed with the passage of the wind down the crowded thoroughfares. He went up to him, saying, "Little St. Hugh?" and the man, not pausing in his cries, pointed up Lime Street. And his refrain of "Hot chestnuts! Hot chestnuts!" was taken up by another, calling "Whoa! Whoa!" and then by a third, who cried out, "Piper! Piper!" These were the calls he had known all his life, and Hawksmoor grew melancholy as he walked up Lime Street into St. Mary Axe. He passed a record shop from which came the loud sounds of a popular song, and when he glanced inside he saw a young man at the counter beating time with his finger. But as he watched him, he missed his footing on the pavement and jumped back as a car swerved to avoid him. "What time is it?" he asked an old woman who walked beside him, but she stared through him as if he had become invisible. He continued down Bishopsgate, carried by the movement of the crowd, and asked a stall-holder for the direction of the church. "Follow the wall," the man said, and turned slowly to point down Wormwood Street. "Follow the wall." And as he came close to London Wall, he sensed a smell like that of mown grass or cut flowers, so unusual a scent for the middle of winter that it must have sprung from the moss sprinkled upon the old stones. And from London Wall he passed into Moorfields, where in the middle of the road a madwoman cried out, her words lost in the roar of the traffic. And as the pavement shook beneath his feet, he hurried down Long Alley. Some children in blue caps and blazers passed him, laughing, and their motion turned him round, so that now he saw ahead of him Black Step Lane. So still did he stand that a young man in a fur cap passed him, and then looked back in astonishment as Hawksmoor now walked towards Little St. Hugh. It stood at the back of a deserted square. Weeds and long grass had sprung up between the cobblestones inside this square, and the flagstones against the walls of the church were cracked and pitted. When he looked up at the front of Little St. Hugh, he saw how its large stones were eroded also, and one area had a blackened surface as if the darkness had been painted upon it. There was a circular window above the porch like an eye, and the reflection of the weak sun glittered upon it as Hawksmoor walked forward. He mounted the steps slowly, and then paused in the shadow of a stone effigy which crouched above him. He could hear no noise coming from within. He noticed a rusted metal chain which hung from some old brick. He looked up suddenly, and saw a cloud which for a moment possessed the features of a human face. Then he opened the door and crossed the threshold. He paused again within the porch so that his eyes might become accustomed to the gloom, and there, above the wooden doors which led to the nave of the church, had been placed the painting of a young boy lying inside a pit. It was covered with dust, but he could just make out the inscription beneath it. "I have endured all these troubles for thy sake." There was a smell of dampness, and Hawksmoor bowed his head before entering the body of the church, which seemed to spring to life around him, for the creaking of the doors and the sound of his footsteps upon the stone echoed through the interior. He was in a great square room. Above him a plaster ceiling, curved like a shallow dish and lit by circular windows of plain glass. As he stood in the nave, he was surrounded on three sides by galleries which were supported by thick columns of old stone. The altar was covered with a canopy of dark wood, and the rails in front of it were made of iron. Hawksmoor looked for relief from the darkness of wood, stone, and metal, but he could find none, and the silence of the church had once again descended as he sat down upon a small chair and covered his face, and he allowed it to grow dark. And his own image was sitting beside him, pondering deeply and sighing, and when he put out his hand and touched him, he shuddered. But do not say that he touched him. Say that they touched him. And when they looked at the space between them, they wept. The church trembled as the sun rose and fell, and the half-light was strewn across the floor like rushes. They were face to face, and yet they looked past one another at the pattern which they cast upon the stone. For when there was a shape, there was a reflection, and when there was a light, there was a shadow, and when there was a sound, there was an echo. And who could say where one had ended and the other had begun? And when they spoke with one voice. And I must have slept, for all these figures greeted me as if they were in a dream. The light behind them effaced their features, and I could see only the way they turned their heads, both to left and to right. The dust covered their feet, and I could see only the direction of their dance, both backwards and forwards. And when I went among them, they touched fingers and formed a circle around me. And as we came closer, all the while we moved further apart. Their words were my own, but not my own, and I found myself on a winding path of smooth stones. And when I looked back, they were watching one another silently. And then, in my dream, I looked down at myself and saw in what rags I stood. And I am a child again, begging on the threshold of eternity. Acknowledgements. Any relation to real people, either living or dead, is entirely coincidental. I have employed many sources in the preparation of Hawksmoor, but this version of history is my own invention. I would like to express my obligation to Ian Sinclair's poem, Lud Heat, which first directed my attention to the stranger characteristics of the London churches. End of Hawksmoor by Peter Ackroyd, narrated by Norman Bars, in the studios of American Foundation for the Blind, Incorporated, for the Library of Congress, October 1986. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Harper & Row Publishers, Incorporated, 10 East 53rd Street, New York, New York 10022.
End of book.